Chapter 201 Are you worthy of being a teacher? Bah! But the group of security guards have not gotten close yet. He was hit by wine bottles, howled miserably, and fell to the ground. The bottle blossomed and the glass splashed. There was a miserable howl in the entire stadium venue. Chen Zhongying still stood calmly, a straight suit and a long complexion. He pinched Mo Jiaming's neck and poured alcohol frantically, without any intention of stopping. The group of security guards fell to the ground in a mess. The school leader Wang Hao was trembling with anger, and his body was trembling under the gold-rimmed glasses. At this time today, Lord Mo was so insulted! This is simply to ruin his career. Mo Jiaruo blamed him. His career is over. Sir. You let him go. Finally, Yu Anli on the side couldn't stand it anymore. With a complicated face, she cautiously stepped forward and tried to persuade. I haven't finished the wine yet. I haven't had fun yet. You stand on the side. Chen Zhongying's answer was so simple. No one can stop what he has to do. What he said must be done. Yu Anli was shocked by his momentum. The pretty face was complicated, and she took a step back gently. Don't dare to say more. At this time, everyone in the entire hall was shocked and their brains were blank. Kushwangxu also looked dumbfounded at this scene. She didn't come forward to dissuade him, because the whole scene. Only she really understood Chen Zhongying. This man, he did what he said. No one can persuade him. Watching Mo Jiaming's face flushed and coughing violently when he was constantly being filled with alcohol. The school leader Wang Hao is shaking, not because he sympathizes with the students who care about him. But because he seems to have seen the end of his career. Young Master Mo, at school today, suffered such humiliation. This Mo family will never give up. And the end of Wang Hao's career, I am afraid it will be completely over. In this area of Jiangnan, only a word from the Mo family can make him fall from his current position and become a wild dog. You, stop it. Wang Hao was vicious, and rushed up violently. The thought of his career made him have a desperate impulse. The official career cannot be destroyed. Chen Zhongying simply didn't bother to pay attention to him. Gently lifted his right hand and slapped it. Pop. Wang Hao was directly fanned out. Wang Hao was fanned out dozens of meters and hit the audience seat directly. Throughout the scene, all the students were dumbfounded. But their school leader, even the leader, dare to fight? This is crazy. The little witch Kushwang stood aside, her pretty face dumbfounded. She also stared blankly. This little white face is completely crazy. What irritated him? This is totally out of control rhythm. But faintly, the heart of the little witch actually speeded up slightly, which ... It seemed to be quite exciting. Not far away, Chen Zhongying still held up the bottle and poured wine frantically at Mo Jiaming. Mo Jiaming's whole body was flushed at this time, coughing and trembling violently. Tears, nasal mucus, mixed with alcohol, poured out violently. He was crying. He is dignified, the young master of the Mo family, in this Jiangnan ... Run away. Have you ever suffered such humiliation? She can be killed, not insulted. Mo Jiaming, the arrogant and wise man in this life, will be completely destroyed today. In the presence of so many students, he was so humiliated. This is simply more uncomfortable than killing him. Finally, he could no longer control it. Puff. After a while, all the liquid, mixed with food residues, poured out wildly. Chen Zhong shook lightly and let go of him. He collapsed directly to the ground, vomiting violently. Puff. Dignified, the son of the Mo family, a domineering young master. At this moment, he was lying miserably on the ground, vomiting frantically. The nauseous vomit, mixed with alcohol, poured out from his throat, contaminating his entire face and whole body, exuding a strong pungent stench, extremely disgusting. All the students present stepped back subconsciously. Everyone's expressions are shocked and complicated, and their brains are blank. But Lord Mo, dignified Lord Mo, at this moment, vomiting crazily, more miserable than a dog. This scene was too shocking. Not far away, the school leader Wang Hao got up from the ground trembling. He clenched his fists, and his whole body trembled in anger. When he saw the trembling son of Mo on the ground, Wang Hao's heart was about to break. Official career. His official career is over. Outrageous. Outrageous. Wang Hao was furious. His eyes red, rushing towards him. He wants to find Chen Zhongying desperately. Official career is his fate. Chen Zhongying turned faintly and looked at Wang Hao rushing forward. He slowly raised his hand, slapped it directly, and drew it over. Papa. Wang Hao's whole body was slapped into the air. But before he could fly out, Chen Zhong grabbed him. Chen Zhong pulled his body back again. Then the backhand was another slap. Wang Hao's face instantly swelled into a pig's head. Ah, you are the director of my school regiment. Why, is it a waste? You are dead. You are dead. Wang Hao was furious and ferocious. Call me. Call me. But before he could finish his words, Chen Zhong slapped again directly. This slap directly slapped several of his teeth. Right. Chen Zhongying looked faintly, and slowly raised his hand. The fourth slap. Pop. I treat you as trash. His voice was calm, faint and indifferent. Boom. Wang Hao suddenly spouted out a mouthful of blood, mixed with dozens of teeth, vomiting blood together. He staggered and fell directly to the ground. But Chen Zhong did not intend to let him go. He squatted down and picked up Wang Hao's whole body again. As the school shielding students, Papa. He slapped hard. Wang Hao's face trembled violently. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and the entire row of teeth in the upper jaw was directly fanned. Bullying and bullying. Protect it. Slap. It slapped again. Almost Wang Hao's entire face was deformed by the fan. The entire row of teeth in the lower jaw is also all fanned. His mouth was full of blood, mixed with saliva, constantly overflowing. Those eyes with gold rims were directly shattered by the fan's frame, which was extremely miserable. This, the leader of the top team of Tangdong School. At this moment, I was so humiliated by this. Is simply, all the students present were dumbfounded. Too crazy. This is too crazy. The boys looked shocked. The girls were also dumbfounded, and a few girls faintly clenched their fists. Beautiful eyes with admiration, shock and expectation. This man is so handsome. Even the school leaders dare to fight. You know, Wang Hao's reputation at school on weekdays is extremely bad. Sheltered the students and served as a tiger, harassing girls. This old guy, everyone shouts and beats. But, because of his position, he was afraid of the backing of the Mo family behind him, so no student dared to move him. But today, someone finally made a move and slapped Wang Hao fiercely. This scene, it's just so happy! Exclamation mark. Not only Wang Hao, but even the unworthy son of the Mo family. Mo Jiaming was heavily boiled and fell to the ground and vomited. This makes everyone feel violent. Slap, slap, slap. At the scene, violent slap shots continued to be heard. Wang Hao's whole person was stunned. Blood was vomiting at the mouth, and his body trembling and convulsing. He has lived for decades, and no one has ever insulted him so much. There has never been. Finally, he was almost exhausted. The whole body was limp and fell directly to the ground, dripping with blood. Chen Zhongying looked indifferent and slowly lit a cigarette. Then, he lifted his foot, and stepped on that shiny leather shoe. On Wang Hao's pig-headed head. Chen Zhongying stared at Wang Hao at his feet, and his voice was extremely indifferent. With an indifference. Are you worthy to be a teacher? Chapter 202. Jagged tenderness and youthful shadow. At this moment, the audience was shocked and complicated. The school leader, Wang Hao, was swollen into a pig's head, and fell to the ground miserably, shaking and convulsing. For so many years, he has never suffered such humiliation. Wang Hao trembled, spit out a word from the cracks in his mouth. Because his teeth were all polished, so he even leaked his words. Puff. He was so angry that he spit out a mouthful of blood, which was so miserable. Everyone on the scene has a feeling of being confused by their brains. At this time today, in front of everyone, this person, who beat Director Wang directly beat Old Man Wang into a pig face. This is simply. Chen Zhongying looked faintly, took out a square scarf, and slowly wiped his palm. After wiping his palms, he took out a cigarette and lit it. Then, he looked around. Ding ding ding. All the teachers in the school around, subconsciously, took a few steps back. This man is simply a devil. He took back his leather shoes leisurely. Wang Hao at his feet trembled lightly, vomiting blood, almost half his life left. What are you guys doing in a daze? Chen Zong lifted his head slightly, looking at the group of dull and shocked girl performers on the stage. The performance continues. He took a deep breath and said slowly. The expressions on the faces of the girls twitched slightly. There is a feeling of being put on the neck with a knife. Then, the music continued to sound. The group of girls on the stage, watching and persecuting in his eyes, continued to hold the microphone and sing. The dancing girl shook her body lightly and continued to dance. The whole scene is too inexplicable and weird. Chen Zhongying turned his head and glanced around the group of students in the auditorium. At this time, most of the students stood up from their seats and were shocked by the picture in front of them. Sit down and continue to watch the show. Chen Zhongying looked around, his voice calm and indifferent. At that moment, a whole row of students in front of them sat down tremblingly without saying a word. Then, immediately afterwards, in the audience all the students, all sat down again. Neatly. No one dared to stand. Just kidding, this man. Even the school leaders dare to beat him. He said sit down, who would dare to stand? Exclamation mark. Chen Zhongying looked faintly, and continued to return to the seats in the auditorium. Unran calmed down, smoked, and watched the show. This look, this gesture. It really seems that in the whole world, nothing can move him, regardless of whether it is a hero or a raptor. In front of him, it is like an ant. His name is king in this era. At this moment, the whole music party continues. But the faces of everyone in the audience were extremely ugly and complicated. The singing of the performers on the stage trembled a little. Everyone, thousands of students present, all looked at the elegant and calm figure in the auditorium. A complex and shocking atmosphere floated in it. Underkush Wang hesitated, and slowly returned to the seat beside him, continuing to watch the performance. If we say that the performance in the first half is still due to the needs of the event, well, at this moment, the performance in the second half is entirely for Chen Zhongying alone. Finally, half an hour later, this performance, in the panic of everyone, ended. There was no applause, no cheers. Everyone, people are terrified. On the ground, the bodies led by Mo Jiaming and Wang Hao had been rushed away by several security guards and sent to the hospital. Only the blood on the ground remained, exuding a fishy smell. Chen Zong got up, with a cigarette in his mouth, with one hand in his trouser pocket, and slowly walked out of the venue. The little girl under Kush Wang followed him with a complex expression. Wait a minute. At this moment, a complicated and hesitant female voice suddenly came from behind. Yuanli's pretty face was complicated, and he ran up gently. She stood in front of Chen Zhongying with complicated emotions, like a little elk. Today. Thank you for helping me out. Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm, and he glanced at her lightly. Small things. For the first time, he actually spoke to a strange woman. According to his personality, a strange woman strikes up a conversation. He is probably not at all. But today, the unprecedented, he even spoke. Where do you live? I will take you home. Chen Zhongying took a deep breath and exhaled 8 words calmly and indifferently. Although, the words are short, the information that can be revealed is very long. Under Kush Wang on the side, she was a little dumbfounded. What's the situation? Question mark. Bing Shan's little white face even took the initiative to speak. Want to send a strange girl home? Question mark. At this moment, Kush Wang only felt the jealousy in his head. An instant surge. Why? Just because Yuan Li looks pretty? This little white face is too ignorant, right? Exclamation mark. As a man, how can this be? Exclamation mark. She lives in the girls' dormitory at the school. You don't need to send it to her. She can go back by herself. Let's go back quickly. I'm all sleepy. Kush Wang stepped forward and took Chen Zong's arm, and said bitterly, "It seems that they are demonstrating for you only to see. See clearly. Whose man is this?" Exclamation mark. Yu Anli on the side has complicated eyes. She turned slightly, a little dim, and was about to leave. "I will take you downstairs." But at this moment, Chen Zongjing suddenly spoke up. "The scene is a bit quiet." Kush Wang's beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't believe it. "What's the situation today?" Then, Chen Zong personally escorted Yu Anli to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. "I'm here, don't pass it here." Chen Zenging spit out a few words, still indifferent. "Turn around to go." Standing downstairs, Yu Anli bit her lip and said hesitantly, "Wait. Can I save your phone number?" "No, he has a very special identity, and he won't give someone his number casually." Kush Wang Xia directly refused for him. "Just kidding, can you give a man's phone number casually?" 18,121,111. But, suddenly, Chen Zong spoke indifferently and reported his mobile phone number. Under autumn frost, Yu Anli hurriedly took out his mobile phone, quickly noted his number, and then saved it. "How do you call a remark?" she asked cautiously. Chen Zonging returned a word, turned and left. Kush Wang's beautiful eyes were a bit complicated, and he gave Yu Anli a jealous look, then turned round and followed Chen Zong. Only Yu Anli was left, standing blankly downstairs in the girls' dormitory, looking at the figure that gradually disappeared at the end with beautiful eyes. Her eye sockets were moist. It was the first time someone came forward for her. She will remember this man. In the middle of the night, the moon is more full, and the love is deep. Back to the villa estate. Chen Zonggong alone, holding a bottle of red wine, sat on the roof of the villa. He raised his head and looked at the night sky with dazzling stars. A full moon hung high. What year is Hejiaotanya? Xiaoxio's temples are blooming. He took out a yellowed photo from his suit pocket. In that photo, it was the face of a beautiful young woman. That woman, and Yu Anli met today, are almost as if carved out of the same mold. Exactly the same. Except for the temperament, the appearance almost overlaps. Xiaoji. Chen Zonging stroked the photo, and a touch of unprecedented complexity flashed through his pupils, which was the tenderness of his eyes. "I met someone who is very similar to you. She was almost exactly the same as you when you were studying. It's a pity, she is softer than you." Chen Zonggong gulped the wine. His eye sockets were already moist. "When I was a child in the army that year, I remembered that the iron-blooded tenderness was young and young. That beautiful shadow, he will never forget it in his life." Chapter 203 Wind and Rain. A touch of early sun, slowly rising from the eastern sky. Chen Zonging was awakened by the early morning alarm clock. "Last night, I was drunk." Since ancient times, the hero is sleepy. On the floor of the room, empty wine bottles were scattered all over. He got up and shook his painful head. This is the first time he was so drunk. Last night, the almost overlapping face of the woman made him inexplicably complicated. After a hurried exercise in the morning, he shook his swollen head and went to the bathroom and took a cold shower, put on a suit and wear a watch, sorted out the messy hairstyle. When he went out and came to the opposite Ku family manor, the two sisters were already sitting at the dining table, waiting for a long time. After he came, the meal was opened. Chen Zonging slowly sat at the table, but the steak was placed in front of him, but he didn't have any appetite. He was so drunk last night and his mood was complicated. His iceberg, which had been in dust for several years, was shaken. "Mr. Chen, you? What's the matter?" At the dinner table, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were puzzled, looking at him. It seemed that his face was not very good, and he asked with some concern. Chen Zonging gently shook his head and put down the cutlery in his hands. "You guys eat." Then he got up, lit a cigarette, stood in front of the French window, smoking deeply. Bingberg is already alone. More wind and rain. Lonely back, lonely smoke. Looking at the sky outside the window, His figure seemed to blend together. This morning, his mood was very inexplicable. Did not even eat breakfast. After the two sisters finished their breakfast, Chen Zhongying and Ku Yiren got in the car and went to work at the company. And under Ku Shuang, under the protection of a large group of bodyguards, he went to school for class. But, at the same time, revive the university. A Rolls-Royce car slowly stopped in front of the university. Behind the Rolls-Royce, there are dozens of BMW cars. Mo Jiaming looked grim and cold, and slowly stepped out of the car. On his neck, there is still a deep bruise mark, and on his lips there is also the blood mark left by the crazy drink last night. Last night, at that music party, he was severely humiliated by Chen Zhongying's crazy drinking. The last vomited intestines almost fell out. That nightmare last night. It was Mo Jiaming, the biggest insult in this life. Let him be in the crowd, in front of so many students. Be so insulted. Is it tolerable or unbearable? Mo Jiaming ran rampant. Jiangnan, has he ever suffered such humiliation? Today, if you don't upset this school, don't kill that man, don't make Yuan Lis upset, he won't have his surname. Mo. Where are the people? Mo Jiaming stood at the school gate, shouting to the BMW team behind him. All the doors of the BMW team opened. A group of thugs in black suits suddenly stepped out of the car. The whole number 10 thugs, murderous raging. Mo Jiaming's eyes were cold, and he slowly scanned the group of thugs, and nodded in satisfaction. At the school gate, the students seeing this scene was shocked and fled around. Mo Jiaming looked around, then slowly put on a pair of sunglasses. With his hands in his trouser pockets, he brought dozens of people with a cold expression, and rushed towards the girl's bed with murderous intent. Girl's bedroom. Yuan Li had gotten up early. She sat sluggishly at the desk. Although she was holding a book in her hand, her beautiful eyes were absent. At this moment, all she was thinking about was the figure of that man last night. Last night, the man's sudden action, the hero saves the United States. Makes her heart a little messy. Her long hair was slanted and scattered, and her beautiful eyes were inexplicably complicated. Except for the man who was full of her head, she seemed to have no room for anything else. He said. His surname is Chen. Yuan Liking held the book and muttered in his heart, if there is a chance, can he see him again? Yuan Li, come down to me. At this moment, suddenly there was a burst of anger from the female bedroom outside the window. Downstairs! In the bedroom, Yuan Li, who was in a daze, changed his pretty face. She cautiously leaned to the windowsill and saw the terrible figure downstairs. Mo Jiaming. Here again! Moreover, there are dozens of people behind him. Yuan Li, you don't need to hide. You can't hide from me. Give you 5 minutes to get down. If you don't get down, don't blame Lao Tzu for bringing someone up. Today, if you don't come downstairs, don't expect anyone to go out in this female dormitory building. Mo Jiaming stood downstairs in the female dormitory with hands on his hips, shouting loudly. Behind him, a group of thugs surrounded the entire dormitory building. Let all the girls not be allowed in or out. This is simply too arrogant and domineering. In such scenes, the school leaders did not mean to intervene at all. All the security guards didn't seem to see it. This is simply a blatant shield. Mo Jiaming just stood coldly downstairs in the female dormitory, waiting quietly. A few minutes later, a beautiful shadow finally walked down the female dormitory. When he saw this beautiful shadow, Mo Jiaming's mouth raised a cold smile. Why, is it finally here? I asked you last night. Didn't he pretend to be pure? He looked up and down Yuan Li. With long legs, plush slippers under his feet, long hair shawl, and although his face was not made up, his bare face was beautiful and dripping with water. Seeing this woman's superb appearance, Mo Jiaming stretched out his tongue and licked his lips. He could already imagine the enchanting look of this woman when she was conquered in bed. What do you want to do? Yuan Li's pretty face turned pale, her teeth biting her red lips, asked. What are you doing? Mo Jiaming stared naked on her. Then, he raised his hand and shouted to the men behind him, something. A subordinate respectfully stepped forward and handed a heavy black bag to the son. With a lewd smile at the corner of his mouth, Mo Jiaming handed the bag to Yuan Li. 300,000, cash. Stay with me all night. When he heard these humiliating words, Yuan Li's pretty face turned pale and embarrassed. Her beautiful eyes were red, and her pink fists were clenched. This is humiliation. Think about it. Mo Jiaming smiled lasciviously at the corner of his mouth. Today, in order to sleep with this woman, he paid a lot of money. 300,000, sleep with me for one night. I believe no woman can resist this temptation. Shameless. Yuan Li's chest heaves because of anger. Mo Jiaming smiled more lasciviously. He slowly lit a cigar with naked eyes. This money? Do you want to do it with you? Anyway, you can't escape today. Behind her, dozens of thugs surged up in an instant, surrounding her. Today, Mo Jiaming didn't interrupt to give her a chance to escape at all. He is ready to eat this tender meat. Give you a chance, call that man. Let him come and rescue you. Mo Jiaming had a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Last night, the man hero saved the United States. Isn't it pretty awesome? Now, immediately, let him come over. Mo Jiaming's voice was very cold, and he smiled mockingly. Today, Yuan Li is set to eat that man. He was also killed. To him, killing is nothing but something that can be settled with a little money. Spending money and eliminating disasters can only make that man die. Chapter 204 I Speak, Never Joking. Kiss Building, Office of the Chief Security Officer. Chen Zhonging was sitting in a chair, smoking a cigarette lightly, flipping through a book of Shanhai Jing in his hand. Tingling bell. At this moment, a sudden call ringing rang. Chen Zhonging stared for a moment, and slowly took out his phone to see. Is it an unfamiliar caller number? He slowly picked up the phone. A woman's voice came from the phone. Mr. Chen. Yuan Li's voice came from the phone. Her voice trembled a little, she didn't know how to speak. At this moment, there was a sound of snatching the phone, and a man snatched the phone. Boy, didn't you hang up yesterday? Fuck your mother. Today, Yuan Li is in my hands. Do you have the ability to come and save her? Mo Jiaming's ferocious and cold voice came over the phone, full of provocation. When he heard the man's voice on the phone, Chen Zong's gaze slowly condensed. Yuan Li? Is it the girl last night? Give you a chance. Before I come, let her go. Chen Zhonging looked coldly, and said slowly to the other end of the phone. On the other end of the phone, Mo Jiaming seemed to hear an unprecedented joke. I'm so scared. Boy, come if you have the ability. I'll wait for you. If you don't come, tut. Then Yuan Li, a bitch, will die. Deal. Okay, we will arrive in 10 minutes. I hope you won't regret it. Chen Zhonging's voice was calm and replied slowly. He hung up the phone and put on his suit. His expression extremely calm. Take out the car keys, turn around and walk out of the office. Then, a Mercedes-Benz S600 quickly sped out from the underground garage of the KISS building. 10 minutes later, at the gate of Fuden campus, a black Mercedes-Benz S600 roared quickly, like a black forest, drifting in an instant, and rushed into the campus. At the entrance of the campus, 2 security guards were sitting in front of the security booth and flipping through the newspapers. As a result, a gust of wind blew past the window, and the glass quivered behind. The 2 security guards looked up suspiciously, only to find ... there was nothing at the door. The female dormitory is downstairs. Dozens of suit thugs are being surrounded, killing intently. Yuan Li was surrounded in the middle, his pretty face pale, and Mo Jiaming, with his cigar dangling, his eyes cold. At this moment, the engine roared and roared in front of him. A Mercedes-Benz S600 galloped in, and one flicked in front of everyone. The door is pushed open. Chen Zhonging, in a straight suit, slowly stepped out of the car. When I saw this figure, Yuan Li's eyes were instantly filled with mist. He actually ... come! Boy, you are finally here. Mo Jiaming was holding a cigar in his mouth, and his voice was grinning coldly, his smile very hideous and murderous. At the same time, countless thugs around have quietly gathered around. Chen Zhongying was completely enclosed in the center of the crowd. Chen Zhong's eyes were calm. He slowly raised his wrist and glanced at the time on his watch. Unbiased, arrived at school in exactly 10 minutes. Let go of her, then kneel down on your legs at your own expense. Don't delay, I'm very busy. Chen Zhongying's voice was calm, looking at Mo Jiaming, and slowly said. The air was quiet at first. Then, Mo Jiaming suddenly laughed. The dozens of thugs beside him were also out of breath with a smile. This is simply the funniest joke they have ever heard. This person, I'm afraid it's not a brain disease. Don't look at it. What's the situation now? He was alone, surrounded by countless thugs, but he still dare to let himself kneel down and apologize? Where's the courage? Where does the guts come from? Boy, are you really afraid of death? Or do you have a problem with your IQ? Mo Jiaming stared at Chen Zong with a cigarette in his mouth. Today, coming here, do you think you can go out alive? The beaters present stepped forward slowly, and each beater held a baseball bat in his hand. Today, Mo Jiaming has already opened up all the regional relations. He wants to kill. If he doesn't kill this man, he will never give up. Mo Jiaming was smiling, grinning grimly. He could expect the scene where this man was knocked to the ground, covered in blood, and his teeth flying in the sky. That scene, thinking about it makes him excited. Chen Zhongying stood in the crowd, calm and relaxed. He slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. Just staring at Mo Jiaming faintly. Boy, tell you, Yuan Li is going to make an appointment today. 300,000, buy her for one night, today. Do you still want a hero to save the United States? As Mo Jiaming said, he shook the bag full of cash horizontally and provocatively at Chen. For these wealthy children, money is a tool for them to do whatever they want. Money can push the ghosts. 300,000 a night, indeed, can make countless girls' heart beat. You are shameless. Yuan Li said with a pale face and angrily lightly trembled. Although she is just a grey cup. However, there is also dignity. If she were that kind of person, she would have fallen under the chase of countless wealthy sons over the years. But she has her own values. She could not do those things. Even if she is humble, she will never. Chen Zhongying took a deep breath of cigarette, and then his eyes were faint, staring at Mo Jiaming. Then I give a price to 3 million, by your hands, and your third leg. His voice was calm and didn't seem to be joking at all. The air, silence. Mo Jiaming was taken aback for a moment, then raised his head and laughed. Are you kidding? Ha 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 ha. It is extremely ridiculous. All the thugs around, all laughed sullenly. The corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth also raised an arc. In the next second, he stepped on his leather shoes. The body flickered, teleporting directly in front of Mo Jiaming. Slapped fiercely. Puff. Mo Jiaming was directly fanned, spraying a string of scarlet blood in the air. Chen Zhongying took a step forward, grabbed Mo Jiaming who was still flying in the air, and directly pulled it back, and then again. Slapped his backhand. Smack. Mo Jiaming slapped fiercely, and Mo Jiaming was taken away again. Boom. His body fell to the ground fiercely, and the whole person vomited blood. It was miserable. Around the group of thugs, their complexion changed, and it took a long time for them to react. A group of thugs screamed and rushed up. Chen Zong's eyes lightly raised, and his long legs swept across. Boom boom boom. A sea of people was directly blown out, and the blood was flying. The whole scene, and its violence. The crowd flies, howling miserably. Chen Zhongying had a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes were indifferent, and his leather shoes stepped forward. Wherever he walked, there was a horrible howling of blood. A few seconds later, the bodies of dozens of thugs fell in a pool of blood, and howled miserably. Chen Zhongying looked faintly, and slowly stood among the wreckage everywhere. Step by step, he walked in front of Mo Jiaming. At this moment, Mo Jiaming trembled and retreated in horror. Chen Zonging lifted his leather shoes directly, kicking. Stepping directly on Mo Jiaming's head, he slammed his entire body on the ground. I speak, never joking. His voice was calm, but it was like the sound of hell. Chapter 205. Do-it-yourself. Downstairs in the female dormitory, Chen Zonging was calm and quiet, stepping on Mo Jiaming's head with one foot, and slowly lit a cigarette. Surrounded by the surroundings, the remnants of those thugs were lying down, extremely miserable. Around downstairs, all the girls passing by were shocked and stunned, stopped in the distance, watching this scene in horror. Gradually, there was a sea of people all around. Mo Jiaming was lying on the ground. His head was stepped on by leather shoes, and he couldn't move at all. He was trembling. It was angry and hideous. He is dignified and dignified. He has run wild in the school, when and where he has suffered such humiliation. And at this moment, there are still so many girls in front of the scene. This is simply a shame. Chen Zonging took a deep cigarette, and then Yuan Li, who rushed to the side, made a gesture. Come here. Yuan Li's body trembled slightly, and came to him cautiously. Chen Zong took out a golden bank card from his suit pocket and handed it to her. Go to the nearby bank and get 3 million cash for me. The code ... 444844. Yuan Li shook his hands lightly and took the bank card. Her brain was a little confused. She didn't expect that things would develop to this point. She stood there holding her bank card. She didn't know what to do. Now go and withdraw money. I'm not kidding. Chen Zonging's voice was calm and told her. Yuan Li's heart beat faster. She didn't dare to defy. Holding the bank card, hurriedly ran towards the bank near the school. Along the way, Yuan Li's mood is extremely complicated and messy. And downstairs in the female dormitory, there were more and more people on the scene. All the girls, boys, are surrounded by this scene. What happened? I don't know. It seems that a student was beaten. Several boys squeezed into the crowd curiously and took a look. Hey, the man who was stepped on the ground. Is he familiar? Don't tell me ... Really? Why is it a bit like young Master Mo? People are speculating. At this time, Mo Jiaming, who was stepped on the ground, almost wanted to crash. What a shame. This is simply a huge humiliation to him. If there is a hole in the ground, he can't wait to get in right away. In front of so many classmates, Mo Jiaming was stepped on the ground with his head on the ground. It was ... a shameful shame. Chen Zonging's eyes were calm, and he stepped on his head like this, faintly puffing out smoke rings. The school teaching building, inside the leadership office. At this time, Wang Hao, with bandages wrapped around his head, was lying on the massage chair in a bit of embarrassment. Last night, he was slapped dozens of times by Chen Zonging. His teeth were all slapped, and his cheeks were swollen into pig's head. After being bandaged in the hospital for more than an hour, he was finally able to walk. This morning, even when I went to the office to report, I was cautious, for fear of being seen by the students. But at this moment, suddenly the office door was knocked open. A teacher rushed in, out of breath, panting. No ... It's not good. Director Wang. Big things are bad. What's the matter, so flustered? Wang Hao asked angrily with a cold expression. Director Wang ... Major ... Major. The teacher's voice was hurried, and he was a little stuttered. Mo ... Master Mo was beaten ... was trampled on the ground, bullied ... humiliated. What? Wang Hao was shocked, and he sprang up from the massage chair. Lord Mo ... was beaten again? ? This is simply, who dares to beat young Master Mo? Wang Hao asked angrily. Yes. The man last night, the teacher replied in horror. Unreasonable. Wang Hao slapped his desk fiercely, his expression grim and cold. Last night, Lord Mo was madly drinking alcohol, which made him feel uneasy. You know, this Mo family, but his rich man. How could something happen, son of the rich man? He went to Mo's house last night and knelt on the ground for a long time before finally fooling around with the incident. But today, that is here again! Exclamation mark. Moreover, dare to beat Master Mo! Exclamation mark. What a peculiar thing! It's a cut of money, and career! Exclamation mark. Yeah, call me someone. What about the school security? There are not enough people, send me thugs from the outside. Wang Hao yelled, and then regardless of the scars on his face, he ran out angrily. I left the office and ran towards the female dormitory. At this time, the female bed was downstairs. Chen Zhongying was standing there quietly, with Mo Jiaming's head under his feet. He smokes quietly and waits quietly. Not long after, Yuan Li led a bank worker and hurried to the downstairs of the female dormitory. The bank staff carried a large box of cash banknotes in their hands. "Miss, where do you put this box?" the bank staff asked respectfully. "Just kidding, this woman is a big customer. She took 3 million in cash at a time, which is nothing short of it. He must serve as a god." To that gentleman, Yuan Li looked complicated and motioned to pass the cash box to Chen Zhongying. Chen Zhongying's expression was calm, and he took the suitcase. Then, I opened it directly, and inside, there was a large box of pink banknotes and cash, neatly stacked together, making people look straight. With a hula, Chen Junlin dumped the entire box of cash and banknotes directly on Mo Jiaming. A whole box of cash bills, that's it. All are dumped out. Mo Jiaming's entire body was covered by a stack of banknotes. The scene was too shocking. All the students around were dumbfounded. "This is simply... What are you doing?" Exclamation mark. "I saw it. 3 million, not a lot of a point. A lot of a point." Chen Zong stepped on Mo Jiaming's head and said calmly, 1 million in one hand, and one opponent. That is 2 million. The last 1 million, by your third leg. Chen Zong slowly spit out a smoke ring in his mouth, as if describing a sparse ordinary things. At this time, Mo Jiaming was already shaking and horrified. He tried to struggle, but that leather shoe crushed and trampled on his head, unable to move at all. Yuan Li stood aside, dumbly looking at the red banknotes all over the floor. She was also dumbfounded. This is simply... Mo Jiaming took out 300,000 cash and threw it on his head to humiliate himself. At this time, Mr. Chen directly took out 3 million cash and smashed it on Mo Jiaming. To fight back. This Yuan Li's mood was extremely complicated, and a faint mist gradually flooded. Since childhood, no one has ever protected her like this. There has never been. All the classmates around, the girls and boys, also stared and looked dumbfounded. 3 million in cash! Exclamation mark. What's so special about them? When have they seen such a large pile of cash bills? This is simply shocking the heart. 3 million in cash, just thrown naked on Mo Jiaming. It's too bullish. It costs money, and it is hard to fight with young Master Mo. At this moment, Mo Jiaming was lying on the ground, trembling all over. Today, he was planted on a hard rock. Brother. I have something to say. This is a misunderstanding. Mo Jiaming's voice trembled, and he kept talking softly. Brother. If you like Yuan Li, then I will let you. So, you let me go. I will have a banquet at noon for a while, invite you to dinner, and apologize to you. Don't you think it's not? At this moment, with the current crisis, Mo Jiaming can only admit counsel. No. But Chen Zhongying replied calmly. I'm not used to it. Take the words back. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes calm. When he said it, he did it. Never break his promise. Looking around, Chen Zhongying asked faintly, who has a knife? I pay 10,000. As he said, he picked up a thick stack of banknotes and asked around. I have. A girl was excited and took out a fruit knife from her bag. Come here, I'll buy it. Chen Zhongying was also unambiguous, and directly handed 10,000 yuan to the girl. The girl was inexplicably excited, and carefully handed the fruit knife to Chen Zong. 10,000 yuan, A knife. Seeing everyone around, they were dumbfounded. Shenzong opened the blade, took a look, and then nodded in satisfaction. He directly threw the fruit knife in front of Mo Jiaming. "Do it yourself," Shenzong said. Mo Jiaming was trembling all over. "This trademark, it's real." "Why? No. I can teach you," Shenzong murmured, and slowly said, "Pick up the knife with his left hand and cut off the third leg with the blade." Then, he breaks his right hand again. But remember, when you break your right hand, you must cut it neatly along the shoulder, otherwise the ligaments will stick and your arm will be broken and dirty. Then, I picked up the knife in my left hand, flexed his elbow joint, pointed it at my left shoulder, stabbed at it, and separated it along the skin. The operation is actually very simple. Shenzong described the details of the severed hand, his voice extremely calm. As the person involved, Mo Jiaming, was already trembling with cold sweat on his forehead, his face pale. All around, all the students heard their legs feel soft. It's the devil. How could he be so clear about the details? Could it be that he did such a thing before? The girls couldn't help but step back, looking at him with horror. "Big brother. I was wrong. Yuan Li, let you. Give me the Mo family's face, let me go, and my Mo family will not treat you badly in the future." Mo Jiaming's voice trembled. At this moment, he can only move out of his family background. "Sorry, I never give face." Shenzong's answer was simple. Mo Jiaming. Everyone. At this moment, suddenly there was a scream from a distance. "Stop! Stop it!" I saw that the school leader Wang Hao, his face wrapped in bandages, rushed towards here angrily. Behind him, followed by a large group of school security personnel! Murderous. Chapter 206. You do not say? Qiu Shenzong looked up and looked around. A large group of school security guards, mixed with idle personnel outside the school, completely surrounded him, killing him. The school leader Wang Hao looked angry, and rushed up suddenly, shouting, "Let go of Lord Mo immediately, otherwise, you would never leave this school alive today." Wang Hao was completely angry. His eyes fierce. Mo Jiaming, but his official career is guaranteed. Anyone can do anything wrong, but Mo Jiaming can't happen. Seeing this scene, Yuan Li's heart was a little panicked. She was suddenly a little afraid of Mr. Chen's accident. Shenzong stepped on Mo Jiaming with his feet calm, and took a deep breath. "Here is the teacher." "That's just right." Shenzong spit out a smoke ring, and then slowly raised his leather shoes. Step by step, he walked towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao subconsciously took a step back. "Go." Wang Hao greeted the security guard behind him angrily. "Wow!" A large group of security guards rushed forward. Swish! The cigarette in Shenzong's hand snapped. Boom! The cigarette carried a terrifying force and directly blasted out the entire row of security guards. This scene was simply shocking. Ahead, the group of security guards surged up again. Bah! But the group of security guards, before they got close to Shenzong's body, were blown out. The endless sea of people, the body flying horizontally. His eyes were faint, and he paced towards Wang Hao. All the students around looked at this scene in horror. This simply one person, single against so many people? Wang Hao trembled and retreated suddenly. "Then, turn around and run. Since it's here, don't leave. Stay. Talk about it." But at this moment, a ghostly voice echoed in the air. Then, Wang Hao only felt that his shoulder was severely pressed by a hand. A terrifying force spread from the shoulders instantly. Shenzong's expression was calm, and he put one hand on Wang Hao's shoulder, making him unable to move at all. "I warn you, I am a school leader. I am a teacher. If you dare to move me, I will file a complaint to the higher level and let you die." Wang Hao threatened angrily, trying to suppress this man with his status and status. "Teacher?" Shenzong was taken aback for a moment, staring at Wang Hao meaningfully. "Thank you for reminding me, I almost forgot, you are a teacher." Wang Hao? "Next, let's have a chat." Shenzong reignited a cigarette. His eyes faintly. Wang Hao's expression was cold, What do you want to talk to me? I tell you, let young Master Mo hurry up, otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you, Mo family. Won't let you go. Chen Zhengying slowly let out a puff of smoke. Just have a chat. How much bribe did you take from the Mo family? There was instant silence around the scene. Wang Hao, Mo Jiaming, everyone, isn't this so? This person is too unscrupulous, right? Although, everyone knows that Wang Hao is related to the Mo family. But after all, this is a taboo on campus. Who dares to mention this? Question mark. Wang Hao is the school leader with extraordinary rights. What's more terrifying is the Mo family behind it. That is, a real big family. But this person has no scruples. You, full of nonsense. How can I do such a nasty thing as a teacher? It's just outrageous. Wang Hao said with a fierce face, angrily, in the presence of so many students present. He could not escape, but his face was flushed, and he retorted angrily. Oh, isn't it? Become a teacher? Chen Zong smiled. Then, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped it away. Bah! Wang Hao's entire face holding the bandage trembles suddenly, tearing with a sharp pain. Wang Hao was stunned. Let students be unscrupulous in school and insult girls? Is this a good example? Smack. Chen Zong slapped again and slapped it. Wang Hao's whole body was stumbling backwards, and one of his feet could not be stepped on, and he fell directly to the ground. Chen Zong's leather shoe stepped on his chest, stomped Wang Hao on the ground. To protect the students and act as a protective umbrella, is this a role model for others? Chen Zong's eyes were cold, and he slapped his backhand for the third time. Puff. Wang Hao was directly vomited blood by the fan. The scarlet blood stained the white bandage on his face, making him look miserable and hideous. You. Wang Hao's voice trembled with horror. Pa. Before he could finish his words, Chen Zong slapped again. All the students downstairs in the female dormitory were dumbfounded. This is so special. In public, slap their director Wang on the face! Exclamation mark. Simply, unprecedented. Chen Zong didn't give Wang Hao a chance to speak at all, palms repeatedly, and violently whipped his face without stopping. Papa, papa. Papa. The applause echoed in the air crisply and violently. The minds of all the students present were trembling. Yuanli's face was pale, standing on the side, completely lost, not knowing what to do. All this is because of her. She wanted to stop, but she didn't dare to step forward. This Mr. Jun's aura at this moment gives people an inaccessible coldness. Wang Hao's whole person was stunned. The body was trembling, foaming at the mouth, and almost collapsed. What's so special? As a director, he has never suffered such insults like never before. There was a fierce pain on his face. His cheeks seemed to be torn, red and swollen into one piece, teeth fanned. Blood and white foam were vomiting at the mouth. Tears, nasal mucus, a burst of brain pouring out. Very miserable. How many bribes did you take from the Mo family? Chen Zong slapped Wang Hao severely and asked again. No. I don't. Him all clean. Wang Hao tried to quibble, but before the words were finished, Chen Zong's slap was once again fiercely slapped. Papa. The slap slapped fiercely, unprecedentedly miserable. Puff. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel the pain. And suddenly another big mouthful of gory blood spurted out. He was almost died into a blood man. So, how much money did the Mo family give you? Chen Zong continued to repeat the question. Everyone present. This is simply a confession by words and deeds. The group of school security guards around looked trembling, and a group of school security men were shocked to step forward. Everyone trembled and watched as Director Wang was beaten severely. Everyone was frightened by this scene. What kind of identity is this man? Exclamation mark. Mo family, how much did you give you? Chen Zong didn't even mean to stop with his palm. He frantically slapped Wang Hao in the face, and did not forget to repeat the question. Seeing this posture, as long as Wang Hao doesn't answer, he will keep on pumping the rhythm to death. If you don't say it, it will hit you and say it. Wang Hao was full of blood, and his whole body trembled miserably. "Don't fight," I said. Wang Hao's whole body finally collapsed completely. His nose and tears mixed, trembling and begging for mercy. "Oh, aren't you honest and incorruptible?" Chen Zong finally stopped his palm and slowly looked at Wang Hao at his feet. Wang Hao? The whole scene. What a special thing. Chen Zonging stepped on Wang Hao's chest and lighted a cigarette leisurely. "Let's talk about it. How much bribe did you take from the Mo family?" This question, if it is put on weekdays, is simply a taboo. No one, in front of countless people present, ask such taboo questions. This is a question of losing your head. But at this moment, Wang Hao trembled and foamed at the mouth. He didn't dare to resist any resistance at all. "Yes. It was given to me by the Mo family's hard fortress." Wang Hao trembled and stretched out 3 fingers. He finally recruited. This is the trick. If he doesn't recruit, I'm afraid will be beaten to death at the scene. At this moment, he had to recruit. "How much?" Chen Zonging asked deeply, letting out a puff of smoke. 3 million. Wang Hao said tremblingly. Smack. Chen Zonging slapped again with a fierce slap. "Sure, 3 million." Puff. Wang Hao spouted out again with a big mouthful of blood, which was terrible. "Yes. 30 million. Wang Hao trembled and said. Slap. Chen Zong slapped again. "Don't tell the truth." Puff. Wang Hao vomited blood. His whole body collapsed. "Yes. It's 300 million. The Mo family's hard fortress gave me. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me." Wang Hao's mind collapsed. His whole person was forced to be beaten and beaten into a move. All the students in the audience, everyone's eyes widened and couldn't believe it. "This 300 million? Wang Hao, unexpectedly, took 300 million bribes? Everyone feels like a dog. No wonder. Wang Hao takes care of Mo Jiaming in this way on weekdays. Regardless of Mo Jiaming's presumptuous behavior. It turned out, the Mo family received 300 million yuan behind it. This is nothing but hateful. As a leader, how can you be so aggressive? This is simply insulting to the school gate. Chen Zonging took a deep breath of cigarette. His eyes calm and faint, revealing endless depth. 300 million, very good. His voice was calm, and the leather shoe slowly moved away from Wang Hao. "Since you want to be more nosy, then I will fulfill you." Chen Zonging's voice was calm and said slowly, "You have collected so much money from the Mo family, so you will be responsible for all the things that Lord Mo does." But the next sentence made Wang Hao's body tremble. "Give you 3 days, you prepare the coffin and find the cemetery." Chapter 207 Mundane Blue Carp. I will give you 3 days to prepare the coffin and find the cemetery. This is simply domineering and arrogant to the extreme. All the students present were dumbfounded. This is... What are you going to do? Dare to threaten them like this, Director Wang? Never before. Wang Hao also trembled and his complexion was extremely ugly. Afterwards, Chen Zonging glanced at Mo Jiaming, who was lying on the ground aside. At this moment, Mo Jiaming was extremely miserable. When seeing Chen Zonging's gaze, Mo Jiaming's body directly trembled and retreated. Brother. I have something to say. I will give you as much money as you want. Mo Jiaming repeatedly begged for mercy and began to bribe Chen Zonging. At this moment, as long as he can be safe, he is willing to give as much money as possible. Chen Zonging slowly lit a cigarette and glanced at him in a strange way. "I never give anyone a second chance. Last night, Mo Jiaming harassed Yuan Li, and Chen Zong had already warned him once. Today, he is still so stubborn. Chen Zonging is already, and doesn't plan to give him another chance." Hearing this, Mo Jiaming's body trembled suddenly, and he retreated in horror. "Big brother. Are all brothers? There is no need to be so surreal. Right? Be a man to stay on the sidelines and see each other in the future. I will give you 100 million. What about letting me go?" Mo Jiaming's voice trembled, his voice was a little frightened, and he even begged for mercy. Bribe. Chen Zonging slowly let out a puff of smoke. as if looking at a dead person, and glanced at him. Since you are still a student, then let your parents teach you personally. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, let your parents take you, and come to the group in person and apologize. His voice is calm, but it makes people unable to resist. Remember, it's out of date. I will come personally when it's all time. After speaking, he turned around calmly and left slowly. The whole scene was shocked. All the classmates looked at the man in disbelief with stunned eyes. Who is that guy? On Earth? I don't know. I heard. I was fighting with Mojai aiming for Yuan Li. Did Yuan Li be kept by him? The students around, especially the girls, talked a lot. There is complexity, envy and jealousy. As for the boys, their faces are full of Sunday dog expressions. Yuan Li is the flower of the music department. All the boys' admirers, that's it, was taken care of by an out-of-school boy? This is nothing short of it. Good cabbage. All the pigs out of school have been hogged! The classmates around, because of this hero saving the beauty, there was a lot of discussion, and all kinds of rumors were lightly discussed. Almost everyone recognized Chen Zhongying as the man who raised Yuan Li. The voices of the classmates were lingering, although they were not loud, but they did not evade. Almost all of them reached Yuan Li's ears. At this moment, Yuan Li's pretty face turned pale. A little embarrassed. She tried to explain, but all the students around looked at her with colored eyes. The kind of indifference in the girl's eyes. Sneer. Scheming and making her feel confused and pale. She was just a blue car, with a low status, but because of her beauty, she suffered hostility and jealousy from the girls. She has few friends and lives alone on campus. Too beautiful and too lonely. Finally, she bit her red lips tightly and made a decision. She ran lightly and caught up with Chen Zhongying. Can you take me a ride? She looked at the man with pleading voice. Chen Zhong turned his head and glanced at her. Are you not in class today? No, Yuan Li replied. Get in the car. Chen Zhong opened the driver's door and got into the Mercedes-Benz car. Yuan Li gritted his teeth and got into the Mercedes-Benz. Seeing this scene, the students in the distance were even more talking. The rumor that she was taken care of was confirmed. Yuan Li, he was taken care of. She was taken care of by the man who drove the Mercedes-Benz class. Various scandals began to spread instantly. Are you sure? Are you going to leave in my car? Chen Zhongying asked while sitting in the car, smoking a cigarette lightly. Now, it's just a scandal. But if he leaves in his car, the scandal is almost confirmed as a fact. Yuan Cup was kept in-house. Almost will be known to the whole school. Yuan Li, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked a little complicated. Her teeth were clenched with her red lips. Her beautiful eyes were gleaming, filled with tears and mist. Who is it? Isn't it? Her eyes flushed, and a drop of tears fell unsatisfactorily. In school, she was fed up with all kinds of rich second-generation sons, all kinds of money, humiliation, coercion, threats. Her reputation is long gone. It seems that as long as you are born poor and beautiful, you are born to be the object of nurturing. Even if they are innocent, they will be misunderstood as dirty and ugly. Chen Zhongying just sat in the car, smoking a cigarette quietly. You are still young, and the future is very broad. Who does it make a vase for? Hey. I'm just a vase anyway. Yuan Li's tears couldn't stop falling. Her birth, her appearance, so that in the eyes of the world, she can only be a vase forever. No matter how good she is, all useless. People don't pay attention to how good she is in her studies, they only pay attention to who her boyfriend is and who is supported by her. It seems that a poor and beautiful girl, as long as she is in love, she is kept by others. I don't need it. Chen Zhongying breathed out a smoke ring slowly, and replied 4 words. In his eyes, are children in love? Just cumbersome. For the rest of his life, he was just for revenge, just to kill. In his eyes, women are fetters. Rather than let yourself be fettered for a lifetime, it is better to cut off all emotions from the beginning. There are thousands in the world, lowly for a lifetime. He does not need a gentle town for the life of death. Yuan Li bit her red lips tightly. She didn't expect this to be the result. You don't even want your dignity. The other party refused. At this moment, she felt so dirty. A teardrop fell from his face. She sobbed softly. Chen Zhongying did not speak, and smoked quietly. Am I dirty? Very cheap. She cried for a long time, raising her face full of tears and looking at Chen Zhongying. Pear flowers bring rain, so pitiful. At this moment, she was more and more like the person in the memory. At this moment, Chen Zhongying's heart all trembled suddenly. Renji, so similar. Thank you. Do it for me. Yuan Li wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, laughed miserably at himself, then pushed the door and got out of the car. But at this moment, Chen Zong suddenly locked the car door to prevent her from getting out of the car. Make me a vase. It will be very lonely. No one cleans it, but you will be covered in grey. Are you still willing to do it? Chen Zong took a deep cigarette and looked at her calmly. At this moment, Yuan Li was stunned. Her watery eyes just looked at the man like this. At this moment, her heartbeat is a bit chaotic and complicated. Just now, she was just impulsive. But at this time, this man actually agreed. At this moment, Yuan Li was confused and completely confused. Happy? Excitement? Still sorrowful? Worried? Even she herself can't tell. It doesn't seem to be. It's just messy. After hesitating for a long time, she finally nodded slowly. I am willing. Okay. Chen Zhongying threw the cigarette out of the window, started the Mercedes-Benz, and galloped out directly. Where are you going? Yuan Li's heart beat slightly, and subconsciously tightened the seat belt on his chest. Didn't you mean to make a vase for me? The vase is naturally placed in the house. I will buy you a house. Chen Zhongying's voice was calm as he drove the car and said. Yuan Li in the passenger seat was stunned. Buy a house? Chapter 208. Never kidding. The Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan drove through the streets and carried Yuan Li to the most prosperous area of Shanghai City, Lujiazui Financial District. Here, it is the most expensive land price in the entire Shanghai Sea, and the house price of 300,000 yuan per square meter makes this the center of the universe. Chen Zong drove Mercedes-Benz and slowly stopped in front of a luxurious mansion complex. COFCO, Seaview 1. It has become one of Lujiazui's high-priced Riverview mansions. Developed and constructed by COFCO, it is located in the core of Lujiazui Financial District. The entire residential building directly overlooks the entire Huangpu River. Extremely prosperous, rare luxury mansions with river view. Chen Zong got off the car, took Yuan Li, and walked directly to the sales department of the mansion. Hello, sir. Do you want to see the house? A female saleswoman in a black stockings uniform asked with a smile at the front of the sales department. Buy a house. Chen Zhongying replied faintly. The saleslady nodded and smiled and welcomed Chen Zhongying into the sales department. Then, began to introduce him. But the saleslady obviously still has some doubts about Chen Zhong's ability to buy a house. This man was a bit too young to be young, even if he was a rich second-generation son. He did not see that rich second-generation aura. Therefore, the saleslady slightly doubted Chen Zong's financial resources. But Chen Zong didn't care at all. He just stood in front of the real estate model and looked at the sales introduction. As for Yuan Li, he was a little dazed, and followed him sluggishly. Sir, if you live as a young couple, I suggest this one. The 30-story large view room in Building B. The saleslady pointed to one of the buildings and introduced. Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm, and he glanced at the model of the real estate. Just this set, swiped the card. He calmly and indifferently, then just took out a black bank card. Saleslady? Sir, this suite covers an area of 390 square meters. The current sale price is 120 million yuan. The saleslady hurriedly added, and at the same time tried to remind the young man that this is a mansion worth over 100 million yuan. You are really sure? Can you afford it? However, Yuan Li on the side opened his eyes wide when he heard this number, and was frightened. 100 million? This is a terrifying astronomical figure for ordinary people. 1 billion, so many families can eat and drink, and enjoy for decades. She is just a small green calf, who has never jumped out of the Dragon Gate, lonely living in the small river on that side. So she has never seen such a huge amount of money in her life. The sales lady looked complicated and suspicious, and took his bank card carefully. Sir, are you sure? She reminded again that at this time, the more she looked at this young man, the more it seemed that she was here to make trouble. How can someone just swipe their card to buy a house in less than 5 minutes? Don't even have a deep understanding of Feng Shui, apartment types, price concessions. Moreover, this is a Riverview mansion with hundreds of millions of dollars. Isn't this a mess? Yes, swipe the card. Chen Zhongying looked calm, nodded and turned back 3 words. Sales lady. This man is really. Forget it, since you come up with embarrassment. The old lady doesn't care. The sales lady was also a little speechless, and took his card directly to the POS counter of the internal bank. After a while, if it is prompted that the balance in the card is insufficient, it is probably enough to cause embarrassment. She handed the card of Chen Zhongying to the staff and began to switch to a Visa swipe card. But then, a few minutes later, when prompted to spend 120 million by credit card and the amount was successfully deducted, the sales lady was stunned. Really? Is Carrie really rich? Swipe, success? In less than 5 minutes, he bought a multi-billion-dollar mansion calmly. This is simply. Even if Brother Scallion from a certain group comes, you have to think about it, right? But, this person ... buying a house is as fast as buying clothes! Even if you are buying clothes, you have to keep choosing, right? This wait for the shot, this wait for money to be regarded as money, it is simply unprecedented. At this moment, the sales lady's eyes glowed, and the look of Chen Zong looked different. This is simply a living big money master and local tyrant. And Yuan Li on the side, seeing this scene, the whole person was completely shocked. He actually bought it? Not kidding? This is 100 million. Chen Zhongying stood there calmly and indifferently, as if he didn't care about the 100 million that he had just brushed away. Chen Zhonggong does not make jokes when he buys things. Indeed, money, to him ... is just something outside of his body. How much wealth does a person have before he can say this sentence? Sir, this is a house purchase contract. Please sign the title certificate. The sales lady excitedly handed the contract to Chen Zong. But Chen Zong passed the contract to Yuan Li. Sign it and write your name. He lit a cigarette and said indifferently. Yuan Li's face was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. 100 million house. Not only bought it, but also write her name? However, the look in the eyes of this man in front of you is not like a joke at all. No ... This is too expensive ... I can't sign. Yuan Li stepped back on the spot and waved his hand again and again. This is 100 million. Although she is a little green calf, she has never seen the world before. But she has a basic measure. She knows what can be collected and what cannot be collected. But Chen Zong didn't bother to explain to her. He went straight forward, grabbed her hand, and forcibly pressed her fingerprint on the contract. Is this a strong buy and a free gift? Yuan Li's whole body was too late to resist. That 100 million yuan mansion was so inexplicably hung in her name. At this time, her whole person was dumbfounded. After signing the contract, Chen Zong took her to the huge 30-story Riverview mansion. The huge luxury mansion is completely decorated with the ultimate luxury inside, just like a flat-floor palace. Outside the huge landscape balcony of the mansion, you can overlook the entire Huangpu Riverview, as well as the streets of the Bund on the other side. You can have a panoramic view. Standing in front of the balcony, Yuan Li was still dull and dumb. letting the breeze mess her hair. Her beautiful eyes were complicated and she couldn't believe it. How rich is this man? Can you buy this high-priced mansion in the blink of an eye? How indifferent did he care about money to give this $1 billion mansion to himself? She, after all, is just a college student. It's just a small earthly blue cup. Suddenly, a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars smashed directly on her head. Anyone would be stupefied. Yuan Lesmood was extremely confused. Standing in front of the landscape balcony, Chen Zonggong stared at the city scenery outside the window, puffing out smoke rings deeply. If you live here in the future, they won't come to trouble you. His answer was calm. Why do you want to buy a house for me? Yuan Lesmood is complicated and confused. At this moment, she has completely lost her rationality. Chen Zongying turned his head and glanced at her. On her exquisite and beautiful face, she was still a little dazed, her long hair bangs gently blowing, and she was so beautiful, like the overlapping shadow in the memory. If you don't buy a house, how can you close the canary? Even if it's a vase, there must always be a place to put it. His answer was somewhat indifferent, as if really without emotion. However, Yuan's beautiful eyes were somewhat misty. I don't know if it's complicated or touching, or it's a sad mockery of my poor birth. She nodded lightly. I will do what a vase should do. From today onwards, even if she is she kept looking at the figure of this man. She bit her red lips with her teeth. Could not tell whether she was unwilling or regretting this man. For her fight twice. For her, you can offend Mojai aiming at all. This made Yuan Lesmood complicated, and his emotions surging faintly. If, in the end, they are all taken care of by others. In the end, they were all rumored. Anyway, who was it, not it? Rather than being misunderstood. Being humiliated. It's better to make him a vase with peace of mind. Unxin rest here. Chen Zongying took a deep breath, then threw the cigarette away. Just turned around and left. Don't you live here tonight? Yuan's face was complicated, her teeth biting her red lips, looking at him. She was taken care of and gifted to such a high-priced mansion. Feeling unreasonable, at this moment, she ridden with difficulty. Almost all of them are mentally prepared. But this man is leaving. This makes her a little unbelievable. Chen Zong stopped and turned to look at her. Do you want me to stay? Yuan's pretty face changed. Zhao Chu took a step backwards. No. Her face was a little pale, panicked, confused, worried, and messy. How many people have you slept with? Chen Zongying asked suddenly with faint ease. At this moment, Yuan's pretty face was completely pale, a bit embarrassing. I was misunderstood. Such a person? Yuan's complexion was embarrassing, her teeth biting her lips, almost whitening her lips. I haven't I haven't slept. She said these words with her chest rising and falling, and finally swelling up. She is indeed the first time, although there are constant rumors in the school. But she has never had a relationship with any man. She is just a freshman, has not yet transformed from the youthfulness. She is a green cup, misunderstood and humiliated, and today, the green cup finally went astray. She didn't know whether her absolute determination was correct today. But she had no regrets. From today onwards, she is a vase kept by a man. Chen Zongying looked faintly, staring at her for a long time. Then he suddenly threw a bank card on the coffee table. In the future, you can use whatever you want to eat or buy. But remember, you are not allowed to bring a man here. His voice was calm and indifferent, turned slowly, and left the mansion. Only left Yuan Li. His beautiful eyes were filled with mist, and stayed in place for a long time. The Mercedes-Benz S600 was driving slowly on the street. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong drove the vehicle back towards the Kiss mansion. Along the way, his mood was extremely complicated. Raising the woman who overlaps with the memory in a mansion, is this really appropriate? He didn't even know it himself. Perhaps it is a man's innate possessiveness. He is a cold-blooded person. But when he saw the person who looked so similar to Xiaoji, his heart still trembled. Even Chen Zong didn't understand his own motives. Perhaps he has no other meaning. It's just that I want to raise that woman in my own hands. Let her be safe. Everything, just for the face that looks familiar. Chapter 209 Cramp. It's night. Hu Hai, Mo's manor. Mo Jiaming's mood was dignified and confused, and he returned home with a pale face. At this time, his face was still bruised and swollen. During the day, in the schoolgirls' dormitory, he gathered dozens of people. Not only did not take down the man, but he was beaten up by him. And, before leaving, there was a threat. Before tomorrow evening, let your parents take you, come to the Ku group in person and apologize. This sentence is almost like a knife, hanging fiercely in Mo Jiaming's heart, making him tremble as if sitting on pins and needles. He was shocked, and it was even harder to figure it out. That man, only this mere person, why, has such a terrifying skill. Even after he reported the name of the Mo family, he was not afraid. Mo Jiaming's complexion was a little pale, and the man's warning became the biggest panic in his heart. Finally, with a complicated expression, he cautiously came to the attic of his parents' bedroom and knocked on the door late at night. A few minutes later, his father, Mo Yaoshan, dressed in pajamas, opened the door of the room with a frown. Why is it so nervous in the middle of the night? Father, I was threatened today, Mo Jiaming said with a complicated and embarrassed expression. Threat? Can't you handle this small matter yourself? Look at what time it is now, and talk about it tomorrow morning if you have something to do. Father Mo Yaoshan snarled angrily. It's 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. This is a big thing, and you want to find yourself? It's not. I called dozens of people over, but he took it. He was too fierce, too capable. Mo Jiaming explained hurriedly with a complex expression. Oh, Father Mo Yaoshan was taken aback, and finally got serious. Go on. During the day, I was publicly humiliated by him stepping on the ground. He even threw me a knife and told me to do it myself. Mo Jiaming said more and more ferociously, and there was nowhere to vent his anger during the day, and he completely vented now. Come out. Mo Jiaming looked nervous and asked with trepidation, Father, what are we going to do? Seeing his own son with bruises, Mo Yaoshan hates Sion for not making steel. His own son is very arrogant and domineering on weekdays. Today. Why? He was humiliated by a little-known little person like this. Simply useless. He threatened you? Can't you handle this small matter yourself? Director Wang Hao of your school. He took a lot of bribes from Alozi. Won't you ask him for help? Call dozens more people to interrupt him. The legs won't be there. Mo Yaoshan snorted coldly, then turned to go back to the room and close the door. No, Dad. Mo Jiaming looked complicated and embarrassed, stopped his father, and said hesitantly, He also beat Director Wang severely today. Director Wang has been severely injured and is hospitalized. At that moment, Mo Yaoshan's footsteps suddenly stopped. What are you talking about? Mo Yaoshan turned his head and stared at his son. Mo Jiaming's face was solemn and extremely complicated. He not only defeated Director Wang, he also threatened me that before tomorrow evening, let me take my parents and come to the Ku group in person to apologize. This. Mo Yaoshan's complexion finally changed slightly. This, the comer, is unkind. Ku group? Go to the Ku group. Apology? Is that person from the Ku group? Mo Yaoshan's forehead suddenly flashed an unpleasant thought. Half a month ago, the demise of the Huang family. It seemed that it was destroyed by the Ku clan. In the Ku group, there is a mysterious security director who destroys the entire Huang family with the power of one person. Is it? What does that person look like? Mo Yaoshan asked solemnly at his son. Mo Jiaming's complexion was bruised and swollen. He hesitated, and said, Probably in his 20s. His skin is white and his height is about 1.8 meters. Hearing his son's description, Mo Yaoshan shook his head. No, it shouldn't be that terrible security director. Come to think of it, this person is just a small employee of the Ku Group, because, in fact, even Mo Yaoshan himself had never seen the appearance of Chen Zong. He just listened to rumors from all walks of life, plus his own conjecture. In his impression, Chen Zong should be in his early 30s, and he could not be as white as his son described. Such a terrible person, who has been on the battlefield, should be covered with scars. Thinking about it this way, Mo Yaoshan's mood has settled down again. It should be impossible for that terrifying character Chen Zonging to run into his son. If really that person, I am afraid that my son will have already become a corpse. Thinking of this, his newness has stabilized a little bit. Don't panic. This matter, there is no need to be afraid, Mo Yaoshan said with deep eyes. Slowly, that person, I want to come. It should be just a small employee of the Ku Group. These days, you have a better life and don't go out to cause trouble. Mo Yaoshan's face was calm and slowly said, behind our Mo family, there is Mr. Go backing up. No one can't afford this Sea of Shanghai. Recently, Gagongtsai and the Ku Yiren of the Ku Group are facing each other. I believe that the Ku Group will be taken down soon. After waiting a few days, I will personally send a letter to the Ku Group, asking that person to kneel in front of my Mo family and kowtow to you. Mo Yaoshan said coldly and slowly. Hearing what his father said, Mo Jiaming finally had a guarantee. Father, when that time comes, I will break his hands and feet and twitch him. Let him become a vegetable. Thinking of the person being humiliated by himself, the appearance of wanting to die but failing to die, Mo Jiaming's face couldn't stop appearing. A deep night. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a ray of sunlight emerged from the eastern sky. Purple Garden Mansion District. Chen Zonging had finished his morning exercises, washed his body, and put on a clean suit and shirt. At this moment, he suddenly sent a WeChat friend addition on his mobile phone. You only request to add you as a friend. The other party was added through the mobile phone number search. Chen Zonging hesitated for a moment, and clicked on the friend's approval. Yuan Li, morning. The other party sent a message soon. Yesterday, after Chen Zong spent 100 million yuan to buy the mansion for her, this was the first conversation between the two today. However, Chen Zong did not respond to her. He quit WeChat, lit a cigarette, and calmly walked towards the Kiss Manor opposite. In Kiss Manor, before the table, a hearty breakfast has been prepared. Ku Yiren and sister Ku Shuangxiu are sitting at the dining table, waiting. When they saw Chen Zong stepping into the villa, the two sisters began to prepare for a meal. Axiabalian, did you go to our school again yesterday? At this moment, under Ku Shuang in front of the dining table, suddenly blinked and looked at Chen Zonging. Chen Zonging looked calm, sitting at the table, picking up his knife and fork, and enjoying the steak. He did not answer Ku Shuangxia's words. I heard that you saved the United States for the hero Yuan Li yesterday. Ku Shuang continued to ask, tentatively in her voice. Her voice was obviously jealous. There are still scandals in the school. Did you keep Yuan Li? After saying this, the air in front of the table suddenly became quiet. Suddenly, Chen Zonging put down his knife and fork, raised his head, and looked at her calmly. And the sister Ku Yiren on the side was also surprised and looked at her sister suspiciously. This is what happened under the frost. Don't make fun of Mr. Chen, Ku Yiren said lightly. Under autumn frost. She wanted to quibble. I'm not kidding, it's spread all over the school. However, when she saw Chen Zong's calm and indifferent eyes, she still dispelled the idea. Don't look at me. Ku Shuang's heart felt a little hairy, and he quickly lowered his head to eat. Chen Zong retracted his gaze and continued to enjoy the steak. But at this time, the Ku Yiren at the dinner table became more complicated. That Yuan Li? Who is it? Also, what hero saves the United States? Be kept. Ku Yiren is thoughtful, so how can she not notice the true content of her sister's words? Her mind is a bit complicated. She wants to ask, but it is difficult to speak. I can only hold it in my heart, and don't think about it in the end. After breakfast, under the protection of a large group of bodyguards, Ku Shuang went to school, and Ku Yiren, together with Chen Zhonging, traveled to the Ku group by car. The Mercedes-Benz S600 was driving slowly on the street. Along the way, the atmosphere in the car was a bit quiet. Ku Yiren hesitated for a long time, and suddenly said, "Mr. Chen, just this morning, what my sister said, don't take it to your heart. She just likes to joke." Ku Yiren's words are actually, with a sense of temptation. She wanted to test Mr. Chen's response to this matter. But Chen Zhonging did not react at all. He just responded softly and continued to close his eyes and rest. The Mercedes-Benz drove slowly to the KISS building. Ku Yiren got out of the car in a slightly disturbed mood, and took the elevator with Chen Zong to the 19th floor. The two went into the office separately. Chen Zonging sat in the director's office, lit a cigarette, picked up the book, and looked through it. Today, he will wait for Mo Jie, aiming to bring his elders to the door in person to apologize. Chapter 210. Go in vertically, go out horizontally. In the morning, Fuxing University, morning self-study classroom. Yuan Li took the subway early today and came to the school to report. Since yesterday, she has stopped living on campus. That man bought her a huge mansion and bought her youth, and she also began to live off campus. However, as she arrived at school this morning, there were more rumors about her. Poor school flower, end up being taken care of by others. Even the entire campus network is spreading all kinds of rumors and posts. It has been confirmed that the school flowers of Carp are kept in captivity. Yuan Li ignored the rumors. Since yesterday, she made that decision. There has been no way out. Anyway, who was the package? Not the package. Instead, it becomes the vase of those garbage-rich second generations. Then she might as well find a vase that is good for herself. Becoming that man. She is not such a woman. But under the attack of rumors and rumors, she finally reluctantly, she had no choice but to choose this path. Maybe she laughed. She might be depraved. But she had no choice. At this time, she was sitting in the morning self-study classroom, holding her mobile phone. Her heartbeat was a little erratic, and she tried to send a WeChat message to the man. Good morning. Have you eaten breakfast? I'm going to class soon. However, several text messages seem to have fallen to the sea. After sending it out, no response was received. This is the first time Yuan Li took the initiative to text a man. However, I never thought it was this picture. The other party seemed to have forgotten her completely, and ignored her at all. Yuan Li's mood is a bit complicated. Yesterday, he spent 100 million to buy himself a mansion without even touching himself at all. Today, even forgotten yourself? In this world, there really is such a man who doesn't care about everything? Then, what did he buy a house for himself? Yuan Li's mood all morning was a little lost. Because of that WeChat, because of that man. At this time, within the Ku group, Chen Zonging was sitting in the security office, flipping through books and smoking lightly. On his mobile phone, a few more text messages from Yuan Li were sent. However, he ignored them one by one. Keeping that woman up is just to protect that face. As for other ideas, he is not interested. He was waiting quietly at this time, waiting for someone who should come. Time passed by. However, the person who should have come did not appear. Chen Zong slowly raised his wrist and glanced at the pointer time on the watch. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. The person he was waiting for has not yet arrived. The members of the Mo family did not appear. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, squeezed out the cigarette butts. Then he got up and put on his suit jacket, turned around and walked out of the office. He knocked directly on the door of the president's office next door. Do you know Hu Haimo's house? Chen Zonging asked in a calm voice, looking at Ku Yi who was working. Mo family? Ku Yiren was taken aback, looking at him suspiciously. No, it's a large real estate company. What's wrong? Ku Yiren asked. Give me the address of Mo's family. Chen Zonging said calmly, although Ku Yi was puzzled in his heart. he still reported the address of the Mo family to Mr. Chen. "Mr. Chen, you are looking for the Mo family. What's the matter?" Ku Yi asked with some worry and doubt. Nowadays, during the critical and sensitive period of the Ku group, she doesn't want to be out of line. "I'm hungry. Just stop by for breakfast." After Chen Zong said, he turned and walked out of the office. Only Ku Yi was left alone, sitting in the office dully and suspiciously. "Have breakfast? Didn't he just get out of the manor? He just went out after breakfast? Dozens of kilometers away, in the courtyard of the Mo family, it was tranquil. A family of 3 is sitting at the dining table, enjoying a hearty breakfast. Mo Jiaming dressed smartly and combed his head with a big back, sitting at the dining table and eating a lot. And his father, Mo Yaoshan, also blushed indifferently, enjoying this breakfast with his wife. The family of 3 did not seem to be threatened by Chen Zong's words. Ask him to come to the door in person. To the Ku group to apologize? Simply dreaming. What is his identity of the Mo family? How noble. As a super real estate company with a scale of tens of billions in Shanghai, the name of the Mo family must make people shake. Not only is it impossible to apologize, Mo Yaoshan also set a date. He planned to wait some time to call the Ku group and ask the arrogant man to come to his Mo family in person and come to kowtow to apologize. However, at the same time, outside the Mo family manor, a Mercedes-Benz S600 car came slowly from a distance and stopped in front of Mo's house. The door of the Mercedes-Benz car opened, and Chen Zonging, dressed in a straight suit, slowly stepped out of the car. He looked up and glanced at the mansion in front of him. 2 stone lions are located on both sides, and the mansion is decorated and magnificent. There is a plaque hanging on the porch with 2 words extremely domineering, Mo House. Chen Zonging slowly took out a cigarette from his suit pocket and lit it. Since the Mo family is not punctual, it does not come to the door. Then he could only come to the door himself. Chen Zonging walked slowly towards the gate of Mo Mansion. Step by step, he stepped up the steps and stood in front of the gate of Mo Mansion. The 2 mahogany gates were now closed tightly. Chen Zonging raised his hand and gently pressed it on the door, slightly harder. Kaka. Along his palm prints around, cracks spread like a spider web. Boom. With a sound, the entire huge mahogany mansion gate was instantly shattered by this palm. He brushed off the dust between his palms, and then slowly stepped into the gate of the Mo Mansion. Chen Zengzong looked faintly, and looked around. This Feng family mansion really had something in it. Among them, luxury is magnificent. Pavilions, towers and pavilions, pools of blue waves, like a fairyland. He took a deep breath of cigarette, then stepped, and walked towards the inner courtyard. Mo Mansion. Inside the hall of the house, a family of 3 is sitting at the dining table, enjoying breakfast peacefully. However, at this moment, suddenly outside the hall, there was a sound of neat leather shoes. A figure with a straight suit was slowly stepping from outside the hall of the mansion. Mo Jiaming at the table inadvertently glanced at the figure. And then, the whole person was stunned. He stood up directly from the table. At the same time, his father Mo Yaoshan and his wife Liu Xiangnan also turned their heads for the first time, looking at the figure in shock and suspicion. I saw that outside the hall, Chen Junlin was wearing a straight suit and looking faintly, just pacing slowly. "You? Are you?" Feng Haiyang couldn't believe it. His eyes widened, looking at the figure. Why did he come here? Chen Zonging was elegant and calm. So he stepped into the hall, walked to the dining table, and slowly took his seat. Glancing at the table in front of him, the breakfast dishes are very rich. Abalone, bird's nest, shark's fin stew soup. I informed you yesterday that at 9 o'clock in the morning, I came to the Ku group to apologize to me. It is out of date. But you seem to have forgotten. Chen Zonging looked faintly, looked at Mo Jiaming, and said slowly. Mo Jiaming's expression changed as soon as he said this. Somewhat ferocious. Father Mo Yaoshan has a reaction. This man is what his son said yesterday, that guy? dare to beat him, Mo Yaoshan's son? It's your kid, dare to move my son? Mo Yaoshan stepped forward, his voice indifferent. However, Chen Zong did not respond to his words. He glanced lightly at the dining table. It's just right, I'm still a little hungry. Don't mind adding a pair of chopsticks and having a meal together. Chen Zonging slowly spit out a smoke ring. Wang Ba Lozi, if I didn't come to you, would you dare to come to me? You really thought I was the Mo family? Come if you want, just leave if you want. Mo Jiaming looked terrifying and angered. Oh, I didn't plan to leave. Chen Zonging sorted out the folds of his suit, then slowly took his seat. Mo Jiaming. The corner of his father Mo Yaoshan's mouth also twitched slightly. His wife Liu Xiangnan was also shocked and couldn't believe it. This man is not afraid of death! Exclamation mark. Do you dare to break into his Mo family alone? Exclamation mark. He didn't think about it. Does he come in vertically and go out horizontally? Exclamation mark. Chen Zonging sat at the dining table and stretched out his hand to signal the Feng family nanny in the distance. Trouble, add a pair of dishes. There was silence at the table. Three of the Mo family stared at him quietly. The atmosphere is very strange. Chapter 211. The child does not teach. The father to the nanny saw that this person could sit at the dining table. Think about it, it should be to know the owner of the house. So she didn't dare to neglect, and obediently took a pair of bowls and chopsticks and handed it to Chen Zonging. Chen Zonging took the bowls and chopsticks, he was not welcome, and directly began to eat. Shark's fin, abalone, oysters. All kinds of seafood. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted them one by one. This is simply. He actually came to eat. There is really a way to heaven. You don't want to go, and there is no way to hell. Mo Jiaming's expression at this time was extremely hideous. He didn't expect that this guy would dare to come to the door on his own initiative. Dare to eat breakfast so unscrupulously at his home? Exclamation mark. Chen Zongong sat at the dining table, handed a piece of abalone meat into his mouth, and slowly chewed and tasted. Then, he raised his eyebrows and glanced at Mo Jiaming. Oh, dare to talk back? Fuck your mother? Don't you know this is my house? Do you dare to be hard-headed? I killed you. Mo Jiaming's voice was fierce, and he raised his sleeves, as if he was about to do it. Suddenly, a palm phantom suddenly whizzed out. Slapped fiercely. Mo Jiaming's whole person was flew out by a violent force. Boom. His body slammed heavily on a coffee table a few meters away, and the whole coffee table was shattered. Mo Yaoshan, Liu Xiangnan, nanny present. What's this special? What's the situation? Exclamation mark. In front of their wives, dare to slap his son in the face? Question mark. I hate it the most. Someone bothers me to eat. Chen Zong slowly retracted his palm, and continued to take up his chopsticks to eat. Not far away, Mo Jiaming, trembling, got up from the ruins of the coffee table. Puff. Before he stood still, he spouted blood. Jiaming, are you okay? Mother Liu Xiangnan's face was flustered, and she hurriedly stepped forward, helping her son. Rub. At the table, Mo Yaoshan jumped up suddenly, staring at Chen Zonging with cold eyes. Boy, what do you want to do here? But the Mo family. You have the life to walk in here today, but you have the life to go out. Mo Yaoshan was completely angry. Although, he didn't know, Chen Zong had the courage to break into the Mo family. But, at this moment, this is in the Mo family. Here? But his Mo family's sight. Dare to be so presumptuous in your own territory? Slap your own son? This is simply looking for death! Exclamation mark. No matter who you are, today. Don't even think about standing out. Come here! Mo Yaoshan yelled suddenly. A few minutes later, from outside the hall, a group of mansion bodyguards in black suits rushed into the room instantly. 20 bodyguards. Extremely brutal and murderous. This is the Mo family mansion. How can there be no security measures for the residents of Nuovo University? This group of security guards from the Mo family are carefully selected and hired for the purpose of dealing with a crisis just in case. Young man, today. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation for Mo, don't even think. Stand and leave my Mo family. Mo Yaoshan's voice was calm and indifferent, with a chill. At the table, Chen Zhongying was still indifferent, stretching out his chopsticks, enjoying a table full of hearty breakfast leisurely. There seems to be not enough people at this level, Chen Zhongying replied while eating breakfast. Silence. This! Simply extremely arrogant. When Mo Yaoshan heard these words, his whole body was furious. What a provocation! Call me again, Mo Yaoshan shouted. So, not long after, a large number of private bodyguards were dispatched from outside. 30 bodyguards are here. Together, there are as many as 50 bodyguards on site. A black bodyguard team almost blocked the entire courtyard. The Mo family, when engaged in real estate, started as an underground force. Now, as the chairman of the board of directors, Mo Yaoshan, how can he not be prepared for some thugs? This is his killer. Is it enough now? Mo Yaoshan asked in a cold voice. However, Chen Zhonggong glanced lightly, then replied 3 words, anything else? This. Mo Yaoshan twitched the corner of his mouth. He was so naked and provocative in public. Okay. Call again. Mo Yaoshan shouted. The men outside the door directly took out their mobile phones, made calls, and dispatched the company's security thugs urgently. In the courtyard of the Feng's house, Chen Zhongzong calmly sat at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Abalone soup, seafood casserole. Slowly taste. His dining posture is very elegant, calm and leisurely, as if he is out of business. However, outside the hall, there was a crowd of black people, and the enclosed water could not leak. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Murderous. Before long, outside Mo's house, vans stopped. A large group of thugs in casual clothes got off the car and rushed into the house. Fundamentally, it is impossible to count how many people there are. The entire scene was surrounded by crowds that were almost crushed by black people. The huge Mo family house is already overcrowded. What? Isn't it enough now? Mo Yaoshan held his back with his hands, his expression colder than ever. Today, even the Sin Ku clique does not hesitate. This person in front of him, he is sure to kill! This son, so unscrupulous, dared to break into his Mo family's house. Really treat him as no one in the Mo family? Is it true that this Mo family comes and leaves as long as they say they come? You Mo family, is this the only person? Chen Zong picked up the bowl gently, took a sip of abalone and sea cucumber porridge, and said slowly, Mo Yaoshan, throw us present. This is utterly arrogant. Mo Yaoshan laughed angrily. Young man. The old man has lived for so many years, and has never seen him, such an arrogant person. Have you never heard a word that arrogant people always die quickly? Mo Jiaming, who was not far away, was also angry. He rushed to the table fiercely, and cursed angrily, fuck your mother. What are you? You dare to slap me? You treat me as a bully for the Mo family? Slap. Chen Zong slapped his hand up again. Puff. Mo Jiaming flew out again, vomiting blood. Son. Mo Yaoshan's complexion changed drastically, and he rushed forward to help his son from the ground. At this time, Mo Jiaming was extremely miserable. His face was red and swollen, like a pig's head. The corners of the mouth were bleeding and trembling because of the pain. Dad. He hit me. Mo Jiaming shivered with severe pain on his cheeks. His voice was incredibly hard to believe. With a ferocious voice. In this Mo family mansion, how dare this person slap himself? Chen Zhongying slowly raised his head, and the corner of his eyes glanced at Mo Jiaming, who was not far away. Sit down and eat more. It's not good to go to Huangqun Road in a moment and be hungry. Mo Jiaming. Mo Yaoshan, on Huangqun Road in a while? This is so. The arrogance of this son is unprecedented in history. Mo Yaoshan was furious and ferocious. My old man, I have been rampant in the arena for decades, and I have never seen a braggart like you. What are you doing in a daze? Give it to me. Kill him. Mo Yaoshan yelled. The next moment, wow! Inside the house, The black thugs rushed up frantically. Nearly 100 people, swept away. However, Chen Zhongying still sat quietly at the table, enjoying breakfast. In front of him, the crowd that came under the pressure of darkness, he actually seemed indifferent. A group of thugs came surging to kill Machete Senhun! At this time, Chen Zong finally drank the seafood abalone porridge in his bowl. The chopsticks in his hand are lightly picked. On the dining table, an abalone shell, like a bullet, suddenly ejected. Puff! The shell was like a broken bamboo, and it slammed through the trachea of a thug at the forefront, and then carrying a terrifying aftermath, it penetrated crazily again. Puff puff! The shell carried terrifying power, flying through a circle and a half arc in midair. Wherever it passed, one body fell down, and the blood spread. The group of thugs, even before they could get close to him in the future, they fell directly to the ground. Puff! Before a thug could react, the shell quickly penetrated his trachea and throat. His body trembled suddenly, and his hands were horrified, trying to cover the blood hole in his neck. But the blood could not stop pouring out like a fountain. He kicked back 2 steps, and his back body fell to the ground suddenly. Ahead, a sea of people was rushing, and shells that flew from before they got close. Crab feet and various food residues burst into disintegration. And he, Chen Zhongying, still sat calmly at the table, taking advantage of the gap. He served himself a bowl of seafood porridge and continued to enjoy it. This is simply, countless thugs rushed, but they couldn't get close to him! The group of thugs surrounded them in horror, but there was no one so dare to step forward. This is simply a devil. Everyone dared not get close to him. Frozen was forced to stay 3 meters away, guarding him. At the dining table, he was light and breezy, sitting leisurely, holding a bowl of seafood porridge in his hand. Taste it gently. Such a scene, such a posture, turned out to be very weird, making people scary. What is this person? Everyone present, except for the dozen or so corpses lying on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened and looked at him, eating in shock. This is so terrible. Finally, a bowl of seafood porridge entered. Chen Zhongying slowly put down the bowls and chopsticks, picked up the napkin, and wiped the corners of his mouth. Then, he turned his eyes sideways and swept towards Feng Yaoshan in the crowd. As the saying goes, the son is not the fault of the father. According to common sense, he is still a student, so I am not convenient to take care of him. You can only teach you personally if you are the parents. Chen Zhongying lit a cigarette and sighed. But helpless, I warned yesterday. But no one cares. I am in the Kus mansion, and when you reach 9 o'clock, you are still indifferent. In that case, I can only come here in person. Mo Yaoshan's complexion was extremely hideous, and he stared at this man vigilantly. At this moment, he actually has a great sense of crisis. What do you want to do? Chen Zhongying slowly spit out a smoke ring. Let you come to apologize. You don't listen. Then I can only come in person and listen to your apologize. It's asking the Mo family to apologize to him. Chapter 212. Leave a whole body and send you on a road. Mo Yaoshan's forehead was in cold sweat. Asking him to apologize. This is simply The Mo family's faces drawn among them. The Mo family, such a giant, was not only forced to close the door, but also demanded an apology? Simply lose face. Young people, stay on the sidelines, and see each other well in the future. Is there anything you can't sit down and talk about? Feng Yaoshan tried to negotiate with him, stalling. At the same time, he had secretly greeted his subordinates and made a call. Relocate the rescuers urgently. At this moment, only the Master Wang came in person to shock this scene. 10 minutes later, it was another black Mercedes-Benz sedan, galloping in, and suddenly stopped at the door of Mo's house. The 2 Mo family subordinates stepped forward respectfully and opened the door carefully. A middle-aged man with a fortitude and cold expression stepped out of the car slowly. He was wearing a blue shirt with his hands on his back, and a terrible breath exuded from all over his body. The one who came here was Wang Bexuan, the head coach of the famous boxing gym in Jiangnan. 10 minutes ago, Mo Yaoshan made an emergency call for help and called Wang Bexuan, begged Master Wang to take action and clean up his side. Therefore, Wang Bexuan came here to clean up the obstacles. His prestige shakes Jiangnan. Two fists are invincible. Jiangnan Bexuan. Whenever he makes a move, this area of Jiangnan is almost unstoppable. Mr. Wang, the servant is in the hall. Please give your hand to subdue the servant. The Mo family pleaded cautiously. The old man wants to see what Fang Xiaoxiao is, who dare to pretend to be a ghost in the south of the Yangtze River. Wang Bexuan's voice was calm and indifferent. With a flick of his sleeves, he stepped into the Feng's gate coldly. At this time, in the Mo family hall, Chen Zongying still sat calmly, heaving the smoke ring, calmly, and seemed not to be anxious at all. On the ground in front of him, there was already a stack of bodies. Among those hundreds of people, no one can rush to him. This is simply only the dozens of people left, holding iron rods, confronted him tremblingly and vigilantly, and no one dared to rush forward. This person is simply a devil. All the thugs had cold sweat on their faces. This is simply hard to get under. It's not rushing. Nor is it not rushing. At this moment, suddenly a strong shout came from outside the gate of the house. Who dare to pretend to be a ghost in this Jiangnan, Shanghai and the sea? I saw a middle-aged man in a blue shirt, with a deep and dignified aura, with his hands on his back, step by step, coming from outside the hall. His eyes are like wolves and his figure is like a tiger. Wang Bexuan, Master Wang. When the middle-aged man appeared, Mo Yaoshan's expression finally turned from sadness to joy. Master Wang, you are finally here. Mo Yaoshan looked excited and rushed forward, bowing respectfully. Mo family, Mo Yaoshan, I have seen Master Wang. Free of courtesy. Wang Yaoshan gestured gently with a flick of his sleeve. Only then did Mo Yaoshan stand up respectfully. At this time, his face was full of respectful excitement. Master Wang, that's the one ... in my Mo family wantonly and recklessly trying to make trouble. With a solemn expression on his face, Mo Yaoshan suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed directly at Chen Zongying in the hall not far away. Wang Bexuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the sitting King Jun figure in the middle of the hall. Who did the old man think it was? I didn't expect ... just a stinky hairy brat. Wang Bexuan's voice was cold and disdainful. Where does he think it is sacred, dare to be so arrogant? Unexpectedly, just such a young man? This made him disdain. You said ... who is the Motu boy? At this moment, Chen Zongying, who was smoking, suddenly raised his head slowly. The old man is talking about you, the hairy boy. In front of the old man, don't pretend to be fools. The old man walks in the rivers and lakes, and he has seen a lot of bulls, ghosts, and snakes. You are an old stinky boy. The old man really doesn't take it seriously. Wang Bexuan's hands carrying his back, his voice was arrogant and indifferent. Those who are acquainted, get up immediately, kneel in front of me, kowtow to the old man. Maybe the old man can leave you a whole body. Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm, and he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Let me kneel. His voice was calm and looked at Wang Bexuan faintly. Can you ... can afford it? He is the of death in the world. Looking to the west, his name is frightening. Let alone this world, who dare to let him kneel down? Chen Zong lifted his right hand lightly. His movements were casual and extremely freehand. In an instant, a chopstick shot out fiercely, almost instantly. It penetrated Wang Bexuan's right chest. Wang Bexuan's body trembled suddenly. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. His body trembled and fell to his knees. Wang Bexuan's pupils widened, and he lowered his head in disbelief, looking at his right chest being penetrated. A hole is now in front of you. Blood is surging. You can even see the internal organs. In the blink of an eye, he hadn't even noticed. Even too late to resist and avoid? The young man raised his hand and used a wooden chopstick to penetrate his chest! Exclamation mark. This. How fast does that young man need to be? How terrifying is his strength? Question mark. This kind of means is simply aghast! Exclamation mark. Wang Bexuan's pupils were shocked. His body trembled and fell to his knees, staring at the elegant King Jun figure in horror. The blood on his chest continued to overflow, and his entire chest shirt was instantly dyed red. The right chest, even the entire right lung, was penetrated. The blood poured out like spring water, dyeing his clothes red. Although he was not dead, he had already lost half his life. At the scene, the three members of the Feng family also opened their eyes wide, staring at this scene in disbelief! Exclamation mark. Wang Master Wang Master Wang, who trembled in the south of the Yangtze River, was just like that. Was a chopstick pierced his chest? Question mark. This is simply. Chen Zengxing glanced at Wang Bexuan indifferently. Get over and kneel before me. Throughout the scene, the air was terribly silent. Wang Bexuan's pupils were shocked and horrified, and the young man in front of him was terrifying to the extreme. If he wants to kill himself, just raise his hand, and he can be annihilated. This made him unable to resist at all. With only half of his life left, Wang Bexuan was trembling and trembling, crawling in front of Chen Zong. Then, his body knelt directly under Chen Zong's feet. Mo Yaoshan, Mo Jiaming, Liu Xiangnan, everyone present. Master Wang, who stuns the south of the Yangtze River, known as the Invincible Double Fist. Wang Bexuan, who is the king of the north and south of the Yangtze River. At this moment, it was just like that. Kneeling down in front of that young man! Exclamation mark. The three members of the Mo family had their eyes widened, shocked and sweating. Sitting at the dining table, Chen Zonggong gently picked up the shark fin and sea cucumber soup and took a sip. You just said, "I'm a hairy boy." His voice was faint, staring faintly at Wang Bexuan, who was kneeling at his feet. Wang Bexuan's body trembled. Old man. I dare not. It is the old man who is confused, has eyes but does not know Mount Tai. At this moment, Wang Bexuan, who shook the south of the Yangtze River, trembled. Chen Zongying's expression was indifferent. Can you still say, I pretend to be a fool? Don't you put me in the eyes? The corners of Wang Bexuan's mouth twitched and trembled, and his expression became extremely embarrassing and miserable. Old man, damn. No, you are disrespectful to your husband. Old man is blind. Old man, damn. Dignified. Master Jiangnan Bexuan, at this moment, just fell to his knees, begging for mercy. This is simply. Calm my head, Chen Zongying said calmly. Slowly, Wang Bexuan's body trembled, and without a word, he knelt on his knees. Bang, bang, bang. The violent kowtow echoed clearly on the scene, shaking people's hearts. A second ago, Wang Bexuan also said harshly, causing the other party to roll under his feet and kowtow. He couldn't even dream of it. At this moment, this person who was kneeling and kowtow would become himself. In his own way, he can also treat his body. Sir, you are invincible. Invincible in the world. I, Wang Bexuan, a small Nufu. Low status. Please also open the internet. Jiangnan Xiawang Master, at this moment, actually begged Chen Zongying for mercy. This scene was trembling. A violent kowtow, a trembling begging for mercy. Wang Bexuan's head was almost broken, and his forehead was bloody. But he didn't mean to stop at all. Kowtow frantically. At this moment, life is important. Chen Zongying just sat calmly at the table, picked up the bowls and chopsticks, and continued to eat. A bowl of abalone and sea cucumber porridge was actually delicious by him. At this moment, on these occasions, he can still eat indifferently. But Wang Bexuan knelt down at his feet, kowtow violently, begging for mercy frantically. This young man is too scary. However, that move raised his hand, shot through his chest. It has already made Wang Bexuan's mind tremble. like dead ashes. People of this level are definitely not just a small role for others, they can deal with it. Finally, Shenzong drank the sea cucumber porridge in the bowl. He picked up a napkin and slowly wiped off the oil stains on his lips. Then, he slowly picked up a chopstick. Leave a whole body and send you on the road. The voice was indifferent, but it was like hell. No. Don't. Wang Bexuan's body trembled with horror. He had no time to get up, let alone escape. Their wooden chopsticks pierced Wang Bexuan's left chest and atrium like lightning, penetrating the heart, carrying a splash of blood and water, and slamming into the wall behind him. Wang Bexuan's heart was pierced through a deep hole of blood. Wang Bexuan's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Master Wang, die. There was a dead silence in the hall. Tangdong. Master Wang Bexuan, just like that. Dead? Question mark. Was attacked and killed by one move. He didn't even struggle, and he died. Mo Yaoshan's eyes widened and his face was pale. At this time, he only felt his entire scalp numb. Even Master Wang was killed by question mark. This is simply today, his Mo family will suffer a catastrophe. Mo Jiaming's whole body ding stepped back several steps. His heart was horrified, and his whole body was trembling. The young man in front of him, white and elegant, dressed in a straight suit, looked like dev-like horror. This it is a suit thug, raising hands and feet, so hot, this. Chen Zonging calmly and indifferently, sitting at the table, slowly exhaling a smoke ring. Looking around, he controlled the audience. Now, can you apologize? I am not very patient, Chen Zonging said calmly and slowly. Mo Jiake's expression changed drastically. This is simply, at this moment, his Mo family is a catastrophe. Mo Yaoshan is not reconciled with such a large-scale power of the Mo family. They want to succumb to a young man with a hairy head! Exclamation mark. Young man, why bother to fight anything? Can't you sit down and talk? Mo Yaoshan stepped forward and tried to speak softly. I didn't. Have you been sitting all the time? Chen Zongjing took a deep breath and murmured. Look, it's not enough. If we have anything to do today, we can sit down and talk about it, and turn it into jade. When Mo Yaoshan saw Chen Zongku, he seemed to have the intention of letting go, so he quickly took advantage of the situation and wanted to conflict with this matter. Soften it down. But then, Chen Zong's words completely dropped the atmosphere completely. I'm sitting. But you all have to stand. This. The corners of Mo Yaoshan's mouth twitched. This was. He didn't plan to let it go. Young man, be forgiving and forgiving. I am also the chairman of the dignified Mo's Real Estate, and a member of the Shanghai Maritime Chamber of Commerce. My Mo family has a close relationship with Fuxing Group. If you dare to move my Mo family today, the entire Fosun Group, it is Mr. Go, who will not let you go. In desperation, Mo Yaoshan moved out of his identity and the network of relationships behind him, trying to shock Chen Zonging. Indeed, his Mo family. But from the revival department, behind the Mo family, the biggest backer. But Mr. Go, hearing this, the corners of Chen Zonging's mouth raised a curve. It seems to be a mockery. Oh, isn't it? He tapped his finger on the dining table lightly, actually smiling. Chapter 213. To cut or not to cut? So, when are you going to apologize? Chen Zonging sat on the chair peacefully, his eyes calm. It seemed that he didn't pay attention to the so-called Go Gongcai at all. The atmosphere is extremely solemn. Mo Yaoshan felt unprecedented pressure at this moment. He resisted, pulling his son Mo Jiaming forward, holding back his anger, bowing to Chen Zonging. I am the godson of Mo Yaoshan. I have no choice but to make you messy. Sorry. At this moment, the patriarch of the Mo family was finally under pressure and could only personally apologize to this young man. Hope this young man can be dismissed early. Today, I have to bow my head. This person is too good at fighting. Even Master Wang was beheaded by one blow. If you use strong today, I'm afraid you will suffer. At this moment, Mo Yaoshan could only bow his head. As for, after today! HMPH. when he contacts Mr. Go and asks Mr. Go to go out, then this young man will undoubtedly die today. Let him live a few more days. Mo Jiaming's whole body trembled, with unwilling panic and anger. The young master of the Mo family, when and where has he suffered such humiliation? This is simply more uncomfortable than killing him. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and opened his teeth, almost staring at Chen Zong with hatred. However, Chen Zonging sat quietly at the dining table and slowly lit a cigarette. As the saying goes, the son doesn't teach, the father's fault. In that case, you, the father, should cut off your son's hands personally to avoid future troubles. Chen Zonging looked at Mo Yaoshan with faint eyes and said, "Ha." As soon as these words came out, the air was dead. This is to cut Mo Jiaming's hands! Exclamation mark. This is simply. When Mo Jiaming heard this, his legs were almost weak in fright. His eyes were frightened and spiteful. I can't believe it. This person actually want to chop his hands! Exclamation mark. Mo Yaoshan's whole body was trembling. It was angry and hideous. Young man, you are too much. Mo Yaoshan snarled, spitting out a word from his mouth. My Mo family matters. I really don't have your turn to take care of. How do I, Mo Yaoshan, educate my children? Are you qualified to give pointers? Somehow, he is the head of the Mo family, worth tens of billions, and the president of Mo's real estate. But today, he was so directed by a little boy in his early 20s? This is simply outrageous. Asking him to apologize is already inferior. Letting go of the chairman's face. At this moment, he was bold enough to make him cut off his son's hands? This is simply outrageous. But Chen Zonging was still calm and indifferent, sitting at the table, tapping the table with his fingers lightly. Then you, cut it or not? If so, you can't do it. You can let your wife do it for you. Chen Zong's gaze swept to Liu Xiangnan, who was aside. Liu Xiangnan's face was pale, and his whole body trembled slightly. Let her cut off her son's hands by herself? This is simply arrogant. You young man, you are challenging my Mo family's bottom line. Mo Yaoshan was trembling with anger. Blue veins on the forehead jump. Asking him to apologize is already enduring and patience. At this moment, he has to cut his son's hands. This is simply unscrupulous. Oh, it seems that you elders are unwilling to do it. Chen Zong shook his head lightly, and sighed. Do you understand that helping you be evil? Since you don't want to do it, then I will do it myself. After speaking, he slowly unbuttoned his clothes and rolled up his sleeves. The complexions of Mo Yaoshan and Liu Xiangnan suddenly changed. Mo Jiaming's body was also frightened, trembling backwards. This person's skill, they have seen with their own eyes. If they really do it, I'm afraid! Exclamation mark. My Mo family is rampant shopping mall. How dare you! Exclamation mark. Mo Yaoshan was furious and ferocious. I have a very good relationship with Mr. Go of Fossum Group. If you dare to move my son, you will have trouble with Mr. Go. But Chen Zonging ignored it, rolled up his sleeves, and slowly got up. Is there a knife? It's best to be a sharp-edged kitchen knife. Cut it down and don't need to make a second knife. Chen Zengzong glanced at the nanny aunt and asked seriously. The nanny's aunt was so frightened by his words that her legs became weak, and her whole body went backwards in horror. Presumptuous. Come, call me Mr. Go. Mo Yaoshan was furious and desperate, so he could only use Mr. Go to frighten Chen Zong. When Chen Zong heard these words, he was taken aback for a moment, and then he actually sat back on the chair again. The Feng family was taken aback, thinking that he was frightened when he heard the name of Go Gongcai. But as a result, Chen Zonging's next sentence was shocking everyone in a cold sweat. Go son. It's just right. I haven't seen him for a few days. Let him come. By the way, even with him, we will clean up together. Mo Yaoshan, Mo Jiaming, Liu Xiangnan. This special mother, this son. How arrogant is it? Exclamation mark. Talent, to speak such unfathomable words! Exclamation mark. By the way, even young Master Go tied it up? Is he really it? Doesn't he know who Gong Go is? Arrogant, simply arrogant. I don't know how high the sky is. You really don't know. Who is Gong Go? Mo Yaoshan shouted ferociously. Tell him to come together. Chen Zong clicked on the table with his fingers, and said lightly, today, he has time. The so-called Go's son does not happen to have a reason to kill him. Today, if he comes to die by himself, then, kill it conveniently, so as to save trouble in the future. Good. Mo Yaoshan laughed anxiously. This son's arrogance is rare in the world. At the same time, one of his subordinates hurried forward and handed a mobile phone to him. Mo Yaoshan's expression was cold, and he suddenly dialed Mr. Guo's phone. At this time, Fuxing Group, high-level meeting room. Go Shows is dressed in a suit and straight, sitting in front of the conference room, presiding over a high-level business meeting. At this moment, the female secretary suddenly walked into the meeting room and handed a mobile phone to him. My son, Mo's phone. Mo family. Go Shows glanced slightly. Hang up, I'm in a meeting. He hates it the most, when someone interrupts him in a meeting. The female secretary nodded and dropped the phone. But it didn't take long for the phone to ring quickly again. Go Shows' eyes were slightly cold, and he took the phone and answered the call. Mo Yaoshan, I'll give you 1 minute to explain the meaning of this call, otherwise I will ask you. Go Shows' voice was very cold, and the meeting was disturbed, and he had no good expressions. My son, my Mo family was destroyed and humiliated, and I asked the son to call the shots for my Mo family. On the other side of the phone, Mo Yaoshan's respectful and hasty cry for help. Waste. You can't handle this by yourself. Go Shows' eyes were slightly cold. The second son was arrogant, relying on his own ability to fight, forcibly broke into my Mo family, and threatened to cut off my son's hands. Mo Yaoshan on the other end of the phone explained hurriedly. Then you, report my name and let him go. Go Shows said impatiently. Such a trivial matter. You actually have to call in person. Makes him very irritable. I've reported your name, son. But the servant said, if you come, you will be resolved with you. Hearing the report on the phone, Go Shows' face suddenly condensed. This arrogance. This is to provoke his Go family nakedly. Before this, he could still ignore it. But now, this matter. He has to take care of it. Regardless of whether Mo Yaoshan's words are true or false, this matter involves Go Shows' reputation. He will definitely come forward. Let him wait. He will be there in 10 minutes. Go Shows' voice was indifferent, and he dropped a word and hung up the phone directly. He glanced around the people in the meeting room. Something happens at 0 hour, the meeting is suspended. After speaking, Go Shows turned indifferently and left the meeting room. Only leaving the meeting room, a group of high-level people looking at each other. This is, what happened again? A minute later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom car sped out from the Fuxing Group building. Mo family manor. Chen Zonging calmly and indifferently, just sitting at the table, tilted Erlang's legs, lit a cigarette, and waited faintly. At the same time, he did not forget, and greeted the trembling nanny. Trouble. Make me a pot of tea. The babysitter was trembling with fright. She didn't dare to resist at all. This person is terrible. The babysitter tremblingly came to Chen Zong's side and made tea for him cautiously. But at this time, her hands holding the teapot were shaking. The horror of this person made her soul tremble. A pot of hot tea was brewed, and the nanny quickly fled away in horror. Cold sweat was already on her forehead. In the entire Mo family manor, the atmosphere was solemn and weird. Corpses everywhere, and Wang Bexuan's corpse was also lying horizontally on the ground. The remaining group of Mo family bodyguards trembled and frightened. Neither was it to retreat, nor was it to rush. They could only stand around like this, their bodies frightened. The three of the Mo family looked very embarrassed, standing still waiting. While Chen Zonging sat quietly at the table, slowly drinking tea. The wind is clear and the clouds are light, and the air is calm and relaxed. It really seems that everything in this world has nothing to do with him. Smoke, sip tea. Waiting for Mr. Go. Chapter 214. His bad name. At the same time, a Rolls-Royce Phantom car rushed forward and slammed to a stop at the entrance of Mo's Manor. The car door opened, and a muscular man in a black suit stepped out of the car slowly. The muscular man looked cold and determined, and his whole body exuded a terrifying murderous intent. That terrible burst of muscle was tightly wrapped under the suit uniform, and even the suit shirt seemed to be torn apart. His hands are full of fury calluses, and his eyes are deep, as if had been baptized by endless blood. Every inch of his breath carries a murderous breath. This person's hands have been contaminated with endless blood. The Middle East, Syria, Iraq. His blade has traveled everywhere, beheading endless heroes. His code name is Black Knife. The Black Knife are past, and no one was born. Today, he lives in Jiangnan and Shanghai, becoming a full-time entourage of the Go family, son of the Fuxing group. Great hidden in the world, his sharp blade, now only kills people for the sake of Mr. Go. He killed whoever Gogongtsai asked him to kill. He respectfully came to the back door of the Rolls-Royce sedan and opened the door respectfully. "My son, please." The black sword man in the suit respectfully bowed his body and invited. A black leather shoe slowly stepped out of the car door. In a light blue suit, Go Shows looked calm and indifferent, and stepped out of the car. Standing at the gate of the manor, in front of Go Shows, he was unprecedentedly cold and deep, although he was still calm. But the faintly flickering murderous intent in his eyes was the biggest anger in his life. In Jiangnan and Shanghai, no one knows that the Mo family is his Go Shows' subordinate. To put it mildly, the Mo family is powerful. To put it harder, the Mo family is his dog, Go Shows. And he, Go Shows, who has been in the south of the Yangtze River, has never had anyone dared to touch his dog. But today, the Mo family was so insulted. What's more, the other party actually threatened to solve it together when Go Shows arrived. This is simply face-to-face, unscrupulous, provoking his Gojia's majesty. The power to provoke him Go Shows himself. Today, if this matter is not understood, then his reputation as Go Shows will completely become the laughingstock of this Jiangnan. Even his own dog can't protect him. How can Go Shows gain a foothold in Jiangnan? Exclamation mark. He looked up and glanced at the Mo family house above his head. Go Shows looked cold and walked away quickly. The bodyguard in a black suit guarded him, and quickly opened the door for him to clear the way. Of course, when the door opened, Go Shows' pupils suddenly condensed. The blood on the ground spread all the way from the gate, like a sea of blood. It dyed the entire inner gate of the courtyard red. Corpses everywhere. This is! Exclamation mark. Go Shows' expression was cold, and his pupils were endlessly murderous. Dare to do such unscrupulous things in the south of the Shanghai Sea and Jiangnan, in his Go family's territory? Exclamation mark. This is simply, if Go Shows can't handle this matter today, then I'm afraid ... After today, the Go family's face will be completely lost. The black hands in a suit and black hands were cold, and the leather shoes under his feet kicked quickly, kicking away the corpses all over the ground, clearing a path for the sun. Respectfully invite the sun, and walk towards the inner courtyard. Go Shows' complexion was embarrassing like never before, and he walked all the way towards the Mo family inner courtyard. Today, he didn't carry too many entourages, only the Black Knife. However, it was precisely because of the Black Knife that Go Shows was so angry at this time. If it were not for a major crisis, he would never go out with a black knife. When the black sword comes out, it will stain the blade with blood. Black knives only kill people and never leave alive. If it had been before, even if there were any conflicts, Go Shows would not easily strike a black sword. The black sword came out, only to kill. At this time, Go Shows was already extremely angry. The colder his face, the more violent the murderous intent in his heart. Finally, step by step, he stepped into the inner courtyard under the path of the black knife. When he walked into the inner courtyard, the pupils of the whole person trembled suddenly. Looking through the corpses everywhere, Looking into the inner courtyard, I saw a handsome and elegant figure sitting quietly at the dining table. He, with a calm complexion, held a teacup in his hand. He was calm and relaxed, and he was vomiting smoke rings. When he saw this figure, Goshoz's pupils shrank violently. Chen. Aspect. Goshoz clenched his fists tightly, and his forehead blue veins appeared in an instant. How could he forget this figure? Exclamation mark. Finally, when I heard Goshoz's voice, the figure sipping tea at the table slowly raised his head. Then, the corners of his mouth raised a curve. Go-sun, it's been a long time. Chen Zong smiled, smiling calmly. However, when the three of the Mo family heard this name, the the three of the Mo family were struck by lightning. Exclamation mark. Mo Yaoshan's body trembled violently with horror. His lips were trembling violently. Chen vertical horizontal. Exclamation mark. This name makes him. His soul trembles. This young man. Just Chen Zonging? Question mark. At that moment, Mo Yaoshan had a horrible feeling that his soul was shaken and torn apart. My son, offended Chen Zonging? Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Bang! In the next instant, Mo Yaoshan's legs trembled violently, and he directly kneeled to the ground! Exclamation mark. At this moment, he was completely stunned by this name. He finally reacted. Ku group. Isn't Chen Zong being the Ku group? Exclamation mark. No wonder, this person dared to be so unscrupulous. No wonder, this person dared to face Master Goshoz! Exclamation mark. Because he is Chen Zonging! Exclamation mark. Nizai, kneel down. Mo Yaoshan looked terrified and anxious, and quickly yelled at the son next to him. Today, this rebellious son he provoked a figure, and their Mo family a terrifying figure who absolutely can't provoke! Exclamation mark. Even the Huang family, one of the four big families, was massacred. The Holy Trinity Church. The massacre of thousands of people. It is vivid! Exclamation mark. During that battle, Chen Zonging's name trembled in Shanghai, become a taboo in Jiangnan. But now, his rebellious son has provoked such a terrifying existence! Exclamation mark. This is simply to provoke the disaster of extinction! Exclamation mark. Mo Jiaming on the side was pale. His knees softened, and he knelt to the ground with a bang. Although he is uninhibited, dainty. But you also know Chen Zong's foul name. This person is a demon in the world! Exclamation mark. Mo Jiaming fell to his knees without saying a word, trembling in fear. Even Liu Xiangnan knelt on the ground in horror and trembling. At this moment, all three of the Mo family knelt down. The eyes of the three people all looked at Goshoz with horror and trembling, with the intention of begging for help. At this moment, only young Master Go can save their family! Exclamation mark. Goshoz's expression was extremely cold, his fists clenched, he stepped forward step by step. Chen Zonging, don't you know this Mo family is my affiliated family of Goshoz? Goshoz's voice was indifferent. Step by step, stepping forward. Chen Zonging sat at the dining table and took a sip of hot tea. I'm sorry, I didn't know before. Then you now, do you know? Goshoz said in a cold voice. Now, I see. The corner of Chen Zonggong's mouth raised an arc. Now that I know, I don't want to leave quickly. Could it be that you really want to fight against someone from me? Go? Goshoz's voice was calm, but with an unprecedented coldness. Anyone who is familiar with Goshoz understands that, the more calm Goshoz is, the more terrifying his repressed anger at this time. Goshoz was really angry. Leaving? Chen Zonging took a sip of tea. Why am I leaving? My business is not finished yet. Huh. As soon as the words came out, the air suddenly felt silent. I don't plan to let the Mo family go. Chen Zonging, Goshoz screamed with a cold expression. Next to him, the suit bodyguard Black Knife was extremely cold, stepping forward. A terrifying murderous intent, surging in the air. The Black Knife was unsheathed, and the blade blood killed. The whole piece of air became extremely cold and suppressed. The black sword stared straight at Chen Zonging, confronting like a sharp sword. "The sun let you go." Haido's voice was cold, and he only uttered 6 words. "Jiang Wu kills. He cherishes his daughter." Every time his word represents killing. But Chen Zonging, with a calm complexion, sipped his tea lightly, and ignored him. "I'm talking to you." Haido's expression was cold, and between his hands, 2 terrifying black long knives had emerged from the sleeves of the suit. Code name, Black Knife. He has 2 knives with a black blade, killing countless. Chen Zong finally raised his eyebrows impatiently. "Sorry, I only talk to your master." The implication of this is to say, the Black Knife is a dog? But he, Go Shou's hired from overseas with a lot of money, the #1 killer at this moment, was ridiculed as a dog! This is simply. The Black Knife's pupils appeared murderously. "You are the first person who doesn't put me in the eyes." Indeed, he has been slaughtered overseas for several years with black knives. How long has he been so ignored? This is simply disrespect of his name. Chen Zongong glanced at him indifferently, only a few words back. "I am also the first person to send you on the road." As soon as this remark came out, murderous intent was raging. Court death. The black sword was finally furious. His body flashed, and the 2 swords in his hands surged rapidly, passing through the air. Violently attacked Chen Zonging's body, slashing away. The blade was turbulent, cutting through the air, with a terrifying tremor. At that moment, in everyone's eyes, it seemed that only the phantom blade like that swept across the sky turbulently. A single cut, a million cuts. This knife can be described as shocking. The Black Knife has swept thousands of murderous intents, and it seems to turn Chen Zonging into the dust in the endless sea of knives. At that moment, everyone seemed to have a foreboding that Chen Zonging was swept by the sword and turned into minced meat. There is no way to avoid it. This knife is invincible in the world. Of course, just here suddenly. However, Chen Zonging remained calm and calm. He gently lifted his right hand. A chopstick cut through the void suddenly, like lightning, piercing the air quickly. Puff. The chopsticks, the head of the black knife that penetrated in an instant, burst out from the back of his head! Splashes of blood in the scarlet blood! At that moment, countless blade shadows all over the sky dissipated in an instant. Kang dang! The long knife fell to the ground. Haido's whole person, sluggish, standing in place. A drop of scarlet, along his forehead, slowly fell. Right above his forehead and eyebrows, a blood hole as big as a thumb suddenly appeared. The scarlet is full, and you can even see the scarlet source inside. Chapter 215. Take the knife. Boom! A muffled sound. The body of the black sword fell straight to the ground. The whole ground was stained with blood. A generation of black swords, one of the most mysterious killers around Go Shou's, fell. Chen Zonging sat at the dining table, slowly retracted his hand, held up the teacup, and took a sip. Being calm and relaxed, it didn't look like ... The death of a man was killed with his own hands. The atmosphere in the entire Mo family manor is extremely strange and cold. Go Shou's body trembled abruptly, his leather shoes under his feet, kicking. He backed up a few steps in succession. One move, kill the black knife? This is simply. No one understands the strength of the black knife better than Go Shou's. But, at this moment, even the black knife, even the knife, had time to slash close to the body, so he was directly killed by a single knife! Go Shou's right hand flashed, already pressed behind his waist. A silhouette faintly emerged at the back waist. It's the shadow of guns. Everyone believes that Go Shou's is a commercial hero and King Jun is famous. But I don't know that Go Shou's is even more a gun expert. Since childhood, from the age of 8, he has received the best professional training in firearms, snipers, rifles, pistols, assault, darts. As long as everything is enthusiastic, Go shows, he is perfect. His business methods are fierce. His method of shooting the killer is even colder. Half a month ago, at the Holy Trinity Church, the slaughter of the Huang family mansion was done by Go shows. Chen Zongying only slaughtered half of it. And Go shows, with just one firearm and hundreds of bullets, completely destroyed the door. There is no frills. At this time, Go shows' right hand was pressed on his waist. Just in the blink of an eye, he can take out his gun and fire dozens of shots. His shooting speed, after decades of training, has surpassed the limit of the human body. Even faster, accurate, and ruthless than those national-level shooters. If Chen Zong did not resist, he could headshot Chen Zong in an instant. However, Go shows at this time hesitated. Because of him, he is not sure if Chen Zong has a chance to resist. Even he couldn't see through Chen Zongying's strength. After all, is his shooting speed fast, or is Chen Zong's hand faster? Go shows hesitated. Today, if you do it at this moment, maybe it's the life and death. However, Go shows didn't dare to fight this bet. A drop of cold sweat slipped from his forehead. This, the son of the Jesse of the Fuxing Group, a super figure worth hundreds of billions, is finally moved today. Finally, his right hand slowly retracted. He didn't plan to work hard with Chen Zongying. I don't plan to expose my strength. This Mo family is after all just a small affiliated family. Today, he weighs the pros and cons, and finally decides to bear it. Go son, your dog seems a little vulnerable. Chen Zong took a sip of tea and said slowly, the person who killed Go shows dare to provoke Go shows so unscrupulously. This is simply the rhythm of a head-on battle with the Fuxing Group. Go shows' eyebrows trembled and trembled suddenly. That is endless rage. But he didn't dare to make a move. Even the black knife was fatal by one blow. He couldn't guarantee whether his gun would be faster than Chen Zong's chopsticks. This Chen Zong is indeed too scary. Chen Zongying, I have offended Fossum Group. The future will be in Jiangnan. You will be unable to make any progress. Go shows' voice was as cold, and he spoke slowly. Oh, isn't it? Then I am eagerly waiting. The corner of Chen Zonggong's mouth raised an arc, calmly, and he really didn't put Go shows in his eyes. Today, my business hasn't been done yet. Are you going to stop me? Chen Zong's gaze faintly looked at Go shows. His matter has not yet been processed, so the inquiry at this time was just incidental. If Go shows wanted to intervene, he would solve it by the way. The atmosphere on site is extremely solemn. Go son, please save the dog. Mo Yaoshan knelt on the ground, looking at Go shows in horror, asking for help in his eyes. At this moment, only Go shows has the opportunity to save his son. However, Go shows looked cold and took a deep breath. Then, he took a step back slowly. On behalf of him. No longer intervene in this matter! Exclamation mark. Dignified, the Go family son. This matter, but no longer intervene in this matter. This Mo family, but his affiliated family, but he didn't intervene anymore. At this moment, all the Mo family faces are trembling with horror. Can't believe it. Mr. Go? Is this? Exclamation mark. My son. I can't leave you, my son. Mo Yaoshan knelt and climbed in front of Go shows, tremblingly pleading. Mo Jiaming also crawled over on his knees, shaking his head all over. At this moment, the Mo family was so miserable. Once, the Mo family giants, worthy of tens of billions of dollars in the Mo family's real estate, at this moment. But it is so miserable. Chen Zong sipped his last sip of tea, and finally slowly stood up from the table. Now, can you handle things? He lit a cigarette, calmly. Yesterday, your son was 300,000 yuan, trying to buy the dignity of a woman. It's a pity, that woman. I saved it. So, I spent 3 million to buy your son's 2 hands and 1 leg. The money is spent, and today, I will come to collect things. Chen Zongying's voice was calm and indifferent, but there was an unprecedented icy cold. Your son's arm, give you a chance to deal with it personally. If not, I will do it for you. Boom. As soon as these words came out, The Mo family's 3 members all knelt and trembled. This is simply a catastrophe of life and death. Mo Yaoshan rushed to his son, and slapped him down. Nizai ... You dare to Mr. Chen's woman? Nizai, knob your head to Mr. Chen. Mo Jiaming was stunned, trembling violently, and miserable. He couldn't even dream that he had offended. It turned out to be Chen Zong. He slammed his head at Chen Zonging without any hesitation. However, Chen Zonging stood there calmly, spitting out a smoke ring. There are 5 minutes left. If you don't do it, I will do it myself, he said calmly. His patience is limited, he said ... by Mo Jiaming's 2 arms and 3rd leg, then ... say and do it. The whole Mo family was miserable, pale and ugly. Mo Yaoshan's body was pale, unprecedented ... have suffered such a choice. How do you choose? Exclamation mark. Or, do it yourself and chop off his son's arm? Or, waiting for that demon youth to do it himself? Question mark. This. Mo Yaoshan, don't you go ... get the knife. At this moment, Go Shou suddenly shouted and screamed. This! Exclamation mark. Even Go Shou's has spoken like this. Mo Yaoshan's complexion was pale, trembling with horror. This is powerless. The sun. The sun. Mo Yaoshan has never been so frightened and helpless. Sun is his life's hope. But today, go get the knife. Go Shou shouted with anger. But his eyes were staring at Chen Zonging closely, as if his eyes were facing each other. Mo Yaoshan slumped to the ground. At this moment, the head of the Mo family completely collapsed. Come here. Take the knife. Mo Yaoshan's voice trembled, forced to do so. Father ... Father, save me, don't you? Mo Jiaming was finally frightened and dashed. His face turned pale, tears and nose gushing out frantically. Soon, his servant, with a pale complexion, presented a sharp machete. The machete, the blade is 30 centimeters long, and the blade has been opened. It is extremely cold. When he saw this machete, Mo Jiaming was so scared that his face was pale. Chapter 216. There will be a period later. Han Mang is sharp, with a blade length of 30 centimeters. Patriarch Mo Yaoshan took the machete with trembling hands, and then, step by step, he walked towards his son. His hands were trembling along the way. After all, the one kneeling in front is his own flesh and blood. Let him do it on his own flesh and blood. There is nothing more tormenting than this. Father ... No, Daddy. Mo Jiaming trembled extremely, tears in his eyes and nose, madly gushing out. This young master of the Mo family was almost about to collapse at this moment. There are mountains, don't. He is my son. His wife Liu Xiangnan also rushed up miserably, trying to stop her husband. However, Mo Yaoshan looked extremely solemn and regarded death as home. Today, if he does not come up with an explanation, I'm afraid that the entire Mo family will suffer annihilation. At this moment, he has no choice. Mo Yaoshan pushed his wife away, holding a sharp machete, and slowly walked in front of his son. Then, he slowly raised their 30 centimeters long machete. Father ... Don't. Mo Jiaming trembled in horror, his pupils widening. Puff. Han Mang flashed. His hand lifted the knife and dropped. Gory blood splattered. Mo Jiaming's entire left arm was cut off instantly, and his limbs were planted on the ground. A piece of blood stained red. Mo Jiaming howled miserably, shaking with horror. The pain of severed limbs, heart-piercing. Mo Yaoshan was holding a machete and his complexion was extremely hideous. At this time, his eyes were blood-red, and his body seemed to be several decades old. Personally, cut off his son's hand. The flesh and blood are connected, and the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. But he has no choice. The machete in his hand was stained with scarlet. He raised the machete again, and slashed it frantically at his son's right hand. Puff. Blood spattered. The red blood splashed on Mo Yaoshan's face, making him look even more hideous. Mo Jiaming's entire right arm was also instantly chopped to the ground, blood soaring. In the blink of an eye, his arms were lost. His body trembled with severe pain, and his whole body fell to the ground. His painful complexion paled, almost fainting. Inside the Mo family manor, there was a massacre scene. Mo Yaoshan cut off his son's arms with his own hands. His complexion seemed to be dozens of years old in an instant. Zheng. He was holding a machete and fell to his knees, tears running down. Everyone was silent in the audience, and no one dared to speak. Go Shows, with a cold expression on his face, clenched his fists, just stood aside, watching this scene coldly. At this time, the anger in his heart was also raging. This Mo family, but his affiliated family. Watching the affiliated family be beheaded in such a way, it is tantamount to being naked. Slap him, Go Shows slap, but he can only stand by and watch. Because Chen Zhongying was present, Go Shows did not dare to intervene. Once upon a time, in this Shanghai Sea, has there ever been such a scene? 1. A foreign youth in his 20s, the whole area of Jiangnan that trembled in the name of just one person, trembled. It really seems that in this world, his name is a symbol and a majestic hero. Covered in wind and sand and swordsmanship. How much does the myth of success cost? Jinjian Horse chaotic war with swords and arrows. No matter how hard he is invincible, there is no fear. Today, his name Chen Zhongying is gradually embarking on the altar of mythology in this Jiangnan and Shanghai. Destroy the Huang family and confront the young master of the Go family. Chen Zong, standing quietly in the Mo family manor, stretched out his hand and took out a cigarette to light it. Through the faint smoke ring, he just looked directly at the scene. There is still the third leg, no hands. His voice was calm and indifferent, and slowly reminded him, When he heard this, Mo Yaoshan's hand holding the knife shook violently. I beg you. I have a large number of adults. Leave my Mo family. A way of life. Old Mo Yaoshan pleaded with tears in tears. The third leg, that is the future of men. The third leg is gone. What else? Inherit the line? How about inheriting the great cause of incense? The future of his Mo family is going to be ruined. This is worse than killing his Mo family directly. I said, 3 million, 2 hands and 1 leg, no bargaining. Chen Zhongying's voice was calm, but there was a sentimental chill. He speaks and never breaks his words. Say a few legs, then a few legs. No bargaining. This Mo Jiaming had the courage to spend 300,000 yuan to force Yuan Li. Then he has to make plans to be counter-buoyed. At a young age, wanton life. This age is already the case. If he is allowed to grow, his future how terrible. How many people will be persecuted. Instead, leave it to harm the world. It's better to cut off the roots. Mo Yaoshan's whole body was trembling. He was born as a father, so he couldn't get his hands off. Mo Yaoshan, what are you still trying to do? Do it. Not far away, Go Shows' expression was extremely cold, and he shouted. At this time, Go Shows is completely righteous to destroy his relatives. In order to calm the situation, I don't hesitate to sacrifice the life of the arms and wings. Mo Yaoshan's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and suddenly picked up the machete. Hurried to the body of his son Mo Jiaming. Father no. Mo Jiaming trembled with a miserable face, begging for mercy and shook his head. At this moment, standing in front of him, the assailant is his own father. But Mo Yaoshan, as if he couldn't hear, slowly raised the machete. Then, facing his son Mo Jiaming's lower body slashed fiercely. Puff. Scarlet splashed. Mo Jiaming trembled violently, his eyes bursting with blood and tears. His lower body was completely stained with scarlet. The whole pair of trousers are soaked and penetrated by blood. The third leg was completely cut down. Mo Jiaming, from now on, has become a complete eunuch! The miserable howling sound echoed over the Mo family manor. The scene made people tremble. Kang Dang, the blood-stained machete in Mo Yaoshan's hand slammed to the ground. His old body softened and he slumped directly on the ground. Old Mo Yaoshan burst into tears, crying up to the sky. He was completely dead. Go Shou stood there, clenched his fists, his expression calm and indifferent, and he could not see the slightest mood swing. One generation, the super son of Fosun Group, at this moment, is forced to this point. Chen Zhongying slowly spit out a smoke ring, then turned around lightly and left the scene. The black leather shoes under his feet slowly stepped over the corpses. Then, he passed by with Go Shou's Chen aspect. At this moment, Go Shou's, who had been calm and silent, finally spoke. Chen Zhongying's footsteps stopped gently. Mr. Go, remember today's matter. Go Shou's voice was calm, but it was colder than ever. What happened today is the shame of Go Shou's. If it were to be passed out, Go Shou's prestige would be completely lost. Chen Zhongying smiled faintly. There will be a period later. Chapter 217. Cheer up. Chen Zhongying was just like that, safe and sound, and left slowly. Only the scarlet and terrifying scene in the Mo family manor remained. The son of Mo family, Mo Jiaming, both arms were cut off, and the third leg was castrated, lying on the ground bloody. What was even more trembling was that all of this was actually done by his father Mo Yaoshan himself. Mo Yaoshan knelt on the ground, his old body trembling, tears running down. At this moment, the Mo family was completely planted. Thoroughly, without Gong Tsaiguo's permission, Mo Yaoshan didn't even dare to dial the emergency number, so he knelt on the ground and trembled. My son, I beg you to help my son. Mo Yaoshan begged hoarsely with his old body hoarse. Go Shou's looked cold, and glanced at the scene. He took out a cell phone, dialed a special emergency number, and then threw it to Mo Yaoshan. Answer the phone and call an ambulance. If it is too late, there will be help. Shaking, Mo Yaoshan quickly picked up the phone and asked for help. 10 minutes later, 3 special emergency ambulances hurried to the door of Mo's manor. The nurses and doctors of the top private hospitals in Shanghai and Haihai City come to first aid themselves. All of this has used Fosun Group's universal hand-eye relationship. Of course, when the nurses and doctors saw the scene at Mojia Manor, they were still shocked. It was a terrible massacre scene. A group of nurses came to Mo Jiaming urgently, dealt with him cautiously, and then put him on a stretcher. Urgently rushed to a private hospital. Go Shou's looked indifferent, flicked his hands, and turned away suddenly. Today, his Go family not only lose his face, what's more, he also lost a killer hired heavily, Black Knife. This is simply the biggest collapse that Go Shou's has ever eaten. He turned away indifferently. Step out of the Mo family manor and get into the Rolls-Royce car. The son. Where's the Black Knife? The driver sat in the car and asked suspiciously. Fortunately, not to mention, Go Shou's expression instantly cold. He slapped his hand and slapped the driver's face hard. Tongue, drive. The driver was so stunned, he didn't dare to speak too much, nodded repeatedly, started the car carefully, and drove away. Along the way, Go Shou's complexion, and its indifference, leave it out, spread today's affairs throughout the city. Chen Zhongying from the Ku group came to the door and killed the son of the Mo family personally, Mo Jiaming. After a long silence, Go Shou's, who was sitting in the car, suddenly said coldly. The driver who was driving was taken aback for a moment. My son, are you sure you want to send this news? You know, this Mo family but is an affiliated family of Fosun Group. This is a member of the Go Shou's faction. Today, the Mo family was so humiliated that Mo Jiaming had 3 legs severed. If this is spread out, it will not only be a big humiliation to the Mo family, but also a big humiliation to the Fosun Group. Dignified, but the affiliated family of Fosun Group suffered such humiliation in Jiangnan, Shanghai? This, where to put the face of Fuxing Group. This is simply Go Shou's slap. But Go Shou's looked cold, sitting in the car, smoking a cigar coldly. I said, Spread it out. Do what I said, he said sharply without hesitation. The driver nodded repeatedly, yes. The subordinate understands. Go-Shows was sitting in the car, smoking a cigar fiercely. At this time, his mood was extremely confused, and he reacted quickly in this extremely chaotic mood. Release the news, and through this incident, let Chen Zhonging's name resound in Jiangnan again. When a person stands too high, under the spotlight, all his flaws, all secrets, will be exposed. What Go-Shows has to do is send this man to the spotlight. He wanted to let Chen Zhonging's secrets be in full view. Standing too high, there is a cliff at the foot of 1,000 feet, falling down. Will die soon. Namo family, since it is already like this, it should be regarded as a medicine to test the poison. Mo Jiaming's disability cannot be wasted. Take this opportunity to stir up Chen Zhonging. Let others know. At this time, Go-Shows didn't care about his reputation, let alone the life and death of the Mo family. What he has to do is to kill. Under such anger, he can still plan such terrible schemes. Go-Shows' mood is enough to see it terrifying. Following the order of Go-Shows, a piece of news, like a rock shattering the sky, swept across the entire Jiangnan and Shanghai seas in an instant. Mo family was killed by Chen Zhonging. Patriarch Mo Yaoshan was forced to cut off his son's hands and castrated his son's third leg. Everything was forced by Chen Zhonging! Jiangnan's local media news app, various gossip news, began to push this news frantically. In an instant, a single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Jiangnan and Shanghai are boiling again. Chen Zhonging's name, once again, appeared in the eyes of everyone. Everyone is speculating wildly. Who is Chen Zhongong of the Ku Group? Actually, in front of Mr. Go, in the south of the Yangtze River, so humiliated the Mo family. This is simply not to put Go Gongtsai in his eyes. Don't put Fosun Group in the eyes. China, 10,000 meters high in the south, a private jet is flying through the clouds. There is a lot of luxury in the cabin of the flight. The entire cabin is like a small mobile palace, with massage chairs, water beds, conference halls, sofas. TV. Everything. A middle-aged man in a grey suit is slowly lying on a massage chair. He wears a pair of gold-framed glasses, reading the news on his mobile phone meaningfully. He is the superhead of Fosun Group and the former richest man in Jiangnan and Shanghai, Go-Xing'ai. Also, Go-Shows' father. Being able to train Go-Shows into a young handsome man. It is not easy for him to be a father. The tiger father has no dogs. The former richest man in Jiangnan, although he has retreated to the second line, but still dominates the huge business empire of Fuxing Group. In addition, there is gradually a tendency to spread, and it is intended to spread the imperial commercial power to several provinces in the southeast, forming a true imperial power. However, about Go-Xing'ai's retreat to the second line, in fact, there are many rumors in the south of the Yangtze River. Some people say that he himself blocked the amount of his own assets, so he retired from the position of the richest man in Jiangnan. Some people even say that he is now the #1 richest man in the south of the Yangtze River. 10 years ago, Go-Xing'ai was ranked first in Jiangnan on the Forbes richest list, worth 500 billion. 10 years later, no one knows how much his wealth has become. Over the years, Forbes has never announced his wealth. Go-Xing'ai's worth has become a secret. At this time, Go-Xing'ai was lying quietly on the massage chair, browsing the news. His complexion was calm and he could not see the slightest mood swing. On his mobile phone interface, it was Mojia, who was killed by Chen Zhong. The news. His eyes were calm, browsing meaningfully. This news did not cause him too much attention. He just pursed the corners of his mouth slightly, as if he knew everything well. Master, the newly emerged Chen Zhonging has provoked me to Fosun Group several times, and has had several conflicts with the young master. A female secretary waited respectfully by her side and said cautiously, "Do you need to do something?" Check him. Goksingli's eyes were calm and he shook his head slowly. No need. Ear. He will check it out. He has grown up, and it is not my turn to do these trivial things. His voice was calm and deep, as if he hadn't paid attention to the news at all. The Mo family, although it is an affiliated family under his group. However, as a father, how could he fail to understand his son's thoughts on his actions? Even the father. He couldn't help but praise him for this trick. He held the highest, and fell the hardest. At this critical moment, you can abandon the chess pieces of the affiliated family and let them be used as waste. These methods are cruel and cruel. Even if it's the father, I'm afraid it will be impossible. What do you think of the young master's plan? Goksingli looked deep and looked at the female secretary beside him. King comes from blue, and is better than blue. The female secretary replied earnestly. Goksingli smiled. The clouds are calm, and the overall situation is in hand. By the way, after this trip to Guangdong, I will return. Let's go back to Shanghai. Goksingli lit a cigar and murmured. The situation in Jiangnan is surging. He wanted to go back and take a look at this controversy. The Mercedes-Benz S600 slowly drove back to the Kushi Group building. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zongzong took the elevator and returned to the office on the 19th floor. His indifferent and calm appearance really seemed. Nothing had happened. Even, it's hard to imagine. Half an hour ago, the protagonist of the sensational, and Chen Zong did not pay attention to these at all. Sitting back in the office, he picked up a book and flipped through it lightly, as if everything has nothing to do with him. And the president's office next door. Kuya's pretty face was dull, and she looked dumbfounded at the latest local news on the computer. Chen Zonging of the Ku family group, a massacre, killed the Mo family, cruel, forcing the head of the Mo family to kill his son. This! Ku Yiren was stunned and sluggish. What is this? What's the situation? In the morning, Mr. Chen came to ask her for the address of the Mo family. She thought there was something, so she told him. But didn't he mean he went to Mo's for breakfast? How could it become the Blood Mo family for some reason? What happened between him and the Mo family? At the same time, Fudi University, inside the campus teaching building, Director Wang Hao sat in the office, his face pale and embarrassed. On the computer at his desk, there was a striking news headline. Chen Zonging of the Ku family group, a massacre, killed the Mo family, cruel, forcing the head of the Mo family to kill his son. At this moment, Wang Hao's complexion was pale, with cold sweat on his forehead, and he was screaming. Autumn. The Ku group? Chen. Aspect? At this moment, he suddenly realized that the fair-skinned and elegant youth that the youth who stood up for Yuan Liqiang is Chen Zonging! He is Chen Zonging. At this moment, Wang Hao's whole person was completely in a quagmire. He actually offended Chen Zonging! Although he is an educator, he also knows. These days, there has been a lot of shocking news in the Shanghai and Shanghai markets. Who is Chen Zonging? That is, with the power of one person, slaughter the terrifying demons in the Huang family! Actually, I got into such a devil! This is simply. At this moment, Wang Hao has the heart to die. This is just asking for death. Even young Master Mo had his hands and feet severed, and his third leg. What should I do? Wang Hao was fidgeting and his heart trembled with panic. At this moment, I'm afraid there is only one escape. He quickly got up, sorted out the safe in the office, took out all the real estate certificates, car certificates, gold and silver jewelry, etc., and stuffed it into the suitcase. Over the years, he has taken too much money from the Mo family, plus bribes from other students' parents. It adds up to hundreds of millions. Now that something happened to the Mo family, Wang Hao is sitting on pins and needles. If he doesn't escape at this time, I'm afraid he will have to finish the game too. After finishing everything, he urgently approved a leave request for himself. Reason for requesting leave: go to the province for inspection and education. Now, he must first escape from Jiangnan province, and then make a decision. It really can't. I fled to the country by plane, to the United States, carrying hundreds of millions of fortune, and I won't worry about food and clothing anymore. After everything was processed, he hurriedly called to his female administrative secretary. Book me a flight ticket for tonight. Okay. There was a calm male voice on the phone. Wang Hao was about to hang up, but suddenly realized something was wrong! My secretary is a woman. But what came out of the phone was the voice of a man! Who are you? Wang Hao asked in horror. Director Wang, goodbye yesterday. Did you forget me? On the phone, that familiar voice came. The voice is calm and refined, like the voice of a devil. Boom. At that moment, Wang Hao's whole body trembled, his hair terrified! Chapter 218 Personal Matters. On the phone, a familiar voice came from the demon man! Wang Hao's whole body trembled suddenly. How could he pick up his secretary's call? What do you want to do? Wang Hao's voice trembled a little. Director Wang, don't rush to buy a plane ticket. Remember what I told you yesterday. Boom. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's pupils shrank suddenly. In panic, he hung up the phone directly. Wang Hao carried the suitcase and rushed out of the office directly. Ting bell. But at this moment, the phone he hid in his pocket rang again. Wang Hao looked ugly and anxious. He didn't dare to answer the phone. He put his suitcase on his Porsche off-road vehicle and started the car and drove away from the school. But, suddenly, the cell phone in your pocket, but automatically picked up the call, unsuspecting! Director Wang, why don't you answer my call? The phone automatically turned on the hands-free, and Chen Zong's voice, like a ghost, floated out again. Wang Hao trembled violently, the steering wheel of his car shook, and he almost hit the tree on the guardrail. He took out his cell phone in horror, only to find ... The phone screen was pitch black ... There was no caller ID at all? What's weird is that this cell phone actually connected to the phone automatically? Simply, terribly weird. You ... What do you want to do? Wang Hao almost collapsed. This man, like a demon, is inseparable. Director Wang, do you still remember what I told you yesterday? Prepare a coffin, remember. This is for your burial, otherwise, it would be bad if you die without burial. Hearing this, Wang Hao's whole face paled in horror. This is to claim his life? Wang Hao was anxious and frightened. He stepped on the accelerator of the car, and the Porsche off-road vehicle sprinted out of the campus. He directly threw the phone that was still on the phone out of the car window. Then, driving the off-road vehicle, all the way to the highway intersection. Escape. At this time he just wanted to escape. Drive out of the Shanghai Sea. But at this moment, the radio in the off-road vehicle suddenly turned on automatically. After a blast of electricity, the man's voice ... reappeared again. Director Wang, why did you throw the phone away? You can't escape my palm. In front of the cash register, the man's voice was faint, like a demon. Wang Hao's whole body is about to collapse. This is simply terrifying! How did he do it? How could his voice be everywhere? Isn't he human? What are you going to do? I am the school director, a member of the Education Association. If you dare to move me, the law will not let you go. Wang Hao's voice broke down and shouted at the radio. He really collapsed. The man's voice was almost like a devil, and he was forced to run out of nowhere. Oh, isn't it? There was a faint sneer on the radio. Remember my words and prepare a good coffin. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will come to school to find you on time. Chen Zhongying's voice, like a ghost, slowly floated out of the car's radio. Wang He's entire complexion was pale. This kind of voice is like hell's voice, the voice of life-threatening. He was horrified and horrified. He stopped paying attention to the radio, but drove frantically, sprinting towards the high-speed kilometers! As long as he escapes from the Shanghai Sea, he has a chance to save his life. 10 minutes later, the Porsche off-road vehicle drove abruptly to the toll gate of the Shanghai-Hangzhou Expressway with a whistle. Wang Hao rushed into the toll gate in a cold sweat. He planned to escape all the way to Hangzhou, and then fly away in Hangzhou. Did he? Wang Hao honked his horn at the toll booth. Hurry up and charge, I'm in a hurry. But just right, when he honked the car horn, urging the toll collector to pay quickly and let him go, the two traffic policemen walked over with solemn expressions. Sorry sir, please show your ID card. Wang He's expression was shocked, and he looked at the two traffic policemen in surprise. What's up? Please show your ID card. The traffic police said solemnly again. Wang Hao looked surprised and carefully handed out his ID card. Sir, you have been listed as a key target of the public security organs, and the Public Security Brigade has released you on bail pending trial. You cannot leave the city. Otherwise, you will be listed as a fugitive on the internet. The traffic police compared the ID card information, and then made serious negotiations. Dao, ha. Upon hearing this, Wang He's expression completely changed! Is he listed as a key target of the public security organ? This! What did I commit? Why do I have to be under house arrest? I am the director of education at Fuji University. Why are you under house arrest? Wang Hao said angrily. But, in response to him, it was the containment of several traffic police cars. As long as he riots again, the traffic control staff will not hesitate to subdue him. Detained and sent to the patrol room. Please turn around and return immediately. Your information has been locked by the city's traffic control department. If you go out of the city, you will be wanted and arrested. The traffic control staff shouted with a solemn expression. Wang He's whole body is almost desperate. This is simply, even this city can't escape. There is no way in the sky, no way into the earth. He is completely caught in the checkmate situation. Wang Hao didn't believe in evil. He suddenly put in gear and squeezed the steering wheel. He planned to forcefully rush out of the toll booth and escape from the Shanghai Sea. But right now, inside the Porsche off-road vehicle, the man's voice suddenly came. Why are you not obedient? Struggling is useless. At the same time, the Porsche off-road vehicle suddenly started automatically, and under the condition of unmanned control, it reversed and started to drive automatically. Wang He's eyes widened, and his whole body collapsed. What the fuck? What's going on? Wang Hao stepped the accelerator and turned hard. But the whole car seemed to be controlled by someone, and he didn't listen to Wang He's call at all. The Porsche off-road vehicle is speeding all the way through the streets. Wang Hao sat on the chair, his face pale in horror. This is simply pretending to be a ghost! 10 minutes later, crunch, a cry, the Porsche SUV finally stopped in front of a remote shop. Wang Hao pushed the car door in horror and fled out of the car abruptly. Oh, after he got out of the car, there was just a burst of vomiting. Sir, do you need to buy a coffin? At this moment, a hoarse old man's voice came from the door of the shop. Boom! Wang He's body trembled suddenly and raised his head in horror. I saw a few words on the shop in front of me. Jiangnan Coffin Shop. The shop is full of sandalwood coffins! Wang He's legs softened and he almost fell to the ground! What the fuck? The off-road vehicle drove autonomously all the way, and brought him to the door of a coffin shop! He was trembling in horror and couldn't help but back up. Sir, want to buy a coffin? The old man at the door of the coffin shop asked hoarsely again. Ah! Wang Hao yelled in horror, turning around abruptly and fleeing. Fleeing all the way! Exclamation mark. At the door of the coffin shop, the old man looked inexplicably stunned, looking at the madman fleeing. There is a cat. The old man spit out a smoke ring and spit out. At the same time, the Shanghai and Haihai markets. In the Yangon building. Report to the captain. Just now. Our system seems to have an inexplicable authority intrusion. Modified the list of our wanted criminals. A program technician looked solemnly and reported. Hearing this report, the captain's complexion condensed. Are you sure? Xiaoding, you have been working overtime these days. Have you become more confused? The captain couldn't help but laugh, amused by the programmer's words. The program of our public security system can be invaded by just saying intrusions. Are you really a firewall of the court? Is it a decoration? The captain reprimanded the programmer. Forget it. Seeing you are so tired, let's give you a vacation today. Hurry up and take a rest. Don't get tired. The captain shook his head helplessly, and approved a short vacation for the little programmer. The little programmer shook his head in doubt, and finally left his seat obediently and asked for leave to rest. These days, working overtime every day, he is indeed exhausted. However, just as the little programmer left the computer, a small digital code suddenly flashed across the lower left corner of the computer screen. Kios Group, 99th floor, Office of the Chief Security Officer. Chen Zong leaned on the chair, holding the phone in one hand, smoking in the other hand, and playing with the Huawei phone in the other. On his mobile phone screen, a series of special code symbols continue to form. Just now, he only used a small mobile phone to instantly crack a series of public security firewalls and successfully invaded the entire public security system. Remotely control mobile phones, remotely control cars, and even modify the list of persons involved in the public security system. These operations, to him, are like a child's play. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the office. In. Chen Zonging replied faintly. The office door was pushed open, and a Kuyiran dressed in an old costume stood at the door. Mr. Chen, it's off work, President Kuyiran said magnetically. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sky outside the window was already dim. Oh, Chen Zonging faintly replied, holding his mobile phone, typing the code, and walking out of the office leisurely. Kuyiran's beautiful eyes glanced at his mobile phone suspiciously and curiously, and then asked, "What are you doing?" "It's nothing. Play games." Chen Zonging faintly replied a few words. He who cherishes his wealth seems too lazy to explain. Playing games? Kuyiran looked dumbfounded, looking at the series of complicated codes on his mobile phone. This is, what high-tech game? The two went downstairs, and the Mercedes-Benz S600 team was waiting quietly at the door. The KISS bodyguards respectfully opened the door and greeted Kuyiran and Chen Zong into the car. The convoy started and drove away slowly. Along the way, Kuya's pretty face was a little complicated. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke. "Mr. Chen, today, the dispute between you and the Mo family has spread throughout the city." Kuya's voice was a bit complicated and said slowly, "Mo family ... Did the Mo family offend you?" Kuyi asked cautiously. This Mo family can be described as powerful in the Shanghai and Shanghai markets. Backed by the Fuxing Group, doing evil in this city, no one dares to provoke. But today, Chen Zong went to Mo's house alone. Such an important thing happened. Kuyiran couldn't understand it, and wanted to know. What happened? Private grievances. Chen Zonging sat in the car and slowly spit out the 4 words. There is no other explanation. Kuyiran was taken aback for a moment, but somehow he couldn't understand it. But she did not dare to ask any more. I can only shook my head, and buried the doubt in my heart. But wait until the Mercedes-Benz fleet drives back to Kiss Manor. Chen Zonging and Kuyiran got off the car and just stepped into the villa. The little witch under Kushwang stood angrily at the door with her hands on her hips, staring at Chen Zonging. Sure enough, Did you give Yuan Li a strong lead? You maimed Mojang. Don't deny it. It's spread all over the city. You did it. Kushwang muttered her pretty face, not knowing it was jealous. It's still inexplicable. Anyway, it's just a bit upset, angered. And Sister Kuyiran, is she confused, looking at these two people in confusion? Yuan Li. This is the second time she heard this name. So, who is this Yuan Li, and why is it related to Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen took action against the Mo family just for that Yuan Li. At this moment, Kuyiran's heart thumped, somewhat inexplicably. Chapter 219 Coffin. At night. The Huangpu River bank. Kofco Seaview 1 mansion. Yuan Li stood in front of the landscape guardrail, holding her mobile phone in her hand. The news on the mobile phone made her heart tremble like never before. Mo family, Master Mo. Was his limbs severed? The shocking news made her dull and shocked. Yesterday, Mr. Chen said, 3 million, to buy Mo Jiaming's hands and feet. At that time, she thought it was just a threat. But, at this moment, when he saw the news on the news, Yuan Li was completely stunned. What he said was not a joke. Shanghai at night is beautiful. On the banks of the Huangpu River, the breeze is blowing. She messed up her long hair, and her beautiful eyes gradually moistened. In her life, there has never been a man who made such a fuss for herself. And angry as a beauty. At that moment, she wept. Emotions are complicated. Since ancient times, confidants are so fateful that they are not allowed to see whiteheads in the world. She also didn't know how long she could live. But it seems that in this short life, she has found her own destiny. She hesitated, picked up the phone, and dialed Mr. Chen's number. The mood is tense and slightly messy. However, the other party's phone indicated that it was turned off. A trace of complex loss flashed in Yuan Li's eyes. Looking back sadly at the end of the flower, a fragrant red face comes. Green, daisy, and beauty. Thousands of charming and unrestrained love. Perhaps, in that man's heart, she is just a vase. However, in her eyes, the man at this time is already all. However, this late night. At the same time, there was another person who stayed up all night, trembling in fear. That is, Wang Hao. Wang Hao hid in his high-priced villa mansion. He felt an inexplicable horror. At this moment, he seemed to be monitored and controlled by a ghost, and that feeling made him creepy. During the day, the car was controlled and the mobile phone was controlled. The scenes made him completely panicked at this time. That man is simply a devil. At this time, Wang Hao had sorted out all the gift boxes and equipment, and there were 2 large suitcases worth tens of millions. As for luxury homes and other luxury cars, he has no time to sell them. At this time, it can only be left here. He had already made plans, and when it dawned, he would take a taxi to the pier, take a cruise to the sea, and escape to the island country in the name of tourism. This piece of Shanghai can't stay any longer. Yesterday, the threat of that man still echoed in his ears. Ready for the coffin? It was like a sharp blade hanging over Wang Hao's head. It may be chopped off at any time. Even Mo Jiaming had his hands and third leg amputated. Wang Hao has no doubt that that man will do what he says. In order to save his life, Wang Hao can only escape, must escape. This dignified campus director, at this moment, has become an escaped mouse, which is simply sad. As long as he escapes to the sea, escapes from China, then, with the countless treasures he carries with him, I believe that it can be an island country, and it will be like a fish in the water. A deep night. This long night, some people have insomnia, some hesitate, some are safe, some are frightened. Finally, a touch of oriental fish belly white slowly appeared on the horizon. This city wakes up from the night. In their Ziyuan Villan area, Chen Zonging got up early. 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 sit-ups. It seemed to him that nothing had happened before, and he was still doing morning exercises indifferently. After finishing washing, I changed into a clean white shirt and put on a suit jacket. Bring your watch. Then, he calmly and indifferently came to the Ku family manor opposite. At this time, in the Kiss manner, the nanny aunt had already prepared a hearty breakfast. Chen Zongqing sat down on his own, and the two sisters of Kiss family began to dine. Xiaobalian, what is the relationship between you and Yuan Li? At this moment, under the autumn frost in front of the table, he blinked his eyes and asked curiously. The air in front of the dining table became slightly stunned. Sister Kuyiran also flashed her beautiful eyes. Although she continued to cut the steak, she was also mobilized and listened carefully. However, Shenzong did not respond. Are you really with Yuan Li? Shenzong still didn't respond. Kushwang's beautiful eyes were shocked and curious, covering her mouth in disbelief. You really took her up? At this moment, Shenzong finally raised his head. Give you 3 seconds to shut up, otherwise I don't mind throwing you out. His face was very calm, and the appearance of these words didn't seem to be a joke at all. Under autumn frost, she suddenly felt wrong. This man, for Yuan Li, dare to murder himself? This! Kuyiran also looks dull and inexplicable? The atmosphere of this breakfast is extremely embarrassing and strange. After breakfast, Kushwang carried his bag angrily, and slammed the door, surrounded by a large group of bodyguards. While Chen Zonging and Kuyiran took the Mercedes-Benz fleet and drove slowly towards the group building. Inside the car, the atmosphere was inexplicable along the way. Kuyiran wanted to apologize to Mr. Chen for her sister. But, for some reason, her heart at this time was also a little inexplicable irritability. Even I don't understand why. As a result, she stopped talking. The two people sat in the car, as if the Cold War was in progress. However, when it comes to the Cold War, Chen Zonging is clearly at the level of a god. He is an iceberg, and he cherishes his daughter. If Kuyiran didn't talk to him, then he was happy and quiet, and closed the curtain. Throughout the whole process, there was really no dialogue. Along the way, arrived at the company, then go upstairs. The two are really, there is no dialogue. Kuyiran forcibly resisted not speaking, and returned to the office angrily. However, Shenzong returned to the security director's office next door indifferently. I lit a cigarette, opened the book, and read it lightly. The complexity of these two sisters exceeded his imagination. Therefore, if he had to be compelled, he really didn't want to have any entanglements with these two sisters. What Confucius said is correct, but women and villains are difficult to raise! However, at the same time, inside a mansion and villa in Shanghai City, after finishing everything, Wang Hao walked out of the villa with a complex expression, carrying 2 large boxes in his salute. Turning around, glanced at the multi-billion-dollar villa behind him. Wang Hao felt very reluctant to give up. If it weren't because the incident happened in a hurry, he was really reluctant to give up and abandon this villa. Auction houses can be worth hundreds of millions at least. But now, he has no chance to do all this at all. At this time, he could only escape, and quickly escaped from the Shanghai Sea. Escape from this Jiangnan. Otherwise, he will follow in Mo Jiaming's footsteps. As for the police, Wang Hao is not so stupid. Even Mo Jiaming was tortured like this. Just rely on yourself. That little network power. Can the alarm be useful? What's more, he couldn't even get out of the high-speed toll station yesterday. The traffic police put him on the wanted list, so they can only stay in the city, waiting for Wang Zong to catch the turtle. One can imagine how terrible the other party's methods are. But Wang Hao has a high IQ. He has secretly bought a luxury cruise ship ticket through the computer in the internet cafe. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the cruise ship to go to sea, I took the opportunity to smuggle to the island country and never return to China. Carrying 2 large boxes of salute, he stood at the door of the villa, waiting. Soon, an online taxi drove up slowly. The car was reserved through the cell phone of the neighbor next door. At this moment, Wang Hao felt that his whole body was being monitored, and he even dared not use his cell phone, and he dared not carry the tuning device with him for fear of being monitored by that man. The online car hailing parked at the door of the villa. Wang Hao put the salute in the trunk, and then got into the car. "Master, go to Marina 1. Hurry up." Wang Hao was anxious, got into the car, and said to the driver repeatedly, "Okay." The driver nodded, started the car, and drove directly in the direction of Marina number 1. Along the way, Wang Hao trembled. "I didn't carry a mobile phone with me, nor any electronic equipment." He was empty, just to avoid the man's tracking. He even asked the taxi master to turn off the car radio. The taxi drove all the way, and finally crossed several streets. 20 minutes later, it arrived at Marina 1. From a distance, a huge luxury yacht is steadily stopped in the harbor waters. Countless tourists are checking tickets, one after another boarding the cruise ship, preparing to go to sea. When the taxi stopped, Wang Hao put on a peaked cap and got off the bus cautiously. Then he went to the trunk and took out the 2 boxes as a salute. He looked around and after confirming that there was nothing suspicious, he hurried towards the direction of the cruise ship ticket inspection. Along the way, there were no unexpected situations. This also made him a little more stable. Today, he has no other way out of the city. It can only be sneaked out by way of tourism. "Sir, please show your ticket." At the gate of the yacht ticket gate, a uniformed girl smiled and motioned to Wang Hao. Wang Hao quickly took out a ticket from his pocket and handed it to the ticket-checking girl. The girl checked, then nodded and let it go. Wang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He carried 2 boxes to salute and hurriedly stepped onto the stairs of the cruise ship. "Is there a lot of stuff? Do you need my help?" At this moment, a calm voice floated in front of him. "No need, thank you." Wang Hao sent a casual sentence. But suddenly he found something wrong. He looked up suddenly. His complexion changed drastically. A familiar, demonic figure is slowly leaning against the yacht guardrail. He has a neat suit and neat tie. His leather shoes lit up, and he stood on the yacht guardrail with a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes faint and indifferent. Chen Zonging! When he saw this figure, Wang Hao was panicked and trembling. How could he be here? How could he? Wang Hao's eyes were about to split, and he was shocked. There is absolutely no flaw in his escape plan. How could he discover it? It's almost like a ghost. Inseparable! In the next second, Wang Hao suddenly, even ignoring the suitcase, just ran away. At this moment, there is only one escape! Swish! But a figure flew past Wang Hao at a faster speed like lightning. In the next instant, Chen Zonging had appeared 3 meters in front of Wang Hao. "Director Wang, don't come here unharmed." Chen Zongong stood in front of him with a cigarette in his mouth, said quietly, Wang Hao's body trembled in horror, and hurriedly stopped, suddenly turned around and ran towards the yacht again. However, before he had time to move forward, his whole person was suddenly lifted up in the air. The picture in front of me revolves in an instant. Chen Zongzong carried Wang Hao's nearly 200 kgs body, as if lifting pork, and directly lifted him off the yacht. By the way, he also took down his 2 suitcases. What are you doing? Wang Hao trembled with horror, struggling hard. Chen Zonging directly threw him at his feet like throwing pork. Then a leather shoe stomped directly on Wang Hao's head. "When you meet your old friends, why don't you leave without saying hello?" Chen Zongzong's voice was faint with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. He looked calm and opened the 2 suitcases of Wang Hao meaningfully. As the suitcase opened, 2 full boxes of gold and silver jewelry were instantly exposed to the air. Diamonds, emeralds, agates, a series, sky-high price baby. That's it. It was filled with 2 full boxes. These are all obtained from bribery by Wang Hao on weekdays. Today, in order to escape for his life, he took all his brains. There are so many things. Chen Zonging glanced faintly, scanning the 2 boxes full of treasure. But It seems that you have forgotten something. Chen Zonging lowered his head and looked at Wang Hao at his feet. At this moment, Wang Hao's body was shaking with horror. What? His voice trembled. Chen Zonging slowly spit out two words. Coffin. Chapter 220. Can I surrender myself? Boom. Hearing the word coffin, Wang Hao's body trembled violently when he was stepped on the ground, and he was frightened. What are you going to do? Wang Hao struggled, extremely miserable. Chen Zong dang his cigarette and glanced at him lightly. Didn't I remind you? I asked you to prepare the coffin. Otherwise, you might have nowhere to lie down. Wang Hao's pupils trembled, and his body trembled involuntarily. Nowhere. Lie down? Question mark. Is this going to kill him? Question mark. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I will give you all the money. All the money. At this moment, Wang Hao was miserable like never before, almost facing a desperate situation. Oh, how much money do you have? Chen Zong asked quietly, smoking a cigarette. Wang Hao, who was stepped on the ground, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. He eagerly said, my 2 boxes, gold and silver jewelry, and famous watch necklaces. Worth 200 million. I give you both. And then, Chen Zong looked at him. I have 3 cars under my name, a Maserati, a Mercedes-Benz, and a Bentley. I will give you all 2. These cars are worth 10 million. Wang Hao said anxiously. The director of an educational institution, but owning such a luxurious 1,000 Marriott car, this is simply unbelievable. Then, Chen Zenging looked at him and continued to ask. I still have 2 villas under my name. One island on Zongshan Road, worth 100 million. The other is on the Bund, worth 300 million. I will transfer all of them to you. Wang Hao didn't dare to have any at this time. Rebel! Exclamation mark. Shake out all his family property. In order to save his life, he has no other choice! Exclamation mark. Chen Zonging stepped on his head and took a deep breath. His eyes deep, add up to nearly 600 million in assets. A dean of a school. Such assets are sad. So-called proper style. The so-called integrity hidden under the surface of the hypocritical suit is Wang Hao's dirty face. Let me go. I'll give you all the money. Really? Wang Hao pleaded miserably. Really? Good. Chen Zonging calmly and indifferently, finally removed the leather shoes under his feet. Wang Hao stood up tremblingly. Before he could escape in the future, he was carried by Chen Zonging and dragged directly into a Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan. Hero. What are you going to do? Wang Hao was trembling, sitting in the Mercedes-Benz, looking terrified. Don't panic. Take you to transfer your assets, Chen Zonging said calmly, and then threw all the 2 boxes of gold and silver treasures into the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz. He started the Mercedes-Benz and drove away. 10 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz S600 slowly stopped at the door of an expensive villa. Wang Hao shivered and got out of the car. The windows of the Mercedes-Benz cab are lowered. Chen Zonging turned his head, looked at Wang Hao outside the car, and slowly said, within 3 minutes, get the real estate certificate. Besides, don't even think about running away. You can't escape. Wang Hao trembled and nodded repeatedly. He walked into the villa cautiously and obtained the real estate certificate. However, at this time, he suddenly changed his mind. He hurried to the back door of the villa, trying to take the opportunity to escape. However, as soon as he rushed downstairs, he saw the back door not far away, the figure leaning on the back door. Chen Zonging was in a straight suit and he was faintly puffing out smoke rings. Wang Hao's heart trembled. Why is he standing at the back door? Wang Hao turned around in horror and walked carefully towards the front door. Since this demon man is standing at the back door, the front door, isn't it unguarded at this time? Wang Hao felt a chance to escape, and walked towards the main entrance. But, he just walked carefully to the front door, looking out through the crack of the door, and saw the figure that is still familiar? He! Exclamation mark. This man. Isn't he at the back door? Why suddenly, he appeared at the front door again? Wang Ho's heart trembled, and he hurriedly turned back again. Then, at the back door, I saw that scary figure! Wang Hao is about to collapse. What the fuck? Is it a devil? Does this man have a clone technique? Wang Hao completely collapsed. There is no way to escape. Director Wang, have you figured out the escape route? At this moment, suddenly, a leisurely voice came from his ears. Wang Hao turned his head abruptly. The demon-like figure was already standing behind him. Chen Zonggong's mouth was smiling, very elegant and indifferent. But Wang Hao's eyes made him horrified. I don't. Wang Hao shook his head tremblingly. His body retreated. Chen Zong directly picked him up, as if he was carrying pork, and lifted him out of the villa, weighing 200 catties. Wang Hao didn't have time to resist, so he was stuffed into the back of the Mercedes-Benz. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong got into the car calmly and drove up. 10 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz S600 stopped at the real estate trading center. Chen Zong carried Wang Hao and directly carried him into the real estate transaction building. Transfer of 2 villas, Chen Zong said indifferently, throwing the 2 villa ownership certificates in front of the staff. Okay, may I ask the name of the transfer owner? The staff member asked. May I with a smile. Chinese charity organizations. Chen Zonging replied indifferently. Staff crush? Sir, you want to transfer the account to? Chen Zonging spit out a smoke ring and replied faintly. Chinese charity organization. Wang Hao is shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief. A mansion worth hundreds of millions? He actually transferred the account to charity? This scene was too shocking. Chen Zong danged his cigarette, as if he didn't care at all. In the blink of an eye, he donated hundreds of millions of mansions and hundreds of millions of gold and silver jewelry to the charity organization of the Red Cross Society of China. Wang Hao's whole person is trembling. This is the wealth he has accumulated through corruption and bribery throughout his life. These wealth will allow him to live a life without worries after he goes abroad, and to live as a master. But, at this moment, everything is gone. Hero. This money. You all. Don't you? Wang Hao hid in a trembling, his heart dripping with blood, and asked lightly. Chen Zonging calmly and indifferently, slowly let out a puff of smoke. It's good to do some charity for things other than money. Wang Hao, charitable? A donation of 6 billion, to do charity? What the hell? Even Jack Ma donated money. It is impossible to donate 600 million directly! Wang Hao didn't understand, and he couldn't figure it out. He didn't know how much money Chen Zong had! To what extent does a person have to be rich, so that he can donate 6 billion yuan of assets easily without blinking his eyes? Perhaps only those general managers who have handled Chen Zonging's bank card will know how huge digital amounts are hidden in this gentleman's personal account. If it must be measured by a ratio, then that is a country that is richer than an enemy. After handling the donation, Chen Zong carried Wang Hao and threw him into the Mercedes-Benz. Then, he drove all the way to Fuda University. Hero. What are you going to do? Wang Hao was sitting in the car, trembling all over. Hero. I donated all the money to you. Didn't you agree to let me go? Wang Hao's voice was a little frightened. Don't worry, aren't you the director here? I'm just taking you to work normally. Don't panic. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong stopped the car and pulled Wang Hao out of the car. Go to your office. Chen Zong carried Wang Hao and walked all the way towards the director's office. Wang Hao trembled in horror. Hero. I have resigned, and I don't have an office. He felt that something was not right, begging for mercy, and tried to escape. But Chen Zong turned his head and glanced at him. Resign? Who allowed you? to resign? Wang He's complexion turned pale suddenly. Are you planning to let yourself go? Exclamation mark. No. Hero. I donated all the assets to you. You said, let me go. Please. Wang Hao trembled in horror, grabbing the staircase guardrail and begging for mercy. Chen Zong turned his head and glanced at him lightly. You're 600 million. I didn't receive a single point. After speaking, he took Wang Hao, dragged the person directly, and forcibly went upstairs. At that moment, Wang He's heart trembled suddenly. Yes! Exclamation mark. Those 6 billion were all donated to charity by him. Exclamation mark. Wang He's whole person is trembling in horror. Exclamation mark. Chen Zong carried him all the way up the stairs and walked towards the office. Along the way, there were students passing by. Seeing this scene, their eyes widened and couldn't believe it. Isn't that Director Wang? Yes. What's the situation? Director Wang? Why was it carried? The students' eyes widened, their faces stunned and shocked. Chen Zong carried Wang Hao all the way to the front of the director's office. At this time, the office door was locked tightly. Chen Zong indirectly raised his leg with one kick, and the entire door was kicked. A huge and luxurious office with a size of 100 square meters is presented in front of you. It's extremely extravagant. It can be imagined how much money Wang Hao is greedy in his daily life. Chen Zonging was also unambiguous, carrying Wang Hao indifferently into the office, and then directly threw his 200 jin body on the office chair. The entire chair sank violently. Hero. What the do you want to do? Wang He's fat body curled up on the chair, shaking with horror. Chen Zong squeezed out the cigarette butt, turned and sat on the office sofa. He glanced around. The decoration is good. Then, he took care of himself and lit a cigarette for himself. I'm thirsty. Make tea, he said lightly. That Wang Hao, trembling, got up from the chair, carefully brewed a pot of hot tea for him. Dignified, the director of education, at this moment, he is trembling and humbling, giving a young man such a tea. If this is spread out, I am afraid it will shock the university. Chen Zong picked up the hot tea and took a sip. That calm and relaxed appearance, as if really putting everything out of the way. Wang Hao stood trembling to the side, not even daring to breathe. In the office, the atmosphere seemed a bit silent. Wang Hao hesitated for a long time, and finally hesitated and said, a hero. A hero. Look, can you? No. Chen Zonging's expression was indifferent, and he uttered 2 words directly. Wang He's complexion was instantly pale. This hero. What do you want? Wang Hao collapsed completely. At this moment, it was like a knife hanging in the head, and the feeling of checkmate made him worse than death. Aren't you, director? Continue to work. Chen Zonging was sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, and tasting green tea, with a breezy appearance. Wang He's body trembled and frightened. This feeling was more terrifying than death. He trembled, returned to his desk, and sat down cautiously, his forehead, cold sweat already permeating. Hero, I surrender. I surrender to the relevant department. Okay, please. Let me surrender. After Wang Hao sat for a few minutes, he couldn't bear the depression, and tremblingly begged for mercy. At this moment, life is better than death. Here, wait for death. It's better to surrender directly. Turned in, he might still have a way to survive. If you wait this way, I am afraid I will really die. Chapter 221 Coffin Shop, Long-Term Corporation. Hero, I surrender. I surrender to the relevant department. Okay, please. Let me surrender. Wang He's body trembled in horror, trembling and begging. However, Chen Zonging was still calm and indifferent, taking a sip of tea, and then spit out 2 words, no. Wang He's body trembled in horror, and his whole body felt like he had fallen into hell. This feeling is better than death. What the are you? Wang Hao said tremblingly, completely collapsed. For the sake of your educated students, I have just ordered a coffin for you. It will be delivered in an hour. Don't worry, You can take a last look at the world. Chen Zhongying took a deep breath and said slowly in a leisurely voice, boom. Hearing this, Wang He's legs trembled and fell directly to the ground. Coffin. Coffin? Question mark. He bought a coffin for himself? Question mark. Here a guy. Please. Forgive me. I promise that I will never take bribes again in the future. I promise. I will teach and educate people in the future. Please. Wang Hao, shaking with horror, fell on his knees and gave Chen constantly kowtow begging for mercy. At this moment, the superior leader, but so miserable, pleaded with the young man. If this scene is spread out, I'm afraid it will shake the entire J-education world. I speak and never break my word. Chen Zhongying's expression was calm, and he faintly let out a smoke ring. He said that within 3 days, let him prepare the coffin, and then send you on the road. Then, it must be done. Even if you don't have a coffin, then, for the sake of your role model, I will personally give you a coffin, let you have a place to rest after you die. This is so domineering. At this time, Wang Hao was trembling, feeling unprecedentedly horrified. The of death is here to ask for his life and wants you to die 3 times. He simply can't survive 5 shifts. The horror of the men in front of him completely exceeded Wang He's imagination. Earlier, he thought that he was just a casual, ruthless remark. As a result, but never, even the Mo family was destroyed. He was really true, and he did what he said, so he came to the door. Wang Hao was completely limp on the ground at this moment, with a miserable nose and tears, begging for mercy. But Chen Zhongying sat on the sofa quietly and indifferently. Wang He's pleading hard to no avail. He almost rushed, desperate. He suddenly trembled and took out his cell phone, and urgently dialed 12309, the Disciplinary Inspection Bureau. I want to surrender. I am the senior director of FD University, Wang Hao. I surrender. I am corrupt and accept bribes, and enrich my pockets. I commit adultery with the parents of students. I surrender. I surrender. I am in the office of FD University. Come here, catch me. Catch me. As if he had found a life-saving straw, Wang Hao surrendered loudly to the disciplinary inspection team on the other end of the phone. Exclamation mark. At this moment, only surrender and the discipline inspection team can save his life. He would rather be taken away by the inspection team. Not to stay here and wait for death. After dialing the number of the disciplinary inspection team, Wang He's whole face trembled, and he looked at Chen Zhongying. The members of the inspection team are coming right away. I surrendered and I am willing to accept legal sanctions. Wang Hao trembled, looking at Chen Zhongying, his voice begging. He would rather fall into the hands of the inspection team than be killed by this man. This man is terrible. But Chen Zhongying had a calm and indifferent expression. He took a sip of hot tea, and then slowly spit out a sentence, I won't agree. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Wang He's face turned pale. He, don't agree? He must be killed. However, at the same time, downstairs, there was the sound of a large truck engine. A big truck stopped downstairs. Wang He's face trembled, and a glimmer of help flashed in his heart. He thought the inspection team came, or other rescue. But when he rushed to the office window and looked down, his legs suddenly softened and he almost was scared to pee. Downstairs outside the window, there is a large cargo truck parked. On the truck container, there is a huge black wooden coffin lying horizontally. Exclamation mark. Coffin. Coffin? Exclamation mark. Wang Hao was completely frightened and his soul trembled. He turned around abruptly, knelt down in front of Chen Zhongying, violently kowtowed for mercy. Exclamation mark. A good guy. A life around me. A life around me. I, Wang Hao, will be willing to be a cow and a horse for you in the future. The violent kowtow echoed in the air. But Chen Zhongying was indifferent. A few minutes later, the 4 big men carefully carried a black wooden coffin and carried it to the front of the director's office. Master, the coffin you ordered, the black cedar coffin, is 20,000 yuan. Would you give cash or Alipay? An old man with a crouched body slowly stepped forward and asked with a smile. He was the owner of the coffin shop that day. When he saw this old man, Wang Hao, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled. That old man was also taken aback? Isn't this the man who came to his shop with a Porsche yesterday? Yesterday, as soon as his car stopped, he ran away madly? Brother, your Porsche was parked in front of my shop yesterday. When do you think it will happen? You have to drive the car away. Otherwise, it will affect my old man's business and selling coffins. The old man said silently. Well, Wang He's complexion was pale. He knelt on the ground and trembled in horror. He didn't even dare to answer. Check out, cash, Chen Zongjing said, interrupting the old man. He directly handed a stack of 50,000 yuan in cash to the boss. Keep the change. The owner of the coffin shop opened his eyes and smiled when he saw the thick stack of banknotes. Young man, generous. Long-term cooperation in the future. The boss became a little incoherent in his excitement. Ordinarily, he sells coffins, who is fine, cooperating with the coffin shop. But Chen Zongying only picked at the corner of his mouth. Cooperation? Yes. He returned 2 words. The boss happily slapped his thigh and quickly handed over a business card. Chen Zonggo really took the business card and slowly put it into his pocket. In the south of the Yangtze River, if someone knows whether to live or die, then he doesn't mind ordering coffins for a long time. However, Wang Hao, who was kneeling on the ground, was trembling and terrified even more when he saw this scene. However, the scene where the coffin was delivered to the school office also attracted the attention of all the students around. All the students, they have exploded. The news quickly spread throughout the school, and the school was completely shocked and chaotic. Someone actually sent a coffin to the director's office? This is simply! School of Music Department. Kush Wang was sitting in the piano classroom, playing and practicing piano scores with his girlfriends. But at this moment, another girlfriend rushed into the classroom. Oh my god, something big happened. I heard it, just now. I don't know who it is, and sent a black wooden coffin. It was sent directly into Director Wang's office. Send. Give the coffin? In the music classroom, all the girls were stupefied and sluggish. Is this? What's the situation? Give Director Wang a coffin? This has to be. What an enemy. This campus is going to be chaotic today. Kush Wang's jade finger playing the piano was confused. She suddenly got up from the piano seat, her beautiful eyes stunned. Sluggish? Don't guess. She knows too. Apart from that little white-faced Chen Zongying ... Who else can do such a domineering thing? That guy ... Really. At this time, under the autumn frost, the forehead was already a black line. She thought that she was already very powerful. I never thought that Chen Zonggong is even better than her. When it comes to the whole person, Chen Zongying is the great master. And, on the other side, inside the vocal music classroom, the news of the coffin was also spread throughout the classroom. Yuan Li was sitting in the classroom with a music score in her hand, but when she heard the news of the send the coffin, she was ... stunned. Is it him? Has he come to school? However, at the same time, FD University, Office of the President, the principal, Beng Dishan, was sitting in a chair, flipping through the latest student test scores and postgraduate entrance exam ratios. But at this moment, he heard the secretary's urgent report. Then, Beng Dishan rubbed his whole body and got up from the chair. Someone, send the coffin to the school? Also delivered to the door of the Director of Education's office? This is simply. What do you really think of his school as a place? Beng Dishan was angry and led a group of security guards angrily towards Wang He's office. Here, it is a holy place for schools. Is it a place for wanton grievances and revenge? As the principal, how can Beng Dishan not be angry? He naturally wanted to step forward to stop it. Beng Dishan looked angry, and led a group of security guards directly to the door of Wang He's office. But, as soon as I arrived at the door, I was blocked by a huge black wooden coffin, which was horizontally in front of the door. Who is inside? This is an academy, not a place to behave arbitrarily. Please come out and give me an explanation. Arrogant Penghis Khan looked cold and angry and shouted, "This is too unscrupulous. All the coffins were sent to the school. What an enemy is this? How unscrupulous this is." Although Wang Hao does have problems with his daily style, but this is a society ruled by law. Is there anything that cannot be resolved by law? Do you have to send the coffin to do such a crooked way? Who is inside? Come out and give me an explanation. Penghis Khan shouted angrily again. You want? Let me give you an explanation. At this moment, a figure suddenly opened the heavy coffin with one hand, and slowly walked out of the office. When he saw this figure, Penghis Khan's complexion changed slightly. He didn't know this young man, but was his heart trembling because of the young man's aura? Chen Zhongying's expression was calm, with a cigarette in his mouth, just standing in front of the principal. Do you want me to give you an account? Chen Zhong looked at him and asked. Penghis Khan's body trembled, and his lips trembled and took a step backward. And the group of security guards behind them are all like enemies. They all have seen this man's skills with their own eyes. On that day, Wang Hao gathered countless security guards, only to be overthrown by this man alone. This is simply a demon. This is the school. You can't mess around. Penghis Khan shivered. However, at the same time, at the school gate, the police sirens suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, dozens of vehicles from the disciplinary supervision group came whizzing and galloping. They received a surrender call dozens of minutes ago. Due to the seriousness of the case, the disciplinary inspection team was dispatched as soon as possible, and most of them came directly. The flashing warning lights instantly attracted the attention of all the students in the school. All the students are surprised and shocked. This is, what happened? Dozens of disciplinary inspection vehicles suddenly stopped under the office building. A large group of staff in black uniforms rushed out of the car solemnly and rushed towards the office building. Chapter 222 Daughter of Dan Jiao. But when the disciplinary inspection team rushed upstairs and rushed to the front of the office, but by the huge coffin, the road was crossed. Inside the director's office, Wang Hao's face was trembling, and he fell to his knees, shaking with horror. Chen Zhongying did not know when he had already appeared in front of him. After smoking the last cigarette butt, he slowly squeezed out the cigarette butt. Director Wang, cherish your last look. Huang Kun Road, you are a good example of others. At that moment, Wang Hao's whole person was violently panicked. That was before his death. Extremely panicked. He turned around abruptly, trying to escape. But, in the next second, his neck was severely pinched by a huge force. The picture in front of me seems to be spinning, gradually becoming blurry. The whole world seemed to be getting smaller, leaving him. The trachea of his neck was severely chopped off by a terrifying force, and he couldn't breathe anymore. His picture freezes. Before he died, in the last scene, he saw the coffin. Dignified, FD Academy, teacher, this is. Chen Zhongying said, let him prepare the coffin, then he will surely let him lie down in the coffin himself. How could he let Wang Hao be arrested safely? Even if caught, it is a corpse. Then, the huge coffin in front of the office was moved abruptly. Chen Zhongying walked out of the office slowly with a straight suit and a cigarette in his mouth. In front of the office, the principal and the members of the discipline inspection team looked down. Who are you? Report your identity. The inspection team leader exclaimed with a solemn expression. At the same time, dozens of members of the inspection team surrounded him in front of the corridor. Who is this person? Why does it appear in Wang Hao's office? Is there any corruption case? How can they let it go? Chen Zhongying glanced at her lightly, and then returned 3 words, Chen Zhongying. Boom. When I heard this name, the inspection team leader trembled and stepped back several steps. The members of the group were also pale, and went backwards one after another. Even the principal trembled in his body and couldn't believe it. Chen Zhongying? this name, now looking at the Shanghai Sea, almost. No one knows it. This refined young man, just is Chen Zhongying? White and elegant, with indifferent temperament. Fundamentally, it's the opposite of the murderous name of slaughtering thousands of people! This contrast is shocking. That elegant and indifferent temperament. Really, that blood butcher executioner. Chen Zhongying? Chen Zhongying's complexion was calm, and he slowly lit a cigarette, and then just passed by the inspection team leader. Leave the scene lightly, the wind is light and the clouds are light. In front of the corridor, there was no one dare to stop. Just kidding, this who dares to stop? Finally, when the members of the inspection team recovered, he had disappeared at the end of the teaching building. The members of the inspection team pulled back their thoughts and hurriedly looked into the office. In the office, I saw Wang Hao, kneeling with his legs on the ground, his head lowered, as if was terribly scared. The members of the inspection team rushed in. Wang Hao, raise your hand. In view of your surrender, you will be investigated by the organization. You have the right to remain silent, and everything you say will become evidence in court. The leader of the inspection team looked solemn and handed an arrest warrant to Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao fell to his knees, but did not respond at all. Wang Hao, look up. The inspection team leader's expression was cold and he shouted. But Wang Hao still didn't respond? The inspection team leader's face was cold. He squatted down suddenly and raised Wang Hao's head. Boom. At that moment, the inspection team leader's heart trembled violently, and the whole person stepped backwards in succession. The complexion of all the members of the inspection team at the scene also instantly changed color, and they were terrified. I saw Wang Hao knelt down on the ground, his face pale, his eyes unwilling to tears of blood. There is a huge blood hole in his neck. This, the director of the college, has long died of anger. What he knelt on the ground was nothing but a corpse. All members of the inspection team were shocked! This! Wang Hao dead? Died in his own office, in full view? Group leader, what should I do? The members of the inspection team looked extremely ugly. The group leader's emotions were also unprecedentedly complicated. This is simply a tricky case. Logically, they already knew who the murderer was. Apart from the young man who just walked out of the office, who else might it be? The issue is that young man. Who would dare to arrest and bring him to justice? Although Wang Hao's crime was indeed a capital crime, but after all, it is a society ruled by law. Everyone's life and death have been sanctioned by law before they can be sentenced. Without going through the law, that would be murder, a crime. However, that young man, that assailant, is called Chen Zhongying. Even the Huang family was slaughtered by the whole family. In the entire Huai Sea, who dare to arrest him? Chen Zhongying? This can only be a tricky and unpredictable case that dare not be arrested. Scorching sun at noon, scorching heat. When Chen Zhong drove back to Q's building, it was almost noon. Back in the office, he lit a cigarette, continued to sit back in the chair, picked up a book, and flipped through it lightly, did not bring the murderous hostility of the previous second into the emotions. If it were an outsider, it would be hard to imagine that such a fair and elegant young man had just executed a life by himself half an hour ago. The whole Jiangnan seems to be surging gradually because of him alone. However, at the same time, the president's office next door. Ku Yiren sat in front of the chair, nervously dealing with the relocation process of the laboratory. After nearly a month of advanced preparation and investment of nearly 100 million yuan, the basement research base has basically been completed. Everything is going on in secret. The entire group, tens of thousands of employees, think that the group building is just a normal decoration. But I don't want to. The group has built a huge secret laboratory at a distance of 10 meters from the ground. After that, All the secret core experiments of the Ku group will be conducted in that mysterious laboratory. All plans are slowly advancing. Ku Yiren's mentality at this time was very calm, and he was ready to prepare for the arrival of the enemy. With the continuous improvement of the project, eventually, her plan will cause a world-class sensation across the country, and even a larger area. At all times, I don't know how many forces will come with eyes on it. Therefore, she must be well prepared. There is always a solution to a problem. Since Ku Yiren recruited Mr. Chen as a security consultant, her view of the crisis has also been changed imperceptibly. It seems that as long as the man is by her side, her heart will not be messed up. That man, in her heart, is almost invincible. However, at the same time, at noon, the hot streets of Shanghai, dozens of blue Maserati president cars are slowly driving down the street. In the president's car, a woman wearing a white cheongsam was sitting peacefully. Her black hair and blue silk were coiled up, and his face was exquisite as a daisy, exuding a breath of pure beauty. However, what makes people feel surprised is that their woman who thinks that she is pure and beautiful, is holding a retro game console in her hand, playing Tetris. This picture is somewhat inexplicable, but maybe people will be shocked when they see the score on the screen of the game console in her hand, because the score value of the Tetris game is displayed as 9,999,999 points. As we all know, Tetris is a brain game. The biggest feature of this game is that there is no limit to scores. You can play unlimited. However, the game console in this woman's hand has already played the Tetris score to a blast! What a terrifying state is this! No one has ever been able to play Tetris to a blast. Most people, even old players, will stop at the last few squares, and then can only watch the game over. But this woman actually beat this unlimited game to a blast? How terrifying has her IQ level reached? Miss, an hour ago, an education director of FD University was killed. The place of death was in the office, and the murderer was Chen Zongying. At this moment, a female secretary sitting in the front passenger seat suddenly reported quietly, "Oh, is it?" The woman replied softly, continued to lower her head, hit the game console in her hand, and asked lightly at the same time, "How long will it take to get to the Ku group?" "There is still 5 minutes away." "It is 11 o'clock noon, and the hotel has already arranged," the female secretary replied respectfully. "Yeah?" The woman nodded lightly. While playing a game, she took out a lollipop from her cheongsam pocket and put it in her mouth. 5 minutes later, the 10 Maserati presidential team, with a low roar of engines, slowly drove into the KISS Group building. The convoy stopped at the gate of KISS building. The car door of the front convoy opened, and a large group of bodyguards in black suits got out of the car, respectfully guarding the surroundings, and guarding safety. Then, a bodyguard cautiously stepped forward, bowed his body, personally opened the door of the main car in the middle. The woman in the white dress cheongsam was calm and indifferent, a long white high-heeled shoe, slowly stepping out through the slit of the cheongsam. She shouted, a lollipop in her mouth. Her face was pure and attractive, and the cheongsam and that chuchun were beautiful, forming two extremes, ice and fire. "Hello, who are you?" At the door of the group, Xi Ming, a small security guard, slowly stepped forward and asked politely. KISS Group is a special pharmaceutical company. It is not allowed to visit at will if it is not for casual people. Therefore, any visiting guests must report their identity and register before entering the building. Around the door of the building, the rest of the security guards also looked at the woman in surprise and curiosity. This woman's face was so pure that the man had an urge to love her. Zhang's family, Zhang Yuochu. The woman in the white dress cheongsam with a lollipop said magnetically. However, after hearing this name, all the security guards present looked dazed, and then shocked. Zhang family? How many Zhang families are there in this Shanghai Sea? one of the four major families in Shanghai and the sea, Jiang Mansion and Jiang family. The daughter of the Jiang family, Tan Jiao, is like the beginning. The rumored person, at this time, is in front of you. Q's building, 9 tiny in floor, President's office. Ku Yiren is calculating the formula of medical experiment in a complicated way. Tingling. At this moment, the office phone in front of her suddenly rang. Ku Yiren was taken aback for a moment, and answered the phone in doubt. Mr. Ku, Mansion Jiang. Ms. Zhang's family, Jiang Yuochu, is visiting, and he is downstairs. On the phone, a solemn report from the secretary Sungs came. Jiang family? Jiang Yuochu! Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were stunned for a moment, surprised, unexplainable. One of the four big families, the Jiang family, that Jiang Yuochu, known as the daughter of Dan Jiao, has the highest IQ, beyond imagination. But, this lady, why? He suddenly visited the Ku group. There was no contact between Kui and Zhang's family. The water of the well never violates the water of the river today, but suddenly visited. This makes Ku Yiren suddenly feel a little restless. Is it for that project? Or for other? I see. Ku Yiren hung up the phone, complicated flashes in her beautiful eyes. She got up, arranged her dress, and then walked out of the office. Since Jiang Yuochu visited in person, he was waiting downstairs. Naturally, Kui couldn't lose her etiquette, so she went downstairs to greet her. Take the elevator and descend all the way to the first floor of the lobby. When Ku Yiren walked out of the elevator, Jiang Yuochu was already standing at the gate, waiting for a long time. Hello, Miss Jiang, and welcome to the Ku group. Ku Yiren stepped on high heels, stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Hello, Mr. Ku. I have rushed to visit today. Excuse me. Jiang Yuochu has a lollipop in her mouth, and a sweet curve rises at the corner of her mouth. She is very familiar with it. This is the first real private meeting between Ku Yiren and Jiang Yuochu. On weekdays, the two have met in public, but they only met, never really talked about it. Today, this is the first time we have met and on this occasion. Chapter 223. The eyes of the dead. The hands of the two women shook lightly. There are no sparks, no swords facing each other. Everything seems to be light and windy. Miss Ku, if you don't mind, how about I call you Sister Yiren? Jiang Yuochu said with a magnetic voice while blinking Chuchun's beautiful eyes with a lollipop in his hand. The look in her eyes and her voice can indeed make people get close inexplicably. It's like an invisible attraction. Ku Yiren was taken aback for a moment, smiled and nodded. Of course, Sister Yiren, then. Can I go up to your company for a visit? Jiang Yuochu held the lollipop and took Ku Yiren's hand kindly, like a pair of sisters. Yes. In Ku Yiren's heart, although there are some weird doubts, it is not easy to refuse. The sudden visit of the daughter of Dan Jiao, at least for now, is not malicious. The two held hands, took the elevator, and rode all the way upstairs. Miss Jiang, how did you suddenly think of coming to my company today? Ku Yi asked gently in the elevator with a smile on his face. Just call me Yuochu. Jiang Yuochu with a lollipop in his mouth, with a pure and harmless look. I have always heard that Yiren's elder sister is capable of doing business and is well known in the Shanghai market. Therefore, I came here today. Know a real person. Jiang Yuochu's smile was very sincere, at least. No dangerous aura could be seen. However, Ku Yiren faintly felt the more innocent and harmless smile, the more it carried inexplicable danger. A hidden weapon like a hidden sword will kill you most inadvertently. It's all false praise. Don't take it seriously. I'm just a coolie working for the group. Ku Yiren smiled faintly, and humbly replied, bringing Jiang Yuochu to the office area on the 19th floor. Wow! Sister Yiren, your office area is really big. Jiang Yuochu was holding a lollipop, and his beautiful eyes looked around curiously. The huge office area of thousands of square meters is indeed wide. She looked around curiously with beautiful eyes, seemingly unintentional. However, in the entire office, all the surrounding structures, monitoring probes, and all the design shapes, but instantly, in her mind, formed a complete memory map. But she still has a pretty face, and she can't see any fluctuations. Sister Yiren, today I specially set up a luncheon. Let's go to dinner later. Western food. Zhang Yuochu looked around with beautiful eyes, while holding Ku Yiren's jade arm, said magnetically. Ku Yiren wanted to refuse, but found out that he didn't seem to have a reason to refuse. From the moment when she took the elevator upstairs, her entire right to speak has been controlled by Zhang Yuochu unconsciously. Ku Yiren also faintly noticed a trace of the problem, but on this occasion, she had no other choice but to be vigilant. Sister Yiren, how's it going? Sorry to accompany me to lunch. Zhang Yuochu looked forward to it, just looking at Ku Yiren. Ku Yiren hesitated and nodded, okay. Zhang Yuochu smiled sweetly. That beautiful and innocent smile really seemed ... that could melt the hearts of all men around the office. The male colleagues ... smiled at this scene ... The heart shook, and the expressions on their faces were a little spring breeze blowing. These men, with insufficient concentration, still can't resist Zhang Yuochu's beautiful smile. Pina is astonishing, graceful as a dragon. Although Zhang Yuochu is only a 24-year-old girl, her every word and deed, every move, has completely bloomed the charm of a woman. This is not a simple woman. It's a cherry blossom with a poisonous thorn. As Zhang Yuochu's figure walked past, there was almost no man's gaze in the entire floor, which was not attracted. It's not that these men have never seen a woman, but that Zhang Yuochu's beauty is too high, attracting men into the invisible. People are inexplicably hooked away. By the way, Sister Yiren, I heard that your group ... has a security director who is against the sky. Can I ... get to know? While visiting the office area, Zhang Yuochu suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. From the moment she stepped into the cell group, her entire plan has been around this goal. Today, she came here just to see Ku Yiren and the rumored Chen Zhongying. However, she had just cut into the subject, and at this moment, she made this request as if she had suddenly thought of it. Everything is perfectly concealed by her. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes froze for a moment, hesitated for a few seconds, and said helplessly, I'm afraid ... I don't know him well. No, Ku Yiren wanted to hide that man. But the man, almost like an iceberg, keeps strangers away. Mr. Chen once ordered not to bring people into his office at will. Therefore, Ku Yi people must respect him. Why? I'm very curious. Sister Yiren, just take me to get to know you. Zhang Yuochu blinked his beautiful eyes and looked at Ku Yiren expectantly. A woman's coquetry and cuteness, Qianru Beimai. She really ... fully learned the extreme. The beauty that exudes from the bones makes Ku Yiren a little irresistible. After Zhang Yuochu's charming pleading, Ku Yiren had no choice but to take her to the door of the security director's office. Yuochu, wait a moment at the door, I'll go in and ask him. Ku Yiren turned her head and told Zhang Yuochu, Mr. Chen has a quirky personality. If he disagrees with you, then there is no way. Ku Yi said seriously. Yeah? Zhang Yuochu blinked her beautiful eyes and nodded. Ku Yiren knocked on the door lightly, and after receiving a response from inside, he opened the door and walked into the office. In the security director's office, Chen Zhongying was lying calmly on a chair, holding a copy of Tao Yuanming collection in his hand, reading it. Even when Ku Yiren entered, he didn't even lift his eyes at all, and continued to read. Ku Yiren hesitated for a while and asked softly, Mr. Chen, there is a little girl outside the door. I want to see you and get acquainted with you. Not interested. Chen Zhongying refused without waiting for her to finish her words. Ku Yiren, it's really an iceberg. There is no emotional fluctuation at all. If it is an ordinary man, he would have raised his head long ago when he heard the three words little girl. But he was actually ... indifferent at all. However, at this moment, outside the office, a beautiful figure, already familiar, flashed into the office first. You are Chen Zhongying? Zhang Yuochu came uninvited, standing in the office, blinking beautiful eyes. curiously looking at the fair-skinned and elegant man. Ku Yi was a little surprised, and there was no time to stop it, and the girl had already slipped in. However, Chen Zhongying still looked down at the book and ignored Zhang Ruochu's plan. "Hello, my name is Zhang Ruochu, and I come from the Zhang family of Zhang Mansion." Zhang Ruochu generously fell forward and stretched out his jade hand, wanting to shake hands with Chen Zong. However, Chen Zhongying still did not respond. The air was a little awkward and quiet. "Zhang Ruochu. Anyway, she is also a magnificent beauty, right? What's more, she has shown her charming and enchanting freely. No matter what man, seeing her with such a charming appearance, I am afraid that he can't resist it. Even her brother can't resist his tenderness, and his mind will collapse slightly. But, this man in front of you? But it seems indifferent? How can that be? Is there a problem with his sexual orientation? And the Ku Yi on the side, seeing this scene, is also a little inexplicable. But obviously, Chen Zhongying's reaction was in her expectation. Mr. Chen is an iceberg, and almost no woman can move him. Seeing this man's unresponsive appearance, a sense of security flashed in Ku Yiren's heart. This man, with such a cold attitude, is afraid that there is no womanhood at all, so he can feel more at ease. And many more. Ku Yiren quickly pinched off his inexplicable idea. "What's wrong with yourself? How can you come up with such a ridiculous idea? Chen Zhongying, are you gay?" At this moment, Zhang Ruochu suddenly opened his mouth and said something like this. Then, the scene was silent for an instant. Ku Yi was stunned. This little girl ... really, she's speechless! Chen Zhongying, who was holding a book while reading, the corners of his mouth also ... twitched slightly. He slowly raised his eyes, and the corner of his indifferent eyes glanced at Zhang Ruochu. At that moment, Zhang Ruochu's heart actually trembled uncontrollably. This look made her feel a trace of palpitations. In those pupils, there seemed to be endless vicissitudes of life, like an iceberg, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Zhang Ruochu couldn't believe it, and met the man's eyes again. Finally, her soul seemed to tremble. She is sure this look is the eyes of a dead man. She had only seen such light in the pupils of the corpse. There is no life, no fluctuations, no emotions, dead eyes. However, the man in front of him is a big living person. Why? He has a pair of dead eyes! With a faint glance, Chen Zong retracted his gaze and continued to look down at the book. He didn't pay attention to the delicate woman with white eyebrows in front of him in the slightest. Treated completely as air. "Do you also like to watch Tao Yuanming's collection?" Zhang Ruochu calmed down and continued to pick up the topic, trying to talk with him. "We are in the Qinshu when we are young. I am complacent by Huxin, and often Yanru. I didn't expect you to like Tao Yuanming too." She blinked her eyes and said with a magnetic voice, "I also like Tao Yuanming. Reading his collection of poems can find a moment of peace for myself." The more you read, the more you know about Tao Yuanming's era and the world that he has experienced, and the more you understand his poems and that era. Some people say that Tao Yuanming is a saint, but I don't think. I think he is better than a saint. He is the highest state of the most idyllic life of ordinary people. Zhang Ruochu has a magnetic voice and a lollipop in his mouth. Tao Yuanming collection, a masterpiece of historical masters. But she came to grips and talked freely. How much do you have to read poetry and books to be so acquainted with classics? However, Chen Zhongying, who was flipping through the books, finally succeeded in being attracted to his attention. He slowly put down the book. His eyes were calm and indifferent, just like that. Staring at Zhang Ruochu in front of him. Zhang Ruochu didn't evade either. His eyes were beautiful, facing Chen Zhongying's gaze. The two people looked at each other. "If I'm spying, I don't mind digging out your eyes." Chen Zhongying suddenly looked cold, and slowly uttered such a sentence. Suddenly, Zhang Ruochu's pretty face was slightly white. Just now, in that scene, She tried to snoop a piece of information from the man's eyes. Even in the blink of an eye, she thought of a strategy to spy on a man. How did this man know? Could it be he could detect the tentative thoughts in his eyes? This! Kuyaran was also frowning in her beautiful eyes. She also noticed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. She did not expect that Mr. Chen would say such a sentence. And Zhang Yuochu, the arrogant daughter, has an ever-changing and weird personality. Today, her sudden arrival is even more difficult to imagine. Chapter 224. Being drunk and warm is not about wine. However, Zhang Yuochu quickly recovered his calm. With a lollipop in her mouth, she smiled sweetly. My eyes are expensive, are you willing to dig? Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm and did not answer, but the coldness alone represented everything. As long as this woman is presumptuous, he will have no mercy, and no mercy on you. A man, faced with enchanting beauties, could be so cold as this. This is simply a rare species. Although Zhang Yuochu was calm on the surface, the shock in his heart was beyond words. She was already in business when she was 14 years old. In the past 10 years, I have met countless people, but I have never seen such a cold man. Even for women, don't have the kind of pity, xiangxu at all. You know, sexual desire is human instinct. Hormones are flooded with each other. When a man meets a woman, the attraction from the bottom makes a man naturally unbearable. But why this man? Zhang Yuochu even wondered for a while, is this man gay? Today at noon, I held a lunch at the Hilton Hotel opposite. Sister Yiren will accompany me to dinner. You also come here? Get to know each other. Zhang Yuochu blinked his beautiful eyes and said magnetically. This Chen Zonging gave her a faintly dangerous aura. That kind of feeling, she has only seen it in 10 years. At that time, it was in the cold depths of the primitive forest in the west, and she hunted with her father. Then, a beast followed. The Bengal tiger slowly coming from the front. The king of beasts is the king of tigers. The primitive Bengal tiger is terrifying. During that hunt, hundreds of bodyguards who were walking with her father were all killed. In the end, Zhang Yuochu escaped from the virgin forest with his father in a hurry. However, at this moment, the person in front of her gave her a feeling even more terrifying than the Bengal tiger. The terrifying aura exuding all over his body is like a beast. Even more terrifying and thick than a beast. That feeling, it's like a demon. Can we go to lunch together? Let's meet each other. Can we make friends? Zhang Yuochu was still calm on the surface, blinking, and asked magnetically. Chen Zonging's expression was as cold as ice. He slowly raised his eyes and glanced at Kuyaran. Then, he nodded. This is agreed. The Hilton Hotel is only a few hundred meters away from the Ku group. The three went all the way, crossed the street, and came to the hotel. Zhang Yuochu had arranged the box in advance, and under the leadership of the hotel attendant, walked into the box. The box is the presidential box. The huge and luxurious decoration makes people feel like being in a palace. After the three of them were seated, they started serving dishes. Sister Yiren, Brother Zonging, let's drink some wine. Zhang Yuochu blinked his beautiful eyes and called them affectionately. Kuyaran nodded. On the side, Chen Zonging sat like an iceberg, without any intention of reasoning. It's almost like a stone sculpture. Soon, the waiter walked into the box with a bottle of golden red wine. Open the bottle and sober up. The fragrant aroma of wine floats in the air. Then, a series of precious and luxurious dishes were served. Every dish ordered by Zhang Yuochu is very distinctive. Moreover, almost all the specialties from the north and the south are covered. From northern specialties, to southern Jiangnan small dishes, to Sichuan flavored spicy dishes, Lubang dishes. Dozens of dishes filled the table. Sister Yiren, Brother Zonging, come to have a drink. I am very glad to meet you today. Zhang Yuochu raised his glass and gestured as the host. Kuyaran gently picked up the wine glass and clinked glasses with her. But Chen Zonging didn't mean to clink glasses with her in response. He took the wine to himself, like a lonely stone sculpture, muttering to himself, drinking endlessly indifferently. Miss Jiang, I'm sorry. Mr. Chen has such a personality, he doesn't like to talk to people. After all, as the president, Ku Yiren felt a little sorry, and explained to Zhang Yuochu, it doesn't matter, let's eat food. Zhang Yuochu smiled, but didn't care at all, and greeted Ku Yiren to eat with chopsticks. At the dinner table, the three of them had their own thoughts and enjoyed this sumptuous lunch feast. On the surface, Zhang Yuochu smiled pleasantly, but at this moment, her pupils were inadvertently looking at Chen Zhongying. Today, this meal is just a gimmick. The meaning of drunk and warmth is not in wine. Zhang Yuochu's real purpose is to detect Ku Yiren and Chen Zhongying. At this time, she was analyzing every movement and behavior of this man. This man, holding a cup and drinking, is so professional, as if ... from the bottom of it, he has that cold and noble breath. Should he live in the Western world for a period of time? Moreover, its status in the Western world is definitely not low. This is Zhang Yuochu's guess. The gestures of holding a wine glass and sipping wine would never have been cultivated if it were not for the rich and powerful gentry of the West. Zhang Yuochu's beautiful eyes were deep, and he continued to observe silently. The man's right hand holding the cup was full of calluses. Even at the knuckles, there are countless old and new scars. His hands have been trained in guns and weapons for a long time. However, as for those scars, it shocked Zhang Yuochu even more. These scars are definitely not formed in a day. This is a terrible result formed after decades of accumulation. Alternate new and old, constantly covering. As a result, his entire palm skin was somewhat deformed. Although the skin is fair, the scar is hideous. Has he experienced hundreds of battles on the battlefield? Otherwise, it would never be possible to leave such irregular scars. 1. A man who has been on the battlefield hundreds of times. At this moment, Zhang Yuochu's beautiful eyes became more solemn. She remained still and continued to observe. At the table, Chen Zhongzong held chopsticks and inadvertently tasted a few bites of dishes. After that, continue to drink. Zhang Yuochu's beautiful eyes gave him a panoramic view of his movements. Move the chopsticks 12 times. Among them, on 8 occasions, his chopsticks ... stretched into the pot of meat, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and candied sweet potatoes. He prefers the northern diet. He, from the north, in other words, his ancestral home was in the north. Zhang Yuochu determined this clue in an instant. Today, the reason why she ordered so many dishes at the table. Everything is just a trial, temptation. Zhang Yuochu's beautiful eyes were calm and he kept observing the man. His breath is calm and reticent, even when he is eating. He is not willing to say a word. His character should be extremely cold and domineering. And Zhang Yuochu's beautiful eyes lightly condensed, and she faintly always felt that in the depths of this man's soul, it seemed that there was another soul hidden. Could it be that he ... has a dual personality, or schizophrenia? Zhang Yuochu was somewhat uncertain. The mystery of this man exceeded her imagination. Brother Zhongying, come ... I toast you a drink. Zhang Yuochu picked up the wine glass and continued to test, walked to Chen Zhongying and took the initiative to clink glasses with him. She thought, make a toast with this man, approach the man smoothly, and explore the truth. However, Chen Zhong did not respond. Quiet drinking for yourself. He regarded Zhang Yuochu as air. The air in front of the dining table was a little embarrassing, but Zhang Yuochu didn't mind, smiled and drank a cup before slowly returning to his seat. Continue to drink and eat. Zhang Yuochu's beautiful eyes all the time, not staring at Chen Zhong. Chen Zhong drank glass after glass with a calm expression on his face. It really seems like 1,000 cups are not drunk. Drinking alone, he is not drunk. Zhang Yuochu wanted to test how much alcohol does this man have. So, he whispered to the waiter, and went to fetch a whole box of red wine. Then, the three continued to drink. But she soon found out that her guess was wrong. Chen Zhongying continued the same, as if endless. After several bottles of red wine were empty, he still drank to himself without changing his face. Even, there is no meaning to be drunk in the slightest. This 1,000 cups are not drunk? Chen Zhongying is not drunk yet. Zhang Yuochu is already a little bit drunk. Her pretty face was a little red, which made her enchanting face even more charming. She gently stretched out her hand and untied the hairpin on her head. Long black hair poured down like a waterfall. At the moment after the long release, she was almost like a goddess, making people stunned. Even the Kuyiran at the table could not help but brighten up her eyes. This Yuochu, long-released appearance, really has the feeling of a fairy descending to the earth. However, there was only one side, but Chen Zhongying still didn't change his face. He didn't even bother to look at the woman straight. He just cared, bowed his head and drank, as if all foreign objects were ignored. This lunch was enjoyed for 2 full hours. Zhang Yuochu's meticulous thoughts thoroughly analyzed the Kuyiran at the table. But Chen Zong, she found that there are still many loopholes. She couldn't see through men at all. After the lunch, Zhang Yuochu sent Kuyiran and Chen Zong back to the Kiss mansion, and she, after saying goodbye to Kuyiran, drove away. The Maserati convoy drove slowly on the streets in the afternoon. Zhang Yuochu lightly leaned on the car seat, her long hair dangled freely, her beautiful eyes lightly closed. At this time, her appearance is beautiful and attractive, and the abundance under the cheongsam, if seen by a man. I am afraid that she will lose control on the spot. This woman is simply a perfectly developed peerless stunner. Although she closed her beautiful eyes, she kept thinking in her mind that, behind the mysterious man, what secrets are there? After this luncheon, she got a lot of information. But still, I couldn't see through the man. Give me paper. Zhang Yuochu closed her beautiful eyes and suddenly stretched out her hand to shout to the female secretary of the front passenger. In the passenger seat, the female secretary respectfully took out a piece of paper and pen and handed it to Zhang Yuochu. She took the pen and paper, closed her eyes, and began to draw gently on the paper. Maserati, driving quietly on the street, and Zhang Yuochu was sitting in the car with his eyes closed, blindly drawing something. Half an hour later, the Maserati car slowly stopped in front of the Zhang Mansion building, and Zhang Yuochu, who was sitting in the car, finally finished his painting. On the paper is a clearly presented building structure diagram. This is an overview map of the 19th floor of the Kiss building. Just now, Zhang Yuochu visited the Kiss building and scanned the 19th floors. But at this time, she drew the entire building structure without any errors! Even, on the structural drawing, every monitoring probe, every infrared scan, alarm, etc., are all marked by her, one not falling. This is simply how much memory and brain synchronization ability is needed. Can you remember the structure of the entire building in the blink of an eye? Moreover, she still closed her eyes and drew blindly all the way! Simply terrifying. Chapter 225. Siskin. Behind in Zhang's mansion, a young man in a black tunic suit was sitting on a chair, holding a copy of The Art of War in his hand, slowly flipping through it. According to Taoism, familiarizing Sun Tzu's Art of War is better than doing everything possible. This book of military masters has gone through thousands of years of history, and contains the inexhaustible martial arts of military masters. Therefore, the young man worked tirelessly. This is already the 237th time, reading Sun Tzu's Art of War. If you say, who knows the art of war better? I'm afraid, he said first, no one dared to say second. My son, the second lady has returned from the banquet. At this moment, the maid's respectful report came from outside the door. Oh? Zhang Yao slowly raised his eyes. Tell her to come to the study. Yes. The maid bowed her body respectfully, then stepped back. Not long after, There was a faint sound of footsteps outside the study corridor. Zhang Yuochu came to the study slowly in a cheongsam and beautiful long hair shawl. "I have seen my brother." She leaned slightly and saluted. Zhang Yao finally slowly closed the book on Art of War and put it on the table. "How?" He raised his head and looked at his sister calmly. As the only full-power successor to the mansion Zhang Yao has been familiar with sage books, the secrets of warfare, and thousands of books in his mind since he was a child. And he is still very loque, introverted and murderous. Almost in this Shanghai market, there is no sense of existence. But perhaps only those who are familiar with him know how fast his knife is. The Ku group, the Ku Yi people. It's okay. Although the mind is very high, there is no real threat. As long as we get that project, the Kui people can only become our puppets. Zhang Yuochu's beautiful eyes puckered lightly, and his voice was somewhat solemn. "But, that security director Chen Zhenging." She hesitated, not knowing how to explain. "How about Chen Zhonging?" Brother Zhang Yao asked slowly. "He is invisible," Zhang Yuochu said slowly with her beautiful eyes. When he heard this sentence, his brother Zhang Yao's pupils condensed slightly. "Can't see through?" In this Jiangnan, there are who can't even see through his sister. He has been in the West, but he seems to be a northerner again. Zhang Yuochu began to explain the results of his analysis. "Today's luncheon, the real intention is to test the Ku group, test the plans that Zhang family is about to start." His hands are full of calluses and scars. The old and new scars overlap. He has been on the battlefield, and according to the analysis of the scars, he may not comb hundreds of times. Zhang Yuochu solemnly explained. "Hundreds of times. The battlefield?" At this moment, his brother Zhang Yao's complexion became cold and solemn. He slowly spread out his hand. The tiger cocoon full of hands was shocking. "Then do you think his sword is fast?" Or "My sword is fast," Brother Zhang Yao asked slowly. "He carried the knife at the age of 4 and practiced it at the age of 5. Until today, I have practiced for more than dozens of years. His knife is faster than the wind, more accurate than a gun." At this moment, Zhang Yuochu seemed to be asked. Her beautiful eyes were lightly condensed, and in her mind, that super high IQ began to run the drill quickly. Finally, her pupils changed slightly. "I can't figure it out." Zhang Yuochu shook his head. She couldn't calculate the strength of Chen Zhonging and his brother. The strength of these two people is beyond the scope of her IQ calculation. "By the way, I also found his spirit seemed to be splitting. I faintly felt that there was another terrifying personality soul hidden in him." Zhang Yuochu hesitated, and solemnly said the result. At this moment, his brother Zhang Yao's complexion also became serious. "Hidden, another personality? What kind of monster is this? How can one hide another soul in a person? Could it be a split personality?" Zhang Yao squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. "I don't know. I'm not sure. That personality, is he traumatized and split? Or?" My sister Zhang Yuochu did not dare to continue. "Or what?" Zhang Yao asked. "Or is he deliberately hiding?" Zhang Yuochu's beautiful eyes were solemn, and said this an impossible factor. "If so, deliberately hide your personality? Then how terrible this person will be? Even personality can hide it. Well, it is necessary to wipe out all the daily habits and personalities of a person. From a person of one character to a person of another character? Hide your original character? This is absolutely terrifying." Brother Zhang Yao was silent for a long time. "Soldiers, the place of death and life, the way of survival, must not fail to observe. If he becomes an obstacle, then kill him. Those who obstruct my Zhang family's interests will die." This is Zhang Yao's point of view. But my sister Zhang Yuochu shook her head. "Brother, he once destroyed the Huang family. We can't take it lightly. My Zhang family is not as trash as the Huang family. The Huang family has been silent for too long, and the gun is rusty. My Zhang family's knife is still sharp." Zhang Yao's eyes condensed, exuding a terrible fighting spirit. Jiang Mansion, the future heir of the Jiang family, his knife is fast enough and profitable enough. Jiang Ruochu was silent, and after a long time, shook his head. Brother, let's not move for now. After the aureole, the Go family has picked up such a big bargain. Since Fosun Group wants to be a mantis, then let us be aureole. Jiang Ruochu said slowly. This time, it was his brother Jiang You's turn to be silent. I see it from this point, and I know the outcome. He sighed, and forcibly endured his inner murderous intentions. This time, he chose to listen to his sister. The setting sun dyed the entire evening sky red. Ku Group, Ku Yiren and Chen Zonggong walked out of the building. At the entrance of Xiamen, 5 Mercedes-Benz S600 cars are waiting quietly. A large group of bodyguards in black suits guarded the door. Ku Yiren and Chen Zonggong, surrounded by bodyguards, slowly got into the Mercedes-Benz. The convoy started and drove away. Sitting in the Mercedes-Benz, Chen Zongying slowly lit a cigarette. That woman, stay away from her. At this moment, Chen Zong said suddenly. The Ku Yiren on the side was taken aback for a moment, and looked at him complicatedly. You mean the girl who had a dinner at noon today? Chen Zongying nodded slowly, and let out a deep smoke ring. Don't get close to her, she is dangerous. At this moment, Ku Yiren's complexion changed slightly, her beautiful eyes solemn. Since contacting Mr. Chen in the past few months, she has never seen it before, and Mr. Chen commented on others like this. Even if it was facing the Huang family, one of the 4 big families, he had never ever described it like that. But today, facing the woman Jiang Ruochu, Mr. Chen unexpectedly used the word very. Is it the first time that Mr. Chen can describe the words very dangerous? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Ku Yi was in a complicated and suspicious mood, and she nodded slowly. Yiren understands. Indeed, that Jiang Ruochu was called the daughter of Dan Jiao. At the age of 10, he won the most majestic commercial project in Jiangnan in one fell swoop. At the age of 12, he won the National Go Championship. At the age of 14, participated in the world-class adult Olympic math competition. Defeated all the adult contestants in one fell swoop. That woman's IQ logic is indeed terrifying to the extreme. Even Ku Yi people are ashamed. Therefore, we must be wary of the daughter of the Tanjiao of Zhang's residence. However, at the same time, Huhai, Renaissance Group, Shaolin head office. Go Shows, who was dressed in a black suit, was sitting in a massage chair, his expression depressed, with a trace of blue and white. Since the day before yesterday, his affiliated family Mo family was provoked by Chen Zongying to come to the door and cut off the 3 legs of young Master Mo family. Go Shows has been depressed all the time, and he seems to be stuck in his heart, unable to vent. The Namo family, but his affiliated family of Go Shows, moving Mo's family is tantamount to slapping Go Shows in public. Every time, thinking of Chen Zongying's calm and indifferent expression that puts no one in his eyes. Go Shows his fists clenched, endless depression and murder. In front of him, Go Shows embarrassed the Mo family in public. Publicly threatened the patriarch of the Mo family and personally cut off his son's hands and a leg. This is simply to slap Go Shows' face in public. The hateful thing is that he can't do it. Before the time has come, he must be patient and patient. Go Shows became more angry as he thought about it, as if there was an invisible fire burning in his heart. He wants to purge the fire, find someone to vent. Come here, Go Shows screamed. Sexy female secretary Ning Wan stepped on high heels and walked into the office. The remaining assets of the Huang family, the Peace Hotel, have they recovered? He asked coldly. Ning Wan leaned slightly and replied respectfully, not yet. The subordinates have sent someone to negotiate, but the Dongmen don't seem to plan to hand over the hotel. That day, the Huang family was destroyed, and all the assets of the Huang family were invaded by Go Shows. However, there was one Peace Hotel left, but Dong Biao seized the opportunity and took it away. In fact, a Heping hotel in this district is nothing more than a plaything with his fingers. Go shows. But he has nowhere to vent his anger at this time, so he is looking for something. The Peace Hotel has just become his tool of venting. There is nowhere to vent the anger towards Chen Zhongying. Simply, I went to trouble the Dongman and took the Peace Hotel back. Sent someone to go. Let the Dongman hand over the Peace Hotel obediently. Otherwise, let Dongman disappear directly. Go shows looked cold and shouted angrily. Yes, subordinates will make arrangements. Ningguang respectfully nodded and bowed her body, before turning around and leaving. Wait, you, stay. At this moment, Go shows grabbed her. After that, Ningguang was directly pressed down on the desk. There is nowhere to vent the fire of depression in his heart. He directly lifted Ningguang's all-uniform skirt, tore through Ningguang's thin flesh-colored silk stockings, and then outputted wildly. Throughout the office, there was a violent impact. Ningguang was pressed the desk, her beautiful eyes filled with mist, and she used her hands to cover her mouth so that she could not make a sound. But behind that, there was a pang of pain. But she made her teeth clenched. Whispered softly, "Dot." At the same time, following Go Show's order, dozens of Fosun Group off-road vehicles drove out of the underground garage quickly toward the direction of Heping Hotel, which is a few kilometers away, speeding away. Late at night, Heping Hotel. A piece of singing and dancing rises to peace. The lights are brilliant and bright, and there is an endless stream of people in the hotel. This super 5-star hotel has been rerun by Dong Men and Dong Biao since it was taken over by him. Today, the business of this hotel has gradually returned to normal. Dong Biao is a rising young man. Since his father was killed by Chen Zhongying, Dong Biao has grown step by step, and now has accumulated his own network resources in Jiangnan. Dongman is gradually growing. His map of revenge is being realized step by step. Chen Zhongying will be his ultimate goal. However, at this moment, outside the hotel, in the dark, dozens of BMW X5 off-road vehicles are forming a line of fleets, rushing in. Crunch. A violent and harsh brake sound. Dozens of off-road vehicles suddenly stopped at the entrance of the Peace Hotel. Wow! The door opened, and hundreds of members in black suits suddenly stepped out of the car. One Piece, Murderess. Chapter 226. In a white suit, he is here. Heping Hotel, chairman's office. Dong Biao was sitting on the sofa, slowly wiping his long knife. Even if it kills thousands of people, the long knife is still sharp and bright. He wiped the blade with engine oil to keep it sharp. Even if the Dong sect's power has now expanded to a certain extent, he still dare not take it lightly. His sword never leaves the body. Never get drunk, everything. Just to keep yourself awake and ready for battle. Report. At this moment, suddenly, outside the office, a hand rushed into the office anxiously. Report to the boss. Outside the hotel. Outside the hotel. I was surrounded on a large scale. Anxious Huey reported from his subordinates. Dong Biao, who was wiping the blade, slowly raised his head. How many people? He asked calmly. Many people. There are hundreds of people. His subordinates replied anxiously. Dong Biao's complexion was calm. His right hand slowly held the handle of the knife. Then, he took an iron chain, tied his right hand and the handle of the knife tightly together. The knife is here, the man is here. Death by the knife, death by the man. Adjust people, challenge. Dong Biao's voice was calm and simple, but awe-inspiring. Challenge. He, holding a long knife, step by step, walked towards the door of the Peace Hotel. However, at the same time, in the entire hotel, all the younger brothers of Dongman members were also mobilized in an instant. A battle is on the verge of breaking out. Holding a long knife, Dong Biao stepped out of the hotel. At that moment, the hundreds of black-clothed enemies outside the door surrounded them. He is alone and confronts 100 people. Who are you? Dong Biao held the knife, raised his eyes, and stared at the hundreds of people in front of him. Fosun Group, under the command of Mr. Go, the first security team. A leader with a cold face, stepped out slowly. Stand still and oppose Dong Biao. Fossum Group. Dong Biao's expression became solemn when he heard this name. You know, this Peace Hotel is my Guo's property. Do you dare to the property under Go's nose? You dogman, how brave. The leader had a cold face. Between his eyebrows, there was a scar that pierced horizontally, murderous and hideous. Oh, Dong Biao narrowed his eyes slowly. Suddenly, he waved his right hand, and the knife dropped. Puff. A spatter of blood. The head of the leader was directly cut off with a single knife. Boom. The sound of the head landing, with an incomparable breath, echoed in the night sky. The headless corpse of the leader, blood blooming. Then, his body was straight and fell to the ground. In an instant, all the Fossum Group's thugs in the audience were all dumbfounded. The leader was killed? Even before he could do it. Just be cut off his head with a slash? Dare you kill me from the Fossum Group? Are you going to be an enemy of my Fossum Group? A member shouted angrily. At that moment, hundreds of people all drew out their swords. You guessed it right. Dong Biao suddenly slashed with a long knife, directly with a knife, piercing the member's body from top to bottom. The body of that member stood sluggishly on the spot, and then a blood stain emerged from the top of his head, slowly cracking. Immediately afterwards, his body split. He was split in half and fell to the ground. The whole ground was stained with blood. All the Fossum Group thugs in the audience took a step backwards in shock. Everyone was shocked by this man's domineering aura. This person, unexpectedly, beheaded the people of their revival group! This is simply at kill. In the next second, all Fossum Group thugs reacted. Hundreds of them, brandishing machetes, swarmed up. At that moment, the corner of Dong Biao's mouth raised a touch of hideous murderous excitement. Fossum Group, so what? Kill it, then hurry up. He pierced sharply with a long knife, cutting dozens of people in front in half with a single knife. One person fights hundreds of people. However, at the same time, in the Peace Hotel, a few famous Dongman thugs rushed out! Killing shouts swept across. Two forces, like a meteor hitting the moon, attacked instantly. The blade flashes, and the body keeps falling down. Dong Biao tied his hands with a long knife, killing infinitely. In the crowd, crazy rush, crazy hack. Every time he was killed, he had no way out. Either you die or I die. Puff puff. Wherever the long knife passed, there was a splash of flesh and blood. After 1 hour, corpses were everywhere at the entrance of the Peace Hotel. Dong Biao knelt down on one knee with his fingers long and weak. His whole body was already stained red with blood. The long knife in his hand, endless bloody, stuck together. The hundreds of members of the Fossum Group all fell to the ground and turned into corpses. Behind Dong Biao, hundreds of Dong sect members were equally embarrassed and bloodied. But in this battle, Dong men won. Killed hundreds of people in Fossum Group. Boss. We, the people from the Fossum Group. Will it? A military underling slowly stepped forward and asked with some worry. After all, this is Fossum Group, one of the superpowers in the entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets. Their Dongmen were too small, and they couldn't compete with them at all. Dong Biao slowly stood up, stretched out his hand, and wiped the blade. The red blood, running through the blade, exudes endless ferocity. The princes and generals would rather have a kind. He Fossum Group, is he born a hero? Dong Biao's voice was indifferent, but with endless murderous intent. He raised the long knife in his hand and pointed it straight at the night sky. My Dongman, am not convinced. At that moment, all the Dongman members present raised their swords and pointed directly at the night sky. Today, Dongman and Fossum Group are totally incompatible. Murderous, Dongman rise. However, in the dark, at the same time, Guo's villa, Go Shows was lying on the sofa, dangling his cigar, and slowly sipping red wine. Tingling. At this moment, the telephone next to the coffee table suddenly rang. Go-Shows shook his wine glass and slowly answered the phone. The Sun. Peace Hotel. Recovery failed. On the other end of the phone came the trembling voice of his men. Oh, Go-Show's eyes slowly condensed when he heard this. What's the matter? He asked coldly. Had it not been for the phone to ring, he would have forgotten about it. He didn't care about an ant like Peace Hotel. But as a result, the recovery failed. What do these subordinates do? So waste! Exclamation mark. My son. That Peace Hotel was attacked by the other Dongmen. Hundreds of brothers. All were planted. On the other side of the phone, the voice of the subordinate trembled anxiously and reported. Hearing this, Go-Show's expression suddenly changed. So Dongmen. How dare? Move him from the Fossum group? Exclamation mark. Kang dang. Go-Show suddenly dropped the wine glass in his hand and fell to the ground. Trash. A bunch of trash. His Go family, Fossum group, has been in the forefront for hundreds of years, and has never suffered such a shame as today. This is simply! Exclamation mark. Originally, there was nowhere to vent the depression in his heart. He wanted to try to vent his anger by slaughtering Dongmen and taking back the Peace Hotel. But the result? Peace Hotel did not take it back. Hundreds of people sent out by myself are all planted? Question mark. This is simply! Exclamation mark. Really consider him the Go family? Is it a paper tiger? Once upon a time, his Go family... In this hue high. Can you throw people at will to provoke? Question mark. Puff. Go-Shows was very angry, his throat was sweet, and a trace of blood overflowed suddenly. The night stretches endlessly, and after a night of silence, the sun slowly rises from the eastern sky. Chen Zhongying got up early and trained 10,000 push-ups and sit-ups in the bedroom. After washing and changing into a suit, he came to the Ku family manor opposite. Wearing a work uniform, Ku Yiren is sitting at the dining table, moving like a rose. And under the sister Kushwang is a short skirt fluttering, full of youthful vigor. Every day, facing these two sisters to eat, it always gives people a feeling of happiness to death. But Chen Zhongying had an extremely cold expression on his face, as if ... it was a stone-carved iceberg without any emotion. Breakfast is open, at the table, it looks quiet and quiet. After breakfast, Kushwang went to school surrounded by a large group of bodyguards, and Chen Zong got into the Mercedes-Benz with Ku Yiren. 5 Mercedes-Benz cars started slowly, escorting the two of them, and drove to the Kiss mansion. The route of the Mercedes-Benz fleet is set in advance by bodyguards, with the least crowds and the safest route. Along the way, the waves were calm. These days, since the Huang family was destroyed, the entire Shanghai Sea seemed to be quiet again, and all crises had subsided. The Mercedes-Benz fleet crossed the street, and it was quiet all around. Ku Yiren sat in the car with a laptop on his lap. At this time, she was dealing with official mail, and Chen Zhongying sat aside, closed his eyes and rested, as if everything had nothing to do with him. The car was quiet. But, just as the Mercedes-Benz was driving through a quiet street, suddenly, a cold light came quickly from the side. That is a flying knife. Boom! Han Mang blasted on the window glass of the Mercedes-Benz car as fast as lightning. Kuei, the bulletproof glass window next to Ku Yiren was directly cracked and cracked. How terrible is this? Even bulletproof glass with Moz 7 hardness can be cracked and spread? Exclamation mark. Under the huge force, even the entire Mercedes-Benz was trembling slightly. Kuya's face turned pale, and looked out of the car window in a panic! Exclamation mark. Enemy attack! Beware! In the Mercedes-Benz team, dozens of Kiss bodyguards shouted anxiously. Inside the walkie-talkie, the bodyguard leader Yang Feng immediately began to command. Alert! Alert! Car A, escorting Mr. Ku... quickly drive away from the scene. At this moment, only a quick evacuation is the best policy. Just now, there was a whistle in the air. On alert, a second cold light, another violent attack, cut through the air. towards the Mercedes-Benz that Ku Yi was sitting on, and hit it. Boom! Flying knife Han Mang. The moment it hit the bulletproof glass, the whole bulletproof glass was shattered to pieces in an instant. That flying knife, like a bullet, shoots the remaining power directly into the car. At that moment, Ku Yiren's pretty face paled. There was no time to escape, let alone to react. Zheng. Suddenly, a white hand directly grabbed the flying knife in his hand. Shenzong's eyes were calm, and he slowly retracted his palm. The Han Mang flying knife appeared in his hand. The blade is long and narrow, carved with weird barbs. There was even a faint pungent breath. This is carrying a poisonous flying knife. When he saw this flying knife, Shenzong's pupils finally condensed. He, who is waiting. Finally, here comes. Lurking next to Ku Yiren for several months, everything. Just wait until that power. Now, finally, it has appeared. Crunch. At the same time, the speeding Mercedes-Benz suddenly braked and stopped. What's the matter? Why stop? In the intercom, the unknown bodyguard leader. Yang Feng asked urgently. The report leader. The road ahead was blocked. In the lead Mercedes, the driver said to the walkie-talkie and reported solemnly. But his voice just fell. Puff. A cold light instantly passed through the windshield, directly piercing the driver's throat. Through a terrifying hole of blood. The air is cold and murderous. I saw, in front of the Mercedes-Benz team, a few meters away from the street, a figure in a white suit slowly emerged. He has silver hair, and the color of his skin is chilling. It was a white complexion like a corpse. His pupils, even pupils, are gray-white. Beneath the pupil, the gray eyes make people feel that the hair is terrifying. Chapter 227. Codename Reaper. The man in a white suit has white hair dancing automatically. Step by step, stepping on his white leather shoes, he walked slowly towards the Mercedes-Benz team. When I saw this man in white in the Mercedes-Benz, all the bodyguards were shocked. Exclamation mark. Who is this person? Exclamation mark. Haha. The doors of the two Mercedes-Benz cars in the front row opened instantly. A large group of bodyguards in black suits got out of the car with dignified faces. Who are you? Sign up for your name. The bodyguard's voice just fell. A cold light, like lightning, has instantly penetrated his neck. Question mark. A reddish line of blood appeared on his neck. The Ku family bodyguard's pupils widened. His hands trembled, and he covered his neck, trying to survive. But, around his neck, blood can't stop gushing out. In the end, his body slammed and fell directly to the ground, and the blood stained a piece of the ground. My name, Yao don't deserve it to know. A strange mockery flashed across the corner of the white-haired man's mouth, and he slowly uttered fluent English. When they heard this sentence in English, the faces of all the bodyguards changed. This sentence in English means, my name, you don't deserve to know. Apostrophe. This. What kind of identity is this white-haired young man? Exclamation mark. The horror of this person is beyond everyone's imagination. When they raised their hands, everyone had already beheaded an accomplice of bodyguards before they could react in the future. All the KISS bodyguards on the scene suddenly changed their faces, one by one. They suddenly took out their batons from their waists. However, they still have time to react in the future. A wave of cold light swept across their necks. The group of bodyguards looked terrified and their pupils widened. Immediately afterwards, a tiny bloodline appeared on their necks. A famous bodyguard fell to the ground one after another. This! Exclamation mark. Simply. In the blink of an eye, several people were killed in a row. The corners of the white-haired man's mouth were icy, and his grey pupils seemed to be filled with the breath of death. He raised his eyes and scanned the group of bodyguards who rushed up again in front of him. Then, he finally spoke. Call ... Reaper out. This time, he used a somewhat non-standard Chinese language. However, in the voice, there was a terrible breath of coldness. At the scene, all the KISS bodyguards looked surprised and suspicious, looking at each other. Grim Reaper. Who is it? They have never heard of the name Reaper, so they don't even know who it is. The situation is tense. At this time, inside the Mercedes-Benz car, Chen Zongguang's eyes were deep and indifferent, revealing an unprecedented turbulent aura. Like a terrifying beast, it wakes up in an instant. Ku Yiren sat in the car, her pretty face pale and panicked. She had never seen Mr. Chen before, and she had such a terrifying look in her eyes! You, stay in the car and wait for me. Chen Zonging's voice was indifferent and ordered. This time, it was different from other assassinations. He didn't tell Ku Yiren, wait a few minutes. Before, Chen Zong would tell Ku Yiren in advance for every assassination, wait for me for 1 minute ... or, wait for me for 2 minutes. Then, he would, within a minute, deal with everything, and then return indifferently. But, this time, Chen Zong didn't even have an estimate of the time! Ku Yiren's pretty face was solemn and nodded in horror. Chen Zonging's expression was not solemn and cold, and slowly pushed open the door of the Mercedes-Benz black leather shoes, stepping out. His eyes were as cold as cold. The murderous intent is full of horror, surging. This time, the of death ... woke up. He, step by step, walked in the direction of the white-haired man. You guys, step back. Chen Zonging's voice was as cold, and shouted to the group of KISS bodyguards in front of him. The group of KISS bodyguards looked complicated and solemn. They hesitated for a few seconds before they followed Mr. Chen's instructions and stepped back cautiously. Mr. Chen's skill and ability, all of their bodyguards have seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, they dare not listen to Mr. Chen's instructions. All the bodyguards retreated to the Mercedes-Benz motorcade, and then formed a wall of people to protect the Kiwi people and be on guard at any time. However, ahead, Chen Zonging's eyes were cold, and he walked slowly towards the white-haired man step by step. At this moment, the corners of the white-haired man's mouth finally raised a weird arc. Reaper, I haven't seen you for 2 years ... Unexpectedly, you are still alive? The white-haired man's voice was strange, with an unprecedented excitement. In his grey pupils, there seemed to be a terrible murderous intent. That silver hair, gently dancing in the breeze, and his terrifying skin like a dead man, made him look extremely hideous and weird. Falling angel, Azazel. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, and there was a sudden cold breath in his voice. You, finally here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Over the past few months, Chen Zonging has been lurking beside Ku Yiren, everything only to wait for the angels of the Bible to come. Now, he finally waited. The white-haired man known as Azazel had a bigger smile on his lips. Today, in the name of Lord Seraphim, come ... to take the head of your death god item. Clank. As finished speaking, 2 stern and cold flying knives suddenly appeared between the palms of his hands. Murderous intentions are ignited. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, staring at Azazel lightly. Only you? Just the name of a fallen angel? There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. 2 years ago, he was alone and slaughtered the entire Bible. From the Atlantic, all the way to the Pacific. In that battle, he didn't know how many angel bodies were cut off. Falling angel, the most powerful super killer in the Bible organization, is the Lord of God. Blazing angel, one of the most powerful warriors. Come down. In Hebrew, the strong of the gods means as powerful as a god, which can span the wilderness and the ocean without boundaries. However, in front of the of death, the falling angel is nothing more than his defeat by the sword. 2 years ago, the battle in the Pacific Ocean, the 8 fallen angels besieged the of death, and none of them killed him. Now, there is only one falling angel ... as Azazel thought, beheading the death god. Azazel's silver hair turned without wind, and the corner of his mouth raised a strange arc. Next second, his body suddenly disappeared in place. Then, a vacant shadow, like lightning and thunder, headed towards Chen Zong. Violently. This speed is as fast as lightning. Even the naked eye of the human body can't catch it at all. Chen Zhonging stood there calmly, his eyes cold, his breath was like a beast. Suddenly, his figure dodged abruptly, avoiding. Only a single cent shot can pierce his trachea, but he avoided it. Chen Zhongguang stood calmly on the spot, a flash of contempt at the corner of his mouth. Azazel, your ability has gone backwards. This is a mockery. Dead. Azazel's grey hair danced, his figure exploded rapidly, passing by an afterimage, and once again violently attacked Chen Zhonging. The speed was so fast that even the passing air was erupted with a trembling sound. This is the speed of breaking the speed of sound. Break through the barrier of the speed of sound, this speed, beyond the bullet, faster than bullets. To be able to reach such a terrifying speed with a mortal body, this is not human at all. Rather, the devil. Boom. Azazel's white body, like a horrible sword light, and Chen Zong's body. A fierce bombardment. Quay. Under the feet of the two of them, the entire ground, cracks spread in an instant. Then, boom. Scream. The entire ground, unable to withstand such a terrifying force, was directly depressed by bombardment. This! Exclamation mark. All the KISS bodyguards present were pale and shocked, looking at the distance in disbelief. That terrifying battle! Exclamation mark. Is this a battle between humans? Exclamation mark. The figure is as fast as lightning, and none of them can capture the body of the two. Can't see clearly at all. Only two afterimages can be seen, swiftly passing through the air, bombarding like crazy. Wherever he went, the ground was cracked and collapsed. The dust spread, and the scene was extremely shocking! Exclamation mark. This is not a fight at all. It is simply the Hollywood action science fiction seen in European and American movies. In the long and quiet streets, only the sound of terrifying battles and the sound of cracks on the ground reverberated in the air. Boom. At this moment, Azazel's body was blasted out, and hit a wall of a shop by the side of the street fiercely. The entire wall was directly bombed and collapsed. The sky is full of dust. Among the shops, those shopkeepers who don't know the situation, all have their eyes widened, and their faces are shocked and amazed! Exclamation mark. What happened? Exclamation mark. Unrelated people wait, evacuate. Chen Zhonging's eyes were as cold. He walked step by step towards the dusty ruins. At the same time, in the right hand, the sharp silver blade slowly emerged. Devil May Cry. Now, around the shops, the group of shopkeepers looked shocked and horrified, and everyone fled back in horror, for fear that they would cause trouble to the upper body. Step by step, Chen Zong walked towards the ruins. Whizzing. Suddenly, two flying knives slammed out of the dust, and blasted towards Chen Zong's pupils and heart. Chen Zong's pupils condensed, and the devil-may-cry silver blade in his right hand slammed. Dang dang. The two throwing knives were directly split into 4 pieces and fell to the ground. But at the same time, in the dust ahead, a terrifying body swept over. A flying knife stabs Chen Zong again! Exclamation mark. Fast as lightning. Seeing the flying knife, he was about to pierce Chen Zong's throat and trachea. Files. Suddenly, the flying knife was suspended in the air, only 1 millimeter away from Chen Zong's neck. I saw that Chen Zong directly clamped the throwing knife with his left hand. Boom! With a cry, Chen Zong used his fingers, and the flying knife smashed into pieces. In the next instant, Chen Zong turned into a fist with 2 fingers, and fisted violently, like a monstrous angry dragon, blasting out. A punch hit Azazel's chest fiercely. At that moment, Azazel's entire chest was directly bombarded by a terrifying distance, and his chest trembled. His body, like a bullet, was directly blown upside down by a violent blast. Boom! Azazel's body, flying upside down, knocked down several street lamp railings next to the street, and then fell to the ground fiercely. The entire ground was dented by the cracks caused by the huge shock. However, Chen Zong did not stop. He stepped out of his leather shoes with a sudden step. The next second, the ground collapsed. Then, his figure disappeared in place like a black light. The spectators around can only see a remnant black shadow, flying through the air, like a missile, rushing down towards the Azazel below, violently impacting on it. At that moment, Azazel, who was lying on his back in the ruins on the ground, his grey pupils finally condensed suddenly. That is, a hint of crisis. He didn't care about the sharp pain in his chest. He endured the pain and jumped up suddenly, his body fleeing to the side to dodge. In an instant, the afterimage in the sky has been blasted. Boom! A loud noise. The entire ground, as if being bombarded by a terrifying missile, instantly cracked and spread, and dented and collapsed. Countless flares splashed. Horrible! Exclamation mark. In the ears of everyone present. You can hear the whistling sound. People's pupils are horrified. The body is trembling. In the presence, all the Qin family bodyguards were shocked, their bodies like being petrified. Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Is this still human? Exclamation mark. The power of one person can cause such a terrifying lethality! Exclamation mark. Not far away, the group of shops and passers-by beside the street stopped one after another, staring at this scene in shock and horror! Exclamation mark. Everyone was shocked by this terrifying fighting scene. Inside the Mercedes-Benz car, Ku Yiren's pretty face was pale, and through the windshield, she vaguely saw the terrifying battle outside. At this moment, her pretty face, pale, shocked, unbelievable. The man in white who came to attack her, just how existed? How could it cause such a terrifying destructive power? Exclamation mark. However, what shocked Ku Yi people even more was Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, what is his exactly? Exclamation mark. At this time today, Ku Yi's talent really has seen Mr. Chen's terrifying lethality. Ku Yi's heart was shaken, and his heart seemed to stop suddenly. Although, long ago, she knew Mr. Chen is very strong. But now, when she really saw Mr. Chen's move, and really saw this horrible missile-like lethality, her heart was still shocked. Exclamation mark. How can that be? Exclamation mark. Ku Yi is a medical expert. No one knows physics and the science of human body structure better than her. In this scene, outside the car, the previous battle between the two was completely beyond the scope of scientific explanation. Even the Ku Yi people are dull and trembling, and cannot be explained by science. How can a person be so powerful and terrifying? Exclamation mark. This cannot be explained by existing science. This is completely beyond the scope of Kui people's scientific cognition. Outside the car, the dust was flying. Chen Zhongying was indifferent, holding the Devil May Cry silver blade, step by step, stepping out. He, black hair dancing, dark pupils, like a demon present. At this time, he is the real identity. Code name, Death. Chapter 228 10,000 Ghosts Cry. Grim Reaper, Chen Zhongying. Step by step, he walked towards Azazel. Azazel was trembling and got up from the ground. Dang. Chen Zhongying waved his right hand in devil cry, and the three flying knives were directly cut to the ground and turned into broken iron. Tell where the seraph is and leave your whole body. Chen Zhongying's eyes were as cold, with traces of scarlet blood filling his pupils. At this time, he is as horrible as a demon. Azazel's face was as pale as a dead person, and he couldn't see the mood swings, but his grey pupils were already dignified, and suddenly his body flashed suddenly, and his speed was so fast that he almost turned into a white glow. Swish, swish, whizzing. Several flying knives, carrying a terrifying force, burst out frantically towards Chen Zhongying, surging in all directions. Exclamation mark. Countless swordsmen, forming a terrorist killing intent, bombarded in all directions. Chen Zhongying stood on the spot. He lifted his right hand slightly. Devil May Cry, tremor. Woo. A devil cry, shaking the sky. The sound of 10,000 ghosts crying. Dang. Countless flying knives were cut down instantly. Flying knife fragments. 6 fell to the ground. Boom. Azazel's whole body was too late to react and was directly blown away by Chen Zhong. Puff. This, the terrifying falling angel who ran across the western Pacific, spurted out a mouthful of blood. Boom. Azazel's body fell to the ground fiercely. The ground was sunken and cracked, and the dust flew all over the place. Question mark. Chen Zhong's eyes were indifferent. His right hand. The Devil May Cry silver blade trembled lightly, step by step, walking towards the falling angel. Say, Seraph, where is it? He, waiting next to Kuiron, just to wait until the Bible comes. His of death. His only purpose is ... Seraph. Find the Bible headquarters. Kill Seraphim. Chen Zhong's eyes were cold, and step by step, he walked towards Azazel. But right now, swish swish. Suddenly, not far away, people's shadows pass by one after another. Demang Senhun appeared. Chen Zhongying turned his head abruptly. His pupils condensed. I saw the direction of the Mercedes-Benz team. 10 foreign men suddenly appeared. 10 long swords. Sen Han emerges. The group of Kus bodyguards had no time to react. They were directly swallowed by endless swordsmen. A series of corpses fell to the ground. 4 winged angels. Chen Zhong's pupils condensed. 10 Four-winged angel killers. This is to tune the tiger away from the mountain. Lead yourself away, and then deal with Kuyiren. Seeing 10 angel killers constantly broke through the defense line of KISS bodyguards and attacked the Mercedes-Benz where the Kiwi was. Chen Zhongying suddenly turned around. His body flashed to him in a flash. Now that the Bible has appeared, it stands to reason that Kuyiren has no value to him. He is dead and never saves. Unimportant people can. At this moment, he actually turned around and rushed. Even he himself had never thought about himself. Why did he want to save that woman? Inside the Mercedes-Benz, Kuyiren's pretty face was pale. Her beautiful eyes looked out of the car in panic. The corpses of KISS bodyguards fell to the ground one after another. The group of foreign assassins who suddenly appeared, like demons, slaughtered frantically, and rushed towards the Mercedes-Benz cars. The sea defense line of the bodyguards was smashed almost in an instant. A foreign assassin, with a grim expression on his face, suddenly opened the door of a Mercedes-Benz car. Attempt to pull Kuyiren out of the car. Just at this critical moment, suddenly, a cold light flashed from a distance. Puff! The silver light penetrated the foreign assassin's body like lightning in an instant, spread all the way from the head to the soles of the feet. The body of the foreign assassin trembled suddenly. His movements froze, and Kuyiren took the opportunity to hide in the car in a panic. The pretty face was pale. The killer froze in place, and a thin blood red line appeared from the sky above his head in an instant. The red line continues to spread. Click. The body of the foreign killer slowly split from the top of his head. With a sound, the killer's body was cut into 2 pieces by the knife. Chen Zhongying held Devil May Cry in his hand, and a vacant figure appeared in the air. That is, the speed is reaching its limit. Even the human eye has no time to capture the picture of his movement. Chen Zhongying's expression was indifferent, and he took Kuyiren's beautiful body into his arms. Then she took her whole body out of the destroyed Mercedes-Benz. Around, dozens of killers rushed in. The group of KISS bodyguards tried to intercept, delaying time for Mr. Chen. But before they got close, a group of bodyguards died one after another under the sword. This is not the same level of battle at all. Go away. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were cold, and he shouted at the group of bodyguards. This is not their battle at all. Forcibly rushed up, only to die. The group of KISS bodyguards looked dignified, and was yelled by Mr. Chen, and then they retired in embarrassment. At this moment, the group of bodyguards have lost most of them. Dozens of brothers all fell to the ground. Only Yang Feng, the leader of the bodyguard, was alive and struggling with support. Chen Zhongying hugged Kuyiren, holding the Devil May Cry shadow blade in his other hand, killing all the way, opening a road, and sending Kuyiren out of the assassin circle. At this moment, Kuyi's face was pale, and the whole person was panicked and completely lost the ability to think. Her whole body was held in Chen Zhongying's arms, and she could clearly feel the man's heavy breathing and the smell of smoke all over her body. At this time, She was in unprecedented chaos and sluggishness. At the critical moment of life and death, this daughter-in-law also lost his sensible thinking ability. Around, there are 9 angel killers remaining, with long swords raging, and they are madly blasting. Reaper, you can't escape from my palm. Suddenly, a gruesome voice echoed in the air. The falling angel Azazel's white shadow flickered like a flash of lightning, surging violently. Swish swish. Numerous flying knives, turned into a horrible glow, rushed towards Chen Zonging! Today, he Bible. Dozens of angel killers are dispatched just to kill God. Countless swordsmen flew and violently attacked Chen Zonging. He was holding Kuyiren in his arms, and around his body there were 9 angel killers rushing to assassinate them. Inevitable. At the moment of the moment, Chen Zong raised his right hand, and the Devil May Cry silver blade blasted out. Dang dang dang. Devil May Cry roared, passing quickly. Those flying knives fell to the ground in an instant. Sparks spluttered everywhere. But at this moment, 2 foreign angel killers, holding long knives, stabbed in the direction of Kuyiren. The target of the long sword turned out to be Kuyiren! The long sword is terrifying, and it rushes towards the Kuyi people. Chen Zong's pupils condensed. He turned around suddenly. His right hand turned his palm, and his hand knife slashed out. Dang dang dang. He abruptly chopped off those long knives with a hand knife to block the killing for the Kuyi. However, behind him, the silhouette of the falling angel Azazel, like a white rainbow, had already arrived in no time. Shocked. Reaper, rest in peace. Azazel looked grim, and the poisonous flying knife in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Chen Zong's heart. Puff. There was a sound of flesh and blood piercing. The flying knife instantly pierced Chen Zong's left chest, and the entire handle of the knife was penetrated into the chest. Chen Zong frowned, and stopped Kuyiren. His body suddenly retreated. Blood crazily overflowing along Chen Zong's chest. Kuyiren could even feel the hot blood dripping on her jade arms. The scarlet breath made her heart tremble. Mr. Chen ... wounded! Mr. Chen. Kuyiren's pretty face paled in horror, and was extremely anxious. Dead. In front, the falling angel Azazel smiled coldly, and 2 flying knives swarmed again. Chen Zong's pupils condensed, and Kuyiren was suddenly guarded behind him. He suddenly grabbed the 2 throwing knives with both hands. Roll! Chen Zong yelled. The 2 throwing knives were smashed into pieces. His palms, stained with scarlet blood, violently melted his fists, fisted fiercely, and blasted out. Boo! Falling angel Azazel's whole person was shocked and flew out by a huge force. Boom! Azazel's body slammed into several telephone poles and fell to the ground. Puff! Azazel spit out blood. Very miserable. But the corner of his mouth raised a terrible grin. His assassination was successful. Grim Reaper. He hit himself in the heart. This Reaper can't live long. Not far away, Chen Zonging's body trembled, and he forcibly supported the wall on the side, so that he could stand firm. At this time, the blood on his left chest was madly overflowing. Inside the left chest is the part of the human heart organ. The falling angel ... The knife just pierced his chest fiercely ... Almost, just a few millimeters away, it was about to pierce his heart. If not, Chen Zonging reacted swiftly and avoided an inch in time. If not, he is afraid ... to fall on the spot. In order to save Kuyiren, he died ... Today, he was wounded here. This is simply unprecedented. At this moment, countless blood rushed to his chest. A heartbreaking pain is permeating. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Kuyiren's pretty face was pale, and she rushed up quickly. Her face was full of panic, and tears in her beautiful eyes kept falling. Mr. Chen, it was to save himself. And this was hit hard. At this time, she was completely confused and extremely anxious. Hold on, I'll call you an emergency number right away. Kuyiren's pretty face and beautiful eyes couldn't help falling. She, trembling her hands lightly, took out her mobile phone, and started to make a call. However, Chen Zong snatched the phone. "Don't make any calls, don't notify the police." He looked solemn and ordered. "Today, this hunt is beyond the control of the police, whether it is the presence of the police or the special police team. There is only one result: numerous casualties. This is a Bible killer. By no means ordinary people can deal with it. More people came and more died. It's just a senseless sacrifice and funeral. But your injury." Kuyaran's pretty face turned pale, anxiously worried. At this moment, Mr. Chen is so seriously injured, if he doesn't call a doctor again, I'm afraid. She didn't dare to think about the result, because she was afraid of the result. "No problem. A mere injury." Chen Zonging's voice was indifferent. He slowly took off his suit jacket, revealing that horrible muscular body wrapped in a white shirt. With a tear, he tore his suit jacket, and then slammed around and wrapped his left chest. Let the blood from the wound no longer overflow. Such a hideous and fatal wound. Was he simply wrapped a piece of cloth around the wound? This! He turned his head and glanced at Kuyaran. "You, step back and stand behind me." Then, holding the Devil May Cry silver blade, he walked forward step by step. Ahead, 9 four-winged angels, long swords, surged, and instantly surrounded him. The falling angel Azazel slowly got up from the ruins in the distance. There was a grinning smile at the corner of his mouth. Between his hands, 2 toxic flying knives appeared again. "Reaper, my sword has been inserted into your heart. You should force me to know your fate." Azazel's pale pupils, cold and indifferent, walked towards Chen Zonging step by step. Falling angels, Azazel's throwing knives, and every throwing knife are very poisonous, incorporating hundreds of poisonous insects such as rattlesnakes, cobras, black widows, scorpions, etc. It merges into a terrifying and poisonous, smeared on the blade. There is no antidote to this kind of poison. There is no cure. At this time, Chen Zonging's chest was directly pierced by a flying knife, and the poison quickly invaded the bone marrow and blood. He is bound to die. Chapter 229 Demon Eye. In the long streets, Chen Zonging stood alone, guarding Kuyaran. Behind him, the scarlet blood on his left chest couldn't stop overflowing. Scarlet stained the entire chest, dyeing the white shirt dark red. But he still didn't change his face and didn't have any mood swings. The eyes are like cold. One person, facing each other. 10 hideous figures in front of you. The Bible, 9 four-winged angels. There is also a falling angel, Azazel. 1 to 10. Reaper, don't do fearless struggles. Your head, and I will keep your whole body. Azazel's mouth wore a ferocious smile, and he returned what had just been said by Chen Zong as it was. Just as Azazel's voice just fell, his grey pupils shrank suddenly. Then, his body was horrified, and he backed away suddenly. Ahead. The afterimage of Chen Zonging, like a residual rainbow, appeared in the blink of an eye. Wu! The Devil May Cry silver blade, cutting through the air, like a devil's claws, slashed across the front of Azazel. Puff! A scarlet blood was directly cut through Devil May Cry's cheek on Azazel's rapid retreat. Azazel's figure exploded back dozens of meters before he could stop. Under his feet, the ground was already cracked. He slowly stretched out his hand and stroked his cheek. Scarlet-stained hands. On his deadly white cheek, a terrible scarlet appeared. Death, God. Azazel's pupils were grim, and a terrifying murderous intent emerged, and he was completely angry. Dead. Azazel was furious and ferocious, with throwing knives in both hands, swiftly spinning in his palm. His figure turned into a white glow, rushing violently, and rushing towards Chen Zonging. Ahead, Chen Zong's expression condensed. Devil May Cry flashed in his hand, and his leather shoes slammed on him. On the ground, boom! With a sound, it cracks and dents directly. Then, his figure, like a missile, instantly disappeared in place! Woo! The Devil May Cry silver blade shot fiercely in the air, and a cry of thousands of ghosts echoed in the air, killing and shaking the sky! Exclamation mark. Two silhouettes, like a comet hitting the moon, hit hard! Exclamation mark. Boom! The violent roar, trembling the void. At that moment, the blood on Chen Zong's chest wound crazily cracked and overflowed. But the Devil May Cry silver blade in his hand was faster. Dang dang dang. Two figures violently bombarded the streets of the bridge across the river! Exclamation mark. Meteor hit the moon! Exclamation mark. The oil-filled road all around was already cracked, terrified! Exclamation mark. The pavement of the whole street has been completely paralyzed! Exclamation mark. Cars were jammed on the streets and streets. Like a long queue. In the streets and alleys, the passenger drivers in countless vehicles stepped out of the car. Everyone was standing on the street, staring at the terrifying battle not far away with horror! Exclamation mark. Is this really a battle between two humans? Exclamation mark. Everyone was frightened by the horrible scene in front of them. The figure exploded and turned into a terrifying killing, and the ground of the oil road was bombarded with cracks. The two personalities bombarded wherever they had passed. A stormy cloud, and all the vehicles crashed and destroyed. It was terrifying! Exclamation mark. Oh my god! In not reading a martial arts novel, a young man reached out his hand to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. His pupils were violent in disbelief. A young girl secretly picked up the phone camera, trying to record this shocking scene in the world. Shanghai Municipal Bureau of Transportation. In the Traffic Hub Command Center, a group of traffic management staff stood in front of the big screen. Through the road monitoring probes on the scene. Stared in shock at the terrifying battle scenes on the scene. At this moment. All traffic management staff's hearts are shocked and petrified. The terrifying battle scene on the screen. It's almost. It's like watching a Hollywood movie. This. Two trademarks scary. Send a team immediately. Contact the Public Security Department. Need support. Take these two people down for me. The Traffic Control Bureau leader solemnly shouted. These scenes are. Too frightening. The terrifying degree of these two people is beyond imagination. In order to avoid the expansion of the gaffe, they must be stopped at the first time and taken down. At this time, in the streets, a battle of life and death. Two shadows attacked, and the ground kept cracking. Falling angel, the most terrifying angel in the Bible. According to legend, it was an existence who fought symbiotically with the devil Satan. Falling angel, Azazel, the most terrifying killer angel in the West. A year ago, there was a battle in the Pacific Ocean. Chen Zong held Devil May Cry and slaughtered hundreds of people over the Bible. Had a battle with Azazel. The outcome is unresolved. Finally, Azazel fled. Now, a year later, the mortal enemy finally faced it again. The figures of the two were as fast as lightning, rushing fiercely, and the blades trembled in the void. Exclamation mark. Behind Chen Zong, 9 four-winged angels followed closely, and long swords emerged and attacked Chen Zong in a sneak attack. This is a battle with one enemy and 10 silhouettes violently collided in the streets and alleys, bombarded, broken stones splashed, and a panic. Exclamation mark. Like a meteor roaring fiercely. Then, violently colliding. Exclamation mark. Boom. The bombardment and tremor of countless weapons turned into a terrifying roar. Because the speed is so fast, all the sounds condensed into one point at that moment, roaring and shaking violently in midair. Countless flares splashed. Horrible! Exclamation mark. In the ears of everyone present. You can hear the whistling sound. People's pupils are horrified. The body is trembling. Those girls who picked up their mobile phones to shoot videos. Have been completely shocked. Because they suddenly discovered the high definition camera in the mobile phone. Has been unable to capture the horror scenes at the scene. The speed of those two figures is too fast and too fast. Soon even the phone's camera can't capture it clearly. Meteor hit the moon, violent bombardment and tremor on the bridge across the river. The oil parking pavement of the entire bridge is constantly being swept and cracked. Where the long blade's sharp edge passes ... a stubborn cloud! ! Countless car windows are shattered ... the body collapses! ! Chenzong's body is as fast as lightning, and Devil May Cry turns into a real dragon. Trembling, that is the power of death! Boom! The falling angel Azazel finally couldn't bear. The body trembled suddenly. Was directly blown away by a terrifying force! Glang! The sharp long knife suddenly left his hand and plunged into the ground. The fallen angel Azazel hit the ground hard. The ground was cracked. He tremblingly staggered and stood up. Puff! A big mouthful of blood spewed out. Chen Zonging's figure flashed, turning into a flash of lightning and rushing up. Azazel's face was shocked, and his body exploded rapidly. At the same time, behind ... 9 angel killers stabbed them fiercely. Attempt to kill the of death on the spot. Chen Zonging turned around abruptly, grabbing a stabbed long knife with one hand. Kang dang! With a cry, the sharp steel long knife was directly pinched by Chen Zong with his bare hands, squeezing it into pieces. Chen Zong slammed a fist fiercely, and the air trembled. The four-winged angel had no time to react, let alone avoid it. Puff! Chen Zonging punched his chest directly with a punch! The four-winged angel lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the hand that pierced his chest. He was shocked. His pupils widened. Puff! Chen Zong took his hand from his chest. Hands full of blood. A terrifying blood hole appeared in the chest of the angel killer. His body lost support and fell diagonally toward the back bar. The corpse was planted on the ground, and a blood was filled. At this time, Chen Zong, his hands were bloody, and his eyes were blood red. His left chest, the wound, constantly oozing blood, and that poisonous flying knife is still stuck in his chest, and the poison is infiltrating and spreading. But his face was as cold, and his whole body all exuded a hideous murderous intent. He has completely become the real him, Grim Reaper. Suffer to death. In the rear, a four-winged angel slaughtered violently, and the long knife slashed towards Chen Zong frantically. Chen Zong's pupils condensed. Next second, his body turned into an afterimage, violently flashed and teleported, and came to the four-winged angel. Puff! The four-winged angel felt a sudden pain in his chest. Then, the entire atrium was surrounded and flooded by a chill. He looked grim and looked down. Slowly, I saw that Chen Zong's hand was piercing his left chest fiercely, and his heart is being held by Chen Zong. The blood vessels in the heart are still connected to the atrium, beating vigorously. The four-winged angel's complexion changed suddenly. His voice hoarse. But he still has time to react in the future. Puff! A splash of blood. His heart was instantly ... squeezed by Chen Zong. Puff! Seiyu Angel's pupils widened, and his expression was frightened and pale. Then, his body slowly fell to the ground. The power of one person, the blood slaughter. A group of terrifying angels. Where Chen Zongxing's body passed was fierce and brutal, like a beast coming out of its cage. A four-winged angel with a ferocious expression on Zentaism, his long sword surged, stabbing frantically from behind Chen Zonging. Reaper. Die. However, the blade of the four-winged angel just approached Chen Zong. The entire knife was suspended in the air. Chen Zonging single finger lightly clamped the blade. Kang dang! Chen Zonging flicked his finger. The whole sharp steel long knife was directly shattered into pieces. Chen Zonging violently attacked his body and punched directly. Puff! With a punch, Seishin's throat and trachea were blasted through in an instant. Very miserable. With the moment his fist retracted, a terrifying hole of blood appeared on the entire neck of the four-winged angel. His eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. And the back of the body fell to the ground fiercely. This is basically a unilateral massacre. Chen Zonging's eyes were scarlet, and he was like a demon in this world. The complexion of a four-winged angel changed suddenly, and there was no time to retreat. Chen Zong's palm has already smashed up. Puff! With a direct palm, the head of the four-winged angel was directly blasted to the ground. The corpse is separated. In the streets, his hands are scarlet, and the Devil May Cry shadow blade is flying. A string of scarlet blood splashed in the air. In the blink of an eye, a corpse fell to the ground. Present. The 10 four-winged angels all fell. He is the only one standing among the dead bodies in a pool of blood, like death descending. Between his right hand, the handle of Devil May Cry was dripping blood slowly. Severely wounded, his left chest. A throwing knife. The poison has penetrated the capillaries of his body. But he, with such a serious injury, could actually kill such a group of angel killers? Exclamation mark. This is simply. Chen Zonging's eyes were cold, like the eyes of a devil, staring straight at. Dozens of meters away, the figure in white clothes. Azazel, tell me the whereabouts of the seraph. Leave your whole body. The Devil May Cry shadow blade in Chen Zong's right hand whirled swiftly, sharply killing intent. A cold grin flashed across the corner of the falling angel Azazel's mouth. My poison has eroded your whole body, every inch of skin and blood vessels. How long can you last? Azazel's voice was extremely cold and grinning. Indeed, at this time Chen Zonging, his fair complexion and skin had become a little blue. On his neck, on his arms, green blood stains slowly surfaced. This is a sign of the invading blood pore cells. But he, with his eyes indifferent, resisted the poisonous heart attack. Slowly, the Devil May Cry silver blade was raised. Death is imminent. I want to see. How long can you hold on? Azazel's eyes slowly narrowed, and his grinning even worse. Zheng. There was a whistle of flying knives, and the air that murderous intent skyrocketed again, like a sea of horror sweeping through the sky. Reaper, take your life. Azazel's eyes are blood-red and terrifying, like a horrible meteor. Exclamation mark. His body style is as fast as lightning and thunder. The body style rushes across the roof of the car. The vehicles passing by under his feet. All collapse. Everyone on the scene, their eyes widened in horror, staring at that horrible scene in horror. People feel endless horror. This is the most terrifying battle scene they have ever seen in their lives. People retreated in horror to avoid. At that moment, Chen Zong's figure suddenly flashed up. The air seemed to freeze instantly. That moment, two silhouettes, like two meteors, in an instant, collide. Boom! At the moment when the figure bombarded, the entire ground, within a radius of tens of meters, was directly sunken in the dust. The two silhouettes fought fiercely in that instant. After image bombardment! Exclamation mark. Chapter 230 Devil May Cry. Azazel's flying knives were raging and terrifying, and the killing trembled extremely. Chen Zong stretched out his hand and suffered heavy injuries, and the wound on his left chest was bleeding continuously. The figures of the two attacked like lightning. The swordsman hits, the metal collides, and sparks splash. Exclamation mark. Azazel was like a beast, aiming at Chen Zonging to constantly bombard and tremble in his chest. Exclamation mark. Chen Zonging Devil May Cry kept resisting, the blood in his chest crazily pouring out. Exclamation mark. At this time, the poison had penetrated his whole body and began to paralyze his muscles and nervous system. His movements began to slow down. The drunk angel Azazel killed him with a stern face, and he continued to violently attack Chen Zonging's severely wounded parts. This is Chen Zong's flaw at this time. Chen Zong couldn't bear it. Was stabbed in the shoulder by a flying knife. His body was directly blown out by a terrifying force. Boom! Chen Zonging slammed on the car. The car behind instantly collapsed. Ha ha ha! Grim Reaper, you are not my opponent. Azazel smiled furiously. At this moment, the fallen angel is like a terrifying demon, extremely formidable. Exclamation mark. Azazel's flying knives swung violently, turning into a horror killer, and violently blasted towards Chen Zhonging. Chen Zong's pupils condensed, and his body suddenly flashed. Boom! The flying knife violently blasted past his ears. He stabbed into the car under Chen Zong. In the carriage, there are still passengers at this time. A woman was holding her baby, her face pale in fright! At that critical moment, the blade of the flying knife suddenly hung in the air. That terrible throwing knife was only the last inch away from the woman and the child. Chen Zong squeezed the blade of the flying knife firmly with both hands, preventing this terrifying killing. His hand was dripping with blood, but he prevented this terrible killing. If he is 1 second slower, the innocent people in the car are about to die by the knife. Inside the car, the woman was holding her baby, crying in horror. He did not kill Boren, but Boren died because of him. Chen Zonging is not a Buddha, he never saves people. But he couldn't see. Others died because of him. Azazila. Chen Zonging was furious, and the killing in his heart skyrocketed. A huge force bombarded. Azazli's whole body was shaken back and flew back. Chen Zong's face was completely furious, and the murderous intent of his pupils surged out in that instant. Falling angel, you want to kill you. For the world. For the world. The name of the Bible, you should get rid of it. Today, I will walk the way for the sky. He slowly got up, violently tore his clothes. And pulled his shoulders. He put on the inserted flying knife and pulled it out forcefully. Then, he tightly tightened the wound on his shoulder with rags of clothes. His white and terrifying muscular body was slowly exposed to the air. Scars were all over the place, like a devil's body. The air seems to freeze at this moment. Chen Zonging's whole person is like a beast. One step forward, and every next step, a shallow gravure appeared on the ground instantly. God of death, you are sure to die today. You have no chance. Azazil's eyes were blood-red and ferocious. At this time, he has already been dazzled by the hostility in his heart. All his reason. There is only one thought in his heart. Kill God. Just kill me of death. The name of his falling angel will resound in the west. From then on, his Azazli is the killer list. First in the list. Invincible in the world. Azazli's hands flew with flying knives violently, and the horrible light of the knives flickered in the air, almost transforming into a dragon. Transformed into a terrifying dragon in the air, and it shook the sky. Opposite. Chen Zonging's expression is cold, step by step. He didn't have any evasion at all. Faced with the dragon-shaped knife shadow coming from the horror. Swiftly shot. Zheng. The magic dragon dissipated instantly. The flying knife manifested its essence. The entire handle of the gun was held tightly by Chen Zonging, unable to move. Asshole, break it for me, Azazil yelled. His spear spun suddenly, as terrifying as an electric dragon. The flying knife broke free from the shackles of Chen Zonging and spun quickly, violently trembling the air. Numerous phantoms in mid-air illusion. Azazil is as horrible as a terrible demon. Double knives are surging, and murderous intent is swept. The ground is cracked. Azazil almost wanted to turn into a whirlwind, roaring towards Chen Zonging. Woo! At that moment, Chen Zong's pupils condensed, the body slammed up. That hideous devil-may-cry dagger burst out a lonely black light. Wang Gai cried and screamed. Everyone present, everyone was trembling and trembling! At that moment, people seemed to hear the devil's cry clearly. Wang Gui's cry! The air violently twisted by the terrible murderous intent! As if solidified in that moment. Two meteors roared fiercely. Then, they collided fiercely! Boom! The bombardment and tremor of countless weapons turned into a terrifying roar. Because the speed is so fast, all the sounds condensed into one point at that moment, roaring and shaking violently in midair. Countless flares splashed. Horrible! In the ears of everyone present. You can hear the whistling sound. People's pupils are horrified. The body is trembling. Those girls who picked up their mobile phones to shoot videos. Have been completely shocked. Because they suddenly discovered the high definition camera in the mobile phone. Has been unable to capture the horror scenes at the scene. The speed of those two figures is too fast and too fast. Soon even the phone's camera can't capture it clearly. Meteor hit the moon, violent bombardment and tremor in the whole street. The whole surface of the oil-filled pavement is constantly sweeping and cracking. Where the two silhouettes passed by the edge. A raging cloud! Exclamation mark. Countless car windows are shattered. The body collapses! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhongying was covered in blood, but his body skills were as fast as lightning, and Devil May Cry turned into a real dragon. Trembling, that was the might of the dragon. Question mark. Boom. Azazel finally couldn't bear. The body trembled suddenly. Was directly blown away by a terrifying force. Exclamation mark. Glang. The two flying knives suddenly left their hands, for plunged into the ground. Azazel's body hit the ground hard. The ground was cracked. He tremblingly staggered and stood up. Puff. A big mouthful of blood spewed out. Question mark. At this time, Azazel was extremely miserable, and the whole person was trembling. How can that be? He can't believe it. This of death, suffering from his own severe damage. The poison has eroded and spread throughout his body. But why? Can he still have the power to fight? Exclamation mark. What exactly is made of his body? Exclamation mark. Ahead, Chen Zhongying's figure flickered, turning into a flash of lightning and rushing up. Azazel's face changed suddenly. He opened his mouth suddenly, and his whole body suddenly jumped. Proud. A trembling roar came out of his mouth. Exclamation mark. The terrifying volume swept across the sky. Exclamation mark. Sonic attack. The huge voice vibrated and echoed. The air is constantly sweeping. Chen Zong's brow furrowed. His figure was retreated several steps by the terrifying sound wave. Everyone present covered their ears. Their ears are constantly ringing. The roar just now, like a violent sound wave, like an explosion, trembled the hearts of everyone present at the scene. Question mark. Azazel suddenly retreated, grabbed the spear, directly transformed into an afterimage, and flees quickly. Question mark. This invincible falling angel, the super strong killer who inherited the Western world, unexpectedly fled at this moment. Exclamation mark. At this moment, Chen Zhongying's pupils condensed. You can't escape. Chen Zhongying's voice was like a 9-day killing, constantly shaking in midair. Question mark. 10. Chen Zhongying coldly yelled out a word. His steps suddenly took a step forward. The whole person seemed to be teleporting. The distance in front of him was quickly leapt. The speed was reaching the speed limit of the human body. Puff. Chen Zhongzong teleported in front of Azazel, and the Devil May Cry dagger flew out suddenly. Penetrated through Azazel's right chest. Gory blood splattered in the air. Azazel looked grimly and let out a miserable cry. His whole body trembled suddenly. Exclamation mark. His pupils were horrified. At this moment, he realized that the man in front of him was terrible. Exclamation mark. At this time, he can only escape. Exclamation mark. As long as he flees today, in the future, he has countless ways to kill the of death. Azazel resisted the piercing blood in his right chest, carrying a spear and violently fleeing in the direction behind him. His body is so fast, he almost wants to turn into an afterimage. That is the escape instinct of life in crisis. Step from behind. Chen Zong's devilish voice sounded again. Chen Zong stepped forward, releasing a terrifying force from all over his body. The Devil May Cry dagger whispered quickly and violently penetrated Azazel's abdomen. The blood flowed out instantly following Azazel's clothes. Exclamation mark. This blow completely penetrated his liver. Azazel's face was extremely hideous, and he swung his flying knives violently, forming a terrifying barrier. At the same time his body receded violently. Today, he must escape! Chen Zhongying's eyes were extremely cold. Like a demon gazing. He whispered a word from his mouth again. At that moment, his figure disappeared in the same place instantly. In the next second, an afterimage rushed past, instantly penetrated the terrifying sword-mang barrier in front of Azazel. Puff! Azazel's entire left arm was directly cut off! The whole left arm fell to the ground. The blood surged in an instant! Azazel's body trembled with severe pain. His body burst suddenly, and he didn't even care about the terrible blood on his body. Quickly escape! At this moment, he seemed to see death! Kill! Chen Zhongying shouted the last word. Devil May Cry horror transformation. 10,000 ghosts roar. Countless black lights flicker, almost turning into a terrifying dragon phantom! 10 steps, 1 kill, originated from the mysterious Special Forces Xion terrorist killing! The silver light turned into thousands of ghosts crying, and horror swept across! That moment, the face of Azazel has changed drastically. He violently projected the two throwing knives out. The flying knives turned into endless murderous intent, spinning at high speed in the air, and attacking Chen Zhongying quickly. Abandon the knife! Bao Shui! At this moment, he can only save his life by this. Dang! The two flying knives slammed toward the terrifying Chen Zhong. Violent impact. The flying knife can't resist it. It was swept by the terrorist force. It ejected away. Silver light flashed along! Puff puff! Countless dagger blades flashed across. A piece of blood was instantly bombarded by Azazel's body. The moment his abdomen was bombarded by a terrifying silver glow. The blood rushed directly, and countless sword glows surged past his abdomen. I can even feel the terrifying pain of his internal organs being cut and shattered. Ahead, Chen Zhongying held Devil May Cry, step by step, stepping forward. Tell the whereabouts of the Seraph. Chen Zhongying's figure, like the cold of hell, word by word, like a sharp sword piercing. Azazel lay down in the ruins, mixed with blood, miserable. At this moment, for the fallen angel, the famous angel killer in the West, completely become a dying person. His grey pupils glared with anger. Unbelievable. unwilling, murderous, hideous, intertwined. Once, he fell into the hands of death. It would be better to die than life. No one knows better than him how terrible the interrogation of the of death is. Suddenly, the corner of Asazlis' mouth smiled. That was a touch, a terrible smile. Chen Zonggong's pupils condensed. Not good. Chapter 231 Burning Heart. Chen Zong's figure suddenly retreated. But it's too late. Falling Angel Azazel, with a grinning corner of his mouth, he roared. Then, his body exploded in that instant. Bomb. Boom. There was a loud noise. Azazel's body is like a blooming blood lotus. Blooming blood mist in the sky. A majestic wave, soaring into the sky. TNT, 3 tons. This was the first thought that came to Chen Zonging's mind. If at his speed, there is a chance to avoid this terrifying human self-explosive bomb. However, Chen Zong did not evade. Rather, his body flashed and rushed towards the Kuyiran on the side! He can avoid this terrifying TNT explosive. But Kui can't. He wants to protect Kuyiran. Wow! Chen Zonging quickly backed up and rushed to Kuyiran. Kuyiran's pretty face turned pale. At that moment, she had no time to react. Chen Zonging's body stopped her in one hand, and then he fell to the ground fiercely. Chen Zong used his physical body as a shield to resist the terrible explosion for the Kuyiran bar. But the horrible strength can't be avoided at all. Chen Zonging and Kuyiran were directly swept away by a wave of horror. The two figures flew out in midair. Chen Zongzong has quick eyes and quick hands. He doesn't even care about the whole body hurts. He jumped up in the air, hugged Kuyiran, and hugged her delicate body into his arms and protected it. Then, boom! With a cry, the two fell to the ground fiercely. The whole ground and wall are shattered by the cracks. Kuyiran was protected by Chen Zong's whole body. Her long hair was messy, she was completely sluggish, and even he forgot to breathe. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, all buildings, all vehicles everything were swept away by a wave of horror. Tremor and flew out. Even dozens of pedestrians on the side of the road were swept by the horrible air waves and were directly blown into the air. The whole scene was tragic. Asazlis' body had been blown to pieces, and there was no bone left. Along the hundreds of meters where he was located, the entire ground was directly bombarded with cracks and depressions. It was as if it had suffered a nuclear attack. The group of Q's bodyguards were lifted out by the terrifying air wave, but fortunately, they were far away from the fighting position and no one died. People in the surrounding area were only affected and slightly injured. The vehicles around were directly bombarded into a pile of iron slag. The power of this explosion is simply too terrifying. Is this the last thing in the Bible? Blast! Chen Zonging hugged Kuyi tightly, and the two lay on the ground, dusty all around. Kuyi's whole person was pale in horror, and could not hear anything beside her ears. Only the huge explosion of hum reverberated. At this time, she could only feel the violent ups and downs of the man's chest in front of her, and a strong smell of blood. She could feel that Mr. Chen's blood was falling on her cheek. The warm touch made her feel hot. In the distance, dozens of Q's bodyguards rushed over anxiously and carefully helped Mr. Chen up. Miss, do you have anything to do? The bodyguards cared for the first time. It was Kuyi. After all, Kuyi talent is their protection object. Mr. Chen is only second. The safety of Kuyi people is the first priority. Kuyiran's pretty face was pale. Her ears hearing was due to the violent explosion just now. She was deaf for a short time and could not hear what the bodyguards were saying. She just shook her head vigorously, and then her beautiful eyes looked anxiously at Chen Zonging, who was aside. At this time, Chen Zonging was in a mess and blood. Just now, because it was used as a meat shield for the Kuyi, it blocked the terrifying bomb attack. So at this time, Chen Zong's entire back was almost filled with metal shrapnel, and the blood kept pouring out. However, the poisonous blade inserted in his left chest was also affected again at this time, and the blood gushed out, extremely ferocious. He was covered in blood, like a dying blood man. Cough. Suddenly, Chen Zhongying coughed violently. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. At the same time, from the wound on his left chest, the blood couldn't stop gushing again. The extremely poisonous flying knife has penetrated every blood cell in the body, and he has been deeply poisoned. Mr. Chen, hold on, I'll take you to the hospital right away. Ku Yiren rushed forward anxiously, tears falling from her beautiful eyes. Don't touch me. Chen Zhongying's expression was extremely solemn, and he slowly took a step back. Anyone should stay away from me, my blood is poisonous. His eyes were cold, and he looked around at the bodyguards and warned. The complexions of all the bodyguards present changed suddenly. This, Mr. Chen, hold back, I'll call you an ambulance right away. Ku Yiren's pretty face was rainy. She took out her mobile phone, and was about to make a 120 call hurriedly. Chen Zong slammed, and the Devil May Cry silver blade flew out. A knife pierced the Apple phone in Ku Yiren's hand. Don't make any phone calls, the hospital can't handle my injury. His voice was extremely indifferent. Indeed, the poison of the falling angel Azazel in his body, such poison, no one can solve it. The doctors in the hospital have no way to detoxify. Only he can save himself. He endured the severe pain, step by step, walking towards the Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan. He pulled the car door and got into the car weakly. The pain was pervasive, and with every breath, a blood bubble appeared from the wound on his left chest. The group of Ku's bodyguards rushed up in a hurry, and everyone looked shocked at the wound on Chen Zong's body. They couldn't believe it and were even more anxious. In the entire left chest, there is still that poisonous flying knife, and the blood is constantly infiltrating. And on his back, countless bomb metal fragments are still inserted, a series of hideous wounds, making people tremble. This ordinary people, how can they bear such severe pain? But Chen Zhongying, but his expression was as cold, as if completely disregarding those terrifying injuries. He got into the car, his expression weak, and he tremblingly pointed to Ku Yiren. Give me the stockings. His voice was weak, but with orders. Ku Yiren was anxious and sluggish, not knowing why. Speed. Chen Zhongying's voice was weak, and he shouted again. Ku Yiren didn't dare to ask more, and hurriedly got into the car and closed the door. Then, she didn't care about what Mr. Chen would see in the car. She kicked off her high heels, quickly took off her pair of black stockings, and then carefully handed them to Mr. Chen. Chen Zong took the stockings, straightened the whole stockings, and then severely strangled his chest. The silk stockings are soft and elastic, which can effectively block the blood penetration of the blood vessels and prevent the blood from scabbing in the blood vessels. At this time, you can only use silk stockings to stretch the time. Back to the company, he said in a calm and indifferent voice, enduring the severe pain. Today, the scene is in great chaos, and he was seriously injured and highly toxic. Just in case, he must first send Ku Yiren back to the company to ensure his safety. Moreover, if you want to deal with a highly toxic wound, you can only deal with it if you return to the company. The situation at the scene was so chaotic that he couldn't do anything. Ku Yiren's pretty face was anxious and solemn, and hurriedly lowered the car window and shouted to the bodyguards, "Get back to the company quickly." The bodyguards looked solemn and got into the car one after another. "Notify me. Go to the black market. Buy these things. You remember?" Chen Zhongying said in a weak voice, holding back his willpower. At this time, the back of his seat had long been stained with blood. With tears in her beautiful eyes, Ku Yiren nodded vigorously. "Say, I remember." Cobra. Very poisonous centipede. Pigtail. Scorpion. Black widow spider. Chen Zhongying's voice was weak and he reported dozens of poisonous insect medicinal materials. "Go and get ready." Chen Zhongying's voice became weaker and weaker. "He is all ready, and can't last long." Ku Yiren's pretty face was pale. When she heard the names of these poisonous insects, although she didn't know the reason, she was very obedient. She dialed the phone of her men and asked them to collect these poisonous materials from all over the city immediately. At the same time, The Mercedes-Benz team started quickly, and headed towards the KISS building. Mr. Chen. Hold on. He'll be at the company soon. Kuyaran sat in the car, her pretty face anxious. The company has a dedicated medical care room, although even she is not sure. According to Chen Zhongying's severe wound, can the company's medical care room really heal it? 20 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz team braked sharply and stopped at the gate of KISS building. At this time, it was just the peak time for work. Colleagues came to work one after another. My colleagues did not know about the assassination of the president, so everyone was still calm and rushed to work, and the company did not cause turmoil. At this moment, at the door of the building, the door facing the Mercedes-Benz opened, and a large group of bodyguards looked dignified, forming a wall of people escorting Kuyaran and Chen Zhongying. They got out of the car. Chen Zhongying's face was pale at this time, and his blood was gone, because of excessive blood loss. His lips were a little purple. On the right chest, the blood is still infiltrating, dyeing his entire body red, and the white shirt has been dyed dark red, which is extremely shocking. He looked weak. But the Kuyaran on the side tried to support him, but he pushed him away. Don't touch me, I can walk. Chen Zhongying was indifferent. Even though he was seriously injured so far, he was still stubborn and tough. At the entrance of Daxiamen, the colleagues who came to work one after another saw this scene. Everyone's eyes widened and shocked. This is, what happened? Exclamation mark. The security director ... Mr. Chen, how could be so seriously injured? Exclamation mark. This was it attacked? Exclamation mark. All the colleagues were shocked and pale. Chen Zhong's expression was indifferent, and he endured the heart-piercing pain of the wound, and walked into the elevator step by step. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes turned red, and he followed Chen Zhong and went to the elevator together. The elevator went up to the 99th floor. Chen Zhong walked out of the elevator step by step, his expression indifferent, and went straight to his office. Mr. Chen, I'll call the medical staff up right away. Kuyaran stood at the door with a solemn expression and said, no need. Chen Zhongying interrupted her with a hand. Bring me a bottle of liquor and a box of medical first aid kit. Chen Zhongmeng slowly sat on the chair and said weakly. Kuya's complexion was extremely complicated, and she hurriedly fetched a bottle of new Liang and a box of medicine kit. Mr. Chen ... your injury ... very serious ... must be operated. Kuyaran looked anxious when he saw his hideous wound, trying to persuade him. She does not want to see Mr. Chen accident, so she hopes that Mr. Chen can go to the hospital and receive surgical treatment. You go out. But Chen Zhongying sent her out of the office with 3 words. Kuya's teeth bit her red lips, and finally she was shocked by Chen Zhong's eyes. He exited the office with a complicated and chaotic mood. Only Chen Zhongying was left in the office. He got up, walked to the door with a trembling body, and locked the office door. Then, he finally took off his shirt and shirt slowly. The blood-stained white shirt was slowly taken off. His white but hideous body slowly floated into the air. The scars all over, raised one after another, intertwined and covered the surface of the fair skin. That terrible scar is creepy. What has he experienced? However, what was even more shocking at this time was his right chest. Chen Zhong's entire left chest was completely penetrated, and a terrifying hole of blood emerged. That poisonous flying knife was still fiercely inserted in the breast meat. The blood is still infiltrating. He has severely lost blood. According to the physique of a normal person, he would have passed out a long time ago. But he, relying on a strong will, is forcibly supporting, not letting himself fall. He took out new Liang liquor and slowly unscrewed the bottle cap. First, he poured himself a sip of white wine. The burning of spirits seemed to make him forget the pain for a while. Then, he poured the whole bottle of spirits onto the wound on his right chest suddenly. His face was sullen and pale, and he endured the intense pain like burning fire. Strong alcohol contains a high concentration of alcohol, which can disinfect the wound when it touches it. But the tearing pain is not something ordinary people ... can bear. What's more, He didn't give himself any anesthetics. He never takes anesthetics. Even on the operating table, I never give anesthetics. A strong sense of crisis and anxiety made him always vigilant. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt uneasy. Therefore, he will never let himself fall into a coma, never use anesthetics, never undergo an operation. The spirits were poured, and his entire wound was thoroughly cleansed and disinfected. Then, open the emergency medical box and take out the medical gloves. He puts gloves on himself. Then, he took a deep breath, slowly stretched his hand into the wound on his left chest. He bit his teeth tightly. His forehead violent. That's a piercing pain! Exclamation mark. He didn't have any anesthetic, and with his bare hands, he pulled out that poisonous flying knife. Little by little, from the wound, abruptly, kang-dang, the poisonous flying knife was severely thrown on the ground. The entire blade was stained with poisonous blood. As the knife was pulled out, blood gushed out of his wound. He has lost too much blood. If you don't treat the wound, I'm afraid he'll faint on the spot and my life is in danger. Emergency moment. Chen Zhongying suddenly picked up the white wine bottle, pointed it at the wound on his chest, and poured the white wine suddenly. Heart-piercing pain. Then, he suddenly picked up the lighter and faced the wound on his chest. A little harder. Puff. The lighter instantly lit his chest. He screamed savagely, holding back the severe pain. That is the severe pain of burning flesh and blood! Exclamation mark. The alcohol of white wine burns quickly, burning his wounds and skin to heal. He can only use this method to let his skin blend with strong and high temperature! Exclamation mark. This is the pain of burning heart. Chapter 232. He is poisonous. The fire burned his heart, and the skin on his chest burned violently, and the pain was piercing. Chen Zhongying's eyes were blood red, and he gritted his teeth, but he just didn't shed a tear. His skin was burned by flames, and the high temperature deformed and twisted his skin. Shaking, he opened the emergency medical box and took out the medical needles. Facing his chest, stitch by stitch, start stitching. There is no anesthetic, no pain relief measures. He just pierced his flesh and blood with needles, and stitched up his wounds inch by inch. The sharp pain of a sting, skin and flesh, hit like a knife. But he, with a cold face, endured the severe pain. One stitch after stitch, the wound was stitched up. If this scene is seen by medical staff, I am afraid it will shock the spot. After all, how much willpower is needed to bear such a severe pain? Exclamation mark. However, at the same time, streets and alleys in Zhongshan district, where the crime was committed, the entire scene has been urgently sealed off. Within 1 kilometer, all the onlookers were dispersed and retreated. Hundreds of meters along the street, everything is blocked. Vehicles with special Beijing license plates continued to enter the scene. A group of special personnel wearing suits came to the scene and took charge of the order of the scene. Within 1 kilometer, all road surveillance cameras were shut down. All communication signals are also shielded. It seemed to be sealed off as a military forbidden area. The scene is very solemn. Even the personnel in the patrol room, when they saw these men in suits, saluted them respectfully, and didn't dare to even bother. Throughout the scene, the patrol room was sealed off on the periphery and was not allowed to enter. Only the group of suit members can control the scene and begin to clean up the scene. At the same time, a military helicopter hovered in the sky. The deafening sound of the propeller wind reverberated continuously. The corpses of the 4 wind angels were carefully wrapped and sealed, and then all the important evidence on the scene was escorted into the helicopter cabin. These corpses seemed to be extremely important to this group of black-clothed members. Then the helicopter started quickly and disappeared at the end of the skyline. However, the imperial capital is thousands of kilometers away. Inside a mysterious office, an old man with grey hair was lying on a chair, his eyes closed and his expression dark and calm. On his shoulder, there is a bright 5-pointed star pinned to represent his honor. Tingling. At this moment, on the desk, the red intercom phone suddenly rang. The old man opened his eyes suddenly and answered the phone. Thanks to the boss. The corpses of the 9 foreign angels have been found and wrapped. They are currently being escorted back to Beijing on the road. The fallen angel's corpse exploded and died. On the phone, the voice of his subordinates was extremely solemn, reporting, N. The old man's voice was calm and deep, and he slowly responded, the corpse should be transported back to the capital. West of the Atlantic Ocean, in a mysterious island forest. Here, a huge church building is built, extremely magnificent. At this time, at the top of the church bell tower, a Chinese woman stands in front of the bell tower with her hands behind her back. Her facial features are suffocating. At this time, her beautiful eyes were deep, staring coldly at the end of the skyline, endless aura lingering. Master Seraphim. Urgent report. At this moment, a muscular black foreigner, looking anxious, suddenly stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and reported. Say. Seraph's beautiful eyes were cold, and only uttered a word. Falling angel Azazel failed, and his life was lost in China. The black foreigner looked solemn and reported cautiously. Suddenly, the surrounding air suddenly chilled. Seraph's pair of beautiful pupils burst out with a terrifying and turbulent murderous intent. Death, God. She clenched her jade fist tightly, exuding a terrible breath. Destroy the angel's body at all costs, and don't leave any evidence. Her voice was cold and she floated slowly in the air. Yes. The foreign man in black nodded his head. At the same time, the silhouette of the seraph gradually distorted, disappearing in place like a cloud of air. This is a reaction that is fast to the limit, teleportation. China, Shanghai and Shanghai markets, a kilometer above the sky. A military helicopter was hovering fast in the sky, carrying the bodies of 9 foreign angels, and flew to the capital of the imperial capital. The entire upper airfield has been specially authorized to allow helicopters to reach the capital directly. However, at this moment, suddenly above the sky ahead, a ghost fighter slammed through the atmosphere and broke through from the outer domain. Tuk-tuk. The helicopter issued a threat warning instantly. Found a superclass fighter plane, model ... unable to detect. Helicopter intelligent machine. Emergency report. In the helicopter cabin, the pilot's complexion changed suddenly. He suddenly turned on the loudspeaker, and warned. This is the realm above Huaxia. Who is coming? You have invaded the sky above Huaxia and report your identity. This is the realm above Huaxia. Who is coming? You have invaded the sky above Huaxia and report your identity. 2 consecutive warnings, but the opponent's fighter did not respond. The silver fighter was looming in the clouds, like a ghost. This is the ghost model of the Federal Reserve. The helicopter pilot's eyes were fixed on the fighter in front, and he suddenly reacted. Notify the Air Force Department of Defense immediately. The helicopter pilot screamed to the co-pilot. The situation is serious. How could the Fed's fighters suddenly rush into China's airspace? Exclamation mark. How did they do it? But, I haven't waited for the pilot in the front passenger seat to react. The ghost fighter slammed past the front, and in an instant, a missile struck from the front. Not good. The helicopter pilot's expression suddenly changed, but there was no time to escape. Boom. The moment the missile collided with the helicopter, the flames shook the sky. Exclamation mark. The violent explosion sounded across the sky. The corpses of the 9 foreign angels ... with the explosion of the helicopter, together ... dissipated in the endless explosion and turned to ashes. In the distant sky, the silver ghost fighter flicked through the clouds again. Through the transparent glass of the cabin, a black foreign man was sitting in the cabin, and the corner of his mouth raised a strange arc. In the side of the plane, he looked down at the endless city below through the cabin glass. Reaper. Soon, we will meet. His figure was hoarse and cold, with a deep chill. Then in the next second, the fighter jet rushed into the air and disappeared. Disappeared in the sky. At this moment, almost many citizens in the entire Shanghai and Shanghai market have seen that scene of an explosion that trembles the sky. The fire ignited from the sky, exploded in an instant, and spread. At that moment, everyone in the city was almost shocked. What happened over the city? Exclamation mark. But after the explosion, a few minutes later, the official Shanghai and Hai media's Weibo and official account quickly issued a statement. The claim, Air Force acting over the Shanghai Sea, so that the people don't need to panic. Keep calm and go to work normally. At this time, the KUS building is 9 tiny in floors. Chen Zhongying, naked to the upper body, stood in front of the floor-tossling windows, with cold eyes, staring at the end of the distant skyline. The brilliant firelight disappeared. The official media can deceive others, but they can't deceive him. Only he understood that just ... what happened. Bible. Chen Zong clenched his fists tightly and made a creaking sound of joints. It was an unprecedented murderous anger. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Who? Chen Zhongying asked vigilantly. At this time, the wound on his left chest had just been sutured with needles, and the wound had not yet scarred. It's me. Sir, the materials you want have been bought. Outside the door, Ku Yiren's cautious voice came. Chen Zong's indifferent eyes slowly calmed down. He was so naked, stepped forward slowly, and opened the office door. Ku Yiren's pretty face was complicated and solemn, and with 2 of his subordinates, he carried in a large metal box. But when Ku Yiren entered the door and saw Chen Zhongying's naked body, her pretty face instantly turned pale, her beautiful eyes frightened, and she took a step back. This! Exclamation mark. What did she see? Exclamation mark. On the fair skin of the body, the face is hideous. Scars all over the body. From the waistcoat line on the abdomen, it spread ... to the neck. A series of terrifying scars, new and old alternate. The scars bulge up, almost ... like Shura from hell. At this moment, Ku Yiren's expression turned pale with horror. She was completely frightened by this injury. Even the 2 male bodyguards behind Ku Yiren were injured by Chen Zong's horror. They looked embarrassed, their pupils horrified, and horrified. This hideous injury, what exactly have you experienced? Exclamation mark. Chen Zhonggong glanced indifferently, and slowly glanced at the metal box in the hands of the bodyguard. Is all the materials I want? He asked coldly. All ... all here. The bodyguard quickly replied. You guys, go out. Chen Zhongying pointed to the door indifferently, motioning them to go out. Ku Yiren's pretty face was pale, looking at the densely stitched wound on his chest. She was frightened and asked cautiously, Mr. Chen ... do you need me to send medical staff? Get out. Chen Zhongying's voice was cold, and he shouted again. Ku Yiren's pretty face was pale, and together with the 2 bodyguards, he was driven out of the office. Chen Zong closed the office door and then locked it. At this time, even his breathing became extremely weak. The poison of the falling angel in his body, at this time, has invaded the bone marrow. With cold eyes, he endured the toxic erosion, slowly squatted down, and opened the metal cage. Inside, a terrible venomous creature made terrible sounds of spitting apricots. A black venomous cobra, sitting right in the metal cage, exudes terrifying fangs. Vicious rattlesnakes, black widow spiders. Dozens of highly venomous creatures are all urgently transported through special channels. These highly poisonous intertwined, enough to poison hundreds of people. But, at this time, when Chen Zong was standing in front of him, the poisons in this metal iron cage started to tremble. The cobra, its body trembling lightly, twisted ... trying to escape. This! Exclamation mark. As Chen Zhongying's pupils watched, even hundreds of highly poisonous creatures were trembling in shock. Exclamation mark. This is simply. At this point, the pain had already attacked the heart. He can't delay any longer. His only detoxification method is to fight poison with poison. This is the only bet. Even Chen Zong himself knows whether he can survive. But this is the only way. Use the poison of hundreds of poisons together to fight against the poison of the fallen angel in your body. Fight with poison. He slammed, grabbed the cobra, and ... just took it, Puff! Take out the poisonous pancreas of the cobra. With a cold expression on his face, he directly threw the black pancreas into his mouth. Chew, swallow. Then, it's a rattlesnake. Then, throw the whole living black widow into his mouth. Chew and swallow. The poisonous scorpion. Hundreds of poisons were forcibly thrown into his mouth by him one after another. If this scene were to be spread out, it would be shocked. One person, actually. So unscrupulous, desperate. Eating so many highly poisonous creatures? Exclamation mark. This is simply. Chen Zong's complexion was already extremely pale at this time. Hundreds of highly poisonous insects were swallowed directly by him. These poisonous insects, to ordinary people, are simply highly toxic killing poisons. Even, let alone eating, even if you see it, you will vomit. But Chen Zonging had no scruples at all, and he threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. Over the years, he has been living overseas, and he has changed life and death countless times. The Middle East battlefield, the Sahara Desert, Congo rainforest. Every time he suffers from life and death, his mission will test the limit of life and death. When all the food around him is consumed, in order to maintain the body's energy, he can only eat everything that can be eaten around him, including poisonous insects, dirt, even the bark. In the past few years, he has almost kept coming from this life and death. Codenamed Death, each of his actions is a mission. At this time, the of Death is experiencing another death torment. Hundreds of highly poisonous, constantly infiltrate in the body, gather and interweave. In his blood, white blood cells rose rapidly, and the antibody had reached its peak. Chen Zonging's skin was gradually turning blue. The veins of the blood vessels tremble faintly. Cold sweat fell on his forehead. His pupils are scarlet, and his stomach seems like countless venomous creatures, biting rolling. Severe pain invades the whole body. Life is better than death. Puff. Finally, he couldn't stand it, and he spouted a mouthful of blood. The poisonous blood was sprayed on the ground, instantly corroding the ground. All a depression. Chen Zongong's expression was extremely pale. His body fell to the ground. He forced his eyes to open, but his consciousness became increasingly blurred. In the end, he passed out. Chapter 233. 3 feet green front, hidden in the white shirt. Apostrophe. Apostrophe. In a daze, Chen Zong heard a knock on the door in his ear, and the familiar shout of the woman outside the door. Chen Zonging's eyelids were weak and slowly opened. He didn't know how long he was in a coma. Enduring the severe pain in his whole body, he supported his body. However, as soon as I got up, there was a sharp pain in my chest. Puff. A mouthful of black blood spurted from his mouth. The poisonous blood sprayed on the ground, corroding the entire ground into a black. I am not dead. This was Chen Zong's first thought. With poison attacking his heart, he finally managed to survive. Inside the body, the poison of the falling angel was hedged away. My life was saved. Boom. At this moment, the office door was knocked open. 2 Kuya's bodyguards took the lead and rushed into the security director's office. Kuya's pretty face was very anxious, and rushed in immediately. When she saw Chen Zonging standing in the office with his upper body naked, Kuya's pretty face was complicated and worried. Mr. Chen, are you okay? She asked with a trembling voice, her beautiful eyes flashing. Just now, she knocked on the door of the office for nearly 10 minutes and shouted for a long time, but she never heard Chen Zong's response. At that moment, she thought. She dared not think about the result. If something happens to Mr. Chen, what should I do? These days, Chen Zong's protection has produced a kind of life dependence for her. If Mr. Chen suddenly disappeared from her side, she would be at a loss. But at this time, when he saw the man standing in front of him safe and sound, the complex emotions in Kuyaran's heart finally calmed down. Fetch a suit for me. Chen Zonging wiped off the blood stains on the corners of his mouth, and said coldly. At this time, Kuyi Talented reacted. Chen Zonging's upper body was still naked at this time, and his white and hideous skin made people fearful. Kuyi's pretty face is complicated, and he quickly turned around, facing Chen Zhongying with his back. After all, it is the daughter of the president. In her life, she had almost never seen a man with such a naked body. Now, this is the first time I have seen Mr. Chen like this. So she was a little difficult to deal with. Some inexplicable resistance. Aki's bodyguard looked respectful and hurriedly went out to fetch clothes. A few minutes later, the bodyguard brought a brand new suit shirt. Chen Zong's complexion was calm, and he slowly put on his white shirt and buttoned it up. He covered all the hideous scars under the white shirt. At this time, he seemed to have become that elegant and fair-skinned young scholar again. The suit shirt concealed his hideous and murderous appearance. 3 feet green front, hidden and white shirt. Changing into his shirt, Chen Zhonggong's eyes were calm and indifferent, and he glanced at several bodyguards. "You guys, go out." His tone came with orders. Several KISS bodyguards did not dare to refute, and they retreated again and again. Chen Zong violently raised his right hand. The office door slammed shut. In the entire office, only Chen Zhongying and Kuyi were left. The air seemed a little quiet. "Mr. Chen, your injury. Is it okay? How about I'll take you to the hospital for a look?" Kuyi had a complicated face and looked at him with some worry. However, her voice just fell off. Chen Zong suddenly stepped forward and directly forced her to the corner. Then, Chen Zong's palm fiercely pressed against the wall, forcing her to have nowhere to go. At this moment, Kuyiren's pretty face was pale, and the whole person was a little sluggish and shocked. "What is hiding in you?" Chen Zong's eyes were cold, as if staring at a prey, looking directly at Kuyiren. "Why, the Bible organization will come to you. I want you. Give me an account." Today, even the fallen angels who trembled in the West have lurked to Huaxia, not hesitating to hijack the Kiwi people. This is no longer an ordinary kidnapping. Chen Zhongying faintly felt that the matter was serious. What secrets are hidden in this woman? Can you force the falling angel to go out? This matter is by no means simple. Kuyiren's pretty face turned pale, and once again, she heard the name Bible from the man's mouth. She bit her red lips tightly and hesitated for a long time before finally speaking slowly. Because of the technology I have. Kuyiren's voice is complicated. 2 years ago, I developed a new refining technology through genetic mixing, the X-refining method. Having said that, Kuyiren's beautiful eyes are complicated, and I don't know how to continue. "The Bible, why did you this item? This item What's the difference?" Chen Zong's eyes were like a sword, and he stared at the woman closely. There are too many secrets hidden in this woman. Today, almost everyone has been threatened. The Bible is mobilized. This is no longer. It is not the personal safety of the Kiwi people, and threatened the entire national level. Chen Zhongying, we must let her explain clearly. Kuyiren's pretty face turned pale. For the first time, she felt such a terrifying gaze from Mr. Chen. At this moment, Chen Zhongying's gaze pierced her heart like a sharp sword. She made her pretty face pale, and her heartbeat was suffocating. It turned out that this man will be so cold and ruthless to himself. It seems that in his eyes, he is just a tool. Kuyiren's mood was complicated, and she trembled lightly, and finally revealed the secret. X-refining method. It can use polymer, the fastest microscopically to extract synthetic pharmaceutical raw materials. It can reduce the production cost of medicinal materials by dozens of times. When he heard these words, Chen Zhongying's pupils suddenly condensed. Will the cost of medicinal materials be reduced by dozens of times? This is simply. However, Kuyiren's next sentence made Chen Zhongying's heart beat abruptly. Theoretically the X-refining formula can extract any organic object including viruses. At this moment, Chen Zhong's pupils condensed, unprecedentedly solemn. The first reaction in his mind was biochemical weapons. At this moment, Chen Zong finally understood why the Bible organization would spare no effort to hunt down the Kuyi people, even without hesitation. Send a falling angel. He finally understood. Why Zhang Yazu would release himself from the 18th floor of hell. Let yourself come and protect this woman. Everything, just for that X project. Zhang Yazu, from the very beginning, has known all about this project. From the very beginning, Chen Zhongying's approach to Kuyiren was a game of chess played by Zhang Yazu. This method of refining. Have you tried synthesize a virus? Chen Zhongying looked like a sword, staring at Kuyi coldly. This woman made him feel a bit scary. This woman, who is not as simple as it seems on the surface, can study such terrifying scientific results. How can this woman be simple? Exclamation mark. Kuyiren's pretty face paled. I tried once. But failed. Chen Zhongying's pupils condensed. Your courage is completely different from your appearance. This woman is so bold. Dare to study biochemical viruses privately without special authorization from the state. Exclamation mark. If the virus leaks out, what serious consequences will it cause? Exclamation mark. Kuyi's pretty face was complicated, pale, and did not speak. Only the beautiful breast is gently undulating in a mess. I studied the X-Refine formula, which is only needed by science and has no other plans. Therefore, I have no plans to transfer it to others. It seems that the man is afraid of misunderstanding. Kuyiren finally explained. This time, it was Chen Zhongying's turn to remain silent. His eyes are solemn and complicated. Terminate the project, otherwise you will suffer endless pursuits. Chen Zhongying said solemnly every word. This is not a threat. This project is terrible, unprecedented. Can extract any organic object. Well, it's not just viruses. In this world, there are too many organic ingredients. Among them glaze. This is the main material for nuclear weapons. Although Kuyiren didn't say anything, Chen Zhongying has already thought of this possibility. If so, continue to study according to this trend. This X project will cause a sensation all over the world. This woman is not studying invention. Instead, I'm looking for death. Inventing something that destroys the balance of the world. I have a sense of measure. Some technology, if you use it well, it will be the progress of mankind. Why do you want to kill it in one shot? Kuyiren's pretty face turned pale, raised her beautiful eyes, and retorted, even if I don't study, there are other people who will come to and steal, and then continue to study. Yes. Technological progress. It's useless to rely on Kuyi's determination alone. In this world, there are too many geniuses who can be crazy for the sake of science. Kuyi doesn't study it, and there are others who will continue to study frantically. Invention is a double-edged sword. You will die. Chen Zhongying said slowly with indifferent eyes. All the dark forces in the world will look for you. The air was suddenly dead. Kuyiren's beautiful eyes became a little bleak and complicated. This is what she worries most. These days, she has been assassinated all the time. Countless forces are trying to rob her of the project. Although her secret work is very concealed, she still hasn't been able to hide it from scientists all over the world. Everyone tried to be stronger than Project X. That will be a huge technology that will change the process of the world and change the business landscape. That's why I found you. You will keep me safe. Kuyiren did not yield, with beautiful eyes stubborn, looking at Chen Zhongying in front of him. She spent a huge sum of money and finally hired this man. With Mr. Chen here, all her crises seem to have become unimportant. This man can always save her from danger. Chen Zhongying, with indifferent pupils, staring at this woman like a sharp sword. The distance between the two is not close at hand. Kuyiren was forced by the wall. Breathing was a little messy, but she stubbornly raised her head and did not flinch. Gui. Chen Zhongying's palm supporting the wall slammed hard. Cracks spread across the entire wall in an instant. Kuyiren was so scared that her pretty face turned pale, and her heart beat faster. You won. Chen Zhongying finally let go of his hand slowly. He turned around, letting go of Kuyiren. No more virus research is allowed. If I find out, I will personally dispose of all your research results. Chen Zhonging's voice was indifferent and said slowly, "This is not a threat. I have a sense of measure," Kuyiren explained with a complicated voice. Standing in front of the floor-hustling window, Chen Zong took out a cigarette and lit it. "Get out." He spit out 2 words coldly. Ku Yi had a complicated face, hesitated, and asked suddenly, "Mr. Chen, what kind of power is the Bible in your mouth?" This is a problem that has plagued Ku Yi people for a long time. She knows that certain Western forces have been targeting herself. However, she did not know any information about the other party at all. She is in the light, and the other person is in the dark. Just like this Bible organization. She had never heard of this organization before, but the other party knew her. Moreover, she was assassinated one after another. Chen Zhonging stood in front of the floor-hustling windows, his eyes cold. Slowly spit out a few words, "The source of sin. An organization that you can never offend." He faintly spit out a smoke ring, his eyes lightened even more. "But don't worry, they will soon die in my hands." When, hearing these words, Kuyi's heart trembled slightly. In the air, a terrible evil spirit filled the air. At this time, Chen Zong, like Shura, made people tremble. Kuyiren didn't dare to stay for a while, stepped on high heels and hurriedly fled Chen Zonging's office. After Kuyiren left, Chen Zong's expression suddenly turned pale. Puff! A mouthful of poisonous blood was vomited out again. The talented man has been supporting him all the time. The poisonous invasion, at this time, he under severe injuries. His body is extremely weak. Chen Zong leaned on the chair and took out his mobile phone with a trembling motion. I dialed a special number. The capital of the capital. Chapter 234. No one sleeps this night. Jiang Universe. The phone was dialed, and Chen Zonging stood in front of the floor-hustling windows. His voice as cold as cold. "You already knew that the project Kui was working on, right?" On the other side of the phone, a hoarse voice came slowly. "Reaper, you can't hide anything from your eyes." "Why not?" "You know, her research may cause a resident evil." Chen Zonging's voice was cold and solemn. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone. "Reaper, when did you start to care about these safety hazards?" As soon as this statement came out, Chen Zonging's pupils trembled slightly. "Indeed, Reaper never cared about the life or death of others. He kills people like hemp. His existence is only to kill people." Missions. But why? At this time today, he will be concerned about these things. Reaper would care about the safety of society. Are you worried about that woman? The hoarse voice said deep on the phone. "Kuyiren is a good woman." Chen Zonging's pupils changed. "Nothing is necessary." Chen Zonging replied coldly. On the other end of the phone, the hoarse voice smiled meaningfully. "The Kuyiren's project will be an opportunity. It will be of great use to the organization and the country. I have my own measures. Reaper, you only need to protect her safety." After speaking, the line was disconnected on the other end of the phone. Chen Zonging looked indifferent, just standing in front of the French windows. He faintly felt that the development of the matter had exceeded his control. From the very beginning, the moment Jiang Yu allowed himself to perform the task, it was a game! Jiang Yazi has long known all about the projects that Kui people are working on, but still not reporting. What does he want to do? Also, a few months ago Jiang Yazi used the excuse of waiting for the Bible as an excuse to keep himself by Kuyiren. Its true purpose is probably not for the Bible, rather, in order to allow himself to come forward and protect the Kui people. At this moment, Chen Zongguang had cold eyes. He felt that he was trapped in an endless whirlpool. His eyes were solemn. Slowly picked up his mobile phone. He enters a string of special codes on the phone. This is a special signal shielding method. With the code input, his mobile phone has almost deviated from the normal signal coverage. Then, with indifferent ease, he raised his right wrist and opened the precious Omega watch. This Omega watch, in the eyes of ordinary people, may be just a watch. But for him, this is a special tool. The dial of an Omega watch disappeared in an instant. It turns out that the entire dial of this watch is simulated by liquid crystals. At this time, it instantly became a tiny liquid crystal display. Chen Zhonggong looked coldly, clicked on the LCD dial to activate a signal. Then, he dialed a video call. After a few seconds, the video call is connected. The face of a Chinese man appeared on the tiny LCD screen of the watch. See Azura. On the LCD screen, the Chinese man looked solemn and bowed his body respectfully. At the same time, the capital of the capital, a mysterious office. Jiang Yazimantu, with silver hair, was lying deeply on the office chair, smoking a cigar slowly. At this moment, boom boom boom. Suddenly outside the door, there was a rapid knock on the door. In. Jiang Yazhu's voice was deep, and he slowly uttered a word. The office door opened, and a communications soldier in a camouflage uniform stood at the door, saluting the army respectfully. Report to the boss. A minute ago, the communication signal of the death was suddenly blocked. We can't find out what he is doing. The correspondent looked solemn and reported. When, hear this sentence. In the office, the silver-haired Jiang Yazhu's deep eyes condensed slightly. A terrible breath flashed from his eyes. To mobilize satellites, to block and monitor the area in real time. I want to know what he is doing. Jiang Yazhu said coldly in his voice. Yes. The correspondent bowed solemnly. The sunset is endless and deep. 5 Mercedes-Benz cars formed a convoy and drove cautiously towards the Ziyuan mansion area. Today, the attack during the day had a great impact on the Kuyi people. At this moment, her pretty face was still a little bit shocked. Outside the car window, Lichun's night seemed to come very early. The entire sky has fallen into dimness. The street lights are on, and cars are intertwined into a traffic flow, blocking the streets. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, Chen Zhongxing looked calm, sat in the car, and took a rest. At this moment, all the hideous injuries on his body were hidden under the white shirt, and he couldn't see the slightest injuries at all. As if, just like an ordinary person who has nothing to do. How much patience and concentration is needed to be so calm and calm. A few hours ago, a dagger was pierced in his heart, and hideous. At this time, there was no sign of injury. If it weren't for his faintly pale complexion, ordinary people would never see that he had been injured. The Mercedes-Benz fleet drove slowly to the gate of Kiss Manor. Kuyiran and Chen Zhongying got out of the car slowly. At the gate of the manor at this time, 2 rows of security forces were waiting. Father Kuihuihai had known all about the daytime assassination. Therefore, he dispatched urgently to increase the security manpower of the villa for double protection. At this time, after Kuyiran and Chen Zong got out of the car, Kuihuihai and his wife Liu Xiangnan, the 2 of them immediately came forward to Chen Zhongying. Then, bow respectfully. Mr. Chen, your kindness, my husband and wife, will never repay you. Kuihuihai and Liu Xiangnan are very respectful and salute. Indeed, today, this assassination is unprecedented. Kuihuihai had already heard of the terrifying battle. He also learned that Chen Zhongying was injured. Mr. Chen was seriously injured to save his daughter. How could the 2 couples take care of it? But Chen Zhongying, with a calm and indifferent expression, slowly shook his head. It doesn't need to be the case, he said indifferently, stepping on his leather shoes and slowly stepping into the villa. Killing the angels of the Bible was his only purpose, and it has never changed. This has nothing to do with the Kuyi people. Therefore, in today's battle, he is only for himself. In the Kiss Manor, before the table, a sumptuous dinner has been prepared. Originally, Kuihuihai also invited a whole professional medical team to do a complete physical examination for Mr. Chen. But Chen Zong refused. In his eyes, his injuries would never be handed over to others. He will not expose his flaws to others. Over the years, he has been seriously injured countless times, and he has treated himself for himself. This has formed his habit. He seemed to be cold, and his heart was wary of everyone around him, and felt extremely insecure. For this dinner, the atmosphere is very complicated. Chen Zhonging's appetite tonight is surprisingly big. It was still a calm and elegant meal, but his food intake was twice as much as usual. He was seriously injured because of excessive blood. At this time, he must rely on food supplements to restore the original force of qi and blood. Mr. Chen, today ... for life-saving grace, nothing is repaid. I respect you for this cup. The Kuyiran stood up respectfully, raised his glass, and respectfully toasted Chen Zhonging. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm and did not respond. He still sliced the steak and enjoyed dinner on his own. Ignoring, not responding, it seems like a robot that only eats. The younger sister Kushwang on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, my sister toasts you. Kushwang reminded. Chen Zhonging still ignored it and ate indifferently. The atmosphere at the table was a bit embarrassing. Kuyiran leaned slightly and drank the red wine in the glass. Cut. Cold look. What kind of airs? Kushwang murmured a little dissatisfied. Under the frost. Don't be rude. Sister Kuyiran glared at her sister and reprimanded. Kushwang's red lips faintly pursed, bowing his head to eat. The night is waning, and the stars are dotted. This Shanghai demon capital, tonight, is destined to sleepless. During the day, the streets of Zongshan. The earth-shattering battle between Chen Zhonging and the falling angel. Although the news has been blocked by the full cover, not even the news media reported. The only external explanation is that there is a film team shooting a movie, the scene is magnificent, and it is temporarily kept secret. However, this official explanation is far-fetched. Filming? What kind of movie is needed that can cause the whole street and alleys to be messed up? And even countless shops and buildings along the street are bombed and collapsed. This is simply. However, it is only during the daytime that those people who have personally experienced the scene really understand what happened on the scene! Exclamation mark. However, they were all sealed by the police, and no one dared to disclose the least bit of information to the outside world. However, during the day, among the crowd of onlookers, the video that a girl secretly shot with a mobile phone was still silent and was passed on to certain forces. It's 9 o'clock in the middle of the night. Shanghai Jiang Mansion, Jiang family. Jiang Ruotu, the daughter of Jiang family Tan Jiao, is sitting in front of the book table. In her left hand, she is holding a tablet computer. On the screen of the tablet computer, a loop of ... a terrifying battle video is playing. The characters in the battle are Chen Zong ... and the falling angel. The screen of the battle video was a little chaotic and trembling. Obviously, the photographer was panicked, and the hands holding the phone were shaking. However, the terrifying battle scene was still clearly shot in. Jiang Ruochu held the tablet in his left hand and watched the battle video dignifiedly. With her right hand, she was holding a pen and was writing rusty calculations on the paper. A series of Olympiad formulas are being constantly calculated by her. In the calculation video, Chen Zhonging's skill and power. Today, this battle video gives Jiang Ruochu a huge reference value. According to the level of power damage caused by Chen Zong during the battle, she can clearly ... calculate the physical fitness and strength of that man. With bare hands, a punch. Blast the wall down. Blast the opponent out tens of meters away. Jiang Ruochu's beautiful eyes stared at the battle scene in the video closely. Then the pen in her hand quickly calculated. Tonight, for Jiang Ruochu, it is destined to be a sleepless night. However, there are also Kuyi people who also don't sleep. Late at night, in front of the boudoir, Kuyi had a complicated face and was lying on the bed, unable to sleep. As soon as I closed my eyes, the white and cold figure appeared in my mind. Regardless of everything, Chen Zong rushed in front of him to block the scene of the self-explosive bomb for himself. Deeply into Kuyiran's heart, as if he could never erase it again. That man, life and death. Actually, to save his life? If so, that self-explosive bomb really hit him. Then, What will be the consequences? Isn't he really afraid of death? Kuyaran's heart was complicated and inexplicable. She tried her best to calm herself down and get a good night's sleep. However, Chen Zong's figure always appeared, lingering. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes are complicated. She gently got up, with her bare white and tender jade feet, put on her nightdress, and came gently to the French window. Opening the screen window, she looked into the distance outside the window of night with beautiful eyes. Mr. Chen's villa is located dozens of meters away. At this time, the villa was pitch black and there was no movement. Kuyaran just looked at the villa. Her beautiful eyes were complicated and dull. Even she didn't know what she was thinking at the moment. The mountains are woody and woody. Xiliu Junxijun doesn't know. Only hate. No one should know. Chapter 235 Supersonic Power. A deep night. A ray of sunshine rose slowly from the eastern sky. Chen Zonging was confused. Opened his eyes. I picked up the mobile phone in front of the bed cabinet and found that it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. In the battle yesterday, his body was extremely weak and he needed to rest and recuperate. So I overslept this morning. He slowly got up from the bed. The wound on his left chest was involved, and there was a sharp pain, piercing the lungs. When he unbuttoned his pajamas, he saw that the hideous wound on his chest was scabbed, and one could even see the traces of stitches that were stitched together, and the scars were hideous, covering one by one. He endured the pain, got out of bed slowly, and then started push-ups. Even though he was badly injured, he still never stopped doing morning exercises every day. He suffers a huge sense of crisis every day, so he can't relax his body vigilance for a moment. Daily training can keep the body in the best condition forever, like a bow and arrow, tight at any time, ready to go. Gritting his teeth and insisting on finishing morning exercises. Putting on a clean and tidy suit. At this time, he could hardly see the marks of serious injuries. Almost like an ordinary person. This amazing endurance and resilience are beyond the reach of anyone. Arriving at the Ku family manor opposite, in the manor, a hearty breakfast has been prepared. Kuyaran and her sister are sitting at the dining table under the frost, waiting quietly. When Chen Zong arrived, the two sisters began to eat. Mr. Chen, in the past few days, you are training your body at home. For security matters, I have also arranged a team of bodyguards. Ku Yi said, sitting at the table with beautiful eyes serious. Chen Zonging was seriously injured yesterday and has not yet healed. How can Kuyaran have the heart to let a seriously injured patient protect himself? She was overwhelmed, so she wanted Mr. Chen to rest for a few days. No, I'm fine. Chen Zonging's voice was calm, and he refused to rest. This is just a mere injury. He doesn't need to rest. Strengthen the formation of security personnel and re-equip a strategic-level bulletproof car. Your bulletproof car is not hard enough. Chen Zonging said indifferently and slowly. These days, always on alert, the Bible may appear at any time. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were solemn, and she also sensed the seriousness of the matter. Yesterday, the appearance of the foreign assassin gave her a strong uneasy feeling. The organization behind it is so aggressive, it doesn't even know when they will appear. These days, every day must be strictly guarded. If we say that before, we only faced local forces. So at this moment, what she is facing will be terrible external forces. Those forces from overseas can't help but start to do it. I recontacted the Mercedes-Benz car factory and asked them to customize a higher-level bulletproof car. Kuyaran said solemnly, no, your car. I have arranged the purchase through special channels. It is expected that it will be delivered before tonight. You only need to pay. Chen Zonging said calmly and slowly. Yesterday, Kuyaran's car window glass was penetrated, and he already knew that this kind of ordinary bulletproof car was almost useless for the Bible killer. Falling angels can penetrate bulletproof glass with only 3 attacks. This bulletproof level can only resist ordinary pistols. In front of a weapon with heavy firepower, it is almost like a display. Therefore, he contacted the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Organization and urgently dispatched a special military-grade vehicle. In this way, The safety of Kui people is guaranteed. Hearing this, Kuiren's beautiful eyes condensed and nodded. After the meal, Chen Zonging and Kui took a vehicle and drove away from the Ku family manor under the of a large group of bodyguards. At this time, Zhang's house, inside Zhang's mansion. The lamp in front of the study has been on from late last night until this morning. Sitting in front of the bookcase, Zhang Yuochu kept browsing the fighting videos in front of the tablet computer. The blank paper in front of her, one after another, was densely filled with calculation formulas. After calculating all night, she tried to thoroughly calculate Chen Zonging's physical strength system. But, in the video the two are moving too fast in battle, so fast that Zhang Yuochu can't calculate the limit of that power. These forces cannot be calculated using mathematical formulas. She could only simulate countless times, and finally got an intermediate value. A whole night, all-night calculations. She finally calculated an extremely close value. Looking at the shocking value on the white paper, even Zhang Yuochu himself couldn't believe it. Because these physical values completely exceed the limits of ordinary people. It can only be described as horror. Body movement speed, supersonic speed, unhanded power volatility, break 2000 katis. The strength of the legs broke out, breaking 10,000 katis. Body resistance, _A+ level. Such data is simply terrifying and inhuman data. Even the supermen in Hollywood movies in Europe and the United States are just such physical qualities. Right? Can any handed strength exceed 2000 katis? In other words, his punch can directly blast a person tens of meters away. One kick can directly explode 10,000 katis of strength. This horror is dozens of times more powerful than ordinary people. Even the UFC kickboxing champion of the United States, his leg is only 1,000 pounds of explosive power. But, this Chen Zonging's leg is so powerful! This is simply. Zhang Yuochu's beautiful eyes are solemn. She has lived for so long, even though she has heard of some terrifying powerhouses. But it was the first time that she saw such a terrifying human body with her own eyes. She secretly compared herself with Chen Zonging in a simulated battle. Although she is a weaker woman, she is no worse than a man in terms of IQ and skill. When she simulated World War I, she was silent. She found her brother Zhang Yao for the first time, and only said a word. Brother, Chen Zonging, let's leave it alone. On this day, Q's building, the entire group, was shrouded in an inexplicable atmosphere. Yesterday, President Ku was assassinated again, and the situation was serious. Although the news has been blocked, rumors still spread. The whole group is almost panicked. Group Underground, Secret Experiment Base. Kuiren, dressed in a white robe and protective mask, was in front of the test bench, carefully conducting the NTH test. Project X has been tested countless times, and the final integration, once successful, will cause a sensation in the entire academic community. The entire pharmaceutical industry will be broken into a new pattern. The cost of medicines can be saved dozens of times. This is a sensational result. Nowadays, time is becoming more and more pressing, and all parties are constantly pressing. She must successfully develop the project as soon as possible, and then apply for patent protection, apply for safe asylum at the national level. Otherwise, once the project is taken away, it will cause unpredictable consequences. Approaching the evening, a dark green military truck with a Beijing license plate slowly stopped at the gate of the Ku group. 4 men in neat suits got out of the car solemnly, slowly opened the container of the truck. A bright, brand new black car was parked quietly in the truck container. Mercedes-Benz S-Class Maybach. This car is the super bulletproof safety car that Chen Zongong dispatched from the capital organization. Chen Zonging made a phone call yesterday. The headquarters dispatched vehicles directly through special channels to carry trucks overnight, and transported them to the Jiangnan, Shanghai and Shanghai markets over a distance of thousands of kilometers. When the Maybach car was slowly transported off the truck, it almost aroused the crowd of bodyguards at the door of the building. This car, looking at it, isn't it simple? After receiving the news, Ku Yiren stepped on high heels and took the elevator downstairs with Chen Zhongying to sign for the receipt. When I saw this Maybach's class at the door, Ku Yiren's pretty face was a little confused. It is indeed a luxury car, Mercedes-Benz Maybach, which is the top luxury car under the Mercedes-Benz brand. But, this car, can it really protect your own safety? Ku Yi people do not understand these security data, so they do not understand this car. What is the difference between this car and other bulletproof cars? However, she doesn't understand. Doesn't mean the group bodyguards don't understand either. This group bodyguards have undergone professional training. How sensitive are they to these security equipment? At this moment, a large group of bodyguards gathered in front of this Maybach car, and everyone looked shocked and unbelievable. The leader of the bodyguard, Yang Feng, stood in front of the car, driving the car cautiously. MOS Level 12, military-grade bulletproof glass. When he saw the label on the window glass of this Maybach, Yang Feng was shocked. Military-grade bulletproof glass. This class of glass is completely able to resist any level of small rocket attack. This is special anti-interference invisible car paint layer. Yang Feng gently stretched out his hand, and the Buddha touched the bright black paint of the Maybach car and couldn't believe it. He took out his phone and placed it in front of the car paint. Sure enough, the cell phone signal was blocked instantly. This! This kind of paint is generally not used in military equipment, so it is never used. How can ordinary civilian vehicle equipment use this kind of paint? This kind of paint, after special modulation, can shield all satellite radar signals, which is equivalent to that. In front of any electronic equipment, this Mercedes-Benz is completely invisible. This kind of paint is extremely expensive, and a small piece of paint costs millions. When Yang Feng participated in a military equipment exhibition, he only saw this invisible paint on a J-20 stealth fighter. But, this is just a bulletproof car, and it still uses this kind of paint. You can continue to look at it. Yang Feng is even more shocked. Military-grade explosion-proof tires. The tires of this Mercedes-Benz Maybach actually used military-grade explosion-proof. These hot-melt explosion-proof tires can adapt to any road surface. Even if they are shot through by a bullet, they can continue to inflate automatically and continue driving. This is simply. Yang Feng's expression at this time was already shocked. The group of onlookers bodyguards beside them also looked shocked and couldn't believe it. This Maybach car is simply a military-grade super equipment. Not to mention bulletproof, this it can completely resist tank attacks. Yang Feng came to the front of the car and carefully opened the hood of the car. When he saw the huge red engine in the front of the car, Yang Feng was completely shocked. This car is equipped with a V16 cylinder racing engine! This is a civilian car. Surprisingly, equipped with a terrifying racing engine. How fast should it be! Military-grade bulletproof glass, military-grade tires, military-grade paint. The whole car is a piece of military equipment. How can ordinary people get this kind of vehicle! Those who are not important figures in the Forbidden City will not be equipped. At this moment, Ku Yiren was also standing in front of the car. Macy looked at the huge red engine in the front of the car in disbelief. The engine? Although she doesn't understand military industry, she still knows the structure of ordinary cars. For ordinary cars, the engine has 4 cylinders and it is already very fast. The top Ferrari sports car has only 12 cylinders. However, this Maybach is equipped with a 16-cylinder racing engine? This is crazy. Is this still a car? This is simply an airplane flying close to the ground, right? Chapter 236. Are you challenging my patience? Hello, Please confirm. If it is correct, please sign for it. A man in a black suit came forward with the receipt and handed it to Kuyaran. The members in black suits were only ordered to send vehicles. They were just the most basic organization personnel, so they didn't know Chen Zongying. Seeing that Ku Yi is the core person in charge of the group, he handed the receipt to Ku Yi. Kuyaran took the receipt and looked at the price of the vehicle. She was completely confused. There is only a long string of numbers on the receipt. The price of the vehicle, 270 million yuan. 270 million? Question mark. A car costs 270 million? Exclamation mark. This. Kuyaran hesitated, but in the end, he believed Mr. Chen. After gritting his teeth, he signed for the purchase of this high-priced luxury car. The sky-high price of nearly 300 million yuan to buy a car is simply extremely extravagant. Although Ku's group is a listed company, it is short of funds. At this critical moment, Kuyi's R&D team burns tens of millions of funds every day. In this case, she can still buy a 300 million luxury car, enough to see her courage. After putting down the sky-high Maybach, the organizers drove away in the truck. In front of the KISS building, this bright and luxurious Maybach attracted the attention of countless colleagues. During the rush hour, my colleagues walked out of the building one after another after they clocked in. When I saw this new car at the door, my colleagues were all taken aback. Mr. Ku bought a new car again, and also bought a Maybach. My colleagues were puzzled. Ku is not a high-profile person. How could he buy such a luxurious car? The leader of the bodyguard, Yang Feng, carefully got into the Maybach car and started the car. With a loud roar of engine roar, the V16 cylinder engine was ignited, and the Maybach car started. President Ku, please get in the car, Yang Feng respectfully said. With the support of a group of bodyguards, Kuyaran slowly got into the Maybach car. Chen Zonggong's eyes were calm, and he got into the car. Ahead, 10 Mercedes-Benz S600 sedans cleared the way. In the middle, the Maybach bulletproof car protected the Ku Yi people. The entire convoy escorted the Ku Yi people in such a mighty way and drove towards the Ku Yi people. Along the way, Ku Yi had a complicated face. Just from Yang Feng's tone, she vaguely learned that this Maybach uses a lot of military-grade equipment and materials. This surprised Kuyaran. Although she didn't understand this, she also knew the importance of military industry. If it is not for important people, ordinary people, there is no way to obtain military equipment. However, this Maybach is obviously a special equipment vehicle transformed by the military industry. Where did Mr. Chen get it? This caused Kuyaran to have another doubt about Mr. Chen's identity. What kind of identity is this man? After all, she has an inexplicable illusion. At first, she hired this man. After all, is it a plan that has already been arranged? Mr. Chen, this car seems to be military equipment. Where did you buy it from? Kuyaran hesitated, but finally asked her doubts. In the Maybach car, Chen Zongying sat quietly on the luxurious aviation massage chair, his eyes closed slightly, resting. Friend. His answer was only 2 words, simple and clear, without any unnecessary explanation. Kuyaran. She couldn't figure out the true or false of this sentence. However, it seems that one thing is certain. This Mr. Chen is not so simple. That terrifying and extraordinary skill, and the means to obtain military equipment at will. These all indicate that behind him, maybe, there are some mysterious military connections. After half an hour, the Mercedes-Benz fleet arrived safely at the KISS Manor. After yesterday's assassination, today, all bodyguards have increased their vigilance. Fortunately, the road was calm and there was no danger. In the KISS Manor, a sumptuous dinner has been prepared. Chen Zonggong lit a cigarette and was about to enter the door for dinner. At this moment, he suddenly sent a text message on his mobile phone. He took out his mobile phone and glanced lightly at the content of the text message. Can you come here? The content of the text message is only one sentence, very simple, but it seems a little anxious. Although this SMS number has not been noted, Shenzong remembers this call. This is Yuanli's call. That girl. Something happened? This was Chen Zonging's first reaction. He immediately turned around and got into a Mercedes-Benz. Mr. Chen, what's the matter? Aren't you coming in for dinner? Kuyiran just stepped into the villa door and looked at Chen Zong in confusion. If something is going on, you eat. Chen Zonging replied indifferently, and then started the Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan, slammed on the accelerator, and galloped out, only leaving Kuyi with a pretty face in surprise, standing in front of the villa. This is what happened. Lu Zhui, a luxury mansion by Thompson. The 33rd floor is high-rise. In front of the extravagant and huge landscape balcony, Yuan Li leaned gently in front of the glass guardrail, letting the slight river breeze blow his hair. There is only loneliness and loneliness on the delicate and beautiful face. A person, locked in this huge mansion of hundreds of square meters, without friends or family, for her. What is the difference between being in jail, a mansion worth hundreds of millions, but lonely and cold, like an iron cage? Looking outside the landscape platform, the beautiful river view and the skyline of the entire city have a clear view. However, in Yuanli's eyes, all this is so cold, without any emotional temperature. A city, no matter how beautiful it is, but if there is no emotion, then it's just a cold steel bar. Ding dong. At this moment, suddenly the doorbell rang. Yuanli's lonely and helpless eyes disappeared suddenly, and a glimmer of expectation flashed on her pretty face. Stepping on the plush slippers, she hurried to the door of the mansion and opened the LCD screen on the wall. When she saw the familiar figure of a man outside the door, her heartbeat speeded up a bit. Yuan Li stretched out his hand, stroked his long hair bangs lightly, and hurriedly opened the door of the mansion. When the door of the mansion opened, Chen Zonging was standing outside the door with a straight suit and a calm and indifferent expression. What's the matter? Chen Zonging did not hesitate to ask Yuan, but asked straight away. He thought that something happened in the text message sent by Yuan Li, so he came here. But, at this moment, seeing Yuan Li's appearance, it seems nothing happened. Yuan Li blinked his watery eyes and said cautiously, I think I want you go shopping with me. The little girl's mind, without the slightest concealment, just said it. Hearing these words, Chen Zong's eyes condensed slightly. A text message drove him quickly. But in the end, it was such a ridiculous and rude request. Originally, Chen Zonging thought something happened to Yuan Li, and this hurriedly came. However, the result at the moment made him a little angry. He is the most annoyed of making unreasonable trouble. Shopping? This is the reason you are looking for me? Chen Zonggong stared at her with cold eyes. You are challenging my patience? At this moment, Yuan Li's expected pretty face smiled, lightly stagnated, and his heart trembled. Chapter 237. In addition to killing Yuan Li's face turned pale, standing at the door, not knowing how to speak. At this time, Mr. Chen felt so strange to her. The cold aura made her feel scared for the first time. Chen Zong's eyes were cold, staring at her as if with scrutiny. At this moment, Yuan Li's heart seemed to be pinched, as if being watched by a beast. For the first time, she felt this man's terrifying gaze. It made her feel palpitations and tremors. Chen Zong's eyes were cold, staring at her for a few seconds, and then he turned and left. He has no spare time to mess around with this woman. At that moment, Yuan Li's pretty face turned pale, and his whole body seemed to lose strength, and he was sitting on the floor at the door. Her long hair was a little messy, her beautiful eyes were red. Tears couldn't stop rolling down. Grievance, fear, palpitations, sadness. All kinds of emotions are intertwined, and even she herself does not know why she is crying. At this moment, her heart, as if being pierced by a needle. After all, Is it oneself? Is it affectionate? But at this moment, a figure slowly walked in front of her. Yuan Li slowly raised his head with tears in his beautiful eyes. I saw that Mr. Chen had already turned around and returned. His eyes were calm and he was standing in front of him, shopping. Only this time, his answer was indifferent, and seemed to have no emotion. Then, he turned around and walked towards the elevator entrance. Yeah? At this moment, Yuan Li's pretty face was rainy, crying and laughing, wiping away tears, getting up from the ground, completely ignoring makeup, closing the door, and following directly towards Mr. Chen. In the elevator, with two people standing, Yuan Li didn't dare to get too close to him, but his pretty face was already extremely happy. At this time, her makeup was a little weeping, but her beautiful face gave people a feeling of love and pity. It is a pity that Chen Zhongying seems to be too lazy to appreciate the beauty of this woman, and even less lazy to taste it. He raised this woman just to raise a flower he once seemed familiar with, nothing more. He didn't want to pick, let alone touch, because he had no idea. Take the elevator downstairs. And then Yuan Li followed Mr. Chen and got on the Mercedes-Benz together. It is the magic city of Shanghai and the sea at night, with gorgeous neon lights, which diminishes the city. The city center, on both sides of the bustling streets, is full of people. This magic capital of 30 million people will never lack people. Prosperous, noisy, crowded, are synonymous with this city. Two figures walk through the endless stream of people. Yuan Li walked on the street with long hair and shawl, holding the corners of his clothes with both hands. Chen Zhongying followed him in a straight suit. It's hard to imagine how unconventional this picture feels. If these killers in the West saw this scene, I'm afraid they would be shocked to the point where their jaws fell. The Superman who trembles in the Western Pacific, codenamed Reaper, at this moment, is actually accompanied by a little girl, shopping. This is simply. Yuan Li's mood at this time was complicated and joyful. With a hint of anxiety. This is her first time shopping with a man. Moreover, the man beside him is Mr. Chen. Stepping on small white shoes, she walked cautiously on the street, occasionally glanced at the women's clothing store on the street. Suddenly, her footsteps stopped. I was attracted by the Snow White dress in the window. Yuan Li stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the dress with beautiful eyes, as if he couldn't look away. Little girl, she doesn't know how to hide things she likes. She likes her eyes all over her eyes. Yuan Li blinked his watery eyes and walked carefully into this woman's clothing store. Chen Zong put his hands in his trouser pockets and calmly followed behind him. Shopping with women, this hasn't happened in many years. In my memory, only the greenback of the dear, childhood sweetheart. Many years ago, I walked hand in hand. But now, the deceased has passed away, and only memories are left. Well, let me ask, can I try this dress? Yuan Li came to the saleswoman, pointed to the dress in front of the window, and asked softly. In the past few days, she had just received a scholarship of RMB 10,000 for this semester, so she had some funds on hand, so she asked cautiously. However, the saleswoman was pretty disdainful and glanced at Yuan Li lightly. Ordinary brand-named shirts, ordinary jeans, and a pair of Converse's small whiteboard shoes. Yuan Li's outfit is too cheap. The female salesperson replied faintly, this skirt is very expensive, and people who are busy with it can't try it on randomly, otherwise, it's impossible to pay for it if it breaks. The female salesperson's words are calm, but they are so harsh to outsiders. Yuan Li's pretty face turned pale. Only then did she realize. Yes. How can this store be an ordinary brand in the most prosperous and lively area? Although she doesn't know this brand, she can see the luxurious decoration style of this store, and she knows. The price here is very expensive. She bit her teeth, lowered her head, and turned to walk out of the store. She is self-aware and can't afford to buy things that she can't afford. However, at the moment Yuan Li was about to walk out of the store, Her hand was caught. Yuan Li turned his head suspiciously, and saw that Mr. Chen was looking calm, and took her hand. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, and he took Yuan Li's hand and walked directly to the female salesperson. "How much is that skirt?" he asked calmly. At this time, the business in the store is a bit good. The female salesperson is introducing new clothes to a female Baifumai. Obviously, she has no time to take care of the young couple. "I'm sorry." The female Baifumai customer also glanced in disdain, and mocked, "If you don't have money, don't ask the price." Not everyone can ask about luxury goods. Indeed, this is Donald Curran flagship store, the world's top women's clothing brand. The price of each clothing store is more than hundreds of thousands, which can be called extremely noble and sky-high clothing. It is true that ordinary people cannot afford it. And Chen Zonging, after being ridiculed, surprisingly, but not angry, his eyes were calm, and he turned to Yuan Li and said, "Wait for me here." Then, he walked straight out of the clothing store. At the door of the clothing store, there is a fast ATM cash machine. Chen Zonging directly inserted the card and took out a large pile of cash from the ATM cash machine. Then he walked into the clothing store with a thick pile of cash. "Let me ask you how much money?" Chen Zong threw a thick stack of cash banknotes in front of the waitress. The saleswoman was taken aback first. Some reactions are overwhelming. Immediately afterwards, Chen Zonggong lost the second stack of money. "How much is that skirt?" "This." The saleswoman was a little confused. Chen Zonging didn't stop, and once again dropped money. Stacks of cash, like white paper, smashed in front of the female salesperson. The white banknotes make your heart beat. The saleswoman was completely stunned. The woman beside her, Baifumai, mocked disdainfully, "Cut, just tens of thousands of cash. What kind of pretense?" However, she soon discovered that something was wrong. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. Chen Zonging is still spending money constantly. Stacks of cash smashed in front of the female salesperson. This scene is simply, in front of the clothing store counter, a large pile of cash was piled up. After Chen Zong lost the cash, he continued to turn around and went to the ATM to withdraw the money. Then continue to come back and continue to throw money. Patter, patter, patter. The sound of cash slamming echoed in the air. Female salesperson, her eyes widened. Somewhat completely petrified. The face of the Baifumai customer has also changed a little. This! Exclamation mark. Other sales and customers in the store are also shocked and confused. If we say, everyone didn't care about this scene before. After all, he couldn't get much cash out of him. But at this moment, everyone feels like a dog. The counter was full of cash, and even countless piles of banknotes were scattered on the ground in a mess. Red banknotes all over the floor. This scene is simply shaking people's hearts. "How much is this?" Exclamation mark. Yuan Li stood by, completely dull and silly. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and piles of money were thrown away. His temper is not very good, but unfortunately, he hates it the most. Others compare money to him. What's more unfortunate is that he has a lot of money in his card. There are too many to count. So, since you want to withdraw money from him, then compare it. There are tens of thousands of ways to deal with a person. In addition to killing, there are many ways to make you surrender. For example, throw money. Chapter 238. A feast. Stacks and stacks of cash kept smashing on the counter. The full pink is the color of banknotes. This scene made the heart beat. The female salesperson who had just ridiculed her eyes widened and her whole person was completely petrified. "How much is that skirt?" Chen Zonging asked calmly while dropping money. 10,150,000. The saleswoman's lips stuttered, her voice trembled, and she quoted the price of the skirt. "Okay." Chen Zongzong glanced at the clothes in the store. Then, He pointed to Yuan Li next to him. The woman's dresses here are all wrapped up for me according to her size. I want them all, huh? As soon as this statement came out, all the sales staff in the entire Donald Curran flagship store were dumbfounded! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Clear shop? Question mark. This fucking, it's so domineering. This is a well-known luxury brand, Donald Curran. Empty the entire shop. What the fuck? How rich? Why? Didn't you hear what I said? Chen Zong lighted a cigarette and said calmly. The saleswoman reacted from the shock. Her lips trembled with excitement. This is simply met the real god of wealth. This sum is enough to earn countless commissions. Wait, you, come here. But Chen Zong suddenly called the saleswoman again. You just said that this skirt is expensive. You can't try it on randomly, or you can't afford it if you break it. He stared at the female salesperson and asked. The female salesperson's complexion was slightly embarrassed, and she hurriedly smiled and said, I was joking just now. You are so rich, sir, you are a local tyrant. Sir, you will definitely not care. No, I care very much. But Chen Junlin, with a calm face, replied these 5 words. Female salesperson. I want you to apologize to her. Chen Zonging said indifferently, slowly. The female salesperson looked complicated and awkward, and sneered. This is all a misunderstanding. I want you to apologize. Chen Zonging slowly spit out a smoke ring. His tone was calm, and reminded again. This. There are no concessions. The face of the saleswoman, at this moment, has become a bit complicated and embarrassing. Today, this customer wants to empty the entire store. This is a huge commission income. For the money, she can only lower her head and apologize. Right. I'm sorry. The saleswoman finally surrendered to the temptation of money and came to Yuan Li. Her voice trembled and apologized. At this moment, Yuan Li's beautiful eyes turned red and mist-filled. She stayed in place, feeling helpless. She has never had this feeling. A man, for her, to be able to empty the entire shop, only apologized for the waiters. At this moment, her heart was beating complicatedly, completely stunned. What shocked her even more was that Mr. Chen packed a whole store of clothing! Exclamation mark. Donald Curran, the entire store has all the clothes emptied. This. It takes nearly 10 million to buy it. Mr. Chen ... I don't need so many clothes. Yuan Li reacted from the shock and sluggishness, stepped forward and quietly stopped. She can't finish wearing so many clothes. Even if you change one set every day, it will take a year to wear it out. But Chen Zong did not give her a chance to stop it. Signed the receipt directly, a full counter of cash, the payment amount. Tens of millions of funds, just like that. Bought an entire store of clothes. Chen Zong took a note and wrote Yuan Li's address, Tangchen Yaipin, and asked the clerk to deliver the clothes to this address. Then, he took Yuan Li and left the clothing store. Dark night stars, neon embellishment. Yuan Li, who walked out of the clothing store, was still confused. Tens of millions, bought her a whole store of clothing. This is just like dreaming. Looking up, looking at the starry sky above, Yuan Li's heartbeat accelerated slightly. This feeling, holding his hand, as if the time of the entire world has become very fast. The night after tomorrow, there will be a music party in our school. Can you accompany me to attend it? Yuan Li hesitated for a long time, and suddenly asked cautiously. No time. But Chen Zonging only replied 2 words. Yuan Li's pretty face was slightly lost. Oh, she muttered and looked down at the ground, not knowing what she was thinking. Her small hand, holding Chen Zong's hand, tightened a little, as if she was afraid that this man would leave. It's getting late, I will send you back. Chen Zonging didn't seem to be in the mood, so he went on shopping with this girl, and said. Yuan Li was disappointed and nodded gently. In this long night, the stars are moving, and the mind of the young girl is quietly sprouting in this endless night. The next day, the early morning sun rises from the eastern sky. Chen Zonging has finished his morning exercises, doing 20,000 push-ups and 20,000 sit-ups, The more injured, the more he will not let go of physical training. The trial of life and death made him understand that when the body is seriously injured, the more intensive training is required. So only the body functions can be kept in a tight state. Otherwise, if you don't train for a day, your physical function will decline. That, for him, may be a crisis of life and death. After taking a cold shower, the wound on his chest was already scabs, and the hideous wound spread all over his chest, making people horrified. But Chen Zhongying looked calm. Without the slightest mood swing, he repainted the wound with alcohol and disinfected it. Then he put on a white shirt and a suit jacket, and he became a gentleman again. Out of the villa, came to the Kiss Manor opposite. In the manor at this time, the Ku sisters were already sitting at the dining table, waiting for a long time. With the arrival of Chen Zhongying, the family began to enjoy breakfast. This breakfast was very quiet. Ku Yiren sits at the dining table, holding a knife and fork in his jade hand, while working on the research formula, while eating a steak absent-mindedly. But under Ku Shuang, he gobbled it up, like a small animal, eating without the slightest feminine temperament. Only Chen Zhongying, calm and indifferent, sat there, slowly sipping the red wine and enjoying the steak. After his body was severely injured, his thirst for food became even greater, and he added a piece of steak a day to ensure his body's nutrition. The atmosphere at the table seemed a bit quiet, tingling. But at this moment, the phone ring that Ku Yiren placed at the dining table suddenly rang. Ku Yiren was taken aback for a moment, put down the knife and fork, and took a look at the phone. Is it an unfamiliar number in Shanghai? But, looking at the numbers of the incoming call number. But Ku Yiren's eyes condensed. 14,888,888,888! Exclamation mark. This number is a 9 consecutive bomb number. 9 eights in a row? Exclamation mark. Who is calling this? This one call alone is worth tens of millions. Ku Yiren's pretty face was uncertain, and slowly answered the phone. Mr. Ku, good morning. On the phone, there was a calm and elegant man's voice. Ku Yiren's pretty face was taken aback, and he asked in confusion, "Are you? I haven't seen you for many days. Did Mr. Ku forget me?" On the other end of the phone, the man's voice slowly introduced himself with a hint of a smile. Fosun Group, Mr. Go, Mr. Ku still remember? Huh. Upon hearing this name, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes condensed suddenly. Go shows? Go is a great honor. I didn't expect Mr. Ku to remember Go. During the call, the man's voice was calm and deep, with a faint smile. At this moment, Ku Yiren's pretty face became a little complicated. How do you know my private phone number? Her personal mobile phone number is never revealed to outsiders, except for her personal secretary Sun Xue and Mr. Chen. Almost no one knows. Even business partners hardly know her personal phone number. But, where did Go Shows get his personal phone? Exclamation mark. On the other side of the phone, Go Shows smiled faintly, and said deeply, "This is a small area in the south of Shanghai, the sea, and the Yangtze River. Mobile communication companies have only such a small area. Isn't it easy to check Mr. Ku's phone? Mr. Ku, if you need it, you can contact Go at any time to check the phone number of someone you want to check, and Go is happy to help." At this moment, Kuya's pretty face became complicated. What does this sentence mean? This remark meant that there was no information in this Shanghai market that Go Shows could not find. Indeed, Fosun Group has a huge industrial chain that penetrates all walks of life. But he didn't expect that he could even infiltrate mobile communications such large state-owned enterprises. Feel free to investigate the number. Is this a threat? Shocked. Demonstration? What do you want to do? Ku Yiren asked without a polite greeting. She really didn't want to have any more conversations with this kind of hypocritical conspiracy. Miss Ku, you don't seem to welcome me. During the call, Go Show's voice was calm and indifferent, with a deep smile. Miss Ku, don't worry, someone has no other thoughts. On the contrary, someone Go admires and admires you for your Ku group. During the call, Go Show's voice was calm. So today, Go is very kind. Invited, Miss Ku came to my Fossum Group headquarters to tell. How about? Upon hearing this, Kuyaran's pretty face complex and solemn. Invite yourself to the headquarters of Fossum Group? What is this going to do? What kind of abacus is Go shows playing? Sorry, Mr. Go, I'm very busy these days and don't have much free time. If you have any intention to cooperate, please contact my secretary and make an appointment with her specifically. The Kuyaran was not polite, and directly refused. Miss Ku, are you ... You don't give me the face of Mr. Go? On the other end of the call, Go shows' voice was calm and indifferent. With a deep voice, Go doesn't like to threaten people. Just kindly remind Miss Ku one sentence ... Fuxing University, my Go family, can hold 10% of the shares. I am Fossum Group, but one of the board members of Fuxing University. Hearing this, Kuyaran's pretty face suddenly changed color. This is a naked threat. My sister Kushwangxia is studying at Fuxing University. This Go shows. At this moment, moving out this sentence, this. Isn't it a threat and what is it? Exclamation mark. Kuya's pretty face is complicated. Her beautiful eyes are solemn, and he hesitated for a long time before finally answering, okay, I promise you. On the other end of the phone, Gosho smiled deeply and indifferently. That's right, Miss Ku, I hope our story today will be enjoyable. After speaking, the line was hung up on the other end of the phone. Putting down the phone, Kuya's pretty face became extremely embarrassing and complicated. This is openly intimidated by Gosho's. She didn't know what to do. Today's Hongman banquet, I must go. Otherwise, Gosho's might point the finger at his sister Kushwang. But at this time, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the end under Kushwang, and she didn't hear the contents of her sister's phone clearly, just eating on her own. Sister, who is calling? Kushwang asked while eating. It's nothing, a business partner. Kuyaran concealed and did not tell her sister the truth. Under Kushwang, he ate a few bites of steak at random, and then got up. Sister, I went to class. After that, she carried her backpack, picked up the khaki and walked out of the villa door. Kuyaran urged a few bodyguards to strengthen security awareness and secretly protect Kushwangxia from going all the way 24 hours a day to protect safety. In front of the villa dining table, only Kuyaran and Chen Zonging were still sitting. Chen Zonging quietly held a knife and fork, tasting the steak carefully, calm and brisk, without the slightest disturbance. Kuyaran's white teeth bit his red lips, hesitated for a long time, and finally raised his head, looking at Chen Zong with beautiful eyes. Mr. Chen ... Go shows of the Fuxing Group, invited me today ... to go to the Fuxing Group building for a comment. Do you think? Do I want to go? Kuyaran's beautiful eyes are complicated, and she is also a little unpredictable at this time. Xiang Chen Zonging. I hope this man can give himself a decision. When a woman is helpless, the first thing that comes to mind is always the closest person. At this time, Chen Zong was the closest person to Ku Yi, and she was also her current support. Today, this banquet is destined to be a feast for the grandeur. If you don't go, your sister Kushwang will be in danger. Going. Shikui. I'm afraid it's hard to be kind. No one knows Go shows methods better than Kuyaran. According to the analysis of the gossips that have been secretly inquired over the years, Go shows is a hidden beast. Cruel, more cruel than my father, no less than one. Chapter 239 Wugush Wangzming. Chen Zonging sat at the dining table, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip of red wine. Since he invited, why not go? Chen Zonging's voice was calm, without the slightest disturbance. Ku Yi had a complicated face and looked at Mr. Chen. Don't worry, I'm here. Chen Zonging replied faintly, as if he was aware of Ku Yi's worries. He will follow the Ku Yi people to a banquet. Mr. Chen, but your injury? Kuyaran's voice hesitated and asked softly. After all, Mr. Chen was seriously injured a few days ago in order to save himself. Now that he has not healed from his injury, Kuyaran can't bear to let her husband go. That Go shows is definitely not the one to provoke. Now Mr. Chen is going with his injuries. If there is a conflict, I am afraid. Ku Yiren worried about Mr. Jin's body. When you are injured, you are in danger. Now that the situation in Shanghai and the sea is turbulent, the Ku Yi people don't want Mr. Chen, so there is an accident. Small injury, no problem. Chen Zhongying spit out a word. Indeed, what is this kind of injury to him? The scars on that body are hideous. Life and death are gluttonous. He has experienced countless lives and deaths in his life. This little trauma is just a new scar on the skin. What can it be considered? Ku Yiren's mood was complicated, and he hesitated for a long time before finally nodding. With Mr. Jin's company, it seems ... she was at ease. However, Mr. Chen is now seriously injured. Never healed. She did not dare to relax her guard. The security team was urgently dispatched to fully guard and defend. 9 in the morning. Ku Yiren and Chen Zhonggong walked out of the villa. 20 Mercedes-Benz fleets are already waiting outside. Nearly 100 special bodyguards waited respectfully outside the villa. These bodyguards were hired by his father, Ku Huihai, who paid a lot of money just to protect the safety of Kui people. Now that the security team has expanded, Kui's heart has become a little more stable. Due to an invitation from Go Shows, Ku Yiren changed his itinerary at 0 hour. The original plan was to go to the group headquarters in the morning. At this time, she directly changed her route and went to Fuxing Building to attend the appointment. Surrounded by a group of bodyguards, Ku Yiren got into the Maybach bulletproof car, and Chen Zhonggong followed in the car. He stood outside the car and slowly lit a cigarette. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed a telephone in the capital city. Reaper, what's the matter? A hoarse old man's voice came over the phone. Zhang Yu. 2 hours later, send someone to come to the Far-Star Group to pick me up. Chen Zhongying's voice was calm and indifferent, without the slightest explanation or nonsense, straight to the point. Far-Star Group? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yuzha's voice was slightly suspicious. I see. Remember, be on time. Chen Zhongying's voice was cold, without any emotional fluctuations, and then hung up the phone. It seems that he doesn't have the slightest respect for the person on the phone who is called Zhang Universe. He slowly spit out a smoke ring, surrounded by countless bodyguards around him, slowly got into the Maybach car. Inside the car, Ku Yiren gave him a suspicious look in her beautiful eyes. Mr. Chen, what's the matter? Ku Yiren asked. She sat in the car and did not hear clearly the content of the call Chen Zong dialed, but only asked suspiciously. It's okay. Chen Zhongying spit out the smoke ring, and faintly returned the words. Cherish the word for daughter. Even to say one more word, I think it is superfluous. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were puzzled. Had to withdraw his curiosity. 20 Mercedes-Benz fleets started slowly, escorting the Maybach car in the middle, and slowly drove out of the Qs Manor. At the same time, several kilometers away, Fuxing Group, the headquarters of the building. On the top floor, in the presidential standard ballroom, the Xiaodong of the Fuxing Group, Go Shows, is wearing a light blue tuxedo suit with his hands behind his back, standing calmly in front of the French windows, faintly scanning the city scenery outside. He is waiting for the visit of VIPs. A phone call in the morning, inviting Kui people. A grand reception is about to take place. How can Go Shows be unprepared? In front of the banquet hall, on the luxurious gold marble table, exquisite fruit plates and desserts are neatly arranged. Dozens of waitresses wearing cheongsam are standing neatly in a row on both sides of the hall, exquisite as if they are in a palace. The female secretary Xiaoan, in an all uniform, stood respectfully behind the son, reporting on the arrangement of the reception site. My son, the service personnel are in place, and the positions of Group A are also in place. Group B and Group C are secured. Everything is normal and has been checked. Xiaoan's voice was solemn, and she reported slowly. Go Show's eyes were calm, staring out the window, and nodding slowly. My son, Xiaowan doesn't know, why is the sun holding a banquet today? The Kuyiran. But why should you deal with it in such a hurry? Secretary Xiaowan hesitated for a long time, suddenly leaned slightly, and asked respectfully. Indeed, today's reception was a bit too hasty. Last night, the sun suddenly prepared, adjusted a series of manpower, and began to prepare for this banquet. Is this too hasty? Somewhat inexplicable. Xiaoyan didn't know that even though Kui was important, he wouldn't be so eager to deal with him, right? You know, the power of the sun is all over the south of the Yangtze River and the sea. Why do you have to rush to deal with the person? Anytime, anywhere, long-term preparation, isn't it? A more perfect plan? Go Shou's eyes were light and deep, staring at the city outside the French windows. Do you know a common saying? He seemed to mutter to himself, and also seemed to ask the secretary. Behind him, the secretary Xiaoyan was taken aback and shook her head in doubt. Subordinates don't know. The corner of Go Shou's mouth raised a deep arc. There is a saying in the world. Will you kill you when you are sick? Upon hearing this, the beautiful eyes of the female secretary Xiaoyan condensed suddenly. She finally got some reaction. A few days ago, the Kuyiran was assassinated, and Security Director Chen Zong went into a fight. According to the secret message sent by his eyeliner, he learned that that Chen Zong might have been seriously injured. Now, isn't it just an opportunity? Exclamation mark. The Kuyi people themselves are not terrible. The security force of Heku Group, as far as the Yuanxing Group is concerned, is completely vulnerable. Next to Kuyiran, the most horrible thing that makes the entire Shanghai market fear now is only the mysterious security director Chen Zong. Now, Chen Zonging has been severely injured. At this time, isn't it the best time to kill you while you are sick? Exclamation mark. At this moment, the eyes of the female secretary Xiaoyan finally became dignified admiration. Is this the sun's plan? Sun finally decided to do it? Exclamation mark. If you want to handle this person, do it directly and add fuel to the fire. Now, it is the perfect time to annex the Ku Group. In front of the French window, Go Shou stared out the window for a long time, then slowly turned around. His eyes scanned the 2 rows of Cheongsam waitresses in front of the banquet hall. There are a total of 20 waitresses in the 2 rows on the left and right, and each of them looks extremely beautiful and exquisite. Wait, are you ready? Go Shou's voice was calm, but with an inexplicably depressed breath. My son, everything is ready. The 20 waitresses suddenly stretched out their left legs. Under the forked Cheongsam, a cold sharp blade is hidden under the skirt. This is not the waitress at all, but 20 exquisite and beautiful female assassins. Zhao Qimen and Hu Ying. Wugu Shuangzming. This banquet is basically a Hongmin banquet. Go Shou's glanced at the 20 female assassin attendants and nodded in satisfaction. The beautiful killers hired at a high price will perform their most important tasks today. Kuyi people are just second. Today's Hongmin banquet, the most important purpose, only to kill, beheaded, Chen Zong. In this Hongmen feast, Kuyi is just a bait. Go Shou's knew that as long as the Kuyi came, the security director Chen Zong would definitely follow him. The only thing Go Shou's has to deal with is Chen Zonging. Chen Zonging is dead. This game of chess can truly be controlled by Go Shou's. With deep eyes, Go Shou slowly stretched out his hand and stroked the revolver on the back of the suit. The corner of his mouth raised a curve. Strange, excited, and murderous. A bloodthirsty and addicted killer, today. Finally, will drink blood by himself. Go Shou's hid him too deeply and deeply. Almost no one knows the other side of him throughout the Shanghai and Shanghai markets. It was a slaughter, bloodthirsty and addictive. Terrible perverted hero. If he said that before, he still had a trace of jealousy about Chen Zonging. Because I couldn't guess the strength of the opponent, I didn't dare to act rashly. But at this moment, he is complete and fully assured. Chen Zong was seriously injured. No matter how tough he is, He will not escape today's feast. No one can escape from the five-finger mountain of his far-star group. The Kuyi people are destined to be controlled by themselves. That Chen Zhongying is also destined to die today. Today, Go Shou's ... hid his instinct for decades, and he will be completely exposed. At the same time, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the building, hundreds of meters below the street, a row of black and neat Mercedes-Benz fleets are slowly coming in the direction of Fuxing Group. That is, Kuyiren's motorcade. Go Shou's turned his head and looked at the convoy under the floor-to-ceiling windows. The corner of his mouth raised a bloodthirsty arc. Prey, finally, is coming. Chapter 240 Funeral of the Whole Building. The black Mercedes-Benz team slowly stopped in front of the Fuxing Group. A large group of KISS bodyguards got out of the car and guarded them solemnly on both sides. In the middle, the door of the Maybach armored car opened. Kuyiren was wearing a black all uniform, stepping on high heels, and getting out of the car. Beside Chen Zhongying, standing at the door of Fuxing Group, Chen Zhongying lit a cigarette, raised his head profoundly, and glanced up at the building. The huge skyscraper rises into the clouds, as if to swallow the sky. The Go Group, which has been famous for decades, has stood firm in the south of the Yangtze River. With dignified eyes, Kuyiren, surrounded by a large group of bodyguards, walked into the Fuxing building together with Chen Zhongying. In the lobby of the Fuxing Group, reception staff have been waiting for a long time. Seeing Kuyi people coming, the receptionist smiled respectfully and stepped forward to greet him. Miss Ku, please here. The sun is waiting on the top floor. The receptionist smiled and welcomed Kuyi people into the elevator. Chen Zhongxing dangled his cigarette and followed him indifferently. The nearly 100 KISS bodyguards were arranged into other elevators and went upstairs separately. So everyone took the elevator and arrived at the top floor of Guo's group, 120F. The elevator door opened slowly, the moment Kuyiren stepped out of the elevator. Welcome to Miss Ku to come here. On the promenade outside the elevator door, a whole row of women in uniform Cheongsam greeted guests, respectfully bowing their bodies and saluting them. The show was so grand and noble. Kuyiren's beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and an inexplicable premonition flashed in her heart. Nothing to do. What kind of drama is Go Shou's performance today? Kuyiren and Chen Zhongying walked through the corridor and, under the reception of the waiter, came to the door of the huge presidential reception hall. And those hundreds of bodyguards followed Kuyiren and kept their steps. The atmosphere at the scene was obviously a bit nervous. At this moment, in the presidential banquet hall, a figure wearing a light blue suit finally appeared slowly. Go Shou's has a straight suit. His face is calm and indifferent. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. The clouds are calm and breezy, as if everything ... is in control. Miss Ku, you can visit my company, so that Go is overjoyed. Go Shou stepped on his leather shoes and slowly stepped forward. He stretched out a hand and made a gesture of shaking hands with Kuyiren. But Kuyiren did not shake hands with him. Just beautiful eyes nodded gently. The scene seemed a bit embarrassing. However, Go Shou seemed to have a thick skin. He smiled indifferently, and stretched his palm to the side of Chen Zhongying. Mr. Chen, I haven't seen you for many days. You still look like a dragon. Go Shou smiled and tried to shake hands with Chen Zhong. However, this time, it became even more embarrassing. Not only did Chen Zhongying have no plans to shake hands with him, he didn't even look at him straightly. This posture, simply, the dignified young director of the Go family group, the King Junxiok, who is worth hundreds of billions, at this moment, is being so ignored. The atmosphere is awkward. Go Shou's hand stretched out in the air, embarrassed for a long time. There was a sharp murderous intent in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He smiled faintly and withdrew his hand. Miss Ku, please come inside. Go Shou's gestured with his hand and offered to invite Kuyi to take a seat. Kuyiren nodded gently, stepped on high heels, and walked into the presidential reception hall with Chen Zong. Luxurious and magnificent decoration, the whole reception hall is like being in a royal palace. A huge hall of hundreds of square meters, carved with dragons and wind, marble walls, gold pendants, white jade and jade as decoration. The furniture, coffee table, dining table, are all made of precious century-old mahogany, which is extremely luxurious. The cost of decoration materials for this reception hall alone may cost hundreds of millions of dollars. This is the place where the Go Group entertains the most important guests, known as the Presidential Reception Hall. For a long time, Go has used this hall to recruit dignitaries from all walks of life, whether in black or white, or government offices. Only big figures from all walks of life are eligible to enjoy the treatment of this presidential hall. Today, Go Shows personally arranged this presidential reception room in order to enter the Kuyi people. Just after Kuyiren and Chen Zonging walked into the reception hall, nearly 100 KISS bodyguards behind him also walked in. But in the end, he was stopped by Go Shows' men. Miss Ku, do you still need to bring so many bodyguards when you come to my Go Group? My Fuxing Group's security measures. You can rest assured that you are safe, Go Shows promised with a smile on his face and patted his chest. Kuyiren's beautiful eyes were calm, staring at Go Shows, but don't worry about you. As soon as the words came out, the air was quiet. The atmosphere became a little weird. But I don't worry about you. This is an open statement. Don't worry about Go Shows. The scene is depressing. Go Shows suddenly laughed and clapped his hands. Miss Ku is really good at making jokes. Today. Go only talks to you about matters and has no other thoughts. So, Miss Ku can rest assured. Go Shows reached out and motioned to his men at the door. Invite these bodyguard brothers. Go to the side hall to wait for a rest, and prepare refreshments for them. Don't neglect. At the door, nearly 100 KISS bodyguards were finally taken to the side hall to rest. But although it was a rest in name, the nearly 100 bodyguards did not relax their vigilance at all. The head of the bodyguard, Yang Feng, sat on the sofa in the side hall with dignified eyes, holding the phone quietly in his hand. As long as Mr. Ku sends a text message, he will immediately lead people out. Everything is ready to go. However, at the same time, inside the presidential reception hall, Go Shows clapped his hands lightly. 20 beautiful and exquisite women in red Cheongsam walked into the reception hall. Each Cheongsam waitress holds a plate of exquisite and hearty desserts in each hand. Today, there is no reason why this reception is not rich. Treasures of mountains and seas, rare treasures, stewed bird's nest with antler, Matsutake snow pear cake, dark chocolate tin maple bucket. A series of rare and precious desserts are served on a plate. Every dessert, if it is on the market, is worth 10,000 gold. Go Shows' reception today is full of thoughts. Miss Ku, you are coming here today. Mr. Go, as a landlord, prepares some desserts. Miss Ku has a taste. Go Shows sat in front of the mahogany table and gently gestured and invited. Kuyiren and Chen Zonggong were seated. Thank you Mr. Go for hosting today. It's just that I lose weight and don't like desserts, so I'm sorry. Kuyiren's eyes were calm, and she nodded lightly. Although countless precious desserts are placed in front of them, but Kuyiren had no intention of tasting at all. She came here today, just wanting to know, what kind of calculation is Go Shows? However, Chen Zonging, who was sitting aside, was not polite. Gently picked up a piece of Matsutake snow pear cake and tasted it. They come, the security. Having prepared so much food, if you don't eat it, isn't it a waste? He just sat at the table quietly, tasting desserts, with a calm posture. Kuyiren glanced at Mr. Chen in surprise. But without thinking too much, she turned her head and looked at Go Shows on the opposite side. Go-san, invite me to come today. What's the important thing? Kuyiren's eyes were calm and asked slowly. She opened the door and saw it directly, without the slightest polite meaning. It's just the wish of a certain Go. I was kindly invited and wanted to talk to Miss Ku. Go Shows took a sip of tea and said gently, oh, I'm very busy. If Mr. Go has nothing to do, then Yiren will leave first. Kuyiren's beautiful eyes are calm and her voice is unceremonious. And her body has also stood up from the seat. She hates hypocrisy, so she doesn't want to stay here for a single moment. If it's alright, why should she waste time here? Miss Ku, it's just here. Why leave so early? Gosho said with a deep look and smiled. Sit down and talk, Mr. Go. I am very interested in the project Miss Ku is holding it. So, today, Miss Ku is specially invited to come and talk again. Upon hearing this, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes condensed slightly. Sure enough, the true shape was revealed. Gosho's hasn't given up his heart yet. He came for the project again. She sat back in the chair again. Then Mr. Go, what do you want to talk about? Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were calm, and she stared at Gosho's indifferently. Gosho smiled deeply, moving gracefully. Lighted a cigar. Miss Ku, what Go wants to talk to you about is cooperation. He took a deep sip of his cigar, his voice calm, and said slowly, Yuanxing Group is willing to make a huge amount of money to sponsor Miss Ku to jointly develop your project. The rights and interests of this project are shared by you and me, Gosho said in a deep voice. This time, he has made a concession. If he talked with the Kiwi people before, the purpose was to control the projects of the Kiwi people and gain full control. So at this time, he has lowered the conditions of cooperation, from controlling to joint development. Share the rights and interests of the project. This is a huge concession. This Kiwi is still the first person to make the Go family make such a concession. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were calm, and she smiled mockingly. This project is my own research and development, and it cost me countless efforts. Why should I rely on your words to cooperate with you? Go-san, do you count as a forgery? Ku Yiren's eyes were calm, and her voice was ridiculed, just staring at Gosho's. The atmosphere was a bit depressed for a moment. Gosho's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he laughed too, inexplicably deep. Go was just kind and wanted to help Miss Ku. After all, no one can such a large R&D project. Gosho slowly spit out a cigar ring. In this Jiangnan city, I, Mr. Go, can keep your Miss Ku project going on smoothly. This remark is a pun. The implication is that in this Shanghai market, as long as he cooperates with Gosho's the project can proceed smoothly. But if you don't cooperate with him, Gosho's that project, I'm afraid, don't bother Mr. Go. I can manage my project by myself. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were calm and there was no room, and he refused directly. At this moment, Gosho's eyes finally became a little cold. His patience is limited. He slowly squinted his eyes and took a meaningful sip of his tea. Miss Ku, you are not so afraid of giving me the face of Go, You can't get out of my fast-star building? As soon as he said this, the air was suddenly silent. A coldness filled the audience. This is a naked threat? Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes condensed, and her pretty face instantly became cold. Today's show, as expected, is a veritable Hongman banquet. At this moment, Chen Zong, who was tasting dessert, suddenly spoke. If she can't get out, I will bury your entire building with people. This. In the air, an inexplicable murderous intent appeared in an instant. This sentence is simply domineering and murderous. If she can't get out, take the whole building to bury her. What kind of arrogant capital is needed? On this occasion, in front of Gosho's, can I say this? At the guest table in the reception hall, Gosho suddenly smiled when he heard these words, laughed ironically. He suddenly clapped his hands suddenly. Next to the reception room, the 20 beautiful waiters in red cheongsam suddenly stretched out their long legs. Zheng zeng zing. A sharp-handled Coldman's dagger pulled out the sheath from the base of the cheongsam thigh. 20 beautiful cheongsam assassins, 20 sharp daggers, surrounded Ku Yiren and Chen Zonging. Murderous. Gosho stared at Chen Zong with deep eyes and a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm curious, why do you have such an arrogant tone? Code name Shura, thousands of readers, 310,745,503. Release all peripheral products. Outside. Chapter 241. That touch of camouflage. tremor. Inside the presidential reception hall, the atmosphere is solemn and tense. 20 beautiful Cheongsam assassins pointed at Chen Zong with sharp swords, a murderous intent. But Chen Zonging still looked calm, sitting at the guest table, tasting desserts calmly and quietly. He seems to not put these killer assassins in his eyes at all. This kind of wind is clear, unprecedented. These 20 assassins are someone from Go. A gift specially prepared for you. I wonder if you like it, Go Shou said slowly with a cigar in his mouth and a deep arc. The 20 top assassins were sent from Southeast Asia by Go Shou's, who spent a lot of money, everything, just to deal with Chen Zonging. Today, discussing projects with Kuyiren is just a cover. He Go Shou's, how can he be willing to jointly develop the project with Kuyiren? What Go Shou's wants has always been possession, not sharing. Today, his only purpose is to kill Chen Zonging. Then, this Kuyiren ... is what's in the bag. Chen Zonging finished tasting a piece of Matsute snow pear cake and wiped the corners of his mouth with a paper towel before slowly raising his head. His eyes were calm, staring at Go Shou's faintly. Just these people? This gift is not heavy enough. Chen Zonging's voice was calm, and he uttered a little, "This." Is it provocative? Go Shou's brows suddenly jumped. In the next second, his right hand stretched out to the back waist in the lightning crack. A revolver was pulled out suddenly. The dark barrel of the gun pointed directly at Chen Zonging. The bullet was loaded at the moment the gun was drawn. This speed can be described as lightning fast. Now, with this gift, is it heavy enough? Go Shou's held a gun in his right hand. His eyes were cold and the corners of his mouth were curved. The guns were directed at Chen Zonging, and the murderous intent skyrocketed. At this time today, Go Shou's finally took out his gun. Over the years, he has hidden his skills and sneaked in this Shanghai market for decades. In the whole Jiangnan, almost no one knows Go Shou's marksmanship. Today, in order to kill Chen Zonging, Go Shou's finally showed his means. Chen Zonging, I heard a few days ago, you were injured. Mr. Go is very curious. Now, is your body fast or my gun fast? Go Shou's gun pointed directly at Chen Zonging. His voice was calm and indifferent, with a terrible breath. Kill you while you are sick. In the reception hall, murderous intent has never been surging. 20 beautiful assassins, sharp swords pointed at Chen Zonging. And in the front, there is Go Shou's revolver, aiming at the barrel. This is simply, there is no way in the sky, no way into the earth. Kuyiren's pretty face changed color, a little pale. She didn't expect that the thing she was most worried about still happened. She didn't even expect ... this Go Shou's would actually aim at Mr. Chen today. At this time, the Kuyiren finally fully reacted. Being drunk and warm is not about wine. What Go Shou's has to deal with today is Mr. Chen. Kuyiren suddenly regretted it endlessly. Why did he bring Mr. Chen to come? Mr. Chen was seriously injured a few days ago, and now his injury has not healed. What should I do? Exclamation mark. It was me who killed Mr. Chen. Go-san, I agree with your proposal and you can continue to discuss it. But this matter has nothing to do with Mr. Chen. Kuyiren's pretty face was solemn, and he stood up suddenly. She wanted to put Mr. Chen out of the picture. At this time today, it's hard to be kind. She didn't want Mr. Chen to be in danger of life because of her. Therefore, she can only promise Go Shou's terms at the moment. But Go Shou's laughed. Miss Ku, sorry, I never thought about cooperating with you. Today no one can do without here. Hearing this, Kuyiren's pretty face turned pale. This is no room for negotiation at all. Go Shou's smile was ferocious and cold. Today, everything is under his control. Does he have to cooperate with Kuyiren? Kill Chen Zonging, and then took control of the Kiwi people. The entire project will be expanded into the bag. Why cooperate with Kiwi people? His gun pointed directly at Chen Zong. Revolver. The bullet is loaded. He has been shooting for decades, and his marksmanship is as fast as lightning. He touched a gun at the age of 8 and killed at the age of 10. In the past 10 years, He has killed enough people to pile up a sea of blood. Anyone who obstructed the advancement of his Go family became his dead soul under the gun of Goshos, under the gun hole, coercion and deterrence. But, just under such a crisis, Chen Zhongying was the same, his complexion calm, slowly savoring dessert. That clear and calm posture really seemed to put everything outside of your body out of it. This is simply! He was so real. Didn't take all the murderers in front of him in his eyes. Around him, 20 beautiful Cheongsam assassins pointed sharply at them. Ahead, Goshos's guns are locked. Under such a scene, you can still enjoy dessert calmly. How much heart does he have? Can you treat all the murderous opportunities in front of you as if you don't see them? Finally, Chen Zhongying finished a piece of dessert. Then, he slowly raised his wrist and glanced at the Omega watch. It has been almost 2 hours since he made the call in the morning. It should be, right? Chen Zhong's eyes were calm. He toasted and took a sip of tea, tapping the table gently between his fingers. It seems that you are waiting. Just now. Suddenly, outside the window on the top floor of the building, there was a burst of rumbling. The loud voice. Huge wind noise. Spinning wings. Roars. That is, the tremor of the propeller wing! Immediately afterwards, the floor-tossing windows of the entire reception hall vibrated almost at the same time. Goshos slowly turned his head, looked out the window. Then, the smile on his face solidified. His pupils shrank sharply. The whole person, trembling, petrified in place. I saw, outside the French window, a huge black shadow appeared high in the sky. The huge camouflage cult fuselage, above. The pair of flying propellers are spinning rapidly, making a huge roar of boom. This damn! Is it an armed combat helicopter? The gunship hung in the air outside the French windows, and its nose was aimed directly at the building. Those two pairs, the horrible barrels of cruise missiles, are dying. Lock to go shows in the French windows. Go son, I am also curious, is it your gun fast, or is my cruise missile fast? Chen Zhongying gently tapped the desktop with his fingers. His voice was calm and indifferent, and he asked slowly. He asked Goshos's question back again. The complexion on Goshos's face was extremely embarrassing and extremely pale. The corners of his mouth are twitching. What the fuck? How can the gunship appear here? Here, but the sky over the urban area of Shanghai City! Here is the military security jurisdiction zone. How could an armed helicopter carrying artillery shells appear here? Where is the security bureau in Shanghai? Why no matter, why not stop? Chapter 242 Grim Reaper Yuanxing Group Building, above, Z10, the gunship, hovering in the sky with a roaring roar. In the entire building, all the colleagues lay down in front of the floor-tossing windows in shock, staring at the terrifying fighter in the sky in amazement. At this moment, almost the entire building, thousands of employees, all trembled in shock. That touch of camouflage fuselage hovered in the sky, shaking everyone. During the non-war period, military equipment never appeared in the world. In the past few decades, the military equipment of the mainland of China has never appeared in the sky above the downtown, and has never appeared in front of ordinary people. But today, what is going on? In the presidential reception hall, Goshos's pupils were splitting, and the revolver in his hand was trembling. At this moment, outside the French window, the black gun emplacement of the gunship was aimed at him. This is simply. Goshos only felt a chill, spreading from the soles of his feet, spreading out his limbs. His whole person trembled because of panic. At this moment, in the reception hall, the 20 beautiful Cheongsam assassins were also trembling. Their beautiful eyes looked out the window in disbelief. This military helicopter? They No matter how strong the sword is ... no matter how high the assassination method is ... but they can't reach the cannonball at that moment! 20 assassins, all of their faces suddenly changed, and their faces faded. At this moment, Kuiron on the side also had pale face and shocked beautiful eyes. Looking out of the French window in disbelief? That ... is a gunship. Her heart was completely dull and dumb. Complete, overwhelming reaction. Unarmed helicopter ... how could it ... appear over the city? Chen Zonggong sat at the guest table, took out a cigarette, and slowly lit it. Then, his eyes were light and he looked at Go Shou's on the opposite side. Go Gongtsai, you just seemed to say today, none of us can do without here. The corner of Chen Zonggong's mouth was curved. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers at the helicopter outside the window. Crack! The Z-10 gunship outside the window directly activates the cruise missile, preheats the missile, and loads it. There was a sound of high-temperature metal in the bore of the pitch-black shell, and the entire pitch-black bore instantly turned dark red. The missile is warmed up and will be launched soon. At this moment, Go Shou's legs trembled suddenly. There is a feeling of limp. A drop of cold sweat on his forehead slowly overflowed and fell down his face. This, the son of the Go family, at this moment, was scared to sweat. Just now, someone from Go is just a joke. Go Shou's trembling, put down the revolver in his hand. He resisted his panic, and said slowly, "Oh." Chen Zongying slowly spit out a smoke ring, and the corners of his mouth raised an arc. But someone Chen takes it seriously. As soon as the words came out, the air was suddenly cold and dead. This, it means ... today's matter. Chen Zengxing does not intend to be kind at all. Indeed, this Go Shou's dared to hold a gun and pointed directly at Chen Zongying. This has been committed a capital crime. Who in this world dare to use a gun to point to death? Go Shou's expression at this time was extremely embarrassing. No matter how fast his gun is, can it be faster than the gunship outside the window? Outside, that missile may directly raise him. This entire building was razed to the ground! What the is this? Chen Zongying sat at the guest table and took a sip of hot tea. Then, he raised his eyes, looked at Go Shou's, and asked lightly, "Go-san, how do you want to die?" As soon as this remark came out, the air suddenly felt silent, extremely cold! This is to kill Go Shou's? Ding ding ding! Go Shou's trembled and stepped back several steps in succession. The revolver in his hand was clenched tightly and protected in front of him. At this moment, the atmosphere is strange and solemn. Chen Zongying's expression was calm, and he sat at the guest table indifferently, but his arc of indifferent smile makes people feel creepy. This, a smile like a devil's death. Why, Mr. Go? Don't you think about it? The corners of Chen Zonggong's mouth were lightly curved, and he took a deep breath. Don't worry, give you a cigarette time to think about it. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring. His eyes were calm, but it made people feel trembling. Go Shou's expression at this time was extremely embarrassing. He was holding a revolver in his hand and felt a sense of powerlessness. Outside the floor-tossling window, that combat helicopter was locked at any time. And there was no room for resistance at all, no matter how fast and accurate one's marksmanship is. So what? His mother can't reach the opponent's missile. Mr. Chen, I still have something ... Let's go. Just as the sword was raging, the Kuiron on the side suddenly stood up. She looked at Chen Zong with beautiful eyes, and she interrupted the smoke-filled atmosphere at the scene. Here, after all, it is in the center of Shanghai. Besides, it is still in the headquarters building of Yuanxing Group. If so, if force is really used today, I am afraid it will cause a chain reaction. Not to mention the gunship outside the window. If that helicopter really fires, Kuiron can't imagine what will be the consequences. the whole city is going to shake the sky. The city's security department, I'm afraid it will come out completely. At that time, for Mr. Chen, I'm afraid there will be catastrophe. Although, Kuyi people don't know. What kind of identity is this Mr. Chen? Can you dispatch a gunship to come? But she knew that helicopters must not use force today. Otherwise, the city will be in chaos and Mr. Chen will surely be involved in the whirlpool. At this moment, she must stand up and settle things down. It is also necessary to resolve this conflict. Today's Hongmen banquet. It is the best result that you can save your life and get out of your body. The conflict can no longer escalate. But Chen Zhongying, still looking calm, just sat there, staring at Go Shou's faintly. It seems that he does not intend to let Go Shou's go. Ku Yiren's expression was a little anxious, stepping on high heels, hurriedly came to Chen Zhongying, with a hint of pleading. Sir, forget it. Let's go. Today's matter, if conflict breaks out, the entire city may be in chaos. Don't mention the complete separation of the Ku group and the Far Star group. I am afraid that Mr. Chen will have to be in the huge vortex of this city. If the city security department is alarmed, the consequences are hard to imagine. If the security department mobilizes garrisons to come, I'm afraid it will cause chaos. Finally, under the pleading of Kuyi people, in the light of Chen Zong's eyes, that murderous intent slowly retreated. Never mind. He sipped his cup of tea in one sip. Then, his eyes looked straight at Go Shou's. Keep this question, Mr. Go, and answer it next time. What he was referring to was naturally, how do you want to die? This problem. Since Go Shou's is unwilling to answer today, then save it for future answers. The green hills will not change, the green water will flow. Mr. Go, we will see you later. Shen Junlin finally got up slowly with a curved corner of his mouth. At the same time, he tapped the mahogany tabletop lightly between his fingers. Ga. Soon, the mahogany guest table was instantly attacked by a violent wave, and cracks spread. Then, there was a boom pull. The entire mahogany table was directly blasted to pieces, shattering the entire table with one finger! This is simply. Go Shou's pupils shrank, with an unprecedented dignified tremor. Next to him, the expressions of the 20 female assassin killers also changed suddenly. This! Chapter 243 I want you. Send me downstairs. Inside the presidential reception hall, looking at the guest table that was shattered by a finger, Go Shou's and the killers, heart tremors, incredible. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes are complex, holding Chen Zhongying's arm, almost pleading, and pulling Chen Zhongying out of the presidential reception hall. This conflict cannot be escalated. But when Chen Zhong walked out of the entrance of the reception hall, he suddenly stopped. He slowly turned his head and cast a deep eagle-like gaze at Go Shou's. Go Sun, as the host, the guest leaves. Shouldn't you send it away? As soon as this statement was made, the atmosphere of the air became condensed again. Go Shou's complexion became extremely embarrassing. He clenched his fists, almost gritted his teeth. I can't do it. Go Shou's eyes were cold, and he refused. Let Go Shou send them downstairs himself. This is simply Go Shou's slap in front of everyone in the entire building. This is simply a shame. Go Shou's, how can it be done? Oh, I didn't expect that Mr. Go would still stand firm. Chen Zhongying's eyes were light, and the corners of his mouth raised a radiance. Although he was seriously injured today. But so what? He doesn't need to do it himself. At the flick of a finger, a gesture. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the reception hall, the Z-10 gunship directly projected an infrared aiming light. The scarlet light was projected directly on Go Shou's forehead and eyebrows. Go Sun, have you ever heard of an infrared laser weapon? The corners of Chen Zhonggong's mouth rose slightly, smiling like of death. It just so happens that the red light on your forehead is just that. Would you like to try it? As soon as this statement came out, Go Shou's body trembled uncontrollably. His pupils shrank, cold sweat on his forehead. At this moment, the dignified Go family, the son of Go didn't dare to move at all. Outside the presidential reception hall, there is already a crowd of people. The security forces of Fast-R Group, layer after layer almost enclose the entire floor. But what? Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, in front of the 10-gun helicopter, no matter how many people come, they will just get their heads away. What do you want? Go shows clenched his fists. His pupils cold and stern, staring straight at Chen Zhongying. Chen Zhongying took a deep breath of the smoke ring. His eyes were calm, and he said, "My request is very simple. I just want Master Go to send us downstairs. So, do you send or not?" Chen Zong looked at him meaningfully. Go Shows was trembling all over. "Okay, someone from Go send you downstairs." Go Shows gritted his teeth and finally, from between his teeth, he spit out this sentence. Today, it was a grand feast. But, at this time, not only the target person is not dead, but he even threatened to let himself send him downstairs. This is simply a naked provocation to Go Shows' reputation and face, slap in the face. But at this moment, Go Shows had to give it away. The scarlet infrared weapon ray was firmly locked to his head. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying infrared weapon can shoot through his head. At this moment, he has no choice. Go Shows clenched his fists tightly, holding back his emotions so hard. Step by step send Chen Zhongying and Ku Yiren off the building. Hundreds of KISS bodyguards solemnly followed behind him, and the atmosphere seemed extremely solemn. This Hongmen banquet turned into a farewell banquet. The Go family's son, personally, escorted Chen Zhongying and Ku Yi people out of the Yuanxing Group building. At this moment, the entrance of the entire group building was almost full of security personnel from the Go family. Today, it was a complete Hongmen banquet attack. The entire building has been completely sealed off, trying to kill Chen Zhongying completely. But, at this moment, everything is over. The whole game is completely messy. The security forces gathered by Go Shows for nearly 1,000 people, at this moment, are completely useless. Just kidding, the straight 10-gun helicopter overhead is still hovering over 100 meters. The whole scene, who would dare to do it? Exclamation mark. No matter how many people, they can't get a shot at each other. At the entrance of Yuanxing building, thousands of security guards, with complex and shocked expressions, all walked away. Go Shows looked extremely embarrassed, and in front of the thousands of people present, he personally sent Chen Zong and Ku Yi, and walked out of the building. Today's scene, for him, is simply unprecedented and a shameful shame. At the entrance of Daxiamen, Ku Yiren's convoy was already waiting at the door. The bodyguards stepped forward and solemnly opened the car door for Mr. Ku. Ku Yiren's pretty face was cold and complicated, and quickly got into the Maybach car. She didn't want to stay here for a while. Chen Zongzong's eyes were indifferent, standing in front of the Maybach car, smoking the last half of the cigarette. But then he threw away the cigarette and got on the car slowly. Before getting into the car, he did not forget to say something. "Go son, just send it here, see you another day." After speaking, Chen Zong got into the car and closed the door. Outside the Maybach car, Go Shows clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and his entire face was distorted because of the hideousness. "Today, I remember someone from Go." His eyes were cold and he stared at Chen Zhongying sitting in the car, saying word by word, shaking. This is a ferocious, violent, but unable to vent emotion. At this time, he was almost furious. However, the combat helicopter hovering over his head. He didn't dare to move at all. The Mercedes-Benz fleet, just like this, drove away slowly. Throughout the scene, thousands of security forces, no one dared to stop it. Until, after the Mercedes-Benz team drove away from the scene, the gunship hovering overhead, then retracted its order and whirled lightly at high altitude, and then slowly lifted into the air, climbing and disappearing to the far end of the sky. At the entrance of Yuanxing building, Go Shows clenched his fists, staring at the Mercedes-Benz caravan leaving the disappearing direction. His chest fluctuated violently. Finally, puff. This young man from the Go family was so angry that he couldn't help it anymore, and he spouted a big mouthful of blood. The son, beside, countless security personnel hurriedly stepped forward and supported the crumbling Goshus. Everyone looked embarrassed throughout the scene. The son was so angry that he vomited blood! Exclamation mark. This is simply quick ... send the son ... to the hospital. On the side, the secretary Ning Wan said anxiously with a pretty face. The Mercedes-Benz fleet, driving quietly on the street. In the middle, inside the Maybach car, Kuyi was sitting in the car with a complicated and solemn face. After experiencing the crisis just now ... At this time, Kuyi finally understood why Mr. Chen was so confident about this Hongmen banquet. Because of all this, he has long left behind. The helicopter gunship shocked everyone. Even at this time, Kuyiren's heart ... still beating messily. It is difficult to recover from the shock of the picture just now. After hesitating for a long time, she suddenly turned her head. Her beautiful eyes looked at Chen Zongjing beside her inexplicably. Mr. Chen, where did you get the gunship from? Chapter 244. The wind is approaching, who will last forever? Mr. Chen, where did you get the gunship from? Kuyiren asked with complicated eyes, hesitantly. This question has been stuck in her heart for a long time, but she couldn't help it. After all, it was a gunship. How can ordinary people get such terrible equipment? Chen Zongying sat aside, smoking a cigarette slowly. He only uttered two words, rented. Kuyiren, rental? ? This answer. Is this a joke? Can a warship gunship be rented at will? ? During the non-war period, military equipment will never show up. This is the regulation of mainland China. But, where did this man get such a combat helicopter? Could it be he is a member of the camp? ? This thought suddenly flashed through Kuyiren's mind. However, she quickly shook her head, dispelling this conjecture. A member of the battalion, the most expensive, was born to prepare for the war. How could it be possible to be born as a soldier? To come to her small group, to bend down and become a small security director? The Mercedes-Benz fleet speeded all the way and drove back to the Ku Group building. Kuyiren and Chen Zong took the elevator back to the 19th floor office. After Chen Zong returned to the office, he closed the door and locked it. Later, when he went to the floor-to-ceiling window, he dialed a telephone for the capital of the capital. Reaper, what's the matter? A hoarse old man's voice came over the phone. Zhang Yazu, are you crazy? Chen Zongguang's eyes were slightly cold, and he shouted directly into the phone. If this statement is heard by some full authority in the imperial capital, I am afraid it will be frightened. Looking at the entire capital of the capital, who dare to yell at the Zhang universe like this? This is simply killing the Nine Clan. Don't kill it. But Chen Zonggong had a cold face and didn't care about the person on the phone. Reaper, why is it so angry? The hoarse voice on the phone, but it did not seem to be angry, asked profoundly. I asked you to send someone to pick me up, but you didn't let you use a gunship. Chen Zongying's voice was cold and angry. Originally, he just asked Zhang Yu to send someone over to replace himself, to protect Kuyiren and beware of accidents. After all, his injury has not healed, and there can be no difference. However, he didn't expect ... this universe would send a straight 10 gunship. Do you think Jiangnan is not messy enough? Armed military equipment appeared in the downtown area. This is a big deal. Do you want to reveal my identity to make this Shanghai and the sea restless? Chen Zong asked with a cold gaze. There was a hoarse and calm voice on the other end of the phone. Reaper ... You worry too much. Isn't Jiangnan chaos? Send straight 10 to help you shake the place. Zhang Yazu, Jiangnan matter ... I will handle it myself, and I advise you ... better not intervene. People of the Bible, I will deal with it myself. Chen Zongying voiced coldly and slowly spit out a word. Then, he hung up the phone directly. At this time, Thousands of kilometers away, imperial capital, Forbidden City. Inside a mysterious office, a silver-haired old man slowly turned around from the swivel chair. He put down the phone, and the corners of his old wrinkled mouth raised a deep arc. The sky in the south of the Yangtze River does not seem to be chaotic enough. The strong wind is approaching, who will last forever. The corners of his mouth murmured deeply, and the arc seemed even deeper. Inexplicable. On this day, the entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets are destined to be restless. A Z-10 gunship suddenly appeared over the downtown area. Although there was no bullet shooting, the huge camouflage battle shape was still photographed by countless street citizens. A video began to circulate. Soon, military fans and citizens recognized the model of the helicopter. Straight 10 armed combat helicopter. But the Chinese mainland, the Combat Readiness Military Center. The latest combat model developed. This Jiangnan of the Shanghai city is not a battalion preparation area. And, it is a time of peace now. During the non-war period, how can the latest type of armed combat helicopter appear over the city? What happened? At the same time, the patrol house in Shanghai and Haihai City has received news for the first time. The entire patrol room is almost fully guarded. A straight 10 armed model without any authorization flies over the city. This is simply a big deal. All the staff in the patrol room, with solemn expressions, began to investigate the surveillance of the whole city, searching for the figure of the fighter. At the highest point of the patrol room, the first in command, Wu Guangmao, was urgently contacting his superiors at this time, trying to get some useful information. However, even the superiors did not know why this helicopter appeared in Jiangnan. Everything is like an unsolved mystery. All day long, the people of the whole city were shrouded in the news of that combat helicopter. But the whole city official staff, a shadow shrouded in their hearts. Everyone, mobilize all the forces in the city, but can't detect the information and traces of the helicopter. Everything seems to disappear out of thin air. The occasion of the uproar. Straight until evening, officials in Shanghai and Haihai finally came forward to explain that this was a small-scale individual military exercise, so that the common people should not worry about it. In this way, the situation finally settled down. In the evening, the Mercedes-Benz team escorted Ku Yiren all the way back to Kiss Manor. All day long, Ku Yi was restless. Today, Go Shou's grand feast made her worried. After returning home in the evening, at the dinner table, she thought for a long time, and finally put forward a suggestion to transfer Ku Shuang to another school. Fuxing University cannot stay any longer now. One of the board shareholders behind Fuxing University is the Go family. Now, she and Go Shou's tore their skin. In order to ensure the safety of her sister, she can no longer let her sister go to Fuxing University. But Ku Shuang tried his best to oppose it. Sister, isn't it all the same where I go to college? I have so many bodyguards by my side, what are you afraid of? Ku Shuang pouted, stubbornly refusing to agree. Fuxing University, as one of the best prestigious schools in the Jiangnan area, is almost famous for the teaching staff of its music department in mainland China. Under Ku Shuang, I love music, so naturally it is impossible to transfer to school and leave. If you go to other schools, you won't be able to learn such a professional music course. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes are complicated, and I don't know how to explain it. In the end, despite the stalemate under her sister Ku Shuang, she continued to study at Fuxing University. However, in order to ensure safety, Ku Shuangxiu also agreed that he must bring a large group of KISS bodyguards with him to class every day to ensure safety at all times. Moreover, once something happens, the sister must be notified as soon as possible. In the middle of the night, the Shanghai Sea, along the Huangpu River, a huge and luxurious riverside hotel. Jiang Qini Yuan's long-haired shawl and a red silk nightdress wrapped her seductive body. She just leaned in front of the sofa, swaying a goblet in her hand, tasting the red wine in the glass. As a mysterious descendant from the land of Fangquench on the other side of the strait, Her identity is taboo on the entire continent. But now, she came to the mainland by herself. It seems that she wants to live here for a long time. This, for her, is full of crises. The mainland is not a straight. You can let her power spread all over it. Being in the mainland, she will suffer many crises, and those enemies and guests behind will be on the mainland. Unscrupulous shots, with no traces to be found. But Jiang Qingyuan seemed to care about these assassinations. She lives in seclusion in a hotel in Shanghai, not knowing what she is waiting for. At this moment, in front of her, on the huge LCD screen, is playing ... a local news video from Shanghai and Haihai markets. A straight 10-armed helicopter hovered over the downtown area of Shanghai and Shanghai. The camouflage fuselage roared violently and trembled in the sky. In front of the news channel, the hostess explained, this time ... helicopters appeared in the sky over the downtown area. It was just a military exercise, so everyone did not have to panic. This is the explanation of the official news channel. Jiang Qingyuan stared at the TV screen beautifully and took a sip of red wine. There is no silver here ... 300 tals. She muttered to herself, her beautiful red lips curled up. Chen. Aspect. Jiang Qingyuan shook the wine glass in his right hand, her beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and her pupils stared at the red wine in the glass. Others may not know the reason for the emergence of this armed helicopter today. But she, Jiang Qingyuan, knew everything. Her eyeliner, power. From the moment she stepped into this Jiangnan apprentice, it has spread out. Within a month, her eyeliner had spread all over the city. These methods are shocking. Therefore, at this moment, in this Jiangnan city, nothing can escape her Jiang Qingyuan's eyes, including Go Shou's Hongmen banquet today, including Chen Zonging dispatching armed helicopters, including Go Shou's last forbearing, and personally sent them downstairs. She knows everything that happened today. Jiang Qingyuan's pair of beautiful eyes, like fox-like beauty, exudes profoundness. Suddenly, she put down her wine glass, then picked up a mobile phone, and slowly dialed a call. Arrange an encounter for me. I want to ... meet that Chen Zenging. Chapter 245 Go Shou's anger. At the same time, late at night, Huashan Hospital in Shanghai City. In the VIP infusion room, Go Shou's front face is pale and pale, lying on a chair, with a drip infusion bottle in his hand. During the day, he was vomiting blood because of his anger. So he was rushed to the hospital, and the doctor gave him a drip to restore his blood. Go Shou's was sitting on the chair at this time. His pupils were terrifying, and the anger on his chest could not be restrained. Suddenly, he pulled out the dripping pinhole from the back of his hand. Then, regardless of the blood spilling from the pinhole wound, he strode directly out of the infusion room. Go son, your nutrient solution has not been infused. Seeing this, a female nurse hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Go Shou's face was stern, and he directly raised his hand and slapped him. Slap. A slap directly fanned the female nurse away. Fine, why don't you hang a little bit? Go Shou's at this time was very angry, and forced his way. He, the young director of the dignified Yuanxing Group, how can he be reduced to this point? There is a bit of blood in my chest, and I need to vent it. Huang's Peace Hotel hasn't taken it back yet. Go Shou's asked his subordinates directly. At this moment, he needs to vent. The subordinates trembled, and their voice trembled. It's the Peace Hotel is still occupied by Dongman. A few days ago, Go Shou sent his men to take back the Peace Hotel. It just failed in the end. But because the Peace Hotel is too small, it is just a small industry of billions of dollars, Go Shou didn't care at all, and almost forgot. But today, he was so humiliated by Chen Zonging. He is not reconciled. He needs to vent. So, he once again rang the restaurant that hadn't taken it back. Transfer me. I will do it myself. Go Shou's voice is cold and solemn, with endless murders. Tonight, the Peace Hotel must be taken back for me. At this time, He is very angry and needs to find someone to vent. Need to kill. Kill, kill, kill. Only killing can restrain his anger. In order to let his unwillingness, humiliation get vent. Bloodbath Dongman, take back the Peace Hotel. This will be the place for him to vent tonight. Now, Chen Zong can't move. Then he can only bloodbath the Peace Hotel to vent his anger. Following that, Go Shows gave an order. Nearly 1,000 celebrities' gesture power can be mobilized in an instant. The crowded crowd of black and black convoys, mighty, towards the direction of the Peace Hotel, surging away. Late at night, Heping Hotel. Dong Biao, the new head of Dongmen, was lying on the sofa with a cigar in his mouth, slowly puffing out smoke rings. In the entire Heping Hotel, singing and dancing are rising. Bars, nightclubs, casinos. The entire hotel is a fusion of all the entertainment items of night Shanghai. Nighttime customers from various parties in Jiangnan came here to consume one after another. This Peace Hotel, now under the leadership of Dong Biao, is gradually expanding its scale. Dongmen is also becoming larger and larger, becoming a new underground organization, dominating one party. However, at this moment, suddenly, the two men were covered in blood and rushed into the hotel. Report. The two men suddenly knelt down in front of Dong Biao. The head of the report. Outside the door. Outside the door. The two men were covered in blood, and the wounds were everywhere. The mouth was still full of blood, and their voices trembled. What's outside the door? Say. Dong Biao asked hurriedly with a cold expression. Outside the door. Someone hit the scene. After the two men finished speaking, they fell directly to the ground on the spot, losing too much blood, and died. Dong Biao's expression was cold, and he abruptly stood up from the sofa. Someone dare to come and hit the field? Exclamation mark. A few days ago, he even dared to attack and kill the forces of the original Star Group. Now, on the whole road, who doesn't know the name of his Dongman Dong Biao? But tonight, there are still people who dare to come and hit the scene? Exclamation mark. Zheng. Dong Biao drew his knife abruptly. Call someone. Protect me. Dong Biao shouted angrily, violently tore the cloth strip, and tied the long knife to his wrist tightly. The knife is there, and the knife is dead. Tonight, of blood slaughter, Dong Biao led a group of brothers, murderously rushed out of the Peace Hotel. But in the next second, Dong Biao's pupils suddenly trembled. The steps under his feet directly stopped in place. I saw that outside the restaurant the darkness was overwhelming, and the crowd was swept. How many people are there? Exclamation mark. The endless crowds completely surround the entire hotel. As far as the eye can see, the darkness is crushed. Wait. Who is it? Dare to make trouble at the door of my Peace Hotel? Dong Biao sharply crossed his sword and stood in front of him, his eyes surging with murderous intent, and he scanned the crowded crowd. Suddenly, amidst the crowds ahead, swipe it all and let a road open. A young man with a cold face wearing a light blue suit slowly walked out of the crowd step by step. Imgoshus? The man in the light blue suit said indifferently, as if he was killing a god. Step by step, walking towards the front. Your Dongman's courage is big enough. Even my Far Star Group's territory dare to swallow it? Hear the three words Goshus? Dong Biao's pupils finally shrank suddenly. Far Star Group, heir to young Dong! Exclamation mark. The name Goshus is Loke, but it doesn't mean that no one knows it. But King Jun, who was hailed as the son of the richest man in Shanghai, on that day, Goshou slaughtered the remnants of the Huang family and swallowed all the assets of the Huang family. Although it was suppressed. However, it was still in private, and it was spread up and down. This is an absolutely cruel hero. Today, how do you want to die? Goshou's eyes were cold and harsh. At this moment, he was filled with endless anger and needed to vent. He regarded Dong Biao in front of him as the virtual image of Chen Zonging, and came to kill him and vent for himself. At this moment, Dong Biao's complexion was extremely embarrassing. Since he succeeded to the throne, he has been rampant all the way, killing boundlessly. But today, For the first time he encountered a powerful enemy he couldn't afford to provoke. No. How terrifying is Goshoz's individual combat capability. Dong Biao didn't know and didn't know this. What he was afraid of was in front of him. This vast sea of people. There is an old saying in China. There are many people. This, the vast and boundless sea of people, no matter you are strong and invincible, no matter you Lubu is the world, you can't fight against it. Dong Biao knew that he didn't have the ability of Chen Zonging. It is impossible for him to fight the terrifying crowd in front of him. Today, his Dongman totally to be planted. He didn't expect that this far-star group young director would actually come out in person. This made him unexpected. The corners of Dong Biao's mouth twitched. Behind him, the hundreds of little brothers had their legs trembling. How do I fight this? Hundreds to thousands? This. Finally, Dong Biao suddenly threw the long knife in his hand to the ground. Then, his knees softened. With a sound, he fell directly to his knees. It's me, Dong Biao, who is confused. Please Mr. Go to make atonement. At this moment, the new heir to the dignified Dongman actually kneeled to the ground? The man has gold under his knees, but Dong Biao can kneel down for Goshoz. With his fists clenched, he squatted his head against Goshoz. That violent kowtow, shaking the air. His pupils endured fiercely. A man, being able to bend and stretch so much, it can be described as thrilling. This Dong Biao is definitely a real hero. Be able to kneel down, know how to advance and retreat, and don't be blindly arrogant. Such people, if given time, will become extremely terrifying existence. Chapter 246 Dog's Forbearance. Dong Biao knelt to the ground, violently kowtow begging for mercy. The head of the Dong sect, at this moment, without the slightest courage and dignity, he still knelt down and apologized. This, boo, bang, bang. With a violent kowtow, Dong Biao's forehead had been smashed, and the blood stained the ground. But he still didn't mean to stop. This scene made people tremble. Goshoz's eyes were cold, and he just stood there, staring at Dong Biao, who was knocking his head disdainfully. Originally, he planned to massacre, wash it with Dong Biao's blood, vent his anger. But I didn't expect it to be such a result. Defeated without a fight? Acknowledge? Did I tell you to kneel down? Goshoz's voice was indifferent, with a wave of disdain for murder. As soon as he said this, Dong Biao, who knelt on his knees, changed his expression. This is, don't plan to let Dong men? Give it to me, kill. Goshoz gave an order. Wow! In the next second, thousands of people behind him all went out of their sheaths. In the blink of an eye, on earth, puff, puff puff. Thousands of people slashed wildly with a long sword. Behind them, the hundreds of Dongman members, like ants, a group. And then fell. The whole scene was dripping with blood. The corpses, one by one, fell to the ground. This scene is simply shocking. The knife is coming. Goshoz looked grim and cold, and shouted. At this moment, he needs to vent and kill. A subordinate respectfully handed a steel knife to Goshoz. Dead. Goshoz's body suddenly flashed, his long sword surged. It turned into a rapid lightning. Puff puff puff. Wherever the figure passed, a blood spattered, and pieces of flesh and blood remnants flew out. In the blink of an eye, the long knife was stained with countless blood. Goshoz at this moment is like a demon-killing god. Only killing can make him vent. In the surroundings, the thousands of members of the Far-Star group hardly stopped their hands. Thousands of black and oppressive people just surrounded and garrisoned outside, forming a terrible encirclement of killing and cutting. Leave Goshoz alone. The sword is surging, and the killing is crazy. Where the long sword passed, hundreds of members of the Dong sect fell to the ground one by one. Dong Biao knelt to the ground with his fists clenched, shaking with anger. But he dare not speak up. At this time today, he can't do anything at all. If he does it, he will definitely die. Dong Biao's face trembled, facing Go Show's murderous figure, violently kowtow! I ask Mr. Go for forgiveness. My dogman, from now on, may only Mr. Go. The head of the horse is looking forward. Dong Biao violently knocked his head, and the flesh and blood on his forehead had been knocked out, and his bones were exposed, but he was still knocking. I beg Mr. Go to spare my life. My dogman would like to become an affiliate of the Go family and be an alliance with blood. Never betray. Dong Biao could vomit fiercely. Horse. Behind him, the group of Dong sect members were slaughtered bloody, and the corpses were all over the floor. A miserable one. Finally, the knife in Go Show's hand stopped. He held that crazy long knife, step by step. Walked in front of Dong Biao. Spare. Why? Dong Biao kowtowed his head violently. I wish to be in alliance with blood, and from now on, I will never betray young Master Go. At this time today, only surrender. Otherwise, Dongman will be slaughtered by the whole family. Go Show smiled coldly. He slowly spread his legs and pointed to his hips. Go through it, and I will let you go. Ha! At this moment, Dong Biao's complexion was extremely embarrassing. He resisted. It was so. Crawled under Go Show's crotch. The new head of Dongman dignified. That's it. Got under Go Show's crotch. This is utterly shameful. Go Shows lowered his head and looked at Dong Biao, who crawled over from under his crotch. At this time, the anger in his heart was completely vented on this Dongman. He smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth, kicked Dong Biao suddenly. Then, he unzipped his suit pants, pulled out his lower body, and peed directly against Dong Biao's body. This. Simply. It is a great shame to the living. Drill your crotch and pee. This is treating people as animals. Even an animal can't be so humiliated. Who would pee and humiliate his pet dog? The smelly and humiliating urine poured on Dong Biao. Dong Biao's whole person trembled. But he didn't dare to resist. Let the sour urine water his hair. After Go Show's urinated, the corners of his mouth were extremely cold. He raised the knife abruptly, facing Dong Biao's right hand, slashed it down. Puff. Dong Biao's entire right arm was chopped off. Dong Biao's expression was extremely miserable and embarrassing. It was terrible pain. Go Show's kicked Dong Biao to the ground. His leather shoes stomped heavily on Dong Biao's face. At this time, he vented all the endless anger in his heart on this Dong Biao. You, listen well, Go Show said in disdain, coldly. From tonight, the Peace Hotel belongs to my Go family's property. And you, and your entire Dongman, will become my Go Show's dog. Listen. Reached. Dong Biao was trampled on the ground, his entire face deformed and distorted, and several teeth were trampled off. He nodded tremblingly, indicating that he had heard it. Okay, how many calls? Let me listen. Go Shows looked at the dog on the ground sarcastically with cold eyes. Dong Biao looked miserable, learning how to bark. Wow. Wow. The new head of the dignified Dongman, at this moment, was so humiliated. This is simply. Dong Biao is desperate to survive. Go Show smiled madly. Okay, very good. Naughty animal, really obedient. Go Show spit on the ground abruptly, and pointed to Dong Biao. Lick it clean. Dong Biao's body trembled suddenly. He resisted, crawled in front of the phlegm, stuck out his tongue, and licked the phlegm on the ground. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Go Show snarled fiercely. He threw away the blood-stained knife in his hand, turned around. Laughed wildly and left. At the entrance of the Peace Hotel, blood stained the ground, and hundreds of corpses fell to the ground. The whole scene is like a piece of Shura hell. Only dozens of Dongman remnants were left, slumped to the ground, howling miserably. Today, Dongman is a catastrophe. Dongman, from today, completely disappeared. Will become the running dog of the Go family. The head. We, what shall we do? A Dongman's subordinate asked with a face covered in blood and trembling miserably, crawling in front of Dong Biao, with tears covering his face. Shaking, Dong Biao got up from the ground. He supported his body with the knife, trembling. Let himself stand up. The gentleman's revenge. 10 years are not too late. Dong Biao trembling, leaning on a long knife, standing on the ground. His eyes swept across the corpse all over the floor. His pupils shrank viciously. Brothers, I'm sorry. From today, we must learn to forbear. Dong Biao's voice was choked and ferocious. This dogman heir, though, he was had no dignity when he was humiliated at this time. But he can kneel, climb, kowtow, drill his crotch in order to survive, do whatever it takes. This kind of character, the future achievements and terrible it is unimaginable. Everyone listen. Dong Biao held up the severe pain, raised his long knife, and shouted, everyone, let me bear it. From today, we are the dogs of the Go family. From today, we are also the nails of the Go family. Give me to endure it until the opportunity appears. Dong Biao's face was grim, and a terrifying aura emerged in his pupils. Dong Biao, how could he send someone under the fence to be a dog? Everything today is just for even greater revenge in the future. Chen Zong. I believe you and won't let me down. Dong Biao's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth wore an arc of forbearing sneer. Nowadays, the dispute between Chen Zongying and the Go family of Yu Anxing Group is well known throughout the city. Everyone is judging who will win, who will survive. However, when everyone placed their bets on Goshus, only Dong Biao placed the bet on Chen Zongying. He believed that the one who killed his father and enemy would not let himself down. Chen Zong. The battle with Yu Anxing Group is destined to will be his own dongman, an opportunity to rise. Two dogs fight. Playoff. Chapter 247. Who is the world earning? A ray of sunshine rose slowly from the eastern sky. Early in the early summer, around 7 o'clock, the sky was clear. After Chen Zongqing finished his training, he put on a neat suit jacket and slowly came to the Ku family manor opposite. At the manor table, a hearty breakfast has been prepared. The two sisters of the Ku family were sitting at the dining table and waiting. After Chen Zonging appeared, the Ku family finally started the meal. It's still Western food, sandwiches, and steaks. Chen Zonging sat at the dining table, took the knife and fork, and began to enjoy the steak. The injury on his body has not healed, so he needs food and nutrition. However, as long as he does not take off his suit and shirt, he can hardly be seen as an injured person. This kind of terrifying and amazing resilience is unbelievable. Ku Yiren is sitting at the dining table and enjoying breakfast. At this moment, a news message was pushed over on her mobile phone. Ku Yi was puzzled, and opened the phone message to take a look. Then the pretty face became a little pale. News. Last night, a large-scale bloodbath at the Peace Hotel was suspected to be the work of Goshos of the Farstar Group. This eye-catching news headline made Kiwi's heart tremble complicatedly. Goshos, last night, the blood slaughtered the Peace Hotel. What is this? Demonstration? Or event? Today's Yu Anxing Group is becoming more and more unscrupulous, and Goshos's cruelty has gradually surfaced, making people tremble. This made Ku Yi people feel vaguely disturbed. If it were, Goshos really had a conflict with the Ku clan. The consequences would be unpredictable. This is not a question of who wins. Rather, it hurts both. Yu Anxing Group, Guo's family, has been in the south of the Yangtze River for decades. The first richest family in Jiangnan and Shanghai. Even though he left the arena in a low manner, that terrifying force is still hidden under the arena. Now, below this critical cut-off point, overseas forces of all parties are eyeing each other's eyes. A few days ago, the Ku Yi people were assassinated by overseas terrorists. In that battle, Mr. Chen was wounded. At this time, it is extremely sensitive. The Ku Yiren didn't want to make any more troubles and create a huge opponent for himself. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's really against the enemy. How will she cope with the Ku group? For this breakfast, Ku Yi had no intention to eat. On the side, Ku Shuangxia hurriedly finished eating, picked up his messenger bag, and went to class. Ku Yiren hurriedly urged a group of bodyguards to follow up and protect his sister Ku Shuang's safety. Today, the situation in this city is too complicated. and the Kiwi people cannot make any difference in their family members. This day is destined to be the eve of a big wave that is gradually rising. A gust of wind hit the river. The sky thunder flashed to light. Chaos. Who is the world earning? The world collapsed with anger. The knife was waving. Pull the sword again. The unforgettable years. Storm is about to rise. After all, who will succeed or fail? On this day, the surface was windy and calm. But the undercurrent under this city is slowly surging. Kushi Group, Underground Base Laboratory. Kuyiran wears a gas mask and a sterile isolation suit, and has carried out the X refining experiment for the 1003rd time. Today, the X refinement formula, although it has tended to be a model formula, but the whole refining still has many problems and is extremely unstable. No one knows what will happen in the process of refining the formula, produce other viruses and bacteria, fusion explosion. It even volatilizes toxic gases. All possibilities have happened in the laboratory. The X refining method can reduce all the chemical costs of medicine, engineering, biology and so on by dozens of times. However, it is also accompanied by unknown terrible risks. It can extract all organic matter, which may change at any time. Therefore, the Kiwi people were cautious about the experiment and did not dare to proceed rashly. Otherwise, no one knows what the consequences will be. This whole day, until the sunset, it was getting dusk. Talented Kuyi finally took off the isolation gown and mask. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he walked out of the laboratory base. After aligning the experimental data with dozens of base experimenters, Kiwi left weakly. At this time, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. The Mercedes-Benz team respectfully waited outside the gate of KISS building. Nearly 100 KISS bodyguards were all waiting. Finally, Kuyiran and Chen Zonggong walked out of the building. The day was calm, and nothing happened. However, the more so peaceful, the more restless Kuyiran's mood feels. Ignore it. This is not like the style of Go shows of Yuanxing Group. Could it be that Go shows was really shocked by Mr. Jin's armed helicopter yesterday? This is impossible. Kuyiran shook his head, suppressing the inner complexity. He got into the Maybach car. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm and indifferent. And then he got into the car. The Mercedes-Benz team started and drove away slowly. There was no crisis along the way. In the Maybach sedan, Chen Zonging lay indifferently on the aviation massage chair, and took a rest. At this moment, a sudden ding-dong sounded, and on his cell phone, a text message reminded to sound. Chen Zonging opened his eyes slightly, and took out his phone in confusion. It's a text message from Yuan Li. Mr. Chen. Can you come to my music party tonight? I have a show. Chen Zengxing glanced at the content of the text message, but did not reply. The phone locks the screen and continues to close. And the Kuyiran sitting on the side is a little puzzled by her beautiful eyes. Curiously glanced at Mr. Chen, wanting to ask ... but didn't dare to ask. Who sent the text message to Mr. Chen? Ding dong. At this moment, Chen Zonging's mobile phone text message sounded again. This time, Chen Zong continued to close his eyes and rest without taking out his mobile phone. Mr. Chen, your text. The Kuyiran on the side gave a curious reminder with beautiful eyes. Chen Zong opened his eyes and turned on his phone to take a look. Yuan Li, well, if you are busy, then forget it. It was from Yuan Li. This text message seemed to be for Chen Zonging. She knew Chen Zong couldn't be there. Therefore, it can only relieve the embarrassment. Chen Zonging still ignored it, turned off the phone, closed his eyes and rested quietly. Who sent the text message? The Kuyiran on the side couldn't help but asked softly. But Chen Zonging ignored her. The atmosphere is awkward. After half an hour, the Mercedes-Benz fleet drove into the KISS Villa Manor. After Chen Zong got off the car, he suddenly said to Kuyiran, I have something tonight. I'm not going to eat dinner. You guys eat it. After speaking, he turned around and got into a Mercedes-Benz sedan. Huh? Kuyiran's beautiful eyes were slightly taken aback, somewhat puzzled. But she didn't even have time to ask. Chen Zong drove the Mercedes-Benz, and he galloped for a while and disappeared outside the villa. Only Ku Yi was left alone, standing at the door sluggishly, with a somewhat inexplicable mess. "Sister, why are you standing at the door? Which man do you want?" At this moment, Ku Shuang's appearance interrupted Ku Yi's thoughts. An inexplicable trace flashed in her beautiful eyes, suppressing her inner emotions. "What are you going to do? Don't you eat?" Ku Yiran asked suspiciously, looking at her sister. "Our school has a music party tonight. I'm going to attend it." "I won't eat tonight, sister. You can eat with your parents." Ku Shuang flicked that long pale blonde hair, twisted his tender body, and walked out of the villa. What about Mr. Chen? Ku Shuang glanced suspiciously around her beautiful eyes, but did not see Chen Zong's shadow, so she asked curiously. "He has something to go out." Ku Yiran said something inexplicably, then turned around and walked into the villa. It's just that, deep in the pupils of her beautiful eyes, it seems that a faint loss flashed through. Chapter 248. You bring wind feathers for the confidant. Shanghai, the center of Thompson Yipin luxury homes. Yuan Li put on a snow-white robe, and his black hair was gently rolled up. His exquisite and beautiful face was suffocating. All this, she was supposed to wear it to a man. But he didn't reply to even a text message. Yuan Li stood in front of the mirror, looking at her beautiful herself. She flashed a bit of self-deprecating smile. After all, it's just a vase. So how can you expect others to remember yourself? This music party tonight is destined to be a lonely solo dancer. Without that man present, who would she want to show it to? Love sickness is the heart of the king. You are the confidant with the wind feathers. She was destined to be just an inconspicuous vase, placed in the corner, and even will always be remembered. No matter how beautiful she is. What good is it? Yuan Li gently opened the waist button of the dress skirt, intending to take off the dress. All this, without that person, what's the point of wearing? Tingling. But, at this moment, her cell phone. But suddenly it rang. Yuan Li's beautiful eyes were stunned, and he picked up the phone and took a look in confusion. In the next second, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and the whole person was shocked. Is it Mr. Jin's call? She hurriedly answered the phone. Go downstairs. Chen Zonging's calm and indifferent words came over the phone. Yuan Li was holding the phone and froze in place. Mr. Chen, what's the matter? She asked cautiously in surprise. Raising a canary. Occasionally I always take it out to relax and go to the concert to see it. Chen Zonging's voice was calm, without even the slightest mood swing. But, at this moment Yuan Li, after hearing these words, her beautiful eyes instantly turned red. Mist-filled. That's excitement. That's ecstatic. Mr. Chen, he promised to accompany himself to the concert! Exclamation mark. He is downstairs! Exclamation mark. He'll come down right away. Yuan Li was ecstatic, and the mist in his beautiful eyes was happiness. A young girl has never been so excited. The sweetness and purity of first love. She has never felt it. She was always just a lonely little bird. But now, she finally felt that sweet feeling. This feeling is so happy. She hurriedly put on the dress again. This dress was bought by Mr. Chen while shopping with her a few days ago. Today, I can finally wear it to him. Yuan Li wiped off the mist from her eye sockets, sprayed herself with fragrance, and adjusted her makeup. Then she put on high heels and went out in a hurry. This is the first time she put on high heels. She wears only small white shoes on weekdays. Today for that man, she practiced for many days and sprained her ankle countless times in high heels. Finally put them on. Stepping on high heels, she hurriedly took the elevator downstairs. At this time, Thompson Yipin Mansion was downstairs. The black Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan has been waiting quietly at the door for a long time. Chen Zonging sat in the cab, slowly smoking a cigarette ring. Even he himself didn't know. Why would he agree to that little girl's rude request? This is not his character style at all. He is of death. How can he have that leisurely sentiment, go to accompany a little girl? What music party to attend? In the past, this was simply a fantasy. But today, Chen Zong, the of death, unexpectedly, inexplicably, promised to accompany a little girl to the party! At this moment, Chen Zonging didn't understand his own inner thoughts at the moment. Is it because that girl is pretty? In his life, he has seen too many beautiful women. A young college girl in her early 20s. What is it to him? What is it for? Perhaps the only explanation. And only Yuan Li and the person in memory. Look too much alike. The two pretty faces seem to be constantly fused in memory. Chen Zonging sometimes trance. That year, the figure of the female who drifted away with the wind on the Great Wall of Jiayuguan. Is it still alive? At that moment, Chen Zonging was in a trance. Outside the car window, that shadow stepped on high heels, ran for a while, and ran over. Long hair, lightly tied shawl, exquisite and beautiful face. Almost exactly the same as the woman in my memory. Just because, the only difference is that she is more youthful and immature than the person in memory. This is not the same person after all. Mr. Chen Yuan Li stepped on high heels and quickly rushed to the front of the Mercedes-Benz. Under the white dress and dress, the slightly bulging gently undulated. Chen Zongong glanced at her calmly. Boarding. Yuan Li opened the door very obediently and got into the car. Have you eaten? Chen Zonging asked lightly. No. Yuan Li shook his head lightly. Go to eat first. Chen Zonging's voice was calm, started the Mercedes-Benz, and drove away slowly. With Yuan Li, Chen Zong first found a restaurant and settled for dinner. Yuan Li ate this dinner carefully, flattered. This is her first time to have dinner with Mr. Chen in a fair way. After the meal, he took Yuan Li and drove to Fuxing University. However, at the same time, in the evening, revived the entrance of the campus. A pink Lamborghini sports car, with the roar of the engine, also rushed into the gate of Fuxing School. Wearing a peaked cap under Kushwang, she was sitting in a Lamborghini sports car, and when she drove into the school gate, she suddenly saw the Mercedes-Benz in front of it. Seemed familiar. She didn't see the license plate, but she just glanced at it casually, as if it was her own bodyguard car. Kushwang stepped on the accelerator. The Lamborghini sports car roared and sprinted to catch up, but when she chased it, she couldn't find the Mercedes-Benz car. Tonight, Fuxing University is full of people. Thousands of students and classmates gathered in the Qianren Stadium. The high platform was built, and the colorful laser lights were shining, lighting up the thousands of square meters of space. A school celebration music evening will be held tonight. Yuan Li was wearing a white dress and high heels, walking carefully towards the dressing area in the backstage. Tonight, she is going to perform on stage. So go to the backstage for makeup preparations. But Chen Zonging was calm and indifferent, standing outside the corridor. Heaving smoke rings. It seems that besides smoking, he really has no other hobbies, and ignores everything around him, even those young and beautiful young girls. On the vibrant campus of a university, he was lonely and profound, like an ancient tree for thousands of years. At this time, Yuan Li walked cautiously towards the depths of the corridor, about to enter the backstage to change clothes. At this moment, across the corridor, there was a girl who also finished makeup and hurried out. The girl was talking on the phone as she walked, with a smile on her mouth, flirting with the person on the phone. So, unfortunately, the moment the woman passed Yuan Li, she lightly bumped Yuan Li's shoulder. The two delicate bodies banged lightly. Part of the Apple XS phone in the woman's hand fell to the ground immediately. The screen broke directly. I'm sorry. Yuan Li apologized again and again when he saw this, although the other party didn't pay attention to the road and hit him first. But Yuan Li still apologized first. Ding lowered her head and glanced at her smashed mobile phone, and then looked at Yuan Li. The next second, she jerked up her palm. Smack. He slapped Yuan Li's face fiercely. Chapter 249. Do you dare to move my woman? Apologize? I broke my phone. Is it enough for you to apologize? Ding Fei's face was cold and angry, staring at Yuan Li. She is an Apple XS Shenzalong limited edition mobile phone, limited to 10,000 units worldwide. She spent hundreds of thousands to snap up the phone. But at this time, it was just like that. Was the screen broken? A bright red palm print appeared on Yuan Li's entire cheek. She covered her cheek and said cautiously, how much I'll fix it for you. My Shenzalong limited edition mobile phone. The world is limited to 10,000 units. Have you repaired it? Ding Fei's face was cold, and she suddenly raised her palm. She slapped Yuan Li again and slapped it past. But at this moment, her palm suddenly hung in the air. I saw a big white and powerful hand, which was grabbing her arm severely, making it immobile. Ding F turned her head subconsciously and saw a white and elegant young man in a suit standing behind him, grabbing his arm. Who are you? Let me go. Ding F shouted coldly. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he let go of his hand as expected. But in the next second, his white palm suddenly turned into an afterimage. Slap. Ding Fei's ruthless face. Pa. A huge, crisp applause echoed in the corridor. Ding Fei's whole cheeky face instantly twisted, trembling. Then, her delicate body was directly slapped away by the huge force of this slap. Ding Fei's body whirled several times in midair before she fell to the ground a few meters away. The false eyelashes on her face, the foundation, fell instantly. That bulging nose was also deformed and twisted by this slap. The whole person instantly slapped the witch from the beauty and slapped back to the witch. From angels to witches and dinosaurs. Ding F was slapped by this slap. She can't believe ... There are people in this institution. Dare to ... slap yourself in the face? Exclamation mark. Ding F tremblingly stretched out her hand and stroked her delicate face. Then in the next second, she screamed ah. Trembling, she took out the mirror and looked at her distorted face. Nose, mouth. Jaw. Everything that had been plastic surgery. At this time, it was all twisted and deformed by the fan. At this moment, I am like a monster. And in the corridor, the group of students around also stared at this scene with a dazed expression. This! Exclamation mark. Ding F, that ruthless girl, was beaten? Ding F, the eldest sister of the music department. In her first year, she has a sense of existence, because of her special life and status, and the reasons for her boyfriend. Almost no one dared to provoke her. But today, Ding F was actually killed. Slap into this picture! Exclamation mark. Yuan Li stood aside, his pretty face dull. His confidant was complicated and shocked. Her beautiful eyes gradually turned red and filled with mist. This is his third time to stand up for himself. Step by step, Shenzong walked to Yuan Li, stretched out her hand, and gently softened her slightly swollen cheeks. Yuan Li is his Shenzong's vase. Dare someone bully his vase? Remember, in the future, you must fight back. Shenzong's voice was calm, as if the elders were educating the younger generations. Yuan Li's pretty face is complicated, and his mood is inexplicably surging. A drop of crystal tears slid down the corner of her eyes. You dare to hit me? Exclamation mark. You don't go. At this moment, Ding F behind her, with a hideous and distorted face, tremblingly got up from the ground. She had scarlet eyes and pointed directly at Chen Zonging, which was a fierce threat. Looking at the entire music department of the year, No one has ever dared to beat her like this. Chen Zhongying turned slowly and glanced at Ding Fei. I ignored the mad woman who was slapped back to her original form. He slowly spit out a smoke ring and walked to the global limited edition Apple XS phone on the ground. Shen's a dragon. A global limited edition mobile phone? Chen Zhong's eyes were calm, and he slowly lifted his leather shoes. Then, stepped on the expensive Apple mobile phone. Chongyang and foreigners, a dignified Chinese person, who doesn't use Huixia's mobile phone brand, but is willing to spend a lot of money to contribute to the economy of M country? Where is the soul of the country? Chen Zhong's eyes were cold, and he stepped on his leather shoes abruptly. Kaka, a crisp sound. That global limited edition Apple mobile phone worth hundreds of thousands of renminbi. Directly, it was trampled into a pile of grushes. My phone. Ding Fei was all mad. The price is hundreds of thousands, and the world is limited to 10,000. This mobile phone represents a symbol of status. But at this moment, was actually crushed by someone. Stomped on it? Question mark. If the screen was cracked before, it can be repaired and replaced. At this moment, this mobile phone was completely shattered. Hundreds of thousands, completely gone! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhong retracted his feet and murmured disdainfully, such quality is really not as good as Huawei phones. Ding Fei was shaking all over. That is anger, ferocious, and unbelievable. You wait for me, don't leave if there is a kind of Ding Fei with a huge tremor of popularity. At this moment, her boyfriend will be here soon. At that time, this little white-faced man will undoubtedly die! Exclamation mark. In the corridor, the students present also felt the seriousness of the situation. This Ding Fei's boyfriend is not easy to mess with. He is the president of Fuxing University Taekwondo Club, Black Belt 7th Dan, horrible skill. Unparalleled. Once, the power of one person, picking dozens of people alone, it is trembling. Such a tough boyfriend, once it comes, isn't the fair-skinned and elegant man in front of him who looks weak and unpretentious with the little white face dead? Exclamation mark. As for Chen Zhongying, after hearing Ding Fei's threat, his expression was calm and he faintly replied, "Oh, then I'll wait." He actually just stood in the corridor like this, faintly puffing out smoke rings, waiting. This is simply. In the corridor, everyone was shocked by this scene. A few minutes later, Ding Fei's boyfriend Surui finally arrived at the scene. Fei. What's the matter? Surui's face was solemn, and she rushed into the corridor. When she saw this scene at the scene, Surui's pupils suddenly became a little cold. He stepped forward to support his girlfriend and asked eagerly. Ding tremblingly stretched out her hand, and her eyes trembled at Chen Zhongying, who was not far away. He slapped me. He smashed my phone. Ding Fei's voice carried a woman's pleading. Surui's eyes froze suddenly, and his pupils stared at Chen Zhongying fiercely. Some of his Surui's woman dared to bully! Exclamation mark. Surui calmed down his girlfriend, and then, step by step, walked towards Chen Zhongying. Do you dare to touch my Surui woman? Chapter 250 Canants fight against the sky. Chen Zhongying raised his eyes slightly and glanced at him lightly. Moved? How? All the students present were stunned by his answer. This is simply. Is this a provocation? Surui's face was cold, and his burly body was 1.9 meters tall. He stepped up suddenly, condensed his right hand with a fist, and raging taekwondo, a straight punch with his right hand, and he blasted him out of the sky. Question mark. This punch directly blasted Chen Zhongying's head. The force of horror emerged, and the whole piece of air was trembling wherever the boxing force passed, and there was a burst of wind whizzing past. Everyone present changed their expressions. If you were hit by this fist, I'm afraid the whole person will not die, but will also be half disabled. This is a killer. Want to smash this Chen Zhong into a crippled on the spot! Exclamation mark. But, at the moment when that fist was about to hit Chen Zhongying slightly raised a finger and flicked it slightly. A finger, and that terrifying and cruel fist slammed together. Ding ding ding. Surui's whole body was struck by lightning, and a violent wave spread from the front of the box. His body retreated several steps suddenly. Even the floor tiles of the corridor under my feet were dented and cracked by trampling. He stood there, his face pale in shock, and the fist in his right hand faintly trembling. It was a piercing pain. The other party, just a flick, actually shocked his powerful punch! How can that be? All the onlookers present were also dumbfounded? What's going on? The president of the Dignified Taekwondo Club, the terrifying existence of the black belt 7th Dan, he was flicked back by the opponent. You look for death. Surui's expression was sullen, and he slowly set up a taekwondo fighting posture. The muscles of his legs bulged slowly. The whole person is like a beast ready to go. In the next moment, swish, a cry. Surui's whole person turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Chen Zhongying. Then, his whole body suddenly leapt into the air. Those long legs with bursting muscles, in midair, horizontally kicked out continuous gorgeous legs. 6 consecutive kicks. Taekwondo is famous for its gorgeous and terrifying legs. Sweeping legs, as fast as lightning, can quickly kick and kill in the blink of an eye, killing people. At this time, Surui kicked out 6 straight moves with this leg, killing turbulently, shaking everyone around. It's rumored 6 consecutive kicks. The horrible legs, almost turned into afterimages, rushed towards Chen Zhongying. The air was bombarded with a burst of explosions. 6 consecutive kicks. This is the supreme meaning of Taekwondo. Chen Zhongying stood there calmly, letting Surui surging in front of him. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Then, he suddenly raised his long legs, and his leather shoes hit Surui's body as he rushed, and he just kicked. Boom! Chen Zong violently kicked sideways. Surui's whole body was struck by lightning. Directly by this kick, it was blasted away! Crack! Surui's body like an offline kite, slammed into a corridor wall tens of meters away. The whole wall was directly knocked down. The sky is full of dust. Surui's whole person, lying on all fours in the ruins of the wall, his clothes all torn to pieces. Extremely miserable and embarrassed. He was shaking, trying to get up from the rubble. But as soon as he moved his body, his throat was sweet. Puff! Surui took a sharp sip, spouting a mouthful of scarlet blood. Everyone in the audience opened their eyes wide and looked dumbfounded. Can't believe it! This, what the fuck! President of the Tangtang Taekwondo Club, once the champion of the Youth Taekwondo Challenge in the Gangnam area. A black belt 7th stage great national martial arts contestant. Just like that, was kicked in the air by a kick? Is this the fuck? Are you kidding me? The students around rubbed their eyes vigorously, and couldn't believe the scene in front of them. At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Zhongying's gaze. With shock and astonishment. Even, everyone feels faintly. This white and elegant man in a suit has a familiar feeling. It seems. Where have you seen it before? But at this time, the students around could not remember it for a while. The whole scene shuddered. Not far away, Yuanli's eyes widened, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. Her beautiful eyes were red, and her eyes were full of mist. In her life, this kind of fantasy almost never appeared. One day, a world-famous hero with gold armor and colorful clouds on his feet appeared in front of her to stop all wind and rain for her. This, to her. Like an extravagant hope. But today, all this. Really, appeared in front of my eyes. This man, like a hero of the world, stood in front of her, blocking everything for her. Chen Zhongying looked indifferent, with a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. Step by step. Walking towards the ruins ahead. He came to Surui's body. He lowered his head and stared at Suru indifferently at his feet. Dignified Chinese yellow people, but learning foreigners' garbage martial arts. The corners of Chen Zonggong's mouth were filled with contempt. Taekwondo. This kind of gymnastics for sick Japanese and Korean men is also worthy of dancing in front of me. When you studied foreign martial arts, you never forgot that your ancestor's name was Yan Huang. Chen Zongying's voice was cold, and 3 questions in a row, like a thunderbolt in the sky, slammed Surui's heart hard. Surui's body lying in the ruins trembled suddenly. Puff. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Surui's body trembled, his mouth was bleeding, and he was embarrassed. Angry. Unwilling to be humiliated. Was bombarded by the other side. I can't even get up. He is not reconciled. He dignified Taekwondo black belt 7th. Beat Jiangnan King Jun invincible hand. He is not willing. Chen Zonggong glanced at Suru at his feet coldly. Such martial arts, what's the use of learning? Indeed, the so-called Taekwondo. In front of the real Chinese martial arts, it's just it's just like twisting Yanko, and it's not lethal. What gorgeous 6 consecutive kicks. What is the meaning of Taekwondo? Before the real Yan Huang martial arts, it was simply a laughing stock. Can ants fight against the sky? Well, I will scrap it for you. Chen Zongying finished speaking, suddenly raised his foot, and slammed down the shiny leather shoes against Surui's shoulder. Kaka. A crisp sound of shoulder joints burst the audience. Everyone present felt a horrid a feeling of toothache. I saw Surui's entire left shoulder was directly crushed and dented. The entire shoulder blade was trampled to pieces. Joints, cartilage. Blood and flesh. The entire left shoulder is completely useless. Surui howled in horror, her body trembling constantly because of the severe pain. My shoulder was crushed, and my heart hurt.